Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 6332 to Chapter 6515. The barrier was different. Many cultivators might not be able to tell when they enter it. In addition, there's another difference. Because the barrier is built by the cultivator at will, he has the ability to control everything in the barrier. In other words, he can create the most favorable environment for himself and then deal with his opponent in this environment. Bewitching's voice slowly sounded, and his deep eyes revealed a trace of thought. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. If they didn't understand how big the difference between the two was before, then now after the two's introduction, they knew how terrifying the barrier was. If that's the case, then the power of the barrier is really too strong. Bailey Union's face was filled with emotion. Although she didn't understand it very well, just from the information she learned, it was simply a great weapon. With this ability, there would be no problem in fighting beyond one's level. Illusions are often set up long ago. It requires the cultivator to walk into the trap set up by themselves. However, the barrier doesn't need to be set up at all because it doesn't need to be induced. It's a means to deal with the cultivator. Am I right? Mo Yunjua pondered for a moment before speaking his opinion. He didn't understand this term at first. After thinking carefully, he understood the difference between the two. From this point of view, the difference between the two wasn't big at all. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. That's right, that's it. Bewitching nodded. Bailey Xianxia and the others also understood. This is really shocking. The inheritance of the three great abyss is really extraordinary. This kind of power is really enviable. At this moment, everyone also understood what the nine-tailed inferno fox said before. The reason why the cultivator could be so outstanding was that this ability must have helped him a lot. Bewitching, Big Brother will have to rely on you in the future. Di Xiaofeng put a hand on Bewitching's shoulder. I used to think that after you came to the upper realm, as your brother, I would have to take good care of you. Now it seems that I will have to rely on you to protect me in the future. In the past, he had always thought that he was the chosen one, but now that he thought about it, Bewitching and Hong Zhuang's abilities were really too strong. When facing other cultivators from the upper realm, he still had some confidence. However, when facing these two, he did not even have the thought of competing. The skeleton army and the summoning technique were almost beyond their understanding. Now, with the addition of this barrier, they had far surpassed their peers. Perhaps some people were born to be worshipped by others. If they were treated as an opponent, it would be very painful. However, if they were treated as one of their own, it would be very satisfying. Bewitching smiled and looked at Di Xiaofeng. Big Brother, we brothers have one life. Hearing this, Emperor Xiaofeng's smile gradually widened, turning into a dazzling smile. You're right. Do you plan to tell others about the secret of the Bitter Sea Abyss in the future? Shang Guanying suddenly said. In the past, no one knew about the existence of the Bitter Sea Abyss. Now that they had discovered it, the location of the Bitter Sea Abyss would not change. Then, should they tell others about this matter? Since the Abyss of Agony has disappeared for so many years, the senior who did all this must have his reasons. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to ruin everything. Bailey Hongzhuang smirked and looked at the blue sea behind her. There was a very powerful force in the world there. However, we can spread the map fragment. If someone can gather all 4 of the map fragments, it means that he's fated with the Abyss of Agony. Who knows, there might be some cultivators who've succeeded in breaking through in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang's black and white eyes shone brightly like gems. She vaguely felt that this should be the senior's intention. If he really wanted this force to disappear from the world, he could have used a certain method to make the Abyss of Agony disappear or hide it forever. However, he let the Abyss of Agony sink to the bottom of the sea but did not make it disappear completely. It must be because he could not bear to let it go. It would be a pity if such a powerful force disappeared just like that. The reason why it disappeared from most people's sight was to let the fated person come here and let people know that there was such a special and powerful inheritance in the world. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone nodded. They also felt that it would be a pity if the news of the Abyss of Agony disappeared forever. If he didn't spread this map, there would be almost no cultivators coming to such a remote and desolate place. This is a good decision, I agree. Shangguan was the first to raise her hand in agreement. I agree too. Everyone chuckled. Not only did Bailey Hongzhuang and Xing Ziren gain a lot from this trip, the others also gained a lot. Because they were bathed in the light of the abyss of agony, they felt that their hearts were calmer than ever before. There was a huge change in their state of mind. Beichen, since you've succeeded in breaking through, did your strength increase by a lot? In the past, as long as they succeeded in breaking through the two abysses, their strength would increase by a lot. It should be the same this time. I feel that the distance between us is getting bigger. Ziren looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Every day, he did not have any other thoughts. His only thought was to quickly increase his cultivation and not be left too far behind by Bewitching. However, this guy was simply a freak. Even if he tried his best to catch up, the gap between the two of them seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. It was impossible to close the gap. Bewitching said slowly, "No, we've been taking the psychological test for more than a year. We haven't been cultivating, so our strength hasn't improved much." As soon as he said this, Ziren stared at Bewitching for a while and asked, "Is what you said true? You're not lying to me? Do I look that bored?" Bewitching asked. After repeatedly confirming that Bewitching was telling the truth, Ziren also laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, I've finally found some sense of existence. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable to be unconsciously distanced from you." Di Xiaofeng and the others were also a little surprised, but thinking about it carefully, this situation was reasonable. If they not only obtained such a powerful method when breaking through, but their strength also increased rapidly, it would be too much of a blow. Everyone headed towards the direction of the Di family. They had spent quite a lot of time on this trip. However, if the Di family knew about Beichen and Hongzhuang's gains, they would be very pleased. However, just as everyone was moving forward, suddenly, multicolored light shone and a dazzling light gradually appeared in the sky. A huge cloud emitting multicolored light slowly floated in the direction of everyone. That cloud was like a celestial cloud. It was a unique existence, dazzling and shocking. Almost at the moment this cloud appeared, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others noticed its existence. "What is that?" Shangguan exclaimed as she pointed at the cloud above. Even in broad daylight, this multicolored light was too dazzling. It was abnormally bright among the white clouds in the sky and could be noticed at a glance. "There's actually such a cloud in this world?" Bailey Yunyan's expression was not much better than Shangguan Ying's. This was really too shocking. This kind of scene had only appeared in her dreams before. She had never thought that it would actually appear in reality. Although Di Xiaofeng and the others did not speak, their eyes were also tightly locked on this rainbow cloud. This situation was simply beyond their understanding and was unbelievable. Did we stay in the bitter abyss for too long? Is that why we're hallucinating? Bailey Yanche's mind went blank. Wasn't this too unreal? Even if it really appeared in front of them, no one felt that it was real. When Ziren turned his gaze to Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. "Is this the enchantment you guys cast? You want us to see your gains, so you set up such a beautiful scene?" Everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Other than this explanation, they really couldn't think of any other explanation. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Yunyan looked at each other. This situation was also completely out of their expectations. "This matter has nothing to do with us." Seeing the serious appearance of the two, everyone was slightly startled. When they once again looked towards the cloud that was blooming with multicolored light, everyone was confused. In the end, the cloud stopped in the sky not far away from the crowd. "Should we go up and take a look?" Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with amazement. "I seem to see a door in the clouds. Could it be that we found a door to a small world by chance?" A door appeared in the clouds. It was obvious that there was another world behind the door. It was just like the time when they ventured into the immortal cloud's secret realm. Although the scene back then couldn't be compared to the scene before them, there were still some similarities. However, this also meant that the world behind this door was probably even stronger than the immortal cloud realm. A trace of curiosity arose in the hearts of everyone. It was rare to encounter such an opportunity, so it would be a pity if they didn't charge forward to take a look. "Go. Let's go take a look." Just as everyone was about to charge forward, the nine-tailed inferno fox's voice suddenly rang out. Pass through this door and you will arrive at the crossing immortal region. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. They were filled with shock and astonishment. The crossing immortal domain is behind this door? Nine-tailed inferno fox, you're not lying to us, right? Why would I lie to you about something like this? Everyone looked at each other. According to their understanding, the nine-tailed inferno fox was not a demonic beast that liked to joke. Moreover, every word it said had its own basis. After all, it was a demonic beast from the immortal region. Moreover, it was a demonic beast of an extremely high level. It knew much more than they did. Didn't you say that the door to the immortal region has been closed? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. This was what she did not understand the most. According to Fang Qing, the immortal region had stopped the cultivators from the immortal region from ascending. Because there were more and more cultivators in the immortal region, the door to the immortal region had been closed. It was because of this that no cultivators from the upper realm had been able to successfully ascend to the immortal region. However, the door had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Wasn't this a little strange? Indeed, the entrance to the immortal region has been closed. Could it be that something has happened recently, so the entrance has been opened again? His deep eyes were filled with thoughts. The situation in the immortal region had not remained unchanged. Could it be that something had happened in the past year? The entrance to the immortal region has been closed? The nine-tailed inferno fox was also a little surprised. The immortal region is the entrance for cultivators from the lower realm to ascend. How can it be closed so casually? Now that the nine-tailed inferno fox was someone they could trust, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not hide anything. They immediately told it what they knew about the immortal region and the immortal region. Simply bastards. After hearing everything, the nine-tailed inferno fox could not help but curse. These people are really daring. For their own benefits, they can even do such a thing. I'm afraid the entire immortal region will be in chaos. Seeing that the nine-tailed inferno fox was so angry, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. Although they also felt that the people of the immortal domain were too much to do such a thing, they didn't need to be so angry. The crossing immortal domain has always been the entrance for cultivators from the lower planes to ascend. Although there aren't many cultivators from each lower plane who can ascend, there are still quite a lot of cultivators gathered together. If the entrance to the crossing immortal domain was closed, it meant that the cultivators from the lower plane could not ascend, causing some cultivators to be unable to improve their strength. Now that the celestial realm is lacking some fresh blood, those fellows think that they have occupied such a good place. What a joke! The nine-tailed inferno fox sneered, the rules set by the heavens naturally have its reasons. If these fellows continue to act willfully, they will be punished sooner or later. Hearing the nine-tailed inferno fox's furious words, Bailey Hongzhuang slightly nodded her head. She also felt that the actions of the immortal domain cultivators were too wrong. However, she had never thought about the punishment. Of now, it seemed that the situation was more complicated than they had imagined. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan listened to Di Beichen's conversation with the nine-tailed inferno fox about the immortal domain and the crossing immortal domain. Their faces were blank and their hearts were filled with shock. The crossing celestial domain, what they knew so far was only a name. As for the celestial realm, it was a place that they had never even heard of. However, not only did Beichen and the others know about the existence of the crossing immortal domain, they even knew that the entrance was closed. The two of them were confused. They only felt that they were in a completely different place from Beichen and the rest. These things were secrets to the entire upper realm, but to them, they were like rumors on the streets. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand how Di Beichen and the rest knew about all this. Now that the entrance to the crossing immortal domain has appeared, perhaps there have been changes in this 1 year. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen. She naturally didn't want the entrance to the crossing immortal domain to be closed, but she hoped that the entrance to the immortal domain could also be opened. Otherwise, even if they entered the crossing immortal domain, their ending would be the same as Fang Qing's previous situation. Other than being forced to work as a coolie, there was probably no other path for him to take. Previously, they had already done manual labor in the spirit-devouring mine. After so long, would the people in the spirit-devouring mine still be looking for them? If they fell into the spirit-devouring mine again, they would be dead. That might not be the case. The nine-tailed inferno fox suddenly said. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Why? The reason why the two of you were able to attract the entrance to the crossing immortal domain is because you passed the inheritance of the bitter sea abyss, and your state of mind has greatly improved. For the matter of ascension, other than looking at the cultivator's strength, it also requires the cultivator to increase their state of mind or have a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. The bitter sea abyss is the most amazing inheritance in the lower realm. Through the power of the bitter sea abyss, it's not strange that the change in your state of mind would attract the entrance to the crossing immortal domain. Some powers can't be stopped even if the crossing immortal domain closes the entrance, so the situation may not be as simple as you think. The nine-tailed inferno fox slowly said. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. The nine-tailed inferno fox must be talking about that kind of force majeure. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. As they got closer to the clouds, she also saw a simple and gorgeous door. Looking from below, they didn't feel that it was so grand. Only when they got closer did they realize that the door was much bigger than they imagined. The grand and majestic aura of this place was definitely not something that the upper realms buildings could compare to. Just from the entrance alone, one could see how powerful this place was. When Xiren and the others also wanted to take a closer look at the situation, but found that after getting a little closer, they couldn't get any closer. An invisible force imprisoned them, and the holy radiance of the multicolored light made them want to worship it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had a different feeling. They only felt a strong force trying to suck them in. Di Xiaofeng stared blankly at the door in front of him, his heart filled with shock. Previously, when he heard that Shiyu had been to crossing immortal domain, his heart was filled with yearning. However, other than yearning, there was more of a distant feeling. He only felt that it was an extremely distant existence. How many cultivators wanted to enter the crossing celestial domain but had no way to do so? However, right now, this great door was right in front of them. It was releasing multicolored light, divine and dignified. All of this was so close to them unknowingly. His younger brother and sister-in-law were about to enter the crossing celestial domain. Beichen, are you planning to go to the immortal domain? According to their current understanding, the situation in the crossing immortal domain should be very dangerous. If the door to the crossing immortal domain was not open, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's appearance would definitely attract the attention of the entire crossing immortal domain. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Once they entered the crossing immortal domain, it would not be easy to come back. If they were in the abandoned immortal forest, they could still go to the chaotic immortal domain to gain an identity. However, if they went to the crossing immortal domain and could not come out, it would be really troublesome. After all, they could only enter the crossing immortal domain when the people from the crossing immortal domain opened the door. The situation in the crossing immortal domain is a little dangerous now. Bailey Xianxia also said. However, as a contract beast, if Hongzhuang went, he would definitely follow. Bailey Hongzhuang also fell into hesitation. The crossing immortal domain was indeed a place that she wanted to go to. This was because only when the door to the crossing immortal domain was opened, her family would have the chance to ascend. However, if they entered the crossing immortal domain alone, would they be able to change the situation in the crossing immortal domain? If they could not, it would be very dangerous for them to enter the crossing immortal domain. After a while, Di Beichen said, "We won't go for now." Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen and nodded. Before they had enough confidence, it was not a wise decision to go to the crossing immortal domain, let alone when the door to the crossing immortal domain was closed. Di Xiaofeng did not expect the two of them to make such a decision. He was stunned. You're choosing to give up such a good opportunity? Currently, countless powerhouses from the upper realm wanted to go to the crossing immortal domain, but they did not have the chance. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, they chose to give it up. This was too unbelievable. If they missed this opportunity, they did not know when they would be able to go again in the future. Seeing how anxious Di Xiaofeng was, Di Beichen smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, there's nothing to be sad about. We'll go eventually, but the situation in the crossing immortal domain is very bad now. If we go, Hong Zhuang and I might not be able to protect ourselves. It's a wise decision not to go now. Is the crossing immortal domain that dangerous? Di Xiaofeng was slightly startled. Even though he heard everyone's words, he did not take it to heart. It was a place that was much stronger than the upper realm. If it were any other cultivator, they would not give up on it. The crossing immortal domain's current crossing immortal domain is indeed very immortal domains. Di Xiaofeng sighed. It was such a pity to give up on such an opportunity. Seeing this, Bewitching smiled and said, "Big brother, do you think Xiyu is powerful?" "He's been to the crossing celestial region." "Of course he's powerful," replied Di Xiaofeng. In the entire upper world, Xiyu was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert. He wasn't sure if he was the strongest, but just based on the fact that Xiyu had been to the crossing immortal domain, his status wasn't something that other cultivators could compare to. "What if I tell you that he escaped from the crossing immortal domain?" Bewitching smiled. Xiyu was very powerful in the eyes of others, but in reality, he was just a deserter who could not survive in the crossing immortal domain. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan were both stunned by his words. "Are you telling the truth?" Di Xiaofeng was in disbelief. This was the first time he had heard of this. Bewitching nodded slightly. The crossing immortal domain is actually the place where the more outstanding cultivators of each plane ascend to. Only after ascending to the crossing immortal domain and achieving a certain level of success can one truly ascend to the immortal domain. In other words, becoming an immortal. Bailey Yunyan and Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Becoming an immortal was something they all dreamed of. So, now that the entrance to the immortal domain has been closed, it means that these people can't become immortals? Di Xiaofeng was smart. After the shock, he had already figured out the reason. That's right. To us, the cultivators in crossing immortal domain are experts, but to the people in the immortal domain, they are nothing. Di Xiaofeng nodded. Although this was cruel, it was the truth. Although we don't know who decided to close the entrance to the immortal domain and why, we can be sure that the cultivators in crossing immortal domain have a miserable ending. On one hand, they can't ascend to the immortal domain. On the other hand, they can't return to their previous plane. Under such circumstances, many cultivators in the immortal region directly treated them as coolies and made them mine ores. At this point, Bewitching had no intention of hiding anything from Di Xiaofeng. To them, crossing immortal domain was a very distant matter. But now, it was no longer distant. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before they could come into contact with all of this. These mines aren't the ordinary mines we usually mine. These mines will cause irreversible damage to the cultivator's body after a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang added. After hearing all this, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. They never thought that the world they yearned for so much would be like this. The so-called crossing immortal domain was actually such a place. No wonder Xiyu rarely talks about the upper realm. So this is the real reason. Di Xiaofeng suddenly understood. This place that was incomparably glorious in the eyes of the upper realm cultivators was actually filled with danger and oppression. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be willing to talk about it. Beichen, if that's really the case, then you shouldn't go for the time being. Di Xiaofeng's expression was serious. Not only do we have to face all sorts of dangers there, we can't even cultivate. It's better to stay in the upper realm. Although the cultivation here might not be as good as the crossing immortal domain, with our current status in the upper realm, we can live very well. Bewitching smiled faintly. After deciding not to go with Bailey Hongzhuang, the entrance to the crossing immortal domain gradually disappeared. Although it was a wise decision not to go, for some reason, seeing the entrance disappear makes me feel a little regretful. Shangguan looked at the direction where the entrance of the crossing immortal domain disappeared. Once they entered, it would be a whole new world. Don't worry about it. Since you have already met the requirements to enter the crossing immortal domain, it is only a matter of time before you appear again, said the nine-tailed inferno fox. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. If they could go to the chaotic immortal domain first and then go to the crossing immortal domain, the situation would be much better. As Xiren's voice fell, everyone chuckled. Indeed, they had been cultivating together for such a long time. If they had to separate, everyone was really unwilling from the bottom of their hearts. The reason why Beichen and Hong Zhuang could come into contact with the gate of the crossing immortal domain so quickly was inseparable from the bitter sea abyss. And if they wanted to come into contact with the crossing immortal domain, strength was one aspect, and mental state was another aspect. It would probably take a long time to catch up with them. Other things weren't what they cared about the most. What they cared about the most was if they couldn't help Beichen and the others when they needed help. Don't worry. Since young, when have you not been following me? Beichen looked at Xiren teasingly. Since young, except for when they were in their respective sects, the two were basically together. Xiren looked embarrassed. Although that's true, I'm already so old now. You're talking as if I'm still a follower when I was young. As soon as this was said, everyone laughed. Xiren, you finally have a clear understanding of yourself. Beichen said earnestly. You're really not polite at all. Xiren rolled his eyes. In the past, Beichen would at least explain a little, but now he simply admitted it. Everyone walked forward. When they came, they only felt that the journey was very long, but when they went back, the journey seemed much faster. Beichen, I don't understand. How do you know so much about the immortal domain? In the dead of night, Di Xiaofeng and Beichen leaned against a tree. He couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Since that day, he had always had doubts in his heart. This information was probably only known to people in the immortal domain. Logically speaking, Beichen and the others shouldn't have any way to know about it. However, Beichen and the others were very familiar with the situation in the upper realm. This was simply inconceivable in his opinion. Beichen wasn't surprised by Di Xiaofeng's curiosity. In fact, he thought that Di Xiaofeng would have asked him a long time ago. He didn't expect him to wait until now. Big brother, actually, we've been to the immortal region before. Beichen smiled faintly. Hearing Beichen's words, Di Xiaofeng widened his eyes and said in disbelief, how is this possible? You haven't even been to the immortal domain, how could you go there directly? To be precise, we went to the immortal realm, but we didn't enter the real immortal realm, so we have some understanding of the situation there. Emperor Xiaofeng shook his head and frowned, don't beat around the bush. My question is, how could you have been to the celestial realm? You'll have to ask Hong Zhuang about that. Beichen smiled faintly, it's all thanks to Hong Zhuang that we were able to go to the immortal region. What does that mean? Di Xiaofeng was confused. He felt that the more Beichen explained, the more complicated things became. He didn't understand. Beichen thought for a moment before telling him about how Hong Zhuang opened the entrance to the abandoned immortal forest. After hearing this, Di Xiaofeng fell into shock for a long time. Why do I feel like everything that happened to you is so strange? If it was anyone else, I wouldn't believe it at all. However, it happened to you guys, so no matter how unbelievable it is, it's true. Actually, we were also very surprised when we first found out. Beichen was very calm facing Di Xiaofeng's speechlessness. The chaos ring was already very powerful. Without it, the thorns they encountered along the way would have been even more shocking. So the closed-door cultivation that you talked about was actually going to the abandoned immortal forest? At first, Di Xiaofeng felt that it was strange. If it was just cultivation, it wouldn't matter if someone disturbed them. Now that he understood everything, he completely understood. Beichen nodded slightly, that's right. I finally understand. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with realization, you guys are really too terrifying. Even such a fortuitous encounter could happen. But since you guys can go to the abandoned immortal forest, why didn't you tell everyone? You should know that Father and the others all want to come into contact with the crossing immortal domain. With Father's strength, if the entrance to the crossing immortal domain wasn't closed, he should be able to come into contact with the crossing immortal domain very quickly. Actually, it's not a bad thing that the entrance to the crossing immortal domain is closed. Otherwise, everyone's situation would be even worse. The reason why we didn't say it was because we didn't go to the abandoned immortal forest through normal means. This is only a shortcut, but if everyone follows this path, it will definitely destroy the balance. The heavens have their own rules. If we really destroy the balance, it might not be a good thing. It might even lead to an even greater disaster. Beichen's face darkened. It wasn't that he didn't consider this, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't a good thing. That was why he didn't say it directly. Di Xiaofeng fell into silence. After a while, he nodded, "You're right. If this gets out of hand, there might be a lot of trouble." There were many things where blindly taking things would lead to great risks. He didn't see it as clearly as Bewitching. "So, the stones you brought back last time?" "The stones from the immortal domain." Bewitching smiled. Di Xiaofeng's face was calm. "No wonder, I've never seen them in the upper realm. If there were, this news wouldn't have been able to be hidden. The cultivation resources in the immortal region are indeed much more abundant than those in the upper realm. However, the reason why we were able to obtain these spirit-devouring stones is also a coincidence. Frankly speaking, we were captured to mine, and these spirit-devouring stones are our harvest." "It can't be? You were actually captured and sent to mine?" Di Xiaofeng was stunned. He always felt that with the strength of Beichen and the others, they should be doing well in the immortal realm. In front of the experts of the immortal domain, we are like ants. That's why we came back from the abandoned immortal forest. Right now, the most important thing is to increase my cultivation. When the time comes, I'll go to the abandoned immortal forest. At the very least, I'll have a better chance of survival." Noticing that Di Xiaofeng was very interested in the immortal realm, Di Beichen slowly told him everything they knew. Di Xiaofeng listened attentively. He originally had many fantasies about the crossing immortal domain and the immortal domain, but after Di Beichen's introduction, the plates in his mind gradually became clear. However, at the same time, he also understood that the immortal realm was an even crueler world. That's the case for now. The immortal area is in a difficult situation. Unless the situation changes, we will not be able to open it. Based on our analysis, the situation will not change in a short amount of time. Di Beichen's eyes darkened. The situation in the immortal area was not very clear. Of course, they had only been to the abandoned immortal forest and did not know much about the immortal area. The seniors should have some understanding. Even though they usually stayed in the abandoned immortal forest, the hermit experts must have their own methods. It was just that the seniors did not tell them these things. He was not surprised by this. Before they have enough strength, knowing about this was useless. Other than increasing the pressure and fear, they had no objections. Just like how they already had the map to the Bitter Sea. If they came here before, they would have lost their lives. Therefore, not telling them was for their own good. "I didn't think the immortal area would be so complicated. I always thought that after ascending, I would go to a paradise. Now it seems like I was too naive. The immortal area is just a place with more competition." Di Xiaofeng sighed. Before, he had many beautiful dreams about the immortal area. Just the name itself represented beauty. However, the situation was not like that. When his dreams were destroyed, he felt more relaxed because he was not as stubborn as before. "Originally, I thought the same as you. However, after the senior's guidance, I understood. The reason why immortals are immortals is because they can do things that normal people cannot. Immortals are all cultivators who ascended. It's just that they are more powerful." Di Beichen's lips curled up slightly. It turned out that everything was so simple. They had really thought too much in the past. "After talking to you tonight, I feel like everything has become much clearer." Di Xiaofeng smiled. "If there is a chance, take me to the abandoned immortal forest." Of course. With everyone hurrying on their way, they finally returned to the Di clan. Seeing the familiar scene in front of them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling of returning home would always bring a feeling of joy. "Di Beichen, you're finally back from your training." Lin Yunqing was all smiles as she looked at Di Beichen and the others, her eyes filled with joy. "Mother, how is everyone these days?" Di Beichen quickly stepped forward and stopped in front of Lin Yunqing. "Now that our family's position is stable, everyone is naturally doing well. You can rest assured." Lin Yun's clear and gentle voice was like a clear spring that flowed through everyone's hearts, bringing a trace of refreshing coolness. Hearing this affirmative answer, everyone quietly heaved a sigh of relief. When they were away from home, they were most worried that something would happen to their clan. Even if they knew that the possibility of something like this happening was very small with their clan's current status, they still couldn't dispel the wisp of worry in their hearts. However, there is one more thing that is more troublesome. The old master has been unhappy for many days because of this matter. Lin Yunqing sighed. Let's not talk about this for now. You've finally come back, and you must be tired from the journey. I'll order people to prepare first, and then inform everyone to welcome you back. The news of Bewitching's return quickly spread throughout the D family. Everyone was secretly happy. Yujue and the others were also overjoyed when they heard the news. In the evening, the D family even held a banquet to welcome Bewitching and the others. Beichen, where did you go to train this time? Yujue smiled as he looked at everyone. In just a few short years, these children had grown at an astonishing speed. Compared to when they had just arrived from Punlai Island, Beichen and the others had matured a lot. Their mannerisms were more and more in line with the image of the young masters of the D family. However, Beichen's expression froze for a moment when he heard Yujue's question. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. We went to a very remote place and found some small opportunities. Everyone was in a happy mood and did not notice Beichen's subtle expression. Usually, many cultivators would choose to go out and train when their cultivation speed slowed down. It did not matter whether they could find a good place to train or not. Even if they could change their state of mind and improve their strength by going out to train, it was possible that they could improve their strength. Only Yujue noticed Beichen's subtle expression and understood that there was something more to this matter. However, since Beichen did not want to talk about it, he would not ask. Bailey Hongzhuang was sitting next to Mu Lingbing and the others. She was surprised to find that her parents' strength had improved beyond her imagination. Your parents were cultivation geniuses in the past. Although they were not as good as you, they were still pretty good. Mu Lingbing smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded, I know this. Father and mother, your reputation in the lower realms was very good. Hongzhuang, your parents' reputation in the upper realm isn't bad either. Yujue suddenly chuckled. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Her phoenix eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Father, what do you mean? They went to the mercenary guild to train while you were away. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood what was going on and her eyes were filled with shock. You guys actually went to the mercenary association to train? I think you must have made a name for yourself there, right? Hongzhuang, you really know your parents well. Linxian praised. As it turned out, Lan Yunxiao and the others had been in seclusion ever since they came to the upper realm. Although their cultivation speed wasn't slow, if they didn't practice frequently, their battle strength would decline. Previously, when they followed the D family's team, they had also gone out to train. However, this was still not enough for them. Thus, after some discussion, they decided to go out to train. This way, they would be able to increase their cultivation even more. Moreover, the children had never stopped working hard to increase their strength. Even if their cultivation wasn't as good as the children's, they still had to increase their strength as quickly as possible. Mo Yunjue and the others were also amazed. Just by sensing this aura, they realized that their strength had increased greatly in the past year. You guys are really amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled brightly. Her parents had always made her feel proud. Seeing the splendor in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Lan Yunxiao's smile grew deeper and deeper. Grandfather, I heard that something has made you unhappy recently? After 3 rounds of wine, Beichen finally asked about the matter that everyone had been concerned about. As soon as Beichen finished speaking, everyone's gazes turned towards Linxian because this was something that everyone had been concerned about. Linxian sighed when he heard this and said, all of you have left for over a year, so I presume you're aware that Xiaosuo's child has been born. All of them nodded. Xiaosuo was already very close to giving birth when they left that day, so the child must have been born by now. According to our judgment, the other 2 keys should be in Xiaosuo's possession. So, we've been constantly sending people to keep an eye on Xiaosuo and the others. However, we never expected that sly old fellow, Shuyu, to have made plans a long time ago and actually allowed them to escape. Linxian was depressed when this was mentioned. This matter was related to whether Beichen would be able to obtain the inheritance. In his opinion, defeating Shuyu was only a matter of time, and it wouldn't be long before he would be able to defeat Shuyu. At that time, they would be able to snatch the secret key back, and all the problems would be solved. Now that these fellows had escaped, even if their clans were quite powerful now, it wasn't easy to find a few people who were intentionally hiding in the entire upper realm. Not to mention that one of them was Shuyu. With Shuyu's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to protect Xiaosou and the others. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others hadn't expected this to happen as well, and their expressions had become unsightly. Since Beichen had entered the land of inheritance, all of them had realized the importance of the inheritance. Now, this news had truly caught them off guard, and they felt that it was a pity. Di Yujue and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces as well. They'd been paying attention to all of this very carefully because they were deeply afraid that they would escape, but they hadn't expected that something like this would still happen in the end. "Grandfather, don't be too angry over this matter," Di Beichen said slowly. "Shiyu should have already made up his mind when he decided to protect Xiaosou. As the strongest powerhouse in the upper realm, it shouldn't be difficult for him to protect the two of them. This matter is not our problem. If they want to escape, we will not be able to avoid it. However, I believe that we will find them sooner or later." Although this was very bad news, the matter had already reached this point, and Di Beichen was very open-minded. With Xiaosou's personality, even if they didn't look for her, Xiaosou would find them sooner or later. The only difference was that they would have to wait a little longer. Even so, that was nothing. Seeing that Di Beichen, who was the most involved in this matter, was so calm, Di Linxian sighed with satisfaction. Di Beichen's temperament was truly incomparable to the average person's. It was no wonder that he could reach this stage. "We'll find them as soon as possible. As long as they're still in the upper realm, they'll be discovered sooner or later." Di Linxian's eyes narrowed. Because of this matter, he and Shuyu were now at odds. When he sees Shuyu again in the future, he must defeat that fellow. When the crowd saw Di Linxian's serious look, the frustration in their hearts dissipated considerably. During the next period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not leave. Instead, they stayed in the Di family with peace of mind. When Mu Lingbing and the others found out that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were going to rest in the family, they put aside their plans to go to the mercenary guild for the time being. To them, being together with their family was the most precious thing. What's more, they felt that Hongzhuang was like a phoenix that was about to spread its wings and fly. Sooner or later, she would fly out of this world, so the time they spent together was especially precious. Bailey Hongzhuang rested for a few days in a row, accompanying her family to the Emperor Cloud City to visit the temple fair and enjoy the scenery. She found that ever since her family went to the mercenary guild to train, their mental state had improved. In Nangong Wu's words, it was like returning to the time when they were young. In the past, they had always lived like this, but after they established their sect, they spent more time in the sect. Now that everyone had returned to their previous lives, they felt that these days were very interesting. This feeling is like living a new life. The situation in the upper realm is very different from the lower realm, and there are many interesting things that happened during the training. Nangongwu was full of exultation as she talked about the things that happened during their training. "It's worth mentioning that the effects of my explosives are very good." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Her master's wife's explosives had always been very good, and now that she had improved, there was no need to say more about the effects. It was said that even in the Di family, the effects of her explosives were praised by everyone. Now, there are many cultivators in the Di family who want to learn how to make explosives. "Your master's wife is very proud of herself," Yu Linfeng said with a smile. "Hongzhuang, I feel that you seem to have changed after coming back from your training." Nangongwu carefully looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, her willowy eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a puzzled expression. In fact, she had noticed this long ago, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong. "What changes?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "I always feel that you have a more reserved temperament. You used to have an extraordinary temperament, but now you have an indescribable purity." Nangongwu nodded. "That's right, it's purity. Your eyes are purer than before." As Nangongwu's voice fell, Yu Linfeng and the others also carefully sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, they had vaguely felt it before, but after Xiaosou's reminder, they also discovered the problem. There was no doubt that Hongzhuang was a beauty. No matter who it was, they would be stunned when they saw her, and they were no exception. However, the current Bailey Hongshuang had a feeling that the more one looked at her, the more stunning she became. It was very easy for people to keep their eyes fixed on her. Perhaps it has something to do with the change in my mental state. Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. She had also noticed this change in herself. This was the effect of the heaven's eye. Because it could see through all the illusions in the world, even her own eyes had become clearer and brighter. A change in your mental state can make you more beautiful? Nangongwu was slightly startled. It seems that I have to think about how to improve my mental state. As soon as she said this, Yu Linfeng and the others couldn't help but laugh. Nine-tailed inferno fox, where's the demonic beast you want to take me to? Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng were chatting in the room. They were very curious when Nine-tailed Inferno Fox mentioned this. Nine-tailed Inferno Fox would rather contract with Bewitching. This was very strange. They also vaguely felt that this demonic beast should be very impressive. If this demonic beast was in the upper realm, they could prepare to go now. But if it wasn't in the upper realm, then this matter would take some time to complete. In the immortal region. Nine-tailed Inferno Fox replied. Hearing that, Bewitching revealed an expression of as expected, then it seems that we'll have to wait for a while. The immortal region is more dangerous than the upper realm, and the place I'm taking you to is even more dangerous. So you don't need to think about this for now. The only thing you need to think about now is how to quickly increase your strength. Otherwise, you won't even have the right to stay in the immortal region. Nine-tailed Inferno Fox's voice was calm, but everyone could faintly hear a hint of anxiousness. If possible, it would want to go to the immortal region immediately. But there was still a big gap in strength. So no matter how much it wanted everyone to go earlier, it could only wait. Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng glanced at each other. The place Nine-tailed Inferno Fox wanted to take them to was indeed not simple. You should hurry up and cultivate. As the elder brother, you can't even compare to the younger brother. It's so embarrassing. Nine-tailed Inferno Fox sighed and shook its head, as if it couldn't bear to see its master's depravity. Di Xiaofeng originally felt that the pressure of going to the immortal region wasn't small. He thought that he had to quickly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, if he followed everyone to the abandoned immortal forest, he might need everyone's help. That wasn't what he wanted. But now that Nine-tailed Inferno Fox looked down on him, his mood became even more complicated. Bewitching is a genius. There's naturally a gap between me and him. Di Xiaofeng's expression was calm, but don't worry, I'll definitely increase my cultivation as soon as possible. I won't delay your journey. It's good that you know. The Nine-tailed Inferno Fox said indifferently. When Emperor Xiaofeng heard this, he really wanted to punch the Nine-tailed Inferno Fox. However, this contract beast was stronger than him. Even if he had resentment in his heart, it was useless. Who asked him to not be able to beat it? Thinking of this, Di Xiaofeng said angrily, Bewitching, I'm going into seclusion. You should go back and cultivate too. Bewitching was a little surprised to see Di Xiaofeng sending him off. However, after noticing the fighting spirit in the former's eyes, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I don't believe I can't control my own contracted beast. Di Xiaofeng made a decision in his heart. It was fine if he was dissed by the Nine-tailed Inferno Fox, but he couldn't let this situation continue. Sooner or later, he would take back his dignity as a master. In the following period of time, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan directly announced that they were in closed-door cultivation. When Di Yujue found out about this, he was a little surprised. With Di Xiaofeng's personality, quietly going into seclusion wasn't suitable for him. He didn't expect him to really have the ability to go into seclusion. Bewitching, is there a reason for this? Bewitching smiled faintly. Father should know that Big Brother contracted a Nine-tailed Inferno Fox? The Nine-tailed Inferno Fox is very strong. It usually doesn't listen to Big Brother's words, so Big Brother wants to quickly increase his cultivation so that he can control the Nine-tailed Inferno Fox. Bewitching's eyes were smiling. Although with the Nine-tailed Inferno Fox's strength, Big Brother still has a long way to go, but he believes in Big Brother's ability. It's only a matter of time. What's more, although the Nine-tailed Inferno Fox said it didn't like it, but through this short period of time, the Nine-tailed Inferno Fox's attitude was obviously much better. It must be known that the Nine-tailed Inferno Fox was too lazy to say a word to them before. I see. Diyujue understood and immediately chuckled. This is not bad, it can grind Xiaofeng's temper. Actually, your big brother's cultivation talent is not bad, but he was used to running around and couldn't calm down. Now that he can cultivate peacefully, he should have a lot of improvement. Bewitching nodded slightly. Big brother is also a cultivation genius, otherwise the nine-tailed inferno fox wouldn't have recognized him as its master. Although the nine-tailed inferno fox's decision to recognize Di Xiaofeng as its master had something to do with him, it had nothing to do with him when the nine-tailed inferno fox and Di Xiaofeng first formed a connection. In the end, it was fate that brought them together. It's rare to see you in the family peacefully. However, Beichen, is the place you're going to this time very mysterious? Diyujue stared at Di Beichen. He still remembered the latter's expression that day. There must be something unusual about this place. Di Beichen also knew that he couldn't hide it from Diyujue, so he didn't hide it. When we were in the lower realm, Hong Zhuang had collected 4 pieces of the map. The place we're going to this time is the place these 4 pieces of the map are pointing to. Diyujue was a little surprised. The place the map is pointing to is in the upper realm? Di Beichen nodded slightly. Father, I'm afraid you won't be able to guess where it is. Tell me. The bitter abyss. Dijujue's expression suddenly changed. The bitter abyss that has been missing for a long time? It's right there. Diyujue was silent for a moment before he said, I didn't expect there to be such a coincidence. The bitter sea abyss has been missing for so many years that it has almost been forgotten by the people of the upper realm. I didn't expect you to be able to find it. It's really surprising. Did you have any gains this time? Hong Zhuang and I have both passed the challenge. Di Beichen replied, and then continued, but the checkpoint of the Sea of Bitterness is very scary, and there are many twists and turns in it. Oh? Diyujue was interested. Why don't you tell me about it? Di Beichen sat down at the side. The father and son chatted about their views while drinking tea. It was rare for them to have such a leisurely time to have a good chat. I didn't expect there to be so many stories behind the disappearance of the bitter sea abyss. Diyujue had a look of realization. In that case, this place is really not an ordinary danger. Di Beichen nodded slightly. It's indeed very dangerous. Father, you can go and have a look if you want to, but you must think carefully before you try to pass the checkpoint. This checkpoint is really difficult. Even if I was lucky enough to pass it, I still can't help but feel scared when I think about it. At that time, he almost couldn't pass the checkpoint several times because the inhuman things were too abnormal. Fortunately, he managed to survive in the end. Looking at Di Beichen's fearful expression, Diyujue understood how terrifying the bitter sea abyss was. Ordinary training wouldn't make Beichen reveal such an expression. Especially after hearing about the contents of the test, he couldn't help but think about whether he could overcome all of this. The answer to this question was a question mark. Even he wasn't sure. Since the ancient sea abyss is locked at the bottom of the sea, the reason is indeed unusual. Diyujue sighed, hearing what you said, its disappearance actually saved the lives of many cultivators. Indeed, but it is indeed a place that makes people revere. Di Beichen smiled faintly. Even if we don't challenge it, we might gain quite a bit from taking a look at it. Di Beichen believed that Diyujue wouldn't have any problems with the changing weather and the initial stage. It was just that the later stages were more terrifying. If he wasn't confident enough, it was best not to participate. Diyujue sighed, if there's a chance, I will go and take a look too. Hopefully, my state of mind will change. Father, you seem to be worried? Di Beichen sized up Diyujue. Usually, Diyujue was confident and calm. However, there was a hint of worry between his brows today. Actually, it's nothing much. I just thought that since Shiyu could go to the crossing immortal domain, we should be able to do it too. Unfortunately, until now, I don't even know how to go to the crossing immortal domain. Comparing the two, I feel really helpless. Diyujue's expression was complicated. Because Shiyu was an expert who had been to the crossing immortal domain, he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators in the upper realm. He had already come into contact with something that no one else had. If they wanted to defeat Shiyu, they might not be able to do so even if their cultivation level was high enough. As long as they didn't come into contact with the crossing immortal domain, it meant that they hadn't reached Shiyu's level. Even if he did not personally make a move, he knew that he was no match for Shuyu. Bewitching finally understood Dyujua's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "Father, the situation isn't as you think. The reason why no one went to the crossing immortal domain all these years isn't because everyone is inferior to Shuyu." "Then why?" Dyujue was slightly stunned and somewhat puzzled. "Because the entrance to the crossing immortal domain is closed, cultivators from the upper realm are unable to enter the crossing immortal domain." Bewitching smiled faintly. He didn't expect his father to be troubled by this problem, but it wasn't a problem. "The entrance to the crossing immortal domain is closed?" Dyujue was confused. "The entrance can close?" Bewitching nodded slightly, pushing the blame of the entire matter onto the nine-tailed inferno fox. At the same time, he resolved Dyujue's confusion. "I see." Dyujue instantly understood and his mood became much better. "You didn't make this up just to comfort me, right? Even if you asked me to make up this kind of news, I wouldn't be able to." Bewitching smiled. "Hearing you say this, I am relieved. Fortunately, the nine-tailed inferno fox came from the immortal domain. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to understand this situation. Father, you and grandfather don't have to worry about this. The entrance to the crossing immortal domain will open sooner or later. You will go and take a look sooner or later." Peaceful days always passed quickly. As Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan went into seclusion, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others cultivated while learning other methods. When they were in the abandoned immortal forest, they had the guidance of several seniors, so their speed of improvement was also very fast. Now that they hadn't practiced properly for more than a year, everyone naturally had to spend more energy to study. After all, it wasn't easy to master a few skills, so they couldn't forget it. Bailey Hongzhuang had always memorized the medical knowledge she learned. However, there weren't many medicinal herbs from the immortal domain in the upper realm. Although she put some medicinal herbs in the chaos ring, they couldn't withstand her refining and were used up not long after. Fortunately, the process of refining also made her remember this knowledge more deeply. She believed that when she returned to the abandoned immortal forest, Grandma Hua wouldn't say that she had regressed. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang also began to teach Bewitching some medical knowledge. Although Bewitching didn't have great attainments in medical skills, it was undoubtedly best to have some judgment and countermeasures when encountering some situations. The immortal domain was very dangerous, and the chaotic immortal domain was even more so. Since they had to go there sooner or later, the more skills they had, the higher their chances of success would be. Bewitching's intelligence was needless to say. Over the years, under the influence of Bailey Hongzhuang, he already had a certain understanding. Now that he had to learn from the beginning, his speed was very fast. In addition, the two also focused on formations. Formations were actually a powerful method. As long as it was used properly, it could have a very good effect. This was something that they had already experienced before. Bewitching's formations originated from He Shenjuan's inheritance. Compared to the formations that others learned, it was undoubtedly much stronger. In addition, with the guidance of the seniors, there was naturally no need to say much about the progress. Although there were still many formations that hadn't been successfully used, through Bewitching's continuous study, he understood more and more basic formations. On this point, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally had to consult him. Therefore, during this period of time, almost everyone had a very fulfilling time. "Bewitching, I've already given all the potions I've refined to my family, but there's not much left." On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at her remaining reserves, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The consumption rate of these things was very fast. Bewitching understood. Hongzhuang had already mentioned this matter a few days ago. At this moment, they were probably really exhausted. "It's been quite some time since we left the abandoned immortal forest. I'm sure the commotion from back then has passed. Why don't we take a look at the abandoned immortal forest?" Bewitching suggested with a smile as he looked at the worried face in front of him. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. "Really?" Although we caused a huge commotion at that time and inevitably caused some trouble, it was impossible for them to keep their attention on us. Even if there are still people searching, there won't be as many people as before. It's not a problem for us to be careful. Bewitching thought to himself. In fact, a while ago, he had already considered this point. Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought. She wanted to go to the abandoned immortal forest as soon as possible, but she did not want to bring unnecessary trouble to the seniors. She had already troubled the seniors with the spirit-devouring mine. She knew that with her master's personality, he would definitely not care about such things. However, since the seniors had chosen to live in the abandoned immortal forest with their identities concealed, they definitely did not want to care about the trivial matters of the world. It would be a sin if the seniors' original intentions were affected because of them. Why don't we go to the abandoned immortal forest to take a look and ask about Zhongli Mu's current situation? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows as she pondered. Bewitching nodded, sure, let's go take a look. After the two of them decided, they headed straight to the abandoned immortal forest without informing the others. It would not be too late to tell the others after they understood the situation in the abandoned immortal forest. If the situation was unclear, it would be a burden for everyone to go together. When the two of them arrived at the abandoned immortal forest and saw the familiar scene before them, they could not help but smile. In the blink of an eye, they had not been here for more than a year. Thinking about the time they had spent training, they really missed it. Let's go take a look at Zhongli Mu's cultivation place first? Bailey Hongzhuang suggested. According to their plan, they naturally wanted to find Zhongli Mu and understand the situation before making a decision. It's been more than a year. I don't know if Zhongli Mu's cultivation place has changed. Let's go take a look first. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, but his eyes were quietly looking around, full of caution and caution. The frequency of cultivators from the immortal domain appearing in the abandoned immortal forest was increasing. In addition, after the incident back then, the number of cultivators from the immortal domain would definitely increase greatly. If they were not careful and were discovered, they would be in trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally realized the hidden danger as well, so she was very careful when she walked to avoid being noticed by other cultivators. However, when the two of them arrived at the place where Zhongli Mu used to cultivate, they found that he was nowhere to be seen. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. With Zhongli Mu's temperament, it's impossible for him to give up on cultivation. Could something have happened while we were gone? Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate face was filled with worry. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Her emotions were complicated and nervous. Don't think too much about it. Maybe that's not the case. You also know that Zhongli Mu has many different methods of cultivation. After he finishes his training in one place, he will go to another place. Let's look around here. Maybe it's not far away. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and forced herself to calm down. She couldn't imagine what they would do if something happened to Zhongli Mu because of them. After searching the vicinity for half a day, the two of them did not see Zhongli Mu's figure. Their hearts gradually sank. Let's just go to Granny Hua's place to take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little anxious that they couldn't find Zhongli Mu. They might as well go to Granny Hua's place. That way, they would know the result. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching made their decision, they quickly rushed towards Granny Hua and the others. However, on the way, they unexpectedly saw a figure. Little Blossom? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the imperial wind horse elephant in front of them in shock. Xianxia used to follow Little Blossom every day, so they were very familiar with Little Blossom. Little Blossom's eyes instantly showed a hint of joy, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye and returned to normal. Little Blossom, do you know where Zhongli Mu is? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching didn't notice the change in Little Blossom's eyes. They only wanted to know how Zhongli Mu and the others were doing. Little Blossom was a little surprised and said, Zhongli Mu is cultivating in the back. If you go now, he should still be there. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching both breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lot more at ease. How have they been recently? Did anything happen? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Little Blossom shook her head, nothing happened. Everyone is fine. It's just that there were a lot of outsiders who came to the abandoned immortal forest a while ago, causing this place to be in a mess. Recently, it's been a lot better, but sometimes, we would still see some strange strangers. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and understood. These strange people were obviously the people from the spirit-devouring mine. Luckily, the situation wasn't as bad as they were worried. As long as everyone was safe, they could be completely at ease. Little Blossom, thank you. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Actually, with Little Blossom's strength, she could already transform into a human. However, in the abandoned immortal forest, Little Blossom clearly preferred this form. Living in the form of a demon was actually safer than transforming into a human. You're welcome. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching quickly moved to the back. They now understood that the reason why they couldn't find Zhongli before was because he had changed to the opposite direction of cultivation, so they couldn't find any trace of him for a long time. Little Blossom looked at Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's figures leaving and then looked around. After confirming that it was really only the two of them, Little Blossom slowly turned around and left. Who? When Zhongli felt an aura approaching, he immediately shouted coldly. His young face was filled with sternness. During this period of time, there were always many cultivators appearing here. The frequency was many times higher than before. It was precisely because of these annoying fellows that he could only choose a place that was closer to home for his training. This way, if there was any danger, Grandpa and the others could quickly come. If Brother and the rest, they wouldn't have left. If it wasn't because of these annoying people, they wouldn't have left. Thinking back to the time when they were training together, he hated these damned bastards even more. We haven't seen each other for a while, but your temper has grown. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and walked in front of Zhongli. The aura that this guy had just released was also not weak. Zhongli didn't expect them to come. A surprised smile quickly appeared on his face. Brother D, why are you here? Zhongli quickly jumped in front of the two, his eyes filled with joy. Zhongli face was filled with distress. Ever since the spirit-devouring mine incident, there have been some annoying people coming to find you guys. In the beginning, there were people who asked about me, but because of Grandpa and the rest, they didn't ask much. After that, almost every day, there would be people wandering around like flies. It was really troublesome. I thought it was those annoying people again, so when I spoke. Zhongli scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It's really annoying to see these guys appear all day long. However, we haven't seen many people along the way today. There should be fewer people now, right? Bailey Hongshuang understood. Zhongli was already used to the peaceful life in the abandoned immortal forest. Now that he kept encountering such situations, it was natural for him to be angry. It's true that there have been fewer of them recently. These guys probably already know that there's no hope, so they've gradually stopped loitering around here. Zhongli smiled, can you guys come back now? We are also thinking about this problem, so we wanted to ask you, what do Granny Hua and the rest think? Bewitching said slowly. Zhongli shook his head, his expression calm. Now that the storm is almost over, you guys can come back. Granny Hua and the rest didn't take this matter to heart. A few days ago, I heard them talking about how they missed Sister Hongshuang's cooking. I don't know when you guys will come back. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up. Just by hearing Zhongli words, she could imagine the scene of the seniors talking about it. Is what you said true? You know my character, I won't lie. Zhongli said seriously, my grandpa said that those people won't dare to touch you in the abandoned immortal forest, so you can rest assured. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other, and their hearts were at ease. Come back soon, it's too boring for me to cultivate alone. Zhongli face was bitter. Thinking back to when everyone was together, even if it was just mining in the spirit-devouring mine, he still felt that it was interesting. Looking at Zhongli childish appearance, Bailey Hongshuang smiles faintly, let's go see Master first. If there's really no problem, we'll come back. That's great. Zhongli said excitedly, don't worry, Grandma Hua will definitely agree. Bailey Hongshuang followed Zhongli to Granny Hua's residence. Granny Hua was sunbathing in the courtyard as usual and drying the herbs. Hearing the footsteps outside, Granny Hua raised her head. Grandma Hua, look who's here. Noticing Bailey Hongshuang and Lin Sanjiu, Granny Hua revealed a warm smile on her face. You two brats are finally back. Master, Bailey Hongshuang quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple has caused trouble for Master. The smile in Granny Hua's eyes deepened. She waved her hand and said, it's just a small matter, don't take it to heart. However, you brats leave for a year and a half every time. That's quite a long time. Feeling Granny Hua's kindness, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, we were worried that we would cause trouble when we came back, so we went out to train. Yu Hong and the others rushed over when they heard that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had returned. Seeing that the two of them had grown a lot in the past year, a gratified smile appeared on their weathered faces. You little fellows have been living a fulfilling life in the upper realm. I haven't seen you for a while and you've run off to train again? Yu Hong looked at the two of them with a smile. There was a trace of doubt between his brows. I see that your cultivation hasn't improved much, but it seems like there's a change in your state of mind. As experts of the immortal region, Yu Hong and the others were very sensitive to such things. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's spirits were clearly different from before. Such changes were often caused by changes in their state of mind. Bewitching smiled faintly and nodded. Senior's eyes are really sharp. Just based on how diligent you two are, you'll be able to make a name for yourself in the immortal region in the future. Yu Hong's face was full of praise. Having lived to this age, he had seen too many cultivators. Many cultivators began to enjoy a peaceful life after achieving some results. As time passed, the superiority they had at the beginning no longer existed. Similarly, there were also some cultivators who never stopped working hard. This would only make them better and better. Clearly, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching belonged to the latter. Zhongli Xiaoran slowly said, the place you went to train this time is not simple. You can see it too? Hu Shukong smiled faintly. He was very clear about the strength of these two little fellows. They were both heavenly geniuses, but there was still a gap in their state of mind. This wasn't to say that the two of them didn't have enough comprehension. There was a certain relationship between their state of mind and age. If they hadn't reached that age, it would be difficult to see through many things. However, the two-'s state of mind had improved by quite a bit. They must have encountered an incredible place to train. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a big change to occur in such a short period of time. Seeing that the seniors could see through all of this so easily, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. The seniors' insight was indeed not something they could compare to. Just as the two of them were about to explain the situation, Yu Hong suddenly said, did you come back to see how we old folks are doing, or do you plan to continue your studies? Without waiting for the two to answer, Yu Hong continued, I haven't really learned what I learned back then. It's already been more than a year. If I don't continue learning, I'm afraid I'll forget everything I learned before. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed inwardly. Senior Yu Hong was as cute as ever. Although he was asking them, his attitude was very obvious. He hoped that they could come back. This feeling made them feel very warm. The seniors were like the elders of the family, always taking care of them with tolerance. In fact, they didn't do anything. They just cooked every day. This kind of small matter was not a problem at all. However, the seniors were not stingy with their guidance. Senior, we were planning to come back anyway, but we were worried about the situation here, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. We don't need to care about those small fries, Hu Shukong said arrogantly. Granny Hua also said, those guys don't have that much patience. They haven't found any trace of you after such a long time. They've already given up. Nowadays, the cultivators who occasionally appear here are usually some idle cultivators from the immortal region who want to come here to try their luck. As long as you pay attention, this won't be a problem. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and made their decision. We'll go back and tell everyone, then we'll come together, but... Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. This time, they had something to tell the seniors. Bewitching naturally understood what she meant, and immediately said, Senior, after my big brother found out that we came to the abandoned immortal forest, he also wants to come and take a look. Is that okay? When he said this, Bewitching was also in a difficult position. Back then, the seniors had clearly told him not to casually bring others here. However, Xiaofeng was his big brother, and he was also very curious about this place, so he didn't want to disappoint him. Granny Hua and the others frowned, clearly not expecting this kind of problem. He's your biological big brother? Yu Hong asked. Bewitching nodded, yes. That means this kid should be very handsome. Your whole family is very good looking. Yu Hong smiled faintly. In that case, my disciples' looks are slightly inferior. If when Xiren was here and heard his master say this, his face would definitely have darkened. However, Zhongli Xiaoran didn't seem to be joking at all. He said in a low voice, "Back then, we should have already explained things very clearly. Although we don't know how you came here, a secret is a secret because very few people know about it. If more and more people know about it, then it won't be a secret anymore. Any existence that disrupts the balance of the world will have certain hidden dangers. If this continues, things will only get more and more troublesome." Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen weren't surprised by Zhongli Xiaoran's reprimand. Although this was a reprimand, they knew that Zhongli Xiaoran was doing this for their own good. "Zhongli Xiaoran, we understand what you're saying, but," Di Beichen frowned slightly. They were indeed in the wrong. Under such circumstances, it seemed that anything they said would be wrong and meaningless. However, when he thought of his elder brother's hopeful look, he could not break his hopes. If it really didn't work, he could only ask his big brother to wait for a while longer. At this moment, Granny Hua said, "Since he's your biological brother, he should be trustworthy, right?" "Granny, don't worry. You can definitely trust my brother." Granny Hua sighed, "This is the last time." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Grandma." It was only after Bailey Hongzhuang and Gu Ruoyun had left that Zhongli Xiaoran looked at the flower with a serious expression. "Didn't I say last time that this will not happen again? You really don't have any principles. I know what you're worried about, but these little fellows have their own good luck, so there shouldn't be any problems. They should know their limits and won't do such a thing in the future," the flower said slowly. "Alas." Zhongli Xiaoran shook his head, "Forget it. These little fellows won't stay here for too long. They'll go to the chaotic immortal region in the future." The senior's expressions became complicated. Needless to say, the appearance of these little fellows really brought them a lot of joy. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen told everyone the news, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. "We can finally go back." Shangguan Yingying's face was full of joy. "I happened to encounter some problems while studying runes recently. I didn't know when I would be able to go back and ask Master, but I didn't expect to be able to go back so soon." "Is Master and the others all right?" Xiren asked with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "Don't worry, what happened back then didn't affect them much." "That's good." After everyone made the decision, they made a special trip to Emperor Cloud City. After not going back for so long, they naturally had to buy more things to show filial piety to their master. At the same time, Di Beichen went to Di Xiaofeng's residence. Di Xiaofeng hadn't come out since he made up his mind to go into seclusion. It could be seen that this time he really made up his mind. After hearing someone knock on the door, Di Xiaofeng felt a little strange. After opening the door and seeing a familiar figure, he smiled. "Beichen, why are you looking for me today?" "Big brother, I have good news for you." Di Beichen smiled faintly. "What good news?" Di Xiaofeng was a little puzzled. He had been in the family all this time, so there shouldn't be any problems. "We are preparing to go to the abandoned immortal forest. Do you want to go with us?" As Di Beichen's voice fell, Di Xiaofeng's face flashed with a moment of sluggishness, followed by ecstasy. "Is what you said true? We can go to the abandoned immortal forest soon?" Ever since he learned about the abandoned immortal forest from Di Beichen, he had been looking forward to going there as soon as possible. That was a stronger world. He didn't know how different it was from the upper realm. He was really curious. Di Beichen nodded slightly. "That's right. Hong Zhuang and the others have already gone to Emperor Cloud City to buy things. When they come back, we will prepare to go. Take advantage of this time to prepare and bring some things you need. We will be leaving soon." "No problem." Di Xiaofeng agreed. He turned around and was about to pack up, but the moment he turned around, he stopped and said happily, "Beichen, thank you very much." Even if he went to the abandoned immortal forest, it didn't mean that he could become a person of the immortal realm. But because it was his dream since he was young, this mattered for him. Di Beichen chuckled. Although he felt very embarrassed when he mentioned this matter to the seniors, at this moment, seeing his big brother's happy appearance, he felt that everything was worth it. In fact, he was to have such a big brother. He's as and hopes as hope. He's tsant's hope. SSS and SSS and S and by beasts and S ants. TTT des. To T with their current strength, they couldn't do anything for the seniors, so they could only do their best to make the seniors happy. If these delicious snacks could make the seniors happy, they would naturally prepare more. Ying and I have tasted all the delicious things in Emperor Cloud City, so we know what's good. It's easy to buy them now. Wen Xiren chuckled. The two of them often took Xiaohei and Xiaobai for a stroll in Emperor Cloud City. On one hand, they were greedy, and on the other hand, they wanted to buy some delicious snacks to bring back to the abandoned immortal forest. Bailey Hongzhuang went to buy some daily necessities after seeing Xiren and the others buy snacks with ease. The seniors were fine, but Zhong Limu cultivated all day long, so his clothes were worn out very quickly. Moreover, her master said that some things in the house were broken. She always remembered it in her heart. This time, she went back and replaced all the things in the house with new ones. After everything was prepared, everyone returned to the D family with smiles on their faces. They couldn't help but be happy at the thought of going back. Bailey Hongzhuang left all the medicine she had with the family and informed her parents that she would be in seclusion for a while before returning. Lan Yunxiao and the others weren't surprised when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's decision. Although these kids weren't in seclusion before, they were still very busy. This seclusion would probably take a few months, so they decided to go to the Mercenary Association to gain experience. They hadn't been there for a while, so it was time for them to gain some experience. The D family's elder in charge of managing the cultivation resources was full of smiles every time he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. His young madam was really a treasure. Every time the young madam came, she would take out some very precious medicine. Every time he brought out the medicine in the resource room, all the young cultivators seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Speaking of which, it was interesting. Originally, obtaining the medicine would increase the strength of the young cultivators, which was the reward. But now, the young cultivators cared more about who could obtain the medicine through their own efforts. No matter who obtained the potion, it would be an incomparably glorious matter. When they first discovered this, they were a little surprised. However, after discovering that this was a healthy competition, they no longer cared about it. Normally, it would take a lot of effort to get these young fellows to work harder. Now that these young fellows were working so hard themselves, they naturally couldn't be happier. In just a short period of time, everyone discovered that the overall strength of the younger generation of cultivators had improved a lot compared to before. Almost every little one had set the young master and young madam as their goals. The boys hoped that they could become a majestic hero like the young master, while the girls hoped to become an existence like the young madam. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others packed up everything, they went to the abandoned immortal forest together. Di Xiaofeng only knew that it was all thanks to Bailey Hongzhuang, but he didn't know how to get to the abandoned immortal forest. After he and Bailey Yunyan entered the Chaos Ring, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. Hongzhuang, your ring is too shocking. Bailey Yunyan's face was filled with disbelief. An ordinary ring actually had such a magnificent palace inside. Even though she had seen many small worlds, the small world in front of her still shocked her. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. The Chaos Ring had always been mysterious. She used to think that the most important thing was to study here. Now, this passage had become the most precious thing. After a short moment of shock, Di Xiaofeng also understood what this meant. His expression immediately became serious. Yunyan, you can't tell anyone about this. With their strength and status in the upper realm, there were very few people who dared to scheme against them. However, if everyone knew that there was an entrance to the immortal region, then everyone would go crazy and fight over it. Once that happened, things would become troublesome. Bailey Yunyan slightly nodded. She also understood. Xiaofeng, don't worry. I definitely won't say anything. Bailey Yunyan's expression was serious. Hongzhuang was the person she wanted to thank the most. No matter what, she wouldn't do anything to harm Hongzhuang. Seeing how serious the two of them were, Bailey Hongzhuang also smiled. Since you've decided to go together, I trust you. There was no need to say more about the trust between them. No matter if it was Xiaofeng or Yunyan, they definitely wouldn't do anything to harm everyone. When everyone arrived at the abandoned immortal forest, they saw the forest full of vitality. Everyone closed their eyes. A cool breeze blew past. The tip of their nose was filled with the fresh fragrance of grass. We're finally back. Xiaoxuanzi's face was filled with joy. He couldn't help but look around. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Xiaoxuanzi's expression. A faint smile appeared in her eyes. Out of all of them, the one who wanted to come back the most was Xiaoxuanzi. Unknowingly, he had been separated from Xiaohua for a year. Previously, when she mentioned seeing Xiaohua, she clearly felt Xiaoxuanzi's expression change. However, she forced herself not to say anything. Now that they were back, Xiaoxuanzi should be looking for Xiaohua again. Little Xuanzi, Little Blossom should be around here. You can take action again. When Xiren looked at Xiaoxuanzi with a smile on his face. You've been chasing after her for quite a while now. Try to succeed as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiaoxuanzi smiled faintly. I'll fight for it. You better hope that there are no other imperial wind horse elephants around Little Blossom during this time. Bailey Xianxia chuckled softly. Even though this fellow had not been here for a long time, he would often talk about Little Blossom. It was fine that she was complaining about Little Flower, but now she was complaining about him. That was intolerable. Shut your crow's beak, this is absolutely impossible. Xiaoxuanzi's expression was solemn as he continued, although Little Blossom hasn't promised me yet, I know she has me in her heart, so the things you're thinking about won't happen. Bailey Xianxia chuckled. He was just saying it casually. In his heart, he still hoped that Xiaoxuanzi could succeed as soon as possible. After listening to Bewitching's warning, Xiaoxuanzi also knew the importance of this matter. He immediately nodded and said, Master, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bewitching nodded slightly. Although Xiaoxuanzi's personality was more jumpy, he still knew the importance of this matter. Look at you, why don't you go and find Little Blossom first? Bewitching said, anyway, Master and the others know about your situation and are used to it. They still remembered Granny Hua's strange expression when she found out that Xiaoxuanzi was pursuing Little Blossom. This kind of fate was really unimaginable. However, Granny Hua also encouraged Xiaoxuanzi after being shocked for a short while, telling him to do his best. It was because of Granny Hua's encouragement that Xiaoxuanzi was as if he was injected with chicken blood. He was even more determined to succeed as soon as possible and not let Granny Hua down. Xiaoxuanzi scratched his head, and his face showed that he was thinking, then I'll leave first. After I get Little Blossom, I'll bring her to see Granny Hua. Otherwise, it'll be really embarrassing. When these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but chuckle. They didn't expect Xiaoxuanzi to care about his face. After Xiaoxuanzi left, Xiren said, Xiaoxuanzi has been pursuing Little Blossom for a long time, right? After so long, he still hasn't gotten her. Could it be that he has no chance? Everyone fell into silence. Although they always joked about this matter, they still hoped that Xiaoxuanzi could succeed as soon as possible. Just based on Xiaoxuanzi's flirtatious and infatuated personality, if he failed, he would definitely be very sad. Then we'll have to see if Little Blossom has a beast in her heart. If she doesn't, Xiaoxuanzi's chances should still be very high. Bailey Xianxia thought and said. He felt that Xiaoxuanzi was still very charming, the most important thing is that Xiaoxuanzi has lost a lot of weight. He can be considered to be elegant. Do you know the standard of what the imperial wind horse elephant likes? Ling'er raised her eyebrows and asked. Bailey Xianxia shook his head slightly, I don't know about that. Low-level beasts all liked beasts of the same race. High-level beasts didn't need to care about this after transforming into human form. However, every beast had their own thoughts. What kind of appearance they liked, only they knew in their hearts. Nobody expected that Xiaoxuanzi would like that. And even felt that Xiaoxuanzi's taste was beyond their expectations. However, when they thought about it, it wasn't a big deal. None of them had seen Little Flower transform into a human before. That's right. That's right. She's so. She. If. She is. She is. To it. In is she. She is. However, it was quickly found by Xiaoxuanzi every time. Don't you see anything in this? Hearing Ling Er's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned and look at each other. Things that they couldn't figure out seemed to have been directly pointed out by Ling Er in a few words. At this moment, everyone realized that Ling Er, who rarely spoke, was the real intelligent beast. Does this count as seeing through Little Blossom's thoughts? The truth was out. Following Ling Er's question, everyone felt that it was the truth. Looks like we don't have to worry about Xianxia anymore. Bewitching chuckled. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia's love life was pretty smooth. If they hadn't left the upper realm due to various reasons, they might have been together by now. This is great for Xianxia. We won't leave the abandoned immortal forest for the time being, so he has enough time. He should be able to succeed this time. When Xiran looked ahead with a smile. It seemed that their team was getting stronger and stronger. After everyone arrived at Granny Hua's residence, the 4 seniors appeared in front of everyone. Master. When Xiran looked at Yu Hong with a face full of joy. I brought a lot of your favorite snacks to show my filial piety to you this time. Yu Hong's eyes instantly lit up, and a thick smile appeared on his face. You have a conscience, kid. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also surrounded them with smiles. Master, we've gathered all the good food that we could find this time. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. We'll bring more in the future. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. After filling the entire courtyard with food, their expressions were a little dazed. Along the way, in their minds, these seniors were all rare experts. They had been thinking about how to gain the seniors' approval, but they didn't expect to see such a situation after arriving. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Granny Hua and the others naturally knew that these little fellows were thinking of ways to curry favor with them. Of course, this also included their filial piety. In the past, every time they came, these little fellows would thoughtfully prepare the food that they liked. This time, they hadn't been back for so long, so this situation was within their expectations. However, since they had already agreed, they naturally wouldn't say anything more. Not bad, these things taste good. Yu Hong's face revealed a satisfied smile. You have some understanding of master's taste. When Xiran smiled. Although he did not know how to cook, he had noticed his master's favorite dishes. Granny Hua and Hu Shukong were naturally full of smiles. Zhongli Xiaoran had always been serious. Although he was eating, his expression was still somewhat serious. Zhongli Mu noticed his grandfather's expression and felt a little helpless. He knew his grandfather's personality very well. He never liked unexpected situations. However, he also understood that his grandfather had already accepted it. He just didn't want to admit it. Grandpa, look, these are the new clothes that big sister Hong Zhuang bought for you. The size is just right for you. Take a look and see if you like them. Zhongli Mu took the clothes and walked over to Zhongli Xiaoran with a smile. Zhongli Xiaoran raised his eyes to look at the clothes. Before he could say anything, Hu Shukong had already walked over. These clothes are not bad. Didn't you always say that your clothes were worn out? Isn't it good to have new ones now? Bailey Hongzhuang took out another recliner and said, Master, don't you usually like to bask in the sun here? So I bought you a recliner. What do you think? Granny Hua often tidied up the herbs in the courtyard. Every time she was done, she would lie down in the courtyard for a while. However, her own reclining chair had been creaking for a long time. Just as she was thinking about how to get a new one, Hong Zhuang brought one over. How could she not be surprised? Yu Hong's eyes lit up when he saw the reclining chair. This reclining chair is much better than the one Granny Hua had. I like it too. In reality, it wasn't just Granny Hua. The seniors all liked to sunbathe in the courtyard. When Xiran was dumbfounded. This time, he had only thought that his master was a foodie, so he had not noticed this point. Looking at Xiran's expression, how could Yu Hong not know what he was thinking? Look, you still have a lot to learn. Xiran hurriedly nodded, Master, I'll definitely bring everything you need next time. Looking at this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. The reason why she bought these things was that she suddenly remembered that the several seniors were very strong, but the place where they lived was very simple. Many things could even be called simple. Because there were so many of them living together, the seniors had even specially built a house for them. It was naturally very simple to make with the materials in the abandoned immortal forest. However, the materials used were not ordinary. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It was very comfortable. In the past, when she mentioned this to Granny Hua only said that the materials in the immortal domain were more plentiful. In the abandoned immortal forest, everything was simpler. This time, she remembered this point and appreciated it. Fortunately, the seniors all seemed to like it. Senior Yu, I prepared 4 reclining chairs this time. With that, 3 more reclining chairs appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Yu Hong and Hu Shukong revealed a wide smile. Hong Zhuang is indeed smart. She remembers everything. Haha. Grandpa, you look at the reclining chair? Zhongli Mu looked at Zhongli Xiaoran. Zhongli Xiaoran looked at the reclining chair, then looked at the smiling Bailey Hongzhuang before nodding. It's indeed not bad. Seeing that Zhongli Xiaoran was no longer as serious as before, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Zhongli might not have taught them much, but he was actually the strongest of the 4 seniors. Even if it was just some simple pointers, they would still benefit greatly from it. Thus, no one wanted to make Senior Zhongli unhappy. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan glanced at each other. They didn't know that Zhongli Xiaoran's expression was like this because of their appearance. They only thought that Zhongli Xiaoran was an extraordinary character. This is your big brother? Zhongli Xiaoran turned his gaze to Di Xiaofeng. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well, but it seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Di Baichen nodded slightly. This is my big brother, Di Xiaofeng. Greetings, senior. Di Xiaofeng took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. Granny Hua and the others had already noticed Di Xiaofeng. Now that they took a closer look, they realized that he was indeed a bit similar to Di Baichen. They were both elegant and handsome men. Zhongli Xiaoran nodded slightly. Since you're here, then cultivate well. Leaving behind these words, Zhongli Xiaoran slowly walked away. That old man's personality is like that. I'm afraid he won't change in this lifetime. Yu Hong shook his head. It's fine if he had such a bad temper in the immortal domain. I didn't expect him to still be like that in the abandoned immortal forest. Hu Shukong chuckled. Old man Zhongli's arrogance comes from his bones. How can it be changed so easily? Granny Hua looked at Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan with a satisfied smile. 2 good children. Cultivate well in the future. Thank you, senior. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan bowed with a smile. Other than Zhongli Xiaoran, the other 3 seniors were easy to get along with. This made them feel more at ease. The following days returned to how it was a year ago. The only difference was that everyone's cultivation method had changed. Due to the fact that there would be cultivators from the immortal domain nearby, everyone could only stay close to their residences. This way, if there were any problems, the seniors would be the first to know. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan were extremely surprised by the magic of the abandoned immortal forest. There was no spirit gathering formation here, but the spirit energy density was not weak at all. The most important thing was that the method of cultivation was different from what they usually did. Originally, Di Xiaofeng still didn't understand. It wasn't until Di Baichen showed him the power of the move that he realized that this seemingly simple move had such great power. No wonder your strength can't be measured by common sense. So your cultivation methods are so different. Di Baichen smiled faintly. We started late. The strongest among us is Zhongli Mu. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. He didn't doubt this at all. Previously, when he saw Zhongli Mu cultivate, he realized that this kid, who seemed to be in his 20s, was extraordinarily strong. If he went to the upper realm, all the geniuses would not be called geniuses. However, when he thought about how this was the immortal domain, his heart calmed down. After all, cultivators from different realms couldn't be compared. There were as many experts here as there were clouds. The cultivation resources were also much better. It would be strange if the cultivators here were similar to the upper realm. According to what you said, one can only ascend to the crossing immortal domain after breaking through to the radiant sun realm. Di Xiaofeng frowned. With our current strength, there's still some distance before we can break through to the radiant sun realm. Di Baichen. Bewitching's expression also turned serious. Right. Now, the most important thing for us is to raise our cultivation. Every cultivator from the immortal domain is stronger than us. If we don't have the strength, we can only rely on the protection of the 4 seniors. We can't go anywhere. I understand. Di Xiaofeng's expression was heavy. He wanted to take a good look at the true appearance of the immortal realms. However, if he wanted to do so, he had to have the corresponding strength. Ever since he was despised by the 9-tailed inferno fox, Di Xiaofeng made up his mind to cultivate hard. He must raise his cultivation and not let the 9-tailed inferno fox look down on him. When Bailey Yunyan saw that everyone was working so hard, she also became even more hardworking. She knew all too well that everyone present had a higher cultivation talent than her. Furthermore, she was the weakest among them. They cultivated day after day. It seemed like every day was the same, but in the process, everyone's strength was constantly increasing. Zhong Limu was in a good mood every day. As long as there were people cultivating with him, he felt that he was not the only one working hard. Most importantly, everyone was trying their best to catch up with each other. Even the boring training of cultivators had become very interesting. As usual, Bailey Hongzhuang cultivated during the day and learned medical skills from Granny Hua at night. Hongzhuang, wake up early tomorrow morning and come with me to pick herbs. Granny Hua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. The place we're going to this time is a little far, but there are many herbs that you haven't seen before. You've read a lot of medical books recently. Go pick some herbs and have a look. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She knew that Granny Hua wanted to test her. Okay. Fortunately, she had already reviewed the knowledge in the medical books when she was in the family. She remembered these things by heart. However, she also understood that it was one thing to read the descriptions of herbs in the books and another thing to actually see the herbs. Therefore, it was obviously not enough for any doctor to just read the medical books. They also needed to understand the environment of the herbs. Granny, when I was in the upper realm, my disguise was still useful. However, facing the powerhouses of the immortal region, these disguises are useless. I wonder if you have any ideas? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She had already realized this when she was taken to the spirit-devouring mine. In front of the powerhouses of the immortal region, the disguises were useless. On the contrary, the superfluous methods would be even more suspicious. However, they had caused such a big commotion in the spirit-devouring mine. Presumably, many people had already seen their portraits. Once they went to the chaotic immortal region, it was hard to guarantee that they would not be recognized. How precious was the spirit-devouring mine, if they were recognized, everyone would treat them as targets. The situation would definitely become very difficult. If you want to disguise yourself, it's best to have a high-grade mask. These masks can make people unable to recognize your true appearance. However, amongst the numerous immortal artifacts, this mask was the rarest and most valuable. It would be fine if there was only one person, but there are so many of you. It's impossible to gather so many masks. Granny Hua's eyes were filled with wisdom. Even if she only noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, she had already guessed her thoughts. Apart from that, there is another method. This method requires the use of a special kind of medicinal herb. It just so happens that the place I'm taking you to tomorrow has this kind of medicinal herb. I'll let you see it then. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said excitedly, "Thank you, Grandma." Bailey Hongzhuang had already gotten up when the night gradually faded and the sky had not yet turned white. As soon as she went out, she found that Granny Hua was already waiting for her in the courtyard. She immediately carried the bamboo basket and followed Granny Hua outside. She was already very familiar with this kind of situation. It was just that she woke up especially early this time. When Granny Hua first brought her to pick medicinal herbs, they were all in the vicinity. As time passed, the places they went became more and more distant. Bailey Hongzhuang followed behind Granny Hua all the way to the front. Don't look at Granny Hua's age, her body was stronger than many young people. Faintly, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that with Granny Hua's strength, this should not be Granny Hua's appearance. This was because a cultivator's lifespan would increase with their strength. She was not sure how strong Granny Hua was, but to be able to block the people from the spirit-devouring mine, just this point alone was enough to prove her strength. Perhaps there was some hidden reason. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a while and decided to let go of this idea. In reality, regardless of whether it was Granny Hua or the other three seniors, with their strength, they would definitely have a place in the salted fish. They were willing to give up everything to settle down in the abandoned immortal forest and live such a poor life. This was already very strange. As the two walked further and further, the originally dark sky unknowingly became brighter. The fragrance of the grass lingered around the tip of their noses. The grass by the side of the road still had dew droplets hanging on it. They could faintly hear the sound of birds not far away. This scene was like going out for a walk. Whether it was Granny Hua or Bailey Hongshuang, they were both in a good mood. However, Granny Hua obviously hoped that Bailey Hongshuang would spend more time on learning, so she would occasionally ask some questions to test her. Bailey Hongshuang answered every question seriously. She had already memorized the contents of a few medical books. During this period of time, Granny Hua taught her the effects of these herbs after fusing them with the upper realms herbs. Because these were herbs that she had never come into contact with before, the medicinal effects would be different. If she did not understand this point, she would not be able to do any deeper research in the future. Bailey Hongshuang had always been serious and strict with her medical skills. Because if there was a slight mistake, it might not be of use at a crucial moment. She was not willing to let such a thing happen, so she could only learn everything thoroughly. Granny Hua saw all of this and became more and more satisfied. None of the cultivators who could reach the immortal domain were simple. Everyone had enough opportunities and worked hard to reach this place. However, there were still some differences between geniuses. Bailey Hongshuang's characteristics were exactly what she admired. It's the one in front. Granny Hua pointed at the hillside in front of them. From afar, it looked no different from the weeds on the roadside. However, Bailey Hongshuang knew that these were all very precious medicinal herbs. The potions made from these herbs were often very effective. She had already picked a lot of them along the way. It was obviously not enough for her to raise the cultivators of the Bailey family, the D family, and the Lin family by herself. What's more, she still had clans and sects in the lower realm. Therefore, she had already given the recipe to the doctors of the Bailey family and the D family. When the time came, she only needed to bring the herbs back and everyone would be able to concoct the medicine. That would be much more convenient. Slowly approaching the hillside, Granny Hua casually found a place to sit down. Come and identify these medicinal herbs. Yes. Bailey Hongshuang took 2 steps forward and slowly squatted down, looking at the green plants. This is Lingji. Grass. It can help a cultivator's wounds heal. Regardless of whether it's internal or external injuries, it has a very good effect. Bailey Hongshuang dug out a stalk of medicinal herb. Her bright white face rippled with a faint smile. Lingji grass is very delicate, so when you dig out the herb, you must take out the entire stalk. Once there's a fracture, unless you consume it immediately, the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced. After dealing with the soil on the stalk, Bailey Hongshuang placed the Lingji grass into the bamboo basket. Looking around, there were quite a lot of Lingji grass around. Although Lingji grass was not a very rare medicinal herb, its usage rate was very high. That was why it was given such a name. Granny Hua nodded slightly. Look over there. What's that? Bailey Hongshuang turned her eyes to the side. A green plant with a hint of purple appeared in her line of sight. This is purple grass. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment. But after carefully sizing it up, she said, no, this is young purple grass. Purple grass and young purple grass look very similar in appearance. However, there are some differences on the back of the stalk and leaves. This is young purple grass. Unlike the uncertainty from before, Bailey Hongshuang's voice had become certain. Granny Hua's eyes were filled with a satisfied smile. She felt that teaching this disciple was much easier than teaching others in the past. This point was clear. Moreover, the more she looked, the more satisfied she was with her ability to analyze. After testing Bailey Hongshuang on several medicinal herbs, Granny Hua came to the top of the hill. She pointed at a very inconspicuous medicinal herb and said, the question you asked me last night, the solution is this. Hearing that, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed. The medicinal herb in front of her was too small compared to the other medicinal herbs. It was completely inconspicuous. If Granny Hua did not specifically mention this herb, she was afraid that she would not have noticed it at all. However, when she shifted her gaze to the herb, she vaguely felt a moment of absent-mindedness. When she looked again to confirm whether she had seen wrongly, she discovered that the situation did not occur again. She could only assume that she had seen wrongly. As Bailey Hongzhuang approached, Granny Hua had been paying attention to her changes. However, when she realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm and did not change at all, a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Grandma, what kind of medicinal herb is this? I haven't seen any related records in medical books." Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Granny Hua carefully looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "You didn't have any hallucinations when you saw the illusory grass?" "Illusory grass?" Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Illusory grass, as its name implies, causes people who see it to hallucinate. Don't underestimate it just because it's a small stalk of grass. Even those fellows from the immortal region would fall into confusion when they see it. It has a special kind of magic. Although it's not fatal, it often causes people to dream. Granny Hua smiled faintly. "With your cultivation, if you saw this illusory grass, I'm afraid that you would fall asleep here. I didn't expect that you were not affected at all. It's really strange." Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood that the seemingly ordinary and mediocre grass in front of her actually had such a big effect. She was shocked in her heart. However, she understood her own situation very well. "I didn't expect this grass to have such a powerful effect." Bailey Hongzhuang picked up the illusory grass. "The world is truly full of wonders." Granny Hua nodded. "The illusory grass isn't usually used in many ways. It's the most important medicinal ingredient when you don't need the disguise pill. After taking the disguise pill, even the cultivators of the immortal region won't be able to see through your disguise for a while. However, this is also related to the other party's strength. If the other party's strength is extremely strong, then it's still possible to be seen through." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. Actually, no matter what kind of disguise, once a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, they would be able to see through it. In addition, there's another problem. The illusory grass's medicinal effect can only last for 7 days. If you want to continue the disguise after 7 days, then you have to take another disguise pill. This is also the flaw of the disguise pill. However, compared to other methods of disguise, this is already very good. Granny Hua was somewhat helpless. The cultivators of the immortal region could already be called immortals. They weren't mortals like the human eye. It was too easy for them to see through a person's disguise. Therefore, although the disguise pill's medicinal effect was short, its value was not low. This was because in a critical moment, this disguise pill could be used to save one's life. "I understand." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "This disguise pill is used in critical moments to escape." "That's right." Granny Hua nodded and placed the illusory grass into the bamboo basket. Then she said, "No matter where you are, strength is the foundation of survival. As long as you're strong enough, this illusory grass won't be needed. I hope that one day, we won't need to rely on the illusory grass." Her pitch-black phoenix eyes blossomed with a dazzling luster. Even if their current cultivation was completely suppressed in the immortal region, her heart was still filled with confidence. She believed that success depended on people. Every cultivator here had grown from weak to strong. As long as they persevered, sooner or later, they would also be able to become a proper member of the immortal region. Granny Hua was clearly more interested in Bailey Hongzhuang's ability to see through the illusory grass. "This is the divine ability you obtained in the upper realm?" "Divine ability? I know very well how powerful the illusory grass is. So many cultivators in the immortal realms were unable to see through it, but you were able to see through it. This ability is truly not simple. Only innate techniques can achieve this." Granny Hua's eyes flashed with a wise luster. The power of a divine ability is very strong. It is different from a martial skill, which can be mastered as long as one learns it. However, a divine ability requires the cultivator to have a certain level of comprehension to be able to master it. "I see." Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. After she obtained the inheritance of the abyss of the Sea of Bitterness, she felt that this power was very amazing. It was completely different from the ability she usually obtained. I wonder if Granny has heard of the Bitter Sea Abyss? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Ever since she learned from Granny Hua, she found out that there was not only one upper realm in the lower realm, but there were many parallel realms. However, since Granny Flower knew about the existence of the upper realm, she felt that she might have also heard of the Bitter Sea Abyss. Bitter Sea Abyss? Granny Hua was startled. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You went to the Bitter Sea Abyss? Beichen and I both obtained the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss. No wonder. Granny Hua understood and shook her head with a faint smile. The Bitter Sea Abyss is very powerful, but very few people dare to go there. You two little guys are really newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. You even dare to go to such a place. We also found the Bitter Sea Abyss by chance. Do you know why there are so many planes, but we all know about the existence of the upper realm? Is it because of the Bitter Sea Abyss? Bailey Hongzhuang said in surprise. Granny Hua nodded slightly. The Bitter Sea Abyss is a very powerful inheritance. Even the cultivators of the immortal region would want to explore it. Because the heavenly eye ability is really too powerful. Not only can it see through all fabrications, but it can also make the cultivator's cultivation journey much smoother. I didn't expect you to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Bitter Sea Abyss. It's really amazing. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang saw deep admiration in Granny Hua's eyes. In the past, when Granny Hua praised her, it was usually the praise of a senior to a junior. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that it was the admiration of a peer. The two were completely different. It's really too difficult to pass through the Bitter Sea Abyss. Even the cultivators of the immortal region would find it difficult to succeed. You being able to obtain this inheritance also proves your ability. Granny Hua's tone had a hint of pride. Her disciple was able to do this. Her temperament was already stronger than many people. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Granny, if you go, you will definitely succeed. However, Granny Hua shook her head. If we go, I'm afraid we won't be able to come out. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. She felt that the seniors were very powerful and their temperaments must be very firm. It shouldn't be a problem for them to succeed. We old people have our own obsessions in our hearts. The longer we live, the deeper the obsessions in our hearts. Most people can't get rid of this obsessions. Granny Hua sighed. Do you know the reason why so many cultivators in the immortal domain coveted the ability of the Heaven's Eye but none of them went? That is, they know very well that even if they go, they may not succeed. On the contrary, it is very likely that they will be trapped in eternal pain. So far, there has only been one person who has successfully passed the trial. Therefore, the fact that you and Beichen were able to pass the trial is an incredible achievement, and an achievement that you should be proud of. Granny Hua smiled kindly. She was truly proud of the two little fellows. Such results were enough to make many people in the immortal domain look at them in a new light. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Even though she also felt that it was very difficult to pass the level, she did not expect Granny Hua to give her such a high evaluation. It turned out that the upper realm also had some things that the cultivators of the immortal region had to take seriously. Unconsciously, even she felt proud of the upper realm. Old man Zhongli doesn't know that all of you have passed through the Bitter Sea Abyss. If he knew, I'm afraid that he wouldn't continue to put on a straight face all day long. Granny Hua laughed softly. Why? Could it be that Senior Zhongli also wants to go to the Bitter Sea Abyss? Granny Hua shook her head. Among all of us, he is the most stubborn. The Bitter Sea Abyss is a place that he will never be able to pass. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Senior Zhongli's appearance, she thought that he had always been like this. Now it seemed that Senior Zhongli had experienced many things in the past, which led to the current change. However, thinking about it carefully, she felt that the four seniors must have some things that they didn't want to talk about in the past. Otherwise, with their strength, why would they live in seclusion in the mountains? After picking the herbs, Bailey Hongzhuang and Granny Hua went back together. Granny Hua went back to her residence, while Bailey Hongzhuang went to the place where everyone was cultivating and joined them. During these days of cultivation, everyone's life was very fulfilling. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan also used their performance to win the seniors' favor. The four seniors were tolerant people, and seeing Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's hard work, they were completely at ease. They had already accepted these disciples and treated them as their own people. They didn't want the appearance of others to affect the safety of their own disciples. This was the situation that they didn't want to see the most. However, there were some episodes in the process of cultivation. After a long time, it was inevitable that they would encounter cultivators from the immortal domain. Even though it had been more than a year, there were still some cultivators who came here to try their luck. The cultivators who came here weren't looking for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, but like those guys, they wanted to capture people and sell the spirit devouring or to earn some money. Therefore, everyone in the abandoned immortal forest was their target. However, just as these guys appeared, Senior Yu Hong had already appeared. He didn't give them any chance to explain and directly sent them flying with a punch. In the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, the cultivators from the immortal domain were extremely powerful, but in front of Yu Hong, they were like little sheep without the strength to truss up a chicken. They were easily sent flying. It wasn't until that moment that they realized how terrifying the senior's strength was. Senior Yu was already so powerful, what more the strongest Senior Zhongli? I always thought that the immortal domain cultivators were very strong, but now it seems that they aren't that strong? Di Xiaofeng stared blankly at the cultivator who fell to the ground and spat out blood. Originally, he had been very careful after hearing what Bailey Hongzhuang and the others said. Cultivation was a gap that was difficult to cross. He was even more worried that if they were unlucky, they would be in danger. However, Senior Yu's attack directly changed his understanding. Seeing Di Xiaofeng's confused expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't know what to say because they were just as shocked as him. Big brother Xiaofeng, it's not that the immortal domain's cultivators aren't strong enough, it's that Grandpa Yu is just too strong. Zhongli laughed. These people dared to come looking for trouble, Grandpa Yu can deal with them in one move. While everyone was still in shock, Yu Hong calmly returned. Looking at his back, Di Xiaofeng couldn't imagine that such an ordinary-looking grandfather could be so terrifying. Immortal imings immortal iming yes. To Di Xiaofeng patted Zhongli Mu's shoulder and said earnestly, if you're not strong enough, then you'll be angered by everyone. If it was anyone else, being able to recognize one of these four seniors as their master was already a great blessing. However, Zhongli Mu grew up with these four seniors and was taught everything they knew. It would be strange if he wasn't strong enough. Originally, he didn't know how strong the cultivators in the immortal region were. He even thought that the cultivators in the immortal region were stronger than the four seniors. At this moment, he completely understood that the four seniors were all experts and were stronger than many cultivators in the immortal region. Zhongli Mu raised his eyebrows and smiled, I'm still too weak. That's why grandfather always scolded me. However, grandfather said that ever since I started cultivating with you guys, my strength has increased very quickly. Bailey Yanche smiled faintly. The reason why Senior Zhongli likes us is probably because we can urge you to cultivate. That's not what I meant. Zhongli Mu hurriedly waved his hand and explained anxiously. However, when everyone saw Zhongli Mu's anxious look, the smile in their eyes deepened. Haha, we're just joking. Don't take it seriously. Zhongli Mu finally relaxed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Everyone liked the honest Zhongli Mu from the bottom of their hearts. In the blink of an eye, a year flew by. Everyone's strength continued to increase. With the guidance of the seniors and the help of Granny Hua's pills and medicines, everyone's speed of improvement was extremely fast. Every time they returned to the D family, everyone in the family would be surprised by their increase in strength. Even Di Yujue couldn't help but ask how they cultivated. He wasn't surprised that Beichen and Hong Zhuang's strength increased so quickly because their cultivation speed was incomparable to ordinary people. However, ever since Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan went into seclusion, he noticed that their strength was also increasing rapidly. Their previous speed couldn't be compared at all. Regarding this, everyone could only make up an excuse to fool them. And the reason for this fooling fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. With the help of Bailey Hongzhuang's medicinal pills, everyone's strength was able to increase rapidly. Fortunately, every time Bailey Hongzhuang came back, she would bring a lot of pills and potions. This was because every night when she was learning from Granny Hua, she would concoct pills and concoct potions. Even though he didn't refine much every day, after accumulating day after day, the number of little drops made an ocean was still very shocking. As a result, the D family's admiration and gratitude for Bailey Hongzhuang grew deeper and deeper. Who would be able to concoct such a powerful pill while cultivating at the same time? Di Yujue, Di Linxian, and the others' strength also increased after taking the pills. Lan Yunxiao's group also used the pills to enter seclusion after returning from their training. In a year's time, the speed of improvement could be said to be extremely terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang had concocted such a powerful pill and medicine. Although it was only circulated among the three families, the news still spread. For a time, the entire upper realm was filled with envy towards the D family, Lin family, and Bailey family. How heaven-defying was a pill that could increase a cultivator's strength at the initial sun realm? How many experts were stuck at the bottleneck of breaking through and couldn't make any progress for many years? Under such circumstances, many clans immediately came to ask for medicine. For those clans that weren't close enough, Diyu could just reject them. However, for those clans that were on good terms with him, Diyu couldn't directly reject them. He had lived in the D family for so long, so he naturally had a few good friends. After these guys heard the news, they came with the idea that they would not leave until they asked for a medicinal pill. Diyujue was also very helpless. The most important thing was that after the first pill was given out, it would be even more difficult to refuse the next one. Therefore, even if Diyujue regretted it, he could only give out the smallest amount in the face of the familiar faces that longed for it. After giving it out, his heart was bleeding. His daughter-in-law had refined these medicinal pills with great difficulty, but he did not expect this pack of wolves to pester her. Bailey Hongzhuang did not know about this situation at first, but later on, she inadvertently heard about it from Xiao Wanrong. After hearing this, she also felt that it was extremely interesting. It was rare to see this side of her father, but these medicinal pills were indeed more difficult to refine. She also refined them every day when she was learning from Granny Hua. As for giving this to others to refine, she also wanted to. However, the alchemists in the immortal domain were already called immortal alchemists, and there were some differences with the alchemy skills of the upper realm. Unless she had enough time to guide others, but obviously, she did not have such time at the moment. Even if she had learned from Granny Hua for a year, she was only a second-grade immortal alchemist. How difficult was it to cultivate a first-grade immortal alchemist? It was impossible to do it in a short time. Bewitching was very calm about this. This kind of problem was not in the scope of their consideration, so it was better to just leave it to their father to worry about. In any case, this was the matter of the patriarch. Outside the D family, Jiang Wenyan stood there with a complicated expression, his eyes full of hesitation and entanglement. He had not seen Beichen and the others for so long. If he just came to meet them, it would be fine, but he came with a mission today. Since he was young, he had not done such a thing, so his heart was really tangled. Morong Jing's mood was also very complicated. Recently, the medicinal pills refined by Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to be very famous. In a short period of time, the news had already spread throughout the entire upper realm. Usually, his father had always been very calm, but now, after hearing this news, he was not calm at all. He directly gave him an order, asking him to think of a way to get a medicinal pill. Of course, he had come with enough sincerity and resources, but the situation was still a little twisted. While Morong Jing was thinking about what to say when he saw Di Beichen and the others, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure at the D family's door. His eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Wenyan? Suddenly being called, Jiang Wenyan could not help but tremble, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. It wasn't until she turned around and saw Morong Jing that she heaved a sigh of relief. Morong Jing, why are you here? Hearing this, Morong Jing's expression froze. He looked at Jiang Wenyan's entanglement and said helplessly, we came here today for the same purpose. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyan also sighed and could not help but chuckle. I didn't think that the two of us would get together for this kind of thing. This is really amazing. To be honest, this kind of thing is really hard to ask. Jiang Wenyan's expression was awkward. He didn't need to think to know how precious this pill was. Even if they had brought along the family's precious treasures, in essence, Hong Zhuang and the others might not necessarily need it. Sigh. Morong Jing sighed, if it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have come today. The two looked at each other and sighed helplessly, feeling a sense of sympathy for each other. If possible, they really didn't want their friendship to be tainted with any impurities. Just helping each other in times of trouble was already very precious. Bewitching, recently, there have been people coming to the family almost every day. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly as she looked outside the room. Even if she didn't recognize some of the people, she knew that they should be very important figures in the family. The effect of your pill is astonishing, naturally it would have such an effect. Bewitching clasped his hands and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang to sit on his lap. This can only be blamed on my wife being too powerful. Don't just talk about me, the fame of this pill spread the fastest. However, recently, the family members have been praising your arrays endlessly. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. She turned around and wrapped her arms around Bewitching's neck. Although the family spirit gathering array is not bad, it can still be upgraded to have a better effect. Bewitching smiled faintly. As his research on arrays deepened, the number of arrays he was proficient in also increased. These spirit gathering arrays were no longer a problem for him. In the beginning, grandfather spent a lot of money to arrange a spirit gathering array for our cultivation room. Now, you've covered the entire D family with it. No wonder grandfather is praising it endlessly. Feeling the changes in the family, the two couldn't help but feel proud. Seeing the family gradually improve, their hearts completely settled. Young Master Murong and Young Master Jiang are here. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately stood up and left her original ambiguous position. Her face was flushed red. Morong and Wenyan are here? Bewitching raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, they are rare guests. The scene of the establishment of the dark sacred assembly was still vivid in his mind. Unknowingly, so much time had passed. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since they last met. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding, and she had already expected the general situation. We've all overlooked this problem. Now that this pill has been refined, I'm sure Morong and the others will need it. Bewitching nodded. Indeed. As the two of them walked out, they saw that Xiran and the others had also come out. At this moment, they were chatting happily with Jiang Wenyan and the others. I've finally seen you guys. What have you been up to? Di Xiaofeng smiled at Morong Jing. They were brothers who had played together since they were young. Morong Jing's face stiffened. You still have the nerve to talk about me? I should be the one asking you what you've been up to. In the past, you often came to find me. Ever since we got married, there's been no news at all. You've really forgotten your brothers after marrying a wife. Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan's face turned slightly red. She didn't think that this matter would suddenly implicate her. My Yunyan is shy. Don't make fun of her. Di Xiaofeng smiled. Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan was even more embarrassed. She glanced at Di Xiaofeng. Di Xiaofeng immediately understood and said, in the past, I was the one who went to find you. If I don't go, you can't come to find me? I'm different from before. I'm determined to cultivate properly and not be left too far behind by Beichin. Morong Jing was slightly startled. He looked at Di Xiaofeng as if he had discovered a new continent. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Did I hear wrongly? How could you say something like that? Di Xiaofeng proudly raised his eyebrows. You still don't believe me. My strength has increased quite a bit recently. As he spoke, his aura quietly spread out. Morong Jing originally thought it was a joke. He and Di Xiaofeng had known each other for so long. He was too clear about the latter's character. Cultivation was inevitable. It was just that it was impossible for him to cultivate patiently. However, when he felt Di Xiaofeng's aura, he was completely dumbfounded. It can't be? How did your strength improve so much? Of course. My temperament has changed now. Morong Jing and Jiang Wenyan were somewhat astonished. They had also been cultivating diligently during this period of time. They did not expect that they would be left behind by Di Xiaofeng. After thinking carefully, the two of them felt that this must be the effect of Hongzhuang's pill. However, this was not something they could be envious of. When Bailey Hongzhuang approached, she saw everyone talking happily. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but burst into a faint smile. Morong Jing and Jiang Wenyan looked at each other. Although the two of them came with a purpose today, it was obviously not good to ask in the current situation. They only hoped to find a suitable opportunity to ask in private later. If they were rejected, they wouldn't care. After all, it was normal to be rejected for this kind of thing. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's next action stunned the two of them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She took out 2 white porcelain bottles and handed them to Morong Jing and Jiang Wenyan. We were planning to look for you. We didn't expect you to come at the right time. This is a pill I recently refined. It can increase a cultivator's strength and also help a cultivator break through. I hope it will be helpful to you. As for Chen Feng, I might as well send someone to deliver it to him. Morong Jing and Morong Jing stared blankly at the white porcelain bottle in their hands. All of the entanglement in their hearts disappeared in an instant. They didn't believe that everything would be so coincidental, but it was obvious that Hongzhuang was smart enough to realize the purpose of their visit, so she took it out without them saying anything. Through this, they could also see how much Hongzhuang and Bewitching valued them. Hongzhuang, thank you. Morong Jing looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang. This porcelain bottle became infinitely heavy in his heart. Do we still need to talk about this between us? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and turned to look at her side. Bewitching, don't you agree? Bewitching's expression was calm and amiable. A faint smile appeared on his unparalleled face. Back then, you guys risked your lives to help. Now, it's only a few pills. Why do we need to thank you? Yeah, you guys are too polite. Xiran chuckled. Bewitching and Hongzhuang are originally very rich. If we don't rely on them at a time like this, who else can we rely on? Learn from Xiran's shameless appearance. When he takes things from us, he's never embarrassed, Bewitching said as he looked at Xiran in ridicule. Bewitching, are you praising me? Morong Jing and Morong Wen listened to the conversation between Bewitching and Xiran and understood that it was meant for them to hear. This has indeed made them feel much more at ease. However, the pill was still quite heavy. They had always known that Xiran and Bewitching had grown up together. There was no need to elaborate on the relationship between the two, so they had never felt the slightest bit embarrassed. Even though their relationship with Bewitching was not bad, it was obvious that they could not treat him the same way as when Xiran did. However, from the looks of it, Bewitching and Morong Wen's attitude towards them was more or less the same as their attitude towards Xiran. This made them feel very warm. To tell you the truth, I've come all the way here for the sake of this pill. Jiang Wenyan smiled exasperatedly. I didn't think that you'd give it to me so directly. Speaking of which, I'm a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching smiled faintly. Deep down in their hearts, they had already understood the situation. Wen Xiran and the others were rather shocked, but they did not take this matter to heart. Wenyan, we're all friends who have gone through life and death together. There's no need to feel conflicted over this matter. Morong Jing smiled faintly. You're a good brother indeed. I've taken advantage of my sister-in-law's glory this time. Following Yujua's gift of the pill to several families, the pill's reputation has grown even more resounding. Even though everyone felt that the D family would not lie, it was still not enough for only these 3 families to speak up. After consuming the pill, the masters of the various large organizations had at least experienced an increase in their powers. Most of them had directly broken through the bottleneck that they had been stuck at for many years. Once this news was released, the entire upper realm was shaken. Countless people had asked for the pill, but most of them had been turned away by Yujue. Even they did not have many of these pills, so how could they give them away so casually? Under these circumstances, the crowd could only gaze at the ocean and sigh. Being able to see but not being able to obtain was the most depressing thing. Most importantly, no matter what methods they used, they would not be able to obtain the pill. As Bailey Hongzhuang became famous again, she and Bewitching, the immortal couple, became the target of envy of all the cultivators in the upper realm. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang brought back a lot of pills, she suggested a plan to Yujue. Now that there were countless cultivators who wanted to get their hands on this pill, they could announce that anyone who could tell them where Xiaoshou was would be able to claim the pill. In this way, they would have countless informants. It was impossible to rely on the strength of the three clans, but with the strength of so many cultivators, they might be able to find some clues. The strength of many cultivators could not be underestimated. Even if Xiyu was strong enough, as long as they were still in the upper realm, they would definitely leave behind some clues. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion, Di Yujua's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands in agreement. The other two secret keys had always been a sore point in their hearts. If they could not find the secret key as soon as possible, they were worried that the situation would change. Now that they had this method, they believed that they would be able to find Xiaosu very soon. A vigorous search began in the upper realm. Many cultivators began to search in all directions. They had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time but had not been able to break through this bottleneck. They might as well come out and look for her, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Under these circumstances, Xiaosu's days had become very difficult. Xiaosu cursed angrily. Now, she only wanted to find a place to hide, but she could not even find a safe place. These cultivators were searching everywhere for them. Now, they could not help but feel nervous whenever they bumped into someone. Indeed, we can't continue like this. Xiyu furrowed his brows. He never thought that things would turn out this way in the end. The upper realm was not small, but cultivators could be found in most places. As for some places where humans were rarely seen, the living conditions there were extremely harsh. They could not live there either. As a result, they could only hide and worry about being discovered at any time. The D family wants these two secret keys. Xiao Sudong looked at the secret keys in his hand. After so many things had happened, he had become much more indifferent. Now that the D family was at the peak of their power, revenge was like a dream to them. Instead of living in hiding, they might as well hand over the two secret keys. Perhaps they might even be able to exchange it for a lifetime of peace. Most importantly, after this child was born, he felt that nothing was more important than staying alive. Once they die, what would happen to this child? Big sister, why don't we hand over the secret keys? They won't be so persistent in searching for us then. As Xiao Sudong spoke, Xiao Suo quickly snatched the two secret keys. Her expression was vicious and resolute. I can't do that. Even if I die, I won't give the secret keys to them. Xiao Suo then turned to look at Xiyu. Master, what should we do now? I believe that you'll find a way. Xiyu sighed. He was known as the #1 cultivator in the upper realm, yet he had been forced into such a situation. Initially, he could still find a family to rely on. However, after the birth of this pill, he was afraid that no family would be willing to take such a huge risk. Most importantly, the D family's combined power was enough to destroy any family. Under such circumstances, they had no other choice but to hide. If there's no place to hide in the upper realm, we can go to the crossing immortal domain. Xiao Suo's eyes lit up. If we go to the crossing immortal domain, they definitely won't be able to find us. Crossing the celestial domain is simply too dangerous. Rather than going there, I might as well stay in the upper realm. Xiyu shook his head slightly. That was a place he didn't want to go for the rest of his life. It wasn't easy for him to escape, so he really didn't want to go back. Seeing this, Xiao Suo was also somewhat unwilling. Master, if you don't want to go, you can send me and Sudong over. It won't be too late to bring Master over after we gain a firm foothold in the crossing immortal domain. Xiyu took a deep look at Xiao Suo, making her feel a little guilty. She then said, then you have to cultivate well. When you reach the standard to go to the crossing immortal domain, if you still want to go, then go. As soon as he said this, Xiao Suo's eyes lit up and she became extremely happy. Regardless of whether it was the celestial domain or the celestial domain, she would definitely go there. She would definitely find Qing Devil. She would definitely avenge her family. She would personally destroy the D family and the Lin family. She would make Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen suffer a fate worse than death, in the abandoned immortal forest. Today was different from usual as the 4 seniors were not here. This is the first time I've seen Granny Hua and the rest leave the abandoned immortal forest. I thought they would never go out. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the empty wooden hut. They were used to the 4 seniors being here all day. They were not used to their absence today. Granny Hua usually goes out to pick herbs. Grandpa Yu and the rest rarely go out. Zhong Limu smiled. However, something happened in the village deep in the forest. That's why they left. Actually, something like this has happened before. However, it's rare. I used to go with Grandpa, but this time, Grandpa asked me to stay here. A village deep in the forest? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes in confusion. Zhong Limu nodded. Actually, there are many people living in the abandoned immortal forest. However, the forest is too big, so we rarely see each other. Before you came, Granny Hua would go there to buy some things from time to time. After passing through the abandoned immortal forest is the realm of chaos. Unlike the cultivators in the realm of chaos who would try to capture us, the cultivators in the realm of chaos would do business with us. Hearing this, everyone finally understood what was going on. Indeed, it was difficult to rely on the things in the forest to be self-sufficient without going anywhere. For example, they had to trade for spices and other things. Since you came, we didn't need to trade for things anymore. Zhong Limu smiled. In the past, when they went to trade for things, they had to bring a lot of precious herbs. However, they only got ordinary things in return. He felt that it was not worth it, but there was nothing he could do. Now that things were better, they didn't need to run so far away. So, you've been to the realm of chaos? Bewitching's eyes narrowed. They had only heard of the name but did not know what it was like. When Xiren asked curiously, Zhong Limu, can you tell us what the chaotic immortal realm is like? Actually, I've never been to the realm of chaos. I only saw the city gate outside. That place was bustling with activity. There were many people and many carriages. The city gates towered into the clouds, and there were countless experts there. I actually wanted to go in and take a look, but Grandpa didn't let me. He said that I'm too weak and will only be targeted if I go in. It's better not to cause trouble. At this point, Zhong Limu also sighed. His expression was somewhat dejected, which made him feel very dejected. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. As far as they knew, Zhong Limu had lived here since he was a child. He had never been to a city. Therefore, it was needless to say that he yearned for the chaotic immortal realm. However, just the towering city gate alone was not simple. The immortal realms were definitely more magnificent than the realm of chaos. Bewitching patted Zhong Limu's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be sad. We will go to the realm of chaos together sooner or later. Zhong Limu smiled and nodded, his face full of confidence. Definitely. Grandpa said that if I maintain this cultivation speed, it won't be long before I can get out. Bewitching, what's wrong? Noticing the sudden change in Bewitching's appearance, everyone stopped joking. Something happened to Xianxia. Bewitching's eyes focused, and his face that was originally like a spring breeze suddenly became gloomy. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' expressions all changed. Xianxia usually stayed with Xiaohua and did not cultivate with them. However, they found that under Xiaohua's supervision, Xiaoxia's strength increased very quickly. Plus, it was originally a demonic beast and lived very freely in the forest, so they did not care about it. However, something actually happened to Xiaoxia. Bewitching did not delay, and immediately rushed towards Xiaoxia's direction. Could it be that Xiaoxia had a conflict with other demonic beasts? Shangguan Yingying's face was full of worry. Conflicts often broke out between demonic beasts, and this kind of thing had happened before. From Bewitching's expression, it could be seen that Xiaoxia's situation this time was much more serious than the last time. Xiaoxia and Xiaohua basically move around in a certain range every day, and they rarely go to other demonic beasts' territories. They shouldn't have provoked other demonic beasts, right? Bai Lianche frowned. Since the last time Xiaoxia fought with other demonic beasts, he also intimidated the nearby demonic beasts. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should not happen again in a short period of time. However, since it happened, it also meant that the other party did not take his words to heart, and he would not be polite. The situation this time is very serious. Bewitching's face was calm, and worry could be seen between his brows. Xiaoxia's breath is constantly weakening, the other party probably wants to kill him. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' hearts also tightened. Let's go quickly. Everyone's speed had already increased to the extreme, and only a few flashes of light could be vaguely seen, like a cool breeze, but also like they never appeared. I didn't expect this mystical fire demonic rock to be so persistent. Young Master Gua, let's just kill it directly. A young man looked at the young man in his early 20s with a flattering smile on his face. Gua Xiaojia lazily glanced at the mystic fire demon rock. Don't be in a hurry to kill it. It's rare to encounter something so interesting. Wouldn't it be a pity to just kill it? Why don't we play and see how deep this fellow's feelings for this imperial wind horse elephant are, haha. Let it go. Xiao Xuanzi looked at Gua Xiaojia coldly. Even though his breath was weak, his expression was extremely firm. Its huge body was now covered in blood. Several sharp arrows had pierced into its body, and its wings had been flipped over, making it unable to move at all. Let it go? Gua Xiaojia chuckled. Stop dreaming. It's a gift for my grandfather's birthday. You can die today. Anyway, it won't be long before it goes underground to accompany you. Hurry up and leave, don't worry about me. The body of the imperial wind horse elephant was also covered in wounds, dripping with blood. Some of the deeper wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Its neck was chained, and it was unable to break free. Leave? Do you think it can leave? Gua Xiaojia's blade directly slashed across Little Blossom's body. The sharp blade cut through the skin, bringing out a trail of blood. Stop. Xiao Xuanzi's face turned pale as he anxiously said. I'll give you a chance, you or it? Gua Xiaojia looked at Xiao Xuanzi with a smile, but this smile was as cold as a demon. When the men at the side saw Gua Xiaojia like this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Gua Xiaojia's eccentric temperament made even them feel creeped out. Usually, similar things had happened many times, but they didn't expect him to be so abnormal that he wouldn't even let two demonic beasts go. If the elder needed the imperial wind horse elephant, they could have just captured it, but they had to humiliate these two demonic beasts. Rather than that, it would be better to give them a quick death, which would be more relaxing. Facing that sinister smile, Xiao Xuanzi's heart was filled with hatred. If it wasn't for its strength not being strong enough, it wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Every wound on Xiao Hua's body was like a cut on his heart, dripping with blood. The pain on his body could never be compared to the pain in his heart. When he thought about how they might never meet again after today, he was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. Recalling what Xiao Hua usually said to him, his strength was still too weak, and it was impossible for him to survive in the immortal domain. He never cared too much about it, and only now did he understand how important all of this was. You can torture me however you want, as long as you don't touch her. Xiao Xuanzi said without hesitation. You idiot. Xiao Hua anxiously said, but tears appeared in her eyes. No matter what, they won't let me go. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself? Very good. Gua Xiaojia clapped his hands, and his smile became more and more evil. I heard that the profound fire demon rock's wings taste good. Why don't you cut it off and give it to me? Ding. The dagger was directly thrown in front of Xiao Xuanzi. If you don't do it, then I can only taste its meat. Xiao Xuanzi stared at Gua Xiaojia. Okay, I'll do it. It slowly picked up the dagger and turned to its wings. After seeing Xiao Xuanzi's actions, Xiao Hua struggled with all her might. Stop. Are you an idiot? I told you to stop, didn't you hear? The dagger pierced Xiao Xuanzi's skin, but Xiao Xuanzi ignored the heart-wrenching pain. No matter how hard Little Flower tried to stop him, Xiao Xuanzi did not stop. Usually, no matter what Little Blossom said, he would listen. But this time, he couldn't listen. He knew that his actions wouldn't change the outcome. At least, before he died, he didn't want to see Little Flower suffer anymore. The few cultivators at the side could not help but turn their heads away. Although they were all people whose hands were stained with blood, they had no enmity with these two demonic beasts. Yet, they were being treated so cruelly. It was indeed somewhat unbearable. Demonic beasts also had feelings for each other. Even if they were humans, it would be difficult for them to do this for each other. Young Master Gua, it's getting late. It's about time for us to head back, Chu Huan couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Gua Xiaojia looked at Chu Huan unhappily. It's not far from here. We can go back soon. What's the hurry? I just want to have a taste of the profound fire demon rock's wings, especially since it was cut off by itself. How interesting would that be? Damn it. Xiren cursed, looking at Xianxia as if he was looking at an irreconcilable enemy. These damn guys, they actually injured Xiaoxuanzi and Little Blossom to such an extent. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were cold and indifferent. The wounds on Xiaoxuanzi's body were shocking, and the bright red blood was reflected in her eyes, igniting the string in her heart. Bewitching didn't say anything, but the murderous aura around him was the most terrifying. His cold eyes locked onto Xianxia, as if he was the king of hell. Who is it? Feeling the aura approaching from behind, a cultivator immediately called out. Xianxia raised his head and met Bewitching's eyes that were filled with shocking murderous aura. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and he panicked for no reason. Xiaoxuanzi and Little Blossom were slightly relieved when they saw Bewitching and the others appear, but when they thought of the strength of these people, their hearts tightened again. These were all cultivators from the immortal region. All of them were cultivators in the Radiant Sun realm or even stronger. Even if everyone came, they couldn't shake them at all. After sensing the aura of Bewitching and the others, Chu Huan was relieved, and said, "Young Master Gua, these people should be the abandoned people." Abandoned people? Xianxia was relieved, and the initial nervousness was gone. His usual complacent and disdainful expression appeared on his face again. I was wondering who they were, with such an arrogant aura, so they're just the abandoned people. Bewitching directly came to Xiaoxuanzi's side, and directly fed the medicinal pill into its mouth. How are you? Xiaoxuanzi shook its head slightly. I'm fine, it's too dangerous here. Seeing Bewitching ignoring his actions, Xianxia was also angry, and said angrily, Did I allow you to get close to it? Your injuries are too serious, go rest first. Bewitching's voice was gentle, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Little Blossom, Xiaoxuanzi looked at Little Blossom. He didn't know when the 4 seniors would come back, but the other party was a cultivator from the celestial realm. If the 4 seniors didn't come, with their strength, they probably wouldn't be enough. Don't worry, it will be fine. The current situation was clearly extremely unfavorable, but for some reason, when he looked into Bewitching's eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Bewitching originally wanted to let Xiaoxuanzi enter the contract space to rest. Its injuries were too serious, but Xiaoxuanzi insisted on not leaving. Knowing that Xiaoxuanzi was still worried, Bewitching did not continue to ask. After Xiaoxuanzi regained his human form, everyone realized that the injuries on his body were even more shocking. Not only was his arm broken, it was also dripping with blood. Who said you can leave? Xianxia saw that the other party had been turning a deaf ear to his words, and the anger in his heart burned. I didn't think that the abandoned people of the abandoned immortal forest would dare to be so arrogant. I'll capture you all and bring you back to work as laborers. Bewitching raised his head and looked at Xianxia. Do you dare to fight with me? Hearing that, Xianxia sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy to fight with me? All of you, attack. After hearing that, Chu Huan and the others didn't dare to delay, and rushed up one after another. Even if they were very disdainful of Xianxia's character, they had to protect the elder's grandson. If something happened to Xianxia today, they would be finished when they returned. As long as they were cultivators from the immortal region, their strength must have reached the Radiant Sun realm. Bewitching was originally worried that their strength might have exceeded the Radiant Sun realm, but fortunately, they were still in the Radiant Sun realm, which was already not bad. Zhonglimu also rushed up. These damn bastards dared to hurt Xiaoxuanzi and Xiaohua, they must take revenge. Bai Lianche and the rest's faces were extremely gloomy. In their hearts, Xiaoxuanzi was their family. If they had come a little later, Xiaoxuanzi's life would have been gone. Not only that, these bastards even humiliated and tortured Xiaoxuanzi. This was simply unbearable. Even if they had to risk their lives today, they must kill these damned fellows. Xianxia and the rest originally did not put Bewitching and the rest in their eyes. To the cultivators from the immortal region, the people in the abandoned immortal forest were like animals, they could not be called humans. This kind of strength was not enough in their eyes at all. However, facing Bewitching and the rest's terrifying killing intent, their hearts could not help but tremble, and they felt an inexplicable chill. Bailey Hongshuang did not immediately take action, but simply bandaged Xiaoxuanzi's wound. Its injuries were too severe, and one could imagine how painful it was. In comparison, Little Blossom, who was not far away, was in better condition. However, Xianxia acted as if the one who was injured was not him. He did not even frown from beginning to end. He was only worried about whether everyone could leave safely. The four seniors did not come? Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head slightly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. She did not expect things to be so coincidental. The four seniors rarely went out, and something like this happened today. Attack. Xianxia saw that Bewitching and the rest were actually very powerful, and he was even more unhappy. Kill them. Chu Huan and the rest rushed up. Zhonglimu directly faced one of them. Bang! With a punch, Zhonglimu's body was as fast as lightning. You bastards, you actually dare to treat little Xuanzi and little Flower like this. I will also cripple your arms. Zhonglimu's personality was simple, but he dared to love and hate. Once someone hurt his friends, he would never let them off. When Chu Huan saw that the youngest Zhonglimu actually took the initiative to attack him, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. The cultivators in the abandoned immortal forest were all trash. If they were strong enough, they would have already gone to the immortal chaos domain. Only those who were not strong enough could only struggle to survive in the abandoned immortal forest. In the end, they were all just trash. However, with this exchange of blows, Chu Huan's expression changed, because he realized that this brat's strength was actually not much weaker than his. How was this possible? Although his strength was the most ordinary existence in the sect, Zhonglimu clearly looked much younger than him. To possess such strength at such a young age, even in the immortal domain, he would be considered a genius. Why would he stay in the abandoned immortal forest? Zhonglimu did not give Chu Huan any time to hesitate. Right now, all he wanted to do was to turn all of them into minced meat. Only in this way could he vent his anger. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch flew out, and the power of the fire attribute completely exploded. Zhonglimu's cultivation was not weak, but his strongest point was his combat strength. Ta. Chu Huan took a few steps back. He looked at Zhonglimu in disbelief. This guy's strength was ridiculously strong. Zhonglimu was only a step away from the brilliant sun realm. However, Zhongli Xiaoran had always had high expectations of him, so he did not feel much about his own strength. After this exchange of blows, he realized that Chu Huan's strength was much weaker than he had imagined. This guy couldn't have underestimated me, right? Zhonglimu had some doubts, but his attack speed was not slow at all. Regardless of whether his opponent underestimated him or not, as long as he seized the opportunity, he would take the opportunity to defeat his opponent. When Xiren and the rest faced the other three cultivators, there was a gap between their strength and Zhonglimu's, but after cultivating for more than 2 years, their cultivation had already reached the brilliant sun realm. Even though there was still a gap between them and the brilliant sun realm, they had the advantage in numbers. With 2 people ganging up on one person, even if they could not defeat the other party could not do anything to them for the time being. The battle broke out in an instant. Vigorous essence energy waves resounded continuously. Everyone fought together, causing the earth to shake. Bewitching turned his gaze to Xianxia. These people were abominable, but the instigator was obviously Xianxia. Noticing Bewitching's cold gaze, Xianxia's face turned ugly. He thought that they were just some abandoned people and he could easily take care of them. However, the situation was completely different from what he thought. Because these abandoned people were actually entangled with Chu Huan and the rest? Chu Huan, you trash. You can't even defeat an abandoned person and you still want to become an inner sect disciple? Xianxia cursed. Ever since Chu Huan fought with Zhonglimu, he realized that this young man's combat strength far exceeded the ordinary brilliant sun realm. Even he had to be careful when fighting. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. At this moment, he heard Xianxia's cursing. His mood was even more complicated. If it was not for obtaining an inner sect disciple spot, he would not have to follow Xianxia all day and be despised. Xianxia, these guys are stronger than the ordinary abandoned people. You have to be careful. Chu Huan said. Hearing that, Chu Huan's face was full of disdain. If you guys are weak, then you're weak. Why don't you admit it? You can't even defeat a few abandoned people. No wonder you want to curry favor with me. A wisp of coldness appeared in the eyes of Bai Li Yanche and the others when they saw Xiaojia's frivolous appearance. As expected, this fellow was the most detestable existence. I'll show you how I kill these abandoned people. Xiaojia looked at Bewitching with disdain. Since you want to fight with me so much, I'll let you die knowing why. Bewitching's face was cold, and the corner of his lips slowly curved into an evil smile. You can try. Bang, Bewitching's body moved, and a ferocious fist directly attacked Xiaojia. Xiaojia didn't mind at all and quickly went up to meet him, radiant sun stage, as the grandson of an elder, even if he was not sad about cultivation, with so many cultivation resources piled up, his strength was naturally not bad. Darkness attribute energy spread out, bringing with it corrosion and coldness. It swept towards Xiaojia's body like a spirit snake. Noticing that Bewitching was of the darkness attribute, Xiaojia's gaze changed. It's a darkness attribute guy. You're courting death. Bewitching's figure was like a ghost, and the sharp sword in his hand directly stabbed out. The sharp sword light was like a divine weapon. Xiaojia was only a second slower, and his clothes had been cut open. Xiaojia's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this guy to be a swordsman, and his swordsmanship had reached the point of perfection. I have underestimated you, but I will also let you know what the strength of a cultivator in the immortal realm is. As soon as his voice fell, the aura in Xiaojia's body suddenly burst out, and the terrible power of thunder swept out. He flipped his hands quickly, and a seal quietly appeared. Then a thundercloud appeared, and bolts of lightning mercilessly struck Bewitching. Rumble, the sky seemed to be covered by the thundercloud, and the light suddenly became dark. Bewitching was in the center of the thundercloud, and thick bolts of lightning with the power of thunder kept falling down. Seeing this scene, a trace of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. It was the first time they had seen such a method. Just wait to be struck by my thundercloud into a sieve. Xiaojia sneered. The power of the thick lightning was very terrible. The ground was directly burned by the terrible thunder and lightning, and there were even potholes. Bewitching frowned slightly. His body moved slightly, dodging the lightning, but all the lightning fell on him under Xiaojia's control. Most importantly, even if he dodged, the thundercloud would continue to follow him. Xiaojia could not help but frown when he saw that Bewitching could hold on under the thundercloud. He knew his own method very well. Ordinary people could not hold on under the thundercloud for so long. This was because the thunder and lightning had a very strong paralyzing effect. Even if one could hold on for the first time, after 2 or 3 thunder and lightning attacks, the paralyzing power would slow down the cultivator. In this way, there would be countless thunder and lightning falling on his body, and finally turning him into a sieve. According to his observation, Bewitching's body had already endured no less than 5 thunder and lightning, but he did not seem to be affected at all. It was really strange. Bewitching was very worried about the consequences of the thunder and lightning falling on his body, but he soon found that the power was not as amazing as he thought. After the body tempering in the Thunder Lake, his physique had been strengthened a lot, and he even had a certain immunity to thunder and lightning, so it would not affect him too much. The power of darkness swept out. In this dim environment, the spread of the power of darkness was difficult to notice. Just as Xiaojia was thinking about how to kill Bewitching, he suddenly found that he was unknowingly shrouded by the power of darkness. Damn it! Xiaojia's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately flew out. He absolutely could not allow himself to be shackled by this dark energy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. How could Bewitching let Xiaojia escape so easily after setting up this trap? The moment he found out, the cage of darkness had quickly closed. The power of darkness wrapped around Xiaojia like maggots. He immediately covered his body with the power of thunder and lightning, but found that the power of darkness was stronger than the power of thunder and lightning. Bewitching passed through the thundercloud, and his sharp sword stabbed directly at Xiaojia. Chi! The sharp sword pierced through Xiaojia's skin and fresh blood instantly flowed out. Xiaojia tried his best to break free from the dark energy in his body. After feeling the pain, his battle strength completely exploded. He quickly broke free from the dark prison and dodged Bewitching's sword. You dare to hurt me? Xiaojia covered the wound on his chest. Blood had already stained his clothes red and the piercing pain stimulated his senses. No one had dared to hurt him like this since he was young. Bewitching did not even blink when faced with Xiaojia's incredulous and hateful gaze. Based on this fellow's appearance, one could guess that he must have lived a life of luxury since he was young and had never suffered much. In addition to his family's pampering, he had developed a hobby of torturing others. This fellow was scum, not to mention how many people had been tortured by him in the past. If he died today, it would be considered as ridding the world of evil. Chu Huan and the others' expressions changed when they saw that Xiaojia was injured. Their role today was to protect Xiaojia. If anything happened to Xiaojia, their little lives would be gone as well. Fortunately, Xiaojia's injuries were not serious, so they were slightly relieved. Hurry up and kill those fellows. I want all of them to die here today. Hearing Xiaojia's roar, Chu Huan and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Their hands moved faster and they could not wait to kill Xiren and the others immediately. However, Xiren and the others were not easy to deal with. Even if they had not broken through to the Radiant Sun stage, their battle strength was not weak under the guidance of the four seniors. However, according to their judgment, these cultivators should be weaker than the average cultivators in the celestial realm. Even the few fellows who had captured them and taken them to the spirit-devouring mine were slightly stronger than them. In addition to their advantage in numbers, they would not be able to do anything to them in a short period of time. Anyone who dared to hurt me has become a ghost in hell. Xiaojia glared at Bewitching furiously. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. Cut the crap. Bewitching didn't care. His body moved, and he attacked again. Seeing this, Xiaojia did not dare to underestimate his opponent like before. Although this fellow's cultivation was not as good as his, it was obvious that his combat strength was not weak. He was very clear about his own situation. The reason why he could have such a cultivation base was because his grandfather had piled it up with cultivation resources. Usually, it was nothing. However, once he encountered those cultivators who relied on their own strength to break through, his strength was not enough. Fortunately, this fellow's cultivation level was lower than his. Otherwise, he would have lost without a doubt. Little Xianxia and Little Blossom also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. In a year's time, everyone's strength was much stronger than before. Even if he encountered a Radiant Sun Realm cultivator, he would be able to put up a fight. Ding ding ding. When the weapons collided, elemental power exploded. After Xiaojia became serious, Bewitching realized that the difficulty of dealing with him had increased significantly. After all, the foundation of the Immortal Region's cultivators was not simple. Their trump cards were also very impressive. Bang! After a violent collision, both of their figures flew out. Damn it, this fellow's combat strength is actually so strong. Xiaojia's face was gloomy. He looked at Chu Huan and the others who were entangled. The other party had too many people. It was obviously not enough to count on them. It seemed that he could only use his trump card. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth spread out. Noticing this movement, Xiren and the others could not help but turn their gazes. This aura was simply too shocking. Will Bewitching be in danger? Di Xiaofeng looked worried. He knew very well how powerful Bewitching was. However, this terrifying aura had already exceeded the scope of their strength. No matter who it landed on, they would not be able to resist it. Chu Huan and the others' expressions also changed. I didn't expect Xiaojia to use this move. Bewitching had been paying attention to Xiaojia's movements. He did not see Xiaojia condensing a hand seal. In addition to the previous situation, he was almost certain that this attack was definitely not Xiaojia's own strength. As such, there was only one possibility. He had crushed the rune. There were many types of runes. Other than the escape rune, there were also various runes. Many of the runes carried a powerful attack or defense. Obviously, Xiaojia had an attack rune. After Bailey Hongzhuang treated Xiao Xuanzi's injuries, she wanted to rescue Xiao Hua first. However, she realized that the chains on Xiao Hua's body were very strange. She could not use external force to break them. Therefore, she could only treat Xiao Hua's injuries first. If she wanted to break the chains, she would have to start from Xiaojia's body. After sensing the terrifying aura, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that Bewitching might be in danger. The strength of this attack had already surpassed that of a cultivator in the glorious Sun realm. They could not block it at all. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the sun was completely covered by the dark clouds, and the entire world became dark. At this moment, an extremely terrifying light suddenly flashed. It was as if countless lightning bolts had gathered together. It was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes. Most importantly, after sensing the terrifying power, everyone realized that even breathing had become very difficult. It was the instinctive threat of death. "Bachin, be careful!" When Xiran and the others shouted. At the same time, Chu Huan and the others could no longer care about fighting. Once such a terrifying force swept out, even they might be directly crushed into meat paste. "This is the life-saving talisman that the elder gave to young Master Gua. Everyone, dodge!" Chu Huan shouted to the other cultivators. Everyone had expected this, and their figures flashed away quickly. Gua Xiaojia looked at Bewitching proudly. Although he was also very reluctant to give up this life-saving talisman, as long as he could kill this annoying guy in front of him, he felt that it was worth it. "None of you can escape." Controlling that terrifying power, Gua Xiaojia chose to explode in the middle of everyone. He wanted all of them to die here. Bewitching was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the attack. After realizing the danger of the situation, he did not dare to stay any longer. If such a powerful attack landed on his body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bewitching's killing aura and blood aura instantly erupted. His aura had increased, and Bewitching's speed was pushed to the limit. Bailey Hongshuang did not dare to stay any longer. She pulled Little Blossom and quickly dodged to the side, the resplendent light magnified in everyone's eyes. Even though they had chosen to escape at the first moment, the speed of the explosion was simply too fast. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, the ground began to tremble under the loud explosion. Cracks spread out like a dense spider web, terrifying and deep. As the dust settled, the entire land seemed to have sunk into silence. The demonic beast's cries could be heard from afar. They were filled with fear and shock. Gua Xiaojia looked at the dust in front of him with a smug smile. "They're just a few abandoned people. How dare they try to fight against me? They're simply courting death. It's a pity that the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant was destroyed. I have to find another one as a gift for my grandfather." Gua Xiaojia patted the dust off his body and was about to leave. However, at this moment, there was a commotion behind him. Hearing the commotion, Gua Xiaojia's expression changed. He frowned and looked behind him in disbelief. This attack could easily kill a Radiant Sun Realm cultivator. There was no way these Radiant Sun Realm cultivators were still alive. Cough, cough. A light cough was heard, followed by footsteps. After confirming that what he heard was not an illusion, Gua Xiaojia was stunned. Were these guys really that lucky? What kind of rune is this? Its destructive power is too great. Di Xiaofeng patted the dust off his body. Even though he dodged quickly, his face was still covered in dirt. This guy's family should have some power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have runes of this level. Xiran's expression was gloomy. He was also studying runes, so he had some understanding of runes levels. This rune's level was not low. "Bachin, are you okay?" Bailey Hongshuang and Little Blossom climbed out of the hole. Because she was carrying Little Blossom, Bailey Hongshuang's speed was slower than the others. Her white clothes were already stained with blood. Once the terrifying lightning exploded, its power was too shocking. Even though it had already passed, she could still feel the numbness from the lightning. However, she was most worried about Bachin. This attack was originally aimed at Bachin. No matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to dodge it easily. Her heart sank at the thought of this. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Di Xiaofeng and the others' expressions changed. They didn't know how Bachin was doing. "Bachin, where are you? Bachin?" No matter how they asked, Bachin didn't respond at all. Everyone's heart sank at this moment. That was a terrifying attack from a cultivator at the Radiant Sun Realm and above. Even though they were only at the periphery, they were still injured. As for what Bachin had suffered in the center of the storm, they simply could not imagine. Bailey Hongshuang couldn't care about anything else at this moment. She quickly rushed to the center of the explosion. Her fair face was as pale as paper. Her eyes were dull, and her face was full of worry and nervousness. Guo Xiaojie originally thought that with this move of his, these fellows would not be able to keep their lives. He did not expect that these fellows were really lucky and actually survived. Although he could hear that he was weak, it was obvious that his life was not in danger, which made him very dissatisfied. Logically speaking, with the power of this rune, these fellows should have all died. However, after realizing that there was no response from Bewitching, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. It was fine if it was the others, but as long as the most annoying fellow died, he felt that it was not bad. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, everyone saw a large hole that was hundreds of meters wide. The cracks were densely packed like spiderwebs, almost forming ravines. Please enter the text. At this moment, a white figure was the most conspicuous in the deep pit. Bailey Hongzhuang was constantly digging the deep pit, worried that Bewitching would be buried in the deep pit. Beichen, Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang anxiously called out. She could not imagine what would happen if something happened to Beichen. Di Xiaofeng and the others had also jumped into the deep pit. Everyone looked nervous as their hands kept digging. They could not imagine the result at all. Mistress, don't worry. Since Xiao He and Xiao Xuanzi are still alive, it proves that Master is still alive. Xiao He could not help but say when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's worried and even lost expression. As Xiao He's voice fell, the nervous crowd seemed to have found their last life-saving straw, and they felt slightly more at ease. At least, this proved that Beichen was still alive. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also shone. As long as Beichen was still alive, it did not matter. After Guo Xiaojie heard that Beichen was still alive, his face turned abnormally ugly. He had already taken out his trump card. If this guy was still alive, where would he put his face? At the same time, Chu Huan and the other two slowly came to Guo Xiaojie's side. In fact, after Guo Xiaojie used this move, everyone present was injured. Some were seriously injured while others were slightly injured. Di Xiaofeng and the others' clothes were stained with blood. However, they had been training frequently and were already used to being injured, so they did not pay too much attention to it. Guo Xiaojie looked at Chu Huan and the other two's injuries and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. You already know what move I used, but you still couldn't dodge it. Aren't you too stupid? Chu Huan and the other two's faces were extremely ugly. Guo Xiaojie's attack, which did not distinguish between friend and foe, filled their hearts with anger. If they had not moved fast enough, they might not even be able to reply like Beichen. Where's the other person? Seeing that there was only Chu Huan trio, Guo Xiaojie frowned in annoyance. He has already fallen. Chu Huan looked ahead with a complicated expression. He remembered that after Guo Xiaojie used this move, one of the men on the other side immediately took control of his junior brother and used him as a shield, thus, junior martial brother lost his life just like that. Hearing this, Guo Xiaojie was slightly stunned, and then the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. What a piece of trash. The others didn't die, but he did. Young Master Guo, what should we do now? We should at least bring him back for a proper burial. Forget it, he deserved to die. Keeping a guy like him alive is a waste of food. What's the point of bringing him back? Chu Huan was slightly startled. Young Master Guo, this isn't good, is it? What's wrong with that? Guo Xiaojie retorted, if I had known that you guys were so weak, I wouldn't have brought you trash out today, just the few of you can't protect me. When I get back, I'll ask my grandfather to kick you out, all of you are trash. Hearing Guo Xiaojie's curses, Chu Huan and the other two's faces were extremely gloomy. They were all seriously injured now and endured the pain to curry favor with Guo Xiaojie. But what they got in return was such an insult. Originally, if they left earlier, the matter would have been resolved. It was Guo Xiaojie who insisted on staying here and caused so much trouble. Now that a junior brother had fallen, Guo Xiaojie did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. Hongzhuang, I'm fine. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to collapse, suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, everyone in the deep pit turned their heads and saw Beichen's figure slowly appear from behind. Although his clothes were also stained with blood, it could be seen from his face that his injuries were not serious. Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief and sat weakly on the ground. Her tense heart was finally put down. Guo Xiaojie had always believed that Beichen was bound to die. Even if he still had a breath left, it was just a struggle at death's door. However, although the guy in front of him was also injured, he still had a graceful appearance. He was not even as embarrassed as the others. How was this possible? Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Not only him, Chu Huan and the others stared at this scene in a daze, their minds full of question marks. They couldn't understand how Bewitching escaped from such a terrifying attack. Bewitching, Xiran looked around carefully and said, "How did you escape just now? Isn't the speed too fast?" Bewitching helped Bailey Hongzhuang up, his eyes full of love. "It happened so suddenly. I happened to make a small escape talisman a few days ago and just crushed it." Everyone understood that a few days ago, they did hear that Bewitching was studying this. The small escape talisman and the escape talisman had similar effects, but the small escape talisman's teleportation distance was not far, often around. Although the escape talisman only had the effect of escaping, it had always been extremely precious because it could save one's life at a critical moment. But at the same time, it was very difficult to make an escape talisman. Just this small escape talisman was extremely complicated to make. So far, this was the first small escape talisman made by Bewitching. It seems that the effect of this small escape talisman is good. In the future, when I encounter this kind of situation, the effect will be great. Xiran's eyes lit up. Although the wounds on his body caused him to grimace in pain, he was still looking forward to the effects of this escape talisman. When Xianxia and the others saw that the other party had directly ignored them, their expressions turned extremely ugly. However, when they heard Bewitching's words, their minds went blank. What did they hear? How could the abandoned people make their own escape talismans? How was this possible? Even in the immortal region, divine symbol masters were extremely rare existences. How could they have been abandoned? "Little Blossom, how are you?" Xianxia quickly rushed to Little Flower's side. Although Bailey Hongzhuang took Little Flower away immediately, she and Little Flower were both injured. However, Little Flower's injuries were not light to begin with. Now, his injuries were even more serious. In his line of sight, Little Blossom had already turned into a young girl. She was different from the imperial wind horse elephant's muscular body. In her human form, she was very thin. She was already covered in wounds and her face was pale. "I'm fine." Facing Xianxia's worried look, Little Blossom shook her head. However, after saying this, she could not support herself and fainted. Little Blossom," Xianxia looked nervous. Bailey Hongzhuang checked Little Blossom's condition and said, "Although Little Blossom's injuries are very serious, they are not fatal. After going back and recuperating, she will get better." Hearing this, Xianxia was a little relieved. The hatred in his eyes when he looked at Xianxia became more intense. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Xianxia again. This selfish guy only had eyes for himself. He couldn't see anyone else at all. Noticing everyone's gaze, Xianxia was also flustered. He had already used his most powerful trump card, but it did not have any effect. They even lost one of their people. Even if Bewitching was injured, the other party had the advantage in numbers. They obviously did not have the slightest advantage. "Little Xianxia, wait until I catch this guy. I'll let you and Little Blossom vent your anger." Bewitching's eyes were cold. He saw everyone's injuries and it was all because of this guy in front of him. Xianxia could not help but take 2 steps back and hurriedly said, "The 3 of you, block them for me. I'll go back and get reinforcements first." Chu Huan and the other 2, who were already disappointed, were even more disappointed after hearing this. Asking for reinforcements at a time like this, not to mention whether or not someone would really come, even if someone really did come, they would probably be dead by now. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' gaze also fell on Chu Huan and the other 2. Although they had been searching for Bewitching's whereabouts in the deep pit, they had also heard Xiaofeng and the other 2's words clearly. Speaking of which, these guys' lifelines must have been grasped by Xiaofeng. Otherwise, they would not have been scolded by this guy and not dared to talk back. It was really sad. I originally thought that the cultivators from the immortal region were amazing. In the end, I was still scolded like this and did not even dare to talk back. A trace of disdain flashed across Bailey Yunyan's eyes. This was the first time she had seen a cultivator from the immortal region. Before this, she had always been full of yearning for the cultivators from the immortal region. However, after seeing today's situation, she realized that it was very different from what she had imagined. If she had to cower and live in such an aggrieved manner after going to the immortal region, it would be better to stay in the abandoned immortal forest. It would be more carefree. Bailey Yunyan's voice was not soft, causing Chu Huan and the other two's faces to turn red. Thinking about it carefully, they had worked so hard to come to the immortal domain, all for the sake of having a better future. But ever since they had joined the sect, what had they been doing? He was ordered around by Xianxia all day long, doing all sorts of random things every day. Even the time he had to cultivate had decreased. When Xianxia saw Chu Huan's group of 3 still standing on the spot without moving, he couldn't help saying, "What are you guys still standing here for? What are you waiting for?" The 3 of them looked at each other. The grievances that had been accumulating in their hearts for a long time exploded at this moment. Even if they escorted Xianxia back safely today, with his temperament, he would definitely complain to the elders. At that time, not only would his chances of becoming an inner court disciple be slim, his status in the sect would be even worse, and he might even become a laughingstock. After all, it was a joke that they couldn't even defeat the abandoned people. Xianxia. Chu Huan slowly raised his eyes. There was a trace of determination in his calm eyes. "Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare you call me by my name?" Xianxia was displeased. "Mother Ker, do you really think you're so great? If your grandfather wasn't an elder, a guy like you would have died God knows how many times. Xianxia, you better remember what you said. When we go back, I'll ask my grandfather to kick you out." Xianxia was also enraged. These few pieces of trash actually dared to challenge him today? "You don't have to kick me out. I'm not going back anyway." Xianxia's face was full of resentment. "God is really unfair. I don't want my life today. You're going to die here anyway. Chu Huan, the 2 of you can't be like him." Xianxia also realized that his current situation was very bad. Once everyone chose to give up, he would definitely lose his life here. "As long as the 2 of you can help me block these guys, I promise to promote you to inner sect disciples when we go back." If they had heard Xianxia's words before, Chu Huan would have done so even if it meant risking their lives. However, after experiencing all this, how could they not see that all this was just an excuse from Xianxia? "Xianxia, you don't have to say these things. We've already seen through it." Chu Huan's face was cold. He didn't know what he had been doing all day. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Xianxia, who had been abandoned in the blink of an eye, and were a little surprised. This change was really fast. How hateful is Xianxia? No one is willing to help him now. Xiao Hei's eyes were full of ridicule. This guy deserved to be in such a situation. Shang Guanying frowned. Maybe these guys realized that they're not as strong as us, so they changed their minds at this moment. It's just for a way to survive. Everyone nodded slightly. This kind of situation happened a lot in the face of a great disaster. However, Xianxia was really too annoying. Bewitching's figure flashed and directly attacked Xianxia. This guy was really scum. Bang! 2 fists collided. Xianxia took a few steps back. After realizing that Chu Huan and the other 2 were really not going to attack, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and flew back quickly. This place wasn't far from the immortal region. As long as they escaped from this area, they would definitely bring the people from the sect to kill all these people. Xianxia is the grandson of an elder of the Xianxia sect. Once he escapes, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome, Chu Huan suddenly said. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others took a glance at Chu Huan. However, they did not say anything. From the conversation between Xianxia and the others, they had a rough idea of his identity. This indeed made them apprehensive. No matter how weak Xianxia's strength was, since his grandfather was an elder of the sect, his strength was definitely not weak. In that case, they had to eliminate the source of the problem. They absolutely couldn't leave behind any future troubles. Vigorous essence energy exploded. Bewitching pushed his speed to the limit and caught up with Xianxia's pace. Let me tell you, my grandfather is an elder of the Xianxia sect. If you dare to kill me, my grandfather will definitely kill all of you. There was a hint of panic in Xiaojia's voice. However, as long as you let me go, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Hearing this, Bewitching raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, then I'll have to kill him. Only a fool would believe such words. Seeing that Bewitching attacked without even thinking, Xiaojia could only use all his skills to deal with it. Xiaofeng, don't we need to go ahead and take a look? Bailey Yunyan looked at Di Xiaofeng, who was guarding Chu Huan and the other two, with a trace of worry in her eyes. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Don't worry, that guy's foundation is unstable. Although he's in the Radiant Sun realm, he's no match for Beichen and the others. Besides, Beichen isn't the only one who went. He should be back soon. Bailey Yunyan nodded. You're right. Beichen and Hong Zhuang have always been very strong. Di Xiaofeng turned to look at Xiao Xuanzi and Xiao Hua. He frowned slightly. Compared to Beichen, he was more worried about Xiao Hua and Xiao Xuanzi. After a short period of bandaging, Xiao Xuanzi's wound had split open again. The injury on his arm was very serious, but he was still hugging Xiao Hua. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't open his mouth when he saw the two of them like this. Noticing Di Xiaofeng's gaze, Bailey Yunyan also turned her gaze. Little Xuanzi just stared blankly at Little Flower's appearance. His head was clearly lowered, so his expression couldn't be seen, but Bailey Yunyan felt a deep sadness. Xiao Xuanzi had always been very cheerful, but they had never seen him like this before. There was an unprecedented feeling of unfamiliarity. Bailey Yunyan inexplicably wanted to break this sad atmosphere because she felt that this wasn't suitable for Xiao Xuanzi. However, she couldn't move her feet. Because she didn't know what she could say. Di Xiaofeng could understand Xiao Xuanzi's feelings. The deeper his feelings for Xiao Hua, the more intense the pain of not being able to protect the woman he loved the most. This kind of emotion couldn't be changed with just a few words. It depended on his own thoughts. Not long after, Di Beichen and the others returned. After realizing that Xiaojia wasn't there, Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where's Xiaojia? Has it been resolved?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "It's settled." As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Xiao Xuanzi. "I think Beichen has already used the most suitable method to punish Xiaojia. However, if you have any ideas, you can carry them out. The things that Xiaojia, this kind of scum, had done were really heinous. Therefore, when it came to punishing him, there was no mercy at all. Once Xiaojia dies, the elders will immediately find out." Chu Huan suddenly said, "Elder knows that we came to the abandoned immortal forest today. I advise you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, once Elder comes, it will be a disaster." "He's not dead." Di Beichen said coldly, "Xiao Xuanzi, I've made Xiaojia fall into an illusion. He will be in endless pain. With his strength, he won't die in a short time. What do you think?" As Di Beichen's voice fell, Xiren and the others also understood. This kind of punishment was scarier than death. For a guy like Xiaojia, he must have done countless bad things in the past. Once he fell into an illusion, it would be like a nightmare that would trap him and he would be unable to extricate himself. In addition, this guy wasn't a strong-willed person. Under such torture, it wouldn't take long for him to completely go crazy. "Beichen, this method of yours is really powerful." When Chu Huan and the others heard Di Beichen's words, they were confused. They didn't understand what they were talking about. An illusory realm was not something that could be easily created. One moment, it was a small escape talisman, and the next moment, it was an illusion. Even the experts of the immortal region weren't good at these things, but when they came out of their mouths, it was as if it was a simple matter. They couldn't believe it, but the other party didn't have the need to boast in front of them. So, everything became more meaningful. Xiao Xuanzi raised his head and looked at Di Beichen. He said, "I believe you." He believed that his master wouldn't let Xiaojia go so easily. Now, what he wanted the most was to see Xiao Hua get better quickly. "Then what should we do with these three guys?" Xiren looked at Chu Huan and the others. These three were Xiaojia's lackeys. Although they changed their stance at the last moment, no one knew if it was really a change or if they were forced to do so. These guys also forced Xiaoxuanzi and Xiaohua. In my opinion, we should just kill them. It'll be neat and tidy, Shang Guanying said. Zhong Limu had been staring at these three guys, not giving them any chance to escape. If they showed any signs of resisting, he would immediately take care of them. Ling nodded slightly. The other party had lost their fighting spirit and didn't have the mood to continue fighting. Although their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party's strength wasn't really that strong. In fact, if Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang broke through to the Radiant Sun realm, even if the other party had more people, it would be difficult to control them. I don't understand. Zhong Limu was puzzled. Didn't they say that cultivators who can enter the immortal region are all quite strong? Other than those who were born in the immortal region, cultivators who relied on their own strength to ascend are all very strong. However, these guys are all in the Radiant Sun realm, but their combat strength is much weaker than the people I met before. Even Nailan Fu, who captured them and sent them to the spirit-devouring mine, was much stronger than these guys. I don't understand this either. Bai Liyanche shrugged. If all the Radiant Sun stage cultivators in the celestial realm were this strong, then it wouldn't be long before they set off for the realm of chaos. Chu Huan and the other two had ugly expressions on their faces as they listened to the other party's blatant conversation. Most importantly, the other party wasn't deliberately taunting them when he said those words. Instead, he was seriously thinking about it, which made it even more awkward. Our original strength was indeed not weak, but ever since we joined the Xianxia sect, we became Xiaoxia's followers. Being ordered around by him every day to do some messy things, not only did my strength not improve during this period of time, on the contrary, my combat strength has become worse. Chu Huan sighed. Originally, he had never thought about this problem. He only felt that he still had a long life ahead of him. Even if he wasted 2 years, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he didn't realize that cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. Only on the brink of death did he finally understand this problem. What was the use of all this? You're interesting. You like answering questions so much? Di Xiaofeng looked at Chu Huan with interest. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't want to answer any questions at all. Chu Huan looked up with a calm expression. I only ask that you give me a quick death. Xiao Hei's expression was icy cold. When it thought of the previous scene, it felt its hair stand on end. It was extremely furious. I suggested it, but it was useless. At this moment, Xiaoxuanzi glanced at Chu Huan and said, they were also controlled by Xiaoxia. Forget it. He was very clear about the previous situation. From the beginning to the end, it was only Xiaoxia's idea. Hearing Xiaoxuanzi's words, a trace of confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. They only felt that this was really not in line with his style. After such a thing happened, only by killing the other party could they truly vent their anger. Chu Huan and the other two were a little surprised. They were already prepared to die, but they did not expect Xiaoxuanzi to say such a thing. Di Beichen took a deep look at Xiaoxuanzi. As the master, he had a certain understanding of Xiaoxuanzi's character. It seemed that today's matter had affected him greatly. Since Xiaoxuanzi has already decided, you can leave. If we find such a thing in the future, we will not let you off easily. Chu Huan and the other two were a little stunned. They only felt that the other party was deliberately playing with them. In the next moment, they bowed deeply, their faces full of shame. We are really sorry. We will definitely not do such a thing in the future, and we will not return to the Xianxia sect. If we say half a word about what happened today, we will definitely die a horrible death, Chu Huan said with a serious expression. Di Beichen ignored them and left with Xiaoxuanzi and Xiaohua. Chu Huan and the other two stood on the spot until the other party left. The three of them had a guilty expression on their faces. Chu Huan, what should we do now? Zhang Wenqing was at a loss. They had worked hard for so many years and finally found a place to stay in the celestial region. Now, they definitely could not return to the Xianxia sect. Something had happened to Xiaoxia. If they returned, only death would await them. We can only return to the celestial region through the chaotic celestial region. If we leave from here, we will definitely be discovered. At that time, we will not be able to protect our lives. Although the chaotic celestial region is very dangerous, there is still a chance of survival. Chu Huan's eyes were once again filled with determination and faith. We have to find our original selves. What's the point of cowering all day? You're right, it's better for those people to be free and unfettered in the abandoned immortal forest. Even if we can't do it, we can just stay in the abandoned immortal forest. Zhang Wenqing had also gotten over it. In the past, he had always thought that the abandoned immortal forest was filled with useless trash. Today, he realized that he had been a frog in a well. There were many geniuses here. After rushing back to their residence, Bai Xianxia said, "Those guys didn't follow us. It seems that they are truly repentant. They actually have no other choice. Going back is a dead end," Bailey Hongshuang said. Lin Xiren sighed, "Right now, I feel that this immortal domain is actually quite difficult to survive in. It would be better for us to learn more skills before we go out and explore. Otherwise, if we end up like them, that would really be, Hongshuang, how's Little Blossom?" Bailey Hongshuang fed Little Blossom a pill and said, "Little Blossom's injuries are very serious, but most of them are external injuries. Her foundation hasn't been harmed. However, the power of these chains is a bit strange. They absorbed Little Blossom's essence. In addition to the previous explosion, Little Blossom also suffered internal injuries." Everyone nodded. Bailey Hongshuang had already explained the general situation. Although the injury was serious, as long as she was still alive, she would be able to recover in a short time. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes turned slightly, and she looked at Xiao Xuanzi on the side. His wound was still bleeding, but his eyes were always on Xiao Hua's body. His eyes contained too much pain and worry. "I'll deal with Xiao Hua's injury. Bewitching, you help Xiao Xuanzi." Bewitching's medical skills were still lacking compared to Hongshuang's, but he could already deal with ordinary injuries skillfully. After all, his master was different, so his learning speed was naturally much faster. "Big brother, how are your injuries?" Bewitching looked at Di Xiaofeng and the others. In the previous fight, everyone was injured. "It's fine." Di Xiaofeng waved his hand. "These injuries will be fine after taking some medicine." Bewitching nodded slightly. Usually, everyone was often injured when they were cultivating. Everyone had pills on them. Ordinary injuries could be healed quickly after taking the pills. "Xiao Xuanzi, Hongshuang will take care of Xiao Hua here. You go back to your room and rest first," Bewitching said. Xiao Xuanzi looked at Xiao Hua and said, "I want to wait here for her to wake up. Xiao Hua's essence is damaged. She won't wake up for a while. I'm afraid it'll be tomorrow when she wakes up. Your injury is also very serious. If you don't deal with it properly, don't tell me you don't want your arm anymore?" Bewitching frowned and said in a deep voice. "Don't worry. Xiao Hua will be fine with me here." Bailey Hongshuang smiled and her face was full of confidence. "I promise you that when you wake up tomorrow, you'll see Xiao Hua safe and sound." Facing everyone's gaze, Xiao Xuanzi was a little unwilling, but he still nodded. After Xiao Xuanzi and the other men left, Bailey Hongshuang took off Xiao Hua's clothes and dealt with her wound. Bailey Yunyan and Shang Guanying couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The wound that was dripping with blood was a ghastly sight. The girl's perfectly fine skin had turned into such a state. Just by looking at it, one could imagine how painful it was. That Xiaojia is really abnormal. The imperial wind horse elephant's body isn't outstanding among demonic beasts, but it's not like a human that can easily break through it. Little Blossom's injuries are so serious. It's obvious what kind of torture she went through before we arrived. Bailey Yunyan's eyes were filled with reluctance. Now that she thought about it, she felt that she should have ruthlessly stabbed him with a knife. "The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Shang Guanying looked indignant. "Hongshuang, you just used an illusion on him and didn't let him suffer any physical pain?" Looking at Shang Guanying's agitated look, Bailey Hongshuang shook her head and said, "Xiao Xuanzi and Xiao Hua have suffered so much, how can Beichen let them go so easily? Don't worry, Beichen has already done what you want to do." Once she said that, Shang Guanying finally showed a relieved expression. "Now that you said that, I'm relieved. Otherwise, when I think of that guy's appearance, I can't wait to rush over and stab him twice." Bailey Hongzhuang carefully dealt with Xiaohua's wound. Even with the effect of pills, these injuries still needed half a month to recover. Fortunately, they arrived in time today. Otherwise, they would have to suffer for the rest of their lives. Little Xuanzi's taste is really good. Little Blossom is very beautiful after transforming into a human. Shang Guanying looked at Little Blossom's appearance. Previously, the situation was very dangerous, so she didn't have the chance to look carefully. Now that they stopped, she finally saw Little Blossom's true appearance. She was really a beauty. Actually, Little Blossom should also be good-looking among the imperial wind horse elephants. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She had seen a few imperial wind horse elephants before, but they weren't as good-looking as Little Blossom. Shang Guanying was a bit surprised. You can even see that? Different races, but I think they all look the same. Speaking of which, Xianxia didn't go back today. That Xianqing sex elder should be coming to the abandoned immortal forest to look for him. When the time comes, will he find us? Bailey Yunyan's face was filled with worry. Just from Chu Huan and the others' description, she could tell that the elder wasn't someone easy to deal with. Once he knew that his beloved grandson had turned into a fool, he would definitely fly into a rage. We've already done our best to clean up the traces. In addition, Xianxia has already turned into a fool. What can't we get from him? Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes revealed a pondering look. She wasn't very clear about the methods of the immortal region's cultivators, but they had indeed done everything they could. If they could still find them in this situation, then even if Xianxia died, the other party would definitely be able to find them. Granny and the others don't know when they will come back. We have to be prepared. The other party could appear at any time. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was serious. To be able to become an elder of a sect, his strength was definitely not simple. The immortal region's experts had many methods. They couldn't be sure if the other party really had the ability to know everything. For the entire night, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were cautiously looking around, worried that danger would appear at any time. Fortunately, the situation wasn't that bad. When Granny Hua and the others came back at dawn, everyone was completely relieved. Granny Hua and the others just came back and saw the courtyard full of people. They were a bit surprised. What? We only left for a day, and you guys miss us so much? Yu Hong joked. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been worried the whole night. Only after seeing the four seniors did they heave a sigh of relief. Their mood was extremely good. Senior Yu, we were already looking forward to your return as soon as you left. Come on, you little fellows are acting so strange today. Something must have happened, right? Although Yu Hong liked to joke, he was also very smart. Even though he had just returned, he had already noticed that something was wrong. What happened? Zhongli Xiaoran asked in a deep voice. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others recounted everything that had happened. This kind of thing could not be covered up, and there was no need to cover it up. Moreover, Little Blossom and Little Xuanzi were still lying in bed. To recuperate. After hearing the whole story, Yu Hong couldn't help but say, isn't this too much of a coincidence? We just left and something like this happened. You little fellows are really unlucky. Everyone looked at each other. In fact, they also had the same feeling. You guys handled this matter pretty well. The other party shouldn't be able to find you. Senior Hua, if we kill him, will that elder see the scene before his death? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of the same thing that happened when they first went to Penglai Island. It brought them a lot of trouble. That's right. For those old fellows, this is a basic method. Hu Shukong nodded and said, if you go to the immortal region in the future, you have to pay attention to this. The immortal region of chaos is slightly better because the cultivators who go there usually don't have any status or background. It's fine to kill them. However, when you face people with power, you have to be careful when dealing with them. Granny Hua quickly said. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked as if they had learned something. They definitely wouldn't forget it in the future. Are Little Blossom and Little Xuanzi's injuries serious? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. They were tortured by Xianxia. Their injuries are very serious. They need to be nursed back to health. I'll go take a look. Granny Hua slowly walked into the house. After saving Little Blossom had been following her. Although Little Blossom didn't stay by Granny Hua's side every day, she would come to accompany Granny Hua every once in a while. In the past, whenever Granny Hua went out to gather herbs, Little Blossom would always accompany her. It was only when Bailey Hongzhuang went out to gather herbs that Little Blossom stopped following her. Hence, the relationship between the two was very deep. You handled it well. Not long later, Granny Hua came out with a satisfied look in her eyes. Grandpa, did you guys get anything this time? Zhongli Sharon's expression was gentle. We didn't get anything this time, but we will soon. What do you mean? Half a month later, there will be a gathering in the abandoned immortal forest. At that time, everyone will bring their own things to barter. Are you guys interested? Yu Hong said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' eyes lit up. There's a gathering in the abandoned immortal forest? Huish Yukong nodded. Actually, there's one every year. It's just that we weren't interested in it before. However, the things on this gathering will be good for you guys, so you can go take a look. Grandpa, isn't the gathering in the immortal region of chaos? Is it in the abandoned immortal forest this time? Zhonglimu felt a little strange. He had never heard his grandfather mention this before. There is indeed a gathering in the realm of chaotic immortal. However, those guys have always been deceiving people. The abandoned immortal forest also had its own market, where many precious herbs would appear. However, because everyone needed daily necessities, there was not much that could be traded at the market. But this year is a little different. The heavenly fruit has matured. Yu Hong's lips curled into a smug smile. The gazes of Zhongli Xiaoran and the other two also softened. Heavenly fruit? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. She had never heard of such a fruit. You all know that the cultivators who ascend to the immortal domain are all at the Radiant Sun realm. You've already seen 2 cultivators from the immortal domain, and both of them are at the Radiant Sun realm. Don't you find it strange? Huish Yukong smiled faintly. Everyone looked at each other. In fact, they had long felt that it was strange, but they just couldn't figure it out. After ascending to the crossing immortal domain from the Radiant Sun realm, Chu Huan and the other 2 must have been there for quite some time since they were able to enter the crossing immortal domain and join a sect. Could it be that the inability to break through has something to do with the fruit of destiny? Bewitching asked in a low voice. Yes, and no. Zhongli Xiao said. After the Radiant Sun realm is the elementary immortal realm. Only after breaking through to the elementary immortal realm can one be called an immortal. The gap between a human and an immortal is not something that can be easily crossed. It is extremely difficult to break through to the Radiant Sun realm. Who knows how many cultivators are stuck at the Radiant Sun realm, unable to make any progress. Some are even unable to break through for the rest of their lives. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had guessed that breaking through to the Radiant Moon realm would be extremely difficult. However, after hearing all this, they realized that it was far more difficult than they had imagined. Back then, when we were trying to break through to the Radiant Sun realm, we also spent a lot of time. Therefore, if you are stuck at this stage for too long, there is no need to be anxious. The gap between a human and an immortal is definitely not simple. Crossing it means being reborn. As for the fruit of destiny, it will be of great help to your breakthrough. Hearing this, everyone realized the importance of the fruit of destiny. Since it was so difficult to break through to the Radiant Sun realm, treasures that could help in breaking through were extremely important. Master, the fruit of destiny has such an incredible effect. It must be extremely valuable. Can we exchange for it? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was serious. They had to exchange for such an important fruit no matter what price they had to pay. Granny Hua smiled faintly. If it were anyone else, it would indeed be difficult to exchange for the fruit of destiny. Fortunately, we have some friendship with that fellow. As long as we take out something that he likes, it shouldn't be a problem. Granny Hua, then what does he like? Zhongli Mu's face was filled with curiosity and worry, but we don't have any precious treasures here. What does the abandoned immortal forest lack the most? What we lack the most is not other things, but living resources. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. A guess surfaced in their minds. It can't be that easy, right? So, the few of you should make a trip back to the upper realm and buy all the delicious and fun things you can find there. When the time comes, make him happy, and this matter will be settled. Yu Hong looked at the group of juniors with a face full of smiles. You guys are really lucky. This heavenswell fruit takes a long time to ripen. You guys are lucky to have encountered it. Although the seniors spoke casually, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others understood that the seniors must have done them a favor. The fruit of heavenswell was so precious that if it was sold in the realm of chaotic immortals, it would definitely fetch a shocking price. It was definitely not something that could be exchanged for with these simple things. Thus, it was all because of the 4 seniors that he had this opportunity. Thank you, Master. Everyone bowed, their faces full of gratitude. Since you've already called me Master, there's no need to be so courteous. Being able to complete your apprenticeship earlier is what we want to see the most. After learning of the situation, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they waited for another 2 days. Xiaoxuanzi and Little Flower had already woken up. Although their injuries could not be completely healed in a short period of time, it was obvious that they could already move. The next step was only a matter of time. As soon as they returned to the upper realm, Xiren and Shangguan Yingying went directly to the Emperor Cloud City and bought all the things they thought might be useful. Cultivation resources were very expensive, but these daily necessities didn't cost many spirit stones. Bewitching directly sent people to look for some interesting things. Mo Yunjue and the others didn't stay idle either. They kept thinking about what the senior might need. When they thought of something, they directly made a list and handed it to Bewitching. The D family's manpower was very efficient, needless to say. Therefore, it didn't take long for a lot of interesting things to be collected. Di Yujue was a little surprised when he learned that Bewitching and the others suddenly began to collect these things after coming out of seclusion. However, they didn't take it too seriously. Perhaps it was because they had been cultivating for a long time, so it was normal for them to want to fiddle with new things. At this age, it was indeed boring to just cultivate all day long. After staying in the family for a few days, Bewitching and the others felt that they were almost ready. These were all the things they needed in life. Other than that, they really couldn't think of anything else. Looking at the things in the storage ring, Xiren couldn't help but say, the things we prepared are enough to build a new house. These should be enough, right? Listening to Xiren's words, everyone felt the same. They had already bought everything they could. Some things that they thought were good were bought more than one set. Other than that, they really couldn't think of anything else to buy. It should be enough. Bewitching responded. In fact, the other party is mainly looking at the friendship of the 4 seniors. Our things don't have much meaning. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Anyone would know that such things were simply not as valuable as the fruit of heaven's will. In the end, what they owed was the kindness of the 4 seniors. In fact, there is some meaning to it. Look at how powerful the seniors are. They were always hungry every day before. I think birds of a feather flock together. Maybe that senior is also a foodie. Shangguan Yingying had an excited smile on her face. She felt that her judgment was quite reasonable. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Shangguan Yingying silently. What? Am I wrong? Shangguan Yingying felt a little guilty under everyone's gaze. Everyone looked at her and suddenly said in unison, we also think that what you said is very reasonable. You scared me to death. Shangguan Yingying rolled her eyes. Then let's go back earlier. I wonder if Xiaoxuanzi and Xiaohua are feeling better now. As usual, Bailey Hongzhuang left the pills that she had refined with the clan. Only then did everyone head towards the abandoned immortal forest again. As soon as they arrived, everyone saw Xiaoxuanzi's figure. Bewitching sized up Xiaoxuanzi and said with a smile, it seems that your injuries have recovered well. Master. Xiaoxuanzi smiled faintly. My injuries are not serious. Don't be too casual. Don't move your arm casually. The injury is too serious. If you don't take good care of it, it will be troublesome if there is a chronic illness in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang warned. Just a moment ago, she noticed that Xiaoxuanzi wanted to move his arm, so she specially reminded him. Xiaoxuanzi nodded slightly. I know. Where's Xiaohua? Shang Guanying asked with a smile. Everyone walked into the courtyard. Xiao Hua was with Granny Hua. Seeing everyone return, the two of them were very happy. You're back. Granny Hua put down the herbs in her hand and smiled. Granny, we bought everything we could think of, but we don't know if we can succeed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and sat down beside Granny Hua. Last time you said you liked to eat pastries, so I bought some again. Good, good. Granny Hua looked kind. Don't worry. Although that old man likes to take advantage of others, it's not that easy to take advantage of us. Xiao Hua, you look much better. Shang Guanying looked at Little Flower. Although Little Flower still looked a little weak, she was much better than her previous pale appearance. Thank you for saving my life. Xiao Hua bowed sincerely, her eyes were filled with gratitude. If everyone didn't arrive in time, she would have lost her life. When Xiren smiled faintly and said, we are not the most important. There is someone you should thank properly. When he said that, a sly smile appeared in everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua didn't agree to Xiao Xuanzi's pursuit before, but after this incident, it could be said that a friend in need was a friend indeed. Xiao Xuanzi was willing to give up his life for Xiao Hua. If it was anyone else, they would be touched, right? However, after hearing this, Xiao Hua's expression became complicated, and there was a hint of indescribable bitterness. Seeing that, everyone's heart slightly changed. Could it be that there was something they didn't know? They didn't ask further. Since it was difficult to say, it must be difficult to say. If they continued to ask, it wouldn't be good. There were still a few days before the market started, but it was said that the market was located in the center of the abandoned immortal forest. From where they were, it would take them 3 days to get there. Therefore, everyone had already started to prepare. This was the first lively event they encountered after coming to the abandoned immortal forest. Naturally, they couldn't miss it. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang was preparing to go out to pick herbs, but unexpectedly saw Xiao Hua's figure. Xiao Hua, why aren't you resting? Why are you up so early? Hongzhuang, can I go with you to pick herbs? Little Blossom had a complicated expression on her face. Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to refuse. With Little Blossom's current physical condition, going out might put a burden on her injuries. However, after noticing her expression, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Okay. After agreeing, Bailey Hongzhuang changed her plan. She wouldn't go to a faraway place to gather herbs, but would gather herbs nearby. They were silent all the way. After a while, Bailey Hongzhuang said, Little Blossom, do you have something to tell me? Xiao Hua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated expression. Hongzhuang, ever since this incident, I noticed that Xiao Xuanzi's attitude has changed. His attitude changed? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. How did it change? He doesn't talk to me much now. I feel like he's intentionally avoiding me. Xiao Hua's face was troubled. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it carefully. Recently, she went out to cultivate with everyone during the day, so she wasn't too sure about Xiao Xuanzi and Xiao Hua's situation. When Xiao Hua was injured, they all saw how uncomfortable Xiao Xuanzi was. Perhaps the injuries on his body were nothing, but he couldn't protect the person he loved deeply. This feeling was very painful. Don't be fooled by Xiao Xuanzi's flirtatious appearance. He's actually very serious about you, so this incident gave him a big blow. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiao Hua seriously and said, Don't think too much. He probably just needs some time. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. I hope so too. But I don't know why, but I have a vague feeling that he's getting farther and farther away from me. He's never been like this before. I feel a little nervous. Seeing the worry in Xiao Hua's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Ling Er was right. Xiao Xuanzi was in Xiao Hua's heart. At this moment, there was no need to ask whether she liked him or not. Her attitude had already expressed everything. Xiao Hua, Xiao Xuanzi's feelings for you were very clear on that day. Perhaps this incident really gave him a big blow, but I believe that as long as you two have feelings for each other, you won't be separated. I know that after this incident, you probably want to agree to be with Xiao Xuanzi. But after such a long time, although you two haven't confirmed your identities, you haven't been separated, right? As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Little Blossom was slightly startled, and his dim eyes gradually reignited with brilliance. Hong Zhuang, I think I understand. A smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. Thank you. Bailey Hong Zhuang waved her hand. I didn't do anything. But I really hope that when we go to the realm of chaotic immortals, there will be a new member in our team. Hearing that, the smile on Xiaohua's face became gentler. The original distance between them was broken at this moment. She also opened her mouth. Actually, when I first met Xianxia, I thought that I would definitely not be with him. He doesn't look serious at all, and he doesn't cultivate properly. He's not my type at all. But after getting along with him for a long time, I realized that he only likes to joke, but he is actually very serious. I didn't think that something like this would happen this time. I also understand that his feelings have changed, but I feel very sad that he is avoiding me like this. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Think about it. Little Xuanzi likes you so much. He can't possibly hide from you all the time. I've always treated Xiao Xuanzi like this in the past. Will you guys dislike me? Little Blossom looked at Bailey Hongzhuang nervously. That's impossible. Actually, all of us have always liked you. If it wasn't for you constantly supervising little Xuanzi, his strength wouldn't have improved so much. Not only that, because of you, Xiao Xuanzi spent a lot of time just to lose weight. Even Xianxia and the others admire his perseverance. Seeing that little flower was very interested in Xiao Xuanzi, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind chatting with her. After chatting for a while, Little Blossom was no longer as depressed as before. Instead, he made up his mind. She would wait for Xiao Xuanzi to figure everything out. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others packed up their things and followed behind the 4 seniors to the market. This was the group's first time passing through the abandoned immortal forest. Previously, they were all near their residences. As they went deeper into the abandoned immortal forest, they realized how big the forest was. Previously, they had only been to 100th or even 1,000th of the abandoned immortal forest. Bailey Hongzhuang's harvest on the way was also very rich. Many immortal spirit grass could be seen everywhere on the side of the road. She picked some when she saw them on the way. Usually, when she was refining pills, these herbs would always come. Moreover, most of these herbs were very helpful to them. Master, the abandoned immortal forest is so rich in herbs. Why didn't the immortal domain take the abandoned immortal forest into the domain of the immortal domain? Why did they give it up? Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. She knew that the cultivation resources of the immortal domain must be very plentiful. However, wasn't it strange that such a large forest was abandoned? Such a large forest, there must be many precious immortal herbs inside. Those people from the immortal domain didn't want to give up on this place. There were some reasons that forced them to do so. A trace of disdain appeared in Granny Hua's eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other. They still didn't understand. Back then, the immortal domain did want to take over the abandoned immortal forest. However, there were still some exceptional experts in the forest. As long as they didn't agree, those guys couldn't enter. Those old guys from the immortal domain wanted to save face. Therefore, they named the forest the abandoned immortal forest. Naturally, the cultivators living here became abandoned people. Hu Shukong explained. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. So there was a twist in the story. It seemed like the reason why the abandoned immortal forest was abandoned was not because it wasn't good. It was because they couldn't get it. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to what happened back then. Otherwise, the abandoned immortal forest would be gone. That would be really troublesome. Zhongli Xiaoran sighed. Master, this means that there are many experts in the abandoned immortal forest? Mo Yunjua's eyes were filled with curiosity. Up until now, they hadn't seen many other people in the abandoned immortal forest. If they didn't know that there were people from the immortal region who had been capturing abandoned people in the vicinity, they wouldn't even be sure that there were other people living here. Of course there are experts, and there are quite a few of them. Granny Hua smiled faintly. However, these old fellows have already seen through the world and are only willing to be ordinary people. You guys don't need to be too curious. There are definitely people living in the abandoned immortal forest. It was just that the area was too big, so everyone's living quarters were a little sparse. When we reach the market, you'll see the others. Yu Hong stroked his beard with a smile on his face. That's right. There are always a lot of people at the market. Zhong Limu smiled. After traveling for 3 days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally arrived at the market. From afar, they could already hear the bustling noises in front of them. Immediately, their eyes lit up, and a strong sense of excitement emerged in their eyes. We're here, we're here. Zhong Limu pointed to the front, his face full of anticipation. The tents in front of them looked very simple, but at a glance, the road was very long. The lively conversations were simple and honest. It wasn't just the children, but even some of the elders were chatting happily. As a member of the abandoned immortal forest, they didn't usually see many people. It was only when the market was held that they had the opportunity to gather together. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly watched the scene in front of her. This place wasn't as prosperous as the Emperor Cloud City, but this market gave her an unprecedented feeling. Come, let's go set up our tents first. Yu Hong smiled faintly. If you little fellows want to wander around first, then go ahead and look around. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they followed behind the 4 elders and chose a place to put down their things. Granny Hua, you're finally here. At that moment, a granny similar in age to Granny Hua walked over. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, her eyes lit up. Granny Hua, when did you find such a beautiful girl? Could she be your granddaughter? Granny Li, you must be joking. She is my disciple, Hongzhuang. Granny Hua smiled and waved at Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, come here. Bailey Hongzhuang turned and quickly walked over. This is Granny Li. Granny Li has a lot of precious immortal spirit herbs. If you need anything, you can ask Granny Li. Greetings, Granny Li. Bailey Hongzhuang curtsied. Granny Li smiled and nodded. When I get closer, this girl is even more beautiful. Is she married? Coincidentally, Old Man Gu's grandson hasn't married yet. This? Ahem. Bewitching coughed lightly. Unknowingly, he was already standing beside Bailey Hongzhuang. What a handsome child. Granny Li looked at Bewitching in surprise. I haven't seen you in a while. Granny Hua, your place is very lively. Granny Hua shook her head helplessly. Granny Li, you are the most famous matchmaker in the abandoned immortal forest. However, you don't have to think about these two. They are a couple. I see. Granny Hua suddenly understood. Looking at it this way, they are a match made in heaven. Bewitching quietly winked at Bailey Hongzhuang, and the latter couldn't help but laugh. While Granny Hua and Granny Li were talking, Yu Hong and the others were also talking with some old acquaintances. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quietly looked at everything in front of them, only to discover the other side of the 4 seniors. SSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Everyone was well aware of how terrifying their strength was. These elders might look ordinary and mediocre, but they might be hidden experts. Now, they already knew how terrifying the abandoned immortal forest was. This wasn't an abandoned forest, but a forest that even the immortal domain couldn't obtain. Perhaps one of these people was a senior who had once made a name for himself in the immortal realm. Zhong Limu, what are you looking for? Shangguan Ying patted Zhong Limu's shoulder and asked. Zhong Limu was startled at first, but when he noticed that it was Shangguan Ying, he relaxed and said, Sister Ying, I'm just checking if that senior is here. Which senior? Shangguan Ying finally understood that the person Zhong Limu was looking forward to the most was the senior with the heavenly fruit. Have you seen that senior before? Zhong Limu shook his head. Then why are you still looking? Even if he comes, you won't recognize him. I think that if that senior comes, grandfather and the rest will definitely look for him. Zhong Limu said calmly. That makes sense. Shangguan Ying nodded and also looked at the side. There were many small stalls here, with various items on display. There were countless medicinal herbs, but in a place like the abandoned immortal forest, medicinal herbs were not the most attractive. On the contrary, daily necessities and even food were more popular. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching helped set up the tents before looking around. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Looking around, she saw many precious immortal herbs. The abandoned immortal forest was indeed a land of treasures, with countless immortal herbs. If Dr. Wu comes here, he will definitely feel like he's in heaven. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. A while ago, when she gave some immortal herbs to Wu Weiming, she could still clearly remember the latter's expression. To a doctor, there was nothing more attractive than immortal herbs. Why do I feel that wifey's feelings at this moment are very similar? Bei Chen's lips slightly raised, his eyes smiling. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and rolled her eyes. Alright, actually when I see these herbs, I also have the urge to take them all. Granny Hua placed the medicine and pills that she made on a daily basis on the stall for others to choose from. In the abandoned immortal forest, there were not many spiritual stones, so everyone bartered. Yu Hong and Hu Shukong also took out some furniture, runes, and array stones. These were things that the two of them made when they were bored. After all, they had to have something to attend the gathering. Out of the four of them, only Zhongli Xiaoran was empty-handed, clearly not intending to sell anything. In this regard, not to mention the three elders, even Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were already used to it. Senior Zhongli had always had the demeanor of an expert. If he really did such a thing, everyone would find it hard to believe. It's still early now. The gathering will only begin at night. You've been on the road for a few days. I'm sure you're all tired. Why don't you take a rest first? Yu Hong walked over from behind. This gathering is only lively at night. You'll see many more teams coming later. Hearing this, everyone finally understood what was going on. Normally, the abandoned immortal forest would be quiet at night. However, with this gathering, the night became much livelier. As the sky darkened, more and more tents appeared around them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the tents around her. Sounds of joyful conversation could be heard, revealing a simple yet intimate atmosphere. So there are so many people in the abandoned immortal forest. How surprising. If everyone in the abandoned immortal forest lived together, it would be a big town. Bei Chen's face was filled with emotions. He did not check the cultivation levels of these people, but he knew that although there were some ordinary people, most of them were not weak. Right now, I feel that the abandoned immortal forest is actually pretty good. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Granny Hua and the rest should have returned here after seeing the world. It is indeed very comfortable here. Bei Chen looked at the simple people around him. They cultivated all the way here for the sake of becoming stronger and to better protect their loved ones. If everything was arranged properly in the future, he hoped that he could live a carefree life with Hongzhuang. That old fellow Meng Buchuan is finally here. Yu Hong brushed his sleeves and sighed in relief. Hu Shukong shook his head. What are you worried about? Although that old fellow has a strange temper, he has always kept his promises. Since he said he would come, he will definitely not go back on his words. Aren't I worried about these two idiotic disciples? Yu Hong sighed. Bei Chen and Hongzhuang are extremely talented. Even without the heavens will fruit, it is only a matter of time before they break through to the elementary immortal stage. However, with Xiren and Yingying's comprehension, who knows how much effort they will need to spend to break through to the elementary immortal stage. Hu Shukong chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so worried about these two little fellows. They are quite lucky. Let's go. It's time for you to perform. Zhongli Xiaoran slowly stood up and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's eyes lit up and followed behind Zhongli Xiaoran. Soon, everyone stopped in front of a tent. This tent was different from other tents. It looked exceptionally simple and did not seem to have been set up properly. It was just casually set up and looked as though it would collapse if a gust of wind blew over. A white-haired old man was lying on a rocking chair. His eyes were half closed and he looked drowsy. Old man Meng, can't you set up this tent better? Yu Hong looked at the tent with disdain. Every time I see this tent of yours, I feel like it will land on my face in the next second. Meng Buchuan slowly raised his head and lazily glanced at Yu Hong. I'm naturally waiting for someone to help me set up this tent. How could Bailey Hongzhuang not understand what he meant? In the next moment, Bei Chen, Mo Yunjue, and the rest of the men quickly walked around the tent and began to stabilize it. Yu Hong and the other three exchanged glances. They had finally seen through the old man's temperament. Lazy, he was lazy to the extreme. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately took out another recliner and placed a soft cushion on it. She smiled and said, "Senior Meng, this cushion is made of goose feathers. It's unusually soft. Would you like to try it?" Meng Buchuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and raised his eyebrows. He then walked to the new soft chair and laid down. As expected, he felt much more comfortable. You old fellows really didn't expect to live so comfortably. With these young people showing filial piety to you, you really know how to enjoy it. Zhongli Xiaoran's face was cold. "I can't compare to you. Old man Zhongli, we've been fighting for so many years and we still haven't decided a winner. Now that you have a favor to ask of me, if you have this attitude, then I'll take my leave first," Meng Buchuan said indifferently. Zhongli Xiaoran's face changed. Yu Hong stood between the two of them and said with a smile, "Old man Meng, today you're the boss, okay?" Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quietly looked at each other, their hearts somewhat amused. Originally, they heard Granny Hua say that Senior Meng's temper was a bit strange and they were curious as to how strange it was. Now that they saw this scene, they understood that Senior Meng and Senior Zhongli's temperament was very similar. Normally, Senior Yu and the others couldn't deal with Senior Zhongli, but this Senior Meng was clearly on par with Senior Zhongli. "Senior Meng, we heard that you like to drink, so we prepared a lot of good wine this time, all of them are old wine." Ziren quickly walked over with a smile on his face. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't delay and took out the wine they prepared. This heaven's will fruit is related to their future. It was already not easy for the four seniors to connect them. Whether they could get this heaven's will fruit or not, it was up to them. All kinds of old wine were placed in front of Meng Buchuan. Good wine and good dishes were placed to the side. When the wind blew, a tempting fragrance entered everyone's nose. So fragrant. Originally, there weren't many people around Meng Buchuan's tent. However, when the good wine and good meat were brought out, it immediately attracted everyone. When everyone saw the food placed in front of Meng Buchuan, their eyes lit up. "Old man Meng, where did you get all this? You can't finish eating so much by yourself. How about I help you eat one? Normally, you would ask me for wine to drink. Today, no matter what, you have to bring me along." At this moment, the seniors didn't care about their face. Living in the abandoned immortal forest was indeed very comfortable. However, there weren't many good things. Normally, everyone would put all their energy into cultivation. How many people would actually learn to cook? Moreover, there weren't many seasonings here. Only when they went to the chaotic immortal domain could they eat a big meal. Now that they saw so many good things, and each of them looked very delicious, everyone's appetite was immediately aroused. Normally, I don't see you guys so active. Now, you all came. I still have some things to do. I'll find you guys later. Meng Buchuan waved his hand, he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Seeing this, everyone curled their lips. Meng Buchuan was famous for his gluttony and love of wine. This guy said that he was busy now, but when they came later, there would be nothing left. "Senior Meng, would you like to try it?" Di Xiaofeng passed the chopsticks to Meng Buchuan. Meng Buchuan slowly took the chopsticks. After tasting it, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he calmly put down the chopsticks. Granny Hua and Huashukong glanced at each other. They understood Meng Buchuan's temperament very well. It was just that every time they met Zhongli Xiaoran, the two of them would easily clash. "It tastes good." Meng Buchuan nodded slightly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled. As long as Senior Meng liked them, they would be happy. "Senior Meng, we heard that your residence is relatively simple. We also heard that you like to play chess. This time, we specially brought a chessboard and chess pieces." Di Baichen slowly took out the chessboard and handed the round chess box directly to Meng Buchuan. "This chess piece is made of top-grade mutton fat jade. It's warm to the touch and is full of spiritual energy." Seeing the chessboard and chess pieces, Meng Buchuan's face could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. "You little fellows are quite thoughtful." Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled. It seemed that their preparations were quite sufficient. At least, this could be considered as having obtained Senior Meng's approval. As everyone took out the things they had prepared one by one, Meng Buchuan's previous indifference turned into joy. When Granny Hua and the others saw the increasing number of things, they were somewhat astonished. It seemed that these little fellows had clearly taken their words to heart. Did they bring out all the things they could think of? Look at how Old Man Meng is grinning from ear to ear. Yu Hong clicked his tongue and sighed. He felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. These little fellows didn't even buy so many things for me. Weren't you the one who deliberately told me to put in more effort? Hu Shukong raised his eyebrows, his expression somewhat complicated. Why did he feel that Old Man Meng's smile was a bit dazzling? Yu Hong sighed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have warned him so. Look at his complacent look. Granny Hua looked at the two fellows who seemed to have been robbed of their disciples and could not help but shake her head. She did not know if the older they got, the more they lived, the more they could not even figure out this kind of thing. After a long while, Zhongli Xiaoran said, Old Man Meng, this should be filial piety, you can't just accept and not spit it out, right? Meng Buchuan chuckled and swept his gaze over Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. This heaven's will fruit is also a supreme treasure in the immortal domain. Many people yearn for it but can't get it. However, I find you little fellows very pleasing to the eye, so I'll give it to you. A deep red fruit appeared in Meng Buchuan's hand, and everyone's attention was instantly attracted by this fruit. The tender and juicy color revealed a dazzling luster, as bright as a gem. It did not have any smell, as if all the energy had been locked in the flesh. Many thanks, Senior Meng. Everyone's face was filled with joy, and they gratefully bowed. They could not help but feel excited in their hearts. This thing was really precious. I'm sure all of you already know the effects of the Fruit of Destiny. However, even if Granny Hua's alchemy skills are superb, the pills concocted from the Fruit of Destiny will not be enough for all of you. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. In fact, this was also within their expectations. Such heavenly treasures were very precious, and it was already very difficult to find one. However, there were so many of them, so it was impossible for everyone to have one. However, they didn't care. As long as someone had it, it was already very good. However, I happen to have 2 heavenly fruits here. It's rare for me to find someone pleasing to the eye, so I'll give the second one to you. Another fruit appeared before everyone's eyes. Suddenly, a trace of excitement appeared in everyone's eyes. Granny Hua, you better keep it well. Grandma Hua received the 2 fruits of heaven's will and looked at Meng Buchuan with some surprise. She really didn't think that Meng Buchuan would be so generous today. Thank you, Senior Meng. Everyone bowed again, their hearts filled with gratitude. Old Man Meng, don't worry. I won't waste these 2 fruits. Haha, it's rare for you to be so generous. Yu Hong sat down without any hesitation. In a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had already prepared all the tables and chairs. Thinking about it carefully, the storage rings of cultivators were filled with these things, they were probably the only ones. Granny Hua and Hu Shukong also sat down at the side. This time, the things prepared by these little fellows were not ordinary sumptuous, there were many that suited their tastes. What? Old Man Zhongli is still not giving face? Meng Buchuan looked at Zhongli Xiaoran, only to see him standing in the same place, with no intention of sitting down. Old man, you're really boring. After so many years, you're still so old-fashioned. No wonder you're not liked. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest silently looked at Zhongli Xiaoran. They never thought that there would be a day where Senior Zhongli would be evaluated like this. It was inexplicably funny. Even if there's food, it still can't shut your mouth. While the 5 seniors were eating, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not continue to stay here. Old friends naturally had a lot to talk about when they met, and they wanted to walk around the surrounding stalls. Along the way, they realized that although most of the herbs were sold here, there were also some pills, runes, formation stones, and the like. They casually asked and everyone was very enthusiastic. Bailey Hongzhuang saw some immortal spirit herbs and used some clothes to exchange for them. After the other party saw that the quality of the clothes was very good, they casually threw in a bunch of immortal spirit herbs. Seeing this scene, everyone was secretly speechless. These immortal spirit herbs were incomparably precious to the upper realm cultivators, but they could be exchanged with just some clothes here. Most importantly, they casually threw in a bunch Were they green onions? Through this, everyone understood that not only were the people of the abandoned immortal forest simple, they were also very enthusiastic. In addition, every family had the opportunity to gather together almost every year, so many people knew each other. Naturally, there was no such thing as taking advantage of others. Everyone immediately relaxed and scattered. With so many stalls, they would definitely find something they were interested in. Bewitching stopped at a stall because there were a few books on it. This book looked very old, but the writing on it was still very clear. What was written was about runes. After casually flipping through a few pages, Bewitching realized that the contents of this rune book were very precious. He originally wanted to buy this rune book, but found that the other party did not intend to sell it, so he could only look at it here. Bewitching, you can read it here. The contents are good. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I'll go to the stalls in front of us to look for immortal spirit herbs. Although there were quite a few herbs, of course, a lot of them, but they were different. She had seen many herbs in books, but they did not grow near their residence. Instead, they grew in the depths of the abandoned immortal forest. Normally, it was not realistic for her to go so far to pick herbs. Now that she had such a good opportunity, she naturally wanted to buy more. Even if it was to go back and study the medicinal properties, it would be good too. Bewitching nodded slightly. Be careful, don't run too far. Don't worry. What's there to worry about? Shangguanying and Wenziren were also very interested in talismans. The talismans collected by these seniors were often very precious. They had been studying recently. Naturally, the talismans taught by their master were not bad. However, these precious talismans were all treasures. It was good to read more. Mo Yunjue, on the other hand, was reading a book on array formations. Although he usually didn't talk much, the seniors had always praised him. Because his hard work was engraved in his bones. He would not be as noisy as Wenziren, saying everything out loud, but his improvement was very astonishing. Old man, you and I have been fighting for so many years, but we still can't determine the victor. Why don't we compete again this time? Meng Buchuan suddenly looked at Zhongli Xiaoran. His words were full of fighting spirit. Zhongli Xiaoran raised his eyebrows. How? Since Bewitching and Mo Yunjue are both first-class geniuses, why don't we each take them as disciples? When the time comes, let's see who can teach better. As soon as these words came out, Granny Hua and the others looked at Meng Buchuan and Zhongli Xiaoran in surprise. They did not expect him to suddenly propose such an idea. In fact, Zhongli Xiaoran had always been teaching Bewitching. However, he did not take him as a disciple like them. If today's bet was successful, it would be very beneficial for Bewitching and Mo Yunjue. After all, these two guys were not weak. As long as they could learn from them, even if they only learned 30% of their skills, they would not need to worry too much when they went to the chaotic immortal domain. Old man Zhongli, I think this idea is very good. What do you think? Yu Hong urged. Zhongli Xiaoran frowned and did not immediately answer. Old man Zhongli, don't tell me you don't dare? Meng Buchuan raised his head and smiled. It's okay if you don't dare. Who said I don't dare? Let's compete. Okay. The wine cups clinked and the two drank. It's a deal. Seeing this, Granny Hua and the others looked at each other. They felt a little funny. Mo Yunjue and Bewitching's luck was really good. Not only did they obtain the heavenly bestowed fruit, but they also had a few people who recognized them as their masters. One had to know that there were many people who wanted to become the disciples of these two fellows but failed. Now, this opportunity had fallen directly into their hands. They were really lucky. Miss needs the blue rainflower? I seem to have picked some of them, but they are in the tent. Do you want to come in and pick some? A granny looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Are you following Granny Hua? I've never seen you before. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. We only started following Granny recently. Since you are one of Granny Hua's people, you can take a look around. Granny Hua sells them at a cheap price. Thank you, Granny. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked into the tent. Along the way, almost everyone was very enthusiastic. There were even people who wanted to introduce her husband, but she rejected them one by one. Now that she had already bought a lot of things, she could go back after buying a few more. She also wanted to look at books on runes and arrays. These things were really helpful. After walking into the tent, there were indeed many immortal herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang saw the blue rain flower that she needed. "Granny, I need these immortal herbs." After picking some immortal herbs, Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and said. The moment she felt the danger, Bailey Hongzhuang instinctively dodged. "I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted." The granny's face was no longer as kind as before, it now had a trace of viciousness. "Who exactly are you?" Bailey Hongzhuang's face was solemn. She never expected that someone would attack her in the middle of the abandoned immortal forest's gathering. Most importantly, this was her first time here. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have any enmity with anyone. "You'll find out soon enough." Granny's body was nimble as she swiftly flew over. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly dodged, not daring to stay any longer as she hurriedly flew outside. Just as she turned around, a hand suddenly attacked her from behind. Bang! With a hand chop, Bailey Hongzhuang felt her vision darken. The black-robed man looked at the unconscious Bailey Hongzhuang and turned his head to say, "Thank you very much for this time." As the night deepened, Bewitching put down the talisman book in his hand as his eyebrows slightly creased. Hongzhuang had only said that she needed to buy some herbs and would look for him very soon. But after so long, she still hadn't returned. This was rather strange. "Young man, you're not reading this book anymore?" Bewitching nodded slightly. "I need to look for my wife. I'll come back later." "All right." As they walked forward, Bewitching realized that he hadn't seen Bailey Hongzhuang's figure and knew that something was amiss. When Ziren and the rest found out, they were completely dumbfounded. They had strolled around the market for a long time and hadn't encountered any danger. Everyone was very enthusiastic. It was hard to believe that something had happened to Hongzhuang here. "What did you say? Hongzhuang has disappeared?" Granny Hua had originally wanted to tell them about Zhongli Xiaoran and Meng Buchuan wanting to take in a disciple. But when she suddenly heard this, her expression changed. Bewitching's face was solemn. Hongzhuang said that she was going to the stall in front to buy immortal herbs, but she disappeared afterwards. Zhongli Xiaoran and the others stood up as well, and their expressions became extremely solemn. Someone actually dares to do such a thing at this fair? "Tell me, where is Hongzhuang now?" Granny Hua's expression was serious. Hongzhuang was her disciple. Since someone dared to attack Hongzhuang here, she would definitely not let them off. Bewitching's heart was already hanging in the air, full of worry. There were many experts in the abandoned immortal forest. When he thought that Hongzhuang might have met with misfortune, his heart ached so much that he could not breathe. Fortunately, Linger and Bai Xianxia were safe and sound, which at least proved that Hongzhuang was still alive. "It's right ahead." Bewitching pointed to the front. Granny Hua and the others quickly arrived at the place where the two of them had parted. "Granny Hua, what happened?" When the surrounding people saw Granny Hua and the others, they all asked curiously. "Did you see where my disciple went? She was wearing a white dress and was very pretty." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. "That lady didn't go to the front to buy herbs after buying herbs from me. She should be at the stall in front. You can go and ask around." Bewitching and Mo Yunjue quickly rushed to the front and asked what had happened. Finally, everyone's footsteps stopped in front of an empty stall. "A few days ago. Xianxia Plum Blossom Peak." Guoxing looked at the crazy Xiaoxia in front of him. His eyes were filled with heartache, but he could not hide his anger. "Who is it? Who the hell did this?" "Elder, this person must have set up an illusion to make Xiaoxia immerse in it. The scene of the illusion is very scary, beyond what Xiaoxia can handle. That's why he became like this. Can we find out who did this?" "No." The man shook his head. "With Xiaoxia's current state, there's no way to find out." "What about Chu Huan and the rest?" Guoxing's face was filled with hatred. "They couldn't even protect Xiaoxia. They're all missing." Guoxing's expression changed slightly. "It seems that they met someone they can't afford to offend in the abandoned immortal forest. This person must be powerful to be able to set up such an illusion. In my opinion, Chu Huan and the rest are already dead." Hearing that, Guixing's expression darkened. He looked at the crazy Xianxia in front of him, unable to hide his pain. Medicine Master Ji, is there really no way to find out who the enemy is? Guixing looked up at Medicine Master Ji. He only had one grandson. Now that he had turned into a retard, his life was completely ruined. Medicine Master Ji looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. There is a way, but I'm afraid you can't handle it. What is it? Soul search. Medicine Master Ji said in a low voice. Soul search. We can find out everything that happened from his memories. However, Xianxia's life will be in danger. Guixing was slightly startled. His expression was conflicted and hesitant. Elder Gua, this method is indeed too cruel. I think we should forget about it. After a while, Guixing's eyes showed a trace of determination. Let's do it. Elder Gua? Medicine Master Ji was in disbelief. Guixing closed his eyes. Xiaojia has already become like this. Even if he's alive, he's just a piece of trash. Rather than that, why don't we find the person who harmed him? I'll avenge him. Let's do it. Medicine Master Ji's heart skipped a beat. Normally, Guixing doted on Xiaojia to the extreme. No matter how ridiculous Xiaojia's actions were, Guixing would always cover for him. Now that Xiaojia had become a retard, Guixing was so heartless. It was truly chilling. After the soul search ended, Guixing saw the two people who had attacked. I thought it was some incredible guy, but it turns out it's just two juniors. How dare they attack my grandson? I want them to die without a burial ground. Guixing was enraged, and the table was directly turned into powder under his attack. Send someone to capture Chu Huan and the other two traitors. Yes. You're just a few outer sect disciples. How dare you betray Xiaojia at such a critical moment? All of you deserve to die. When Bailey Hongzhuang woke up, she only felt that her body was cold, and a cold aura was spreading from all directions. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a water prison. Her hands and feet were bound by the chains. She tried to struggle, but found that there was a strange power in the chains. This power was similar to the chain that had locked Xiaohua up. It could seal a person's aura, and there was no way to break it. Master, are you okay? Xiaohei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Xiaohei, I'm fine. Xiaohei was relieved to see that Bailey Hongzhuang was safe and sound. Why would someone kidnap us out of the blue? Where is this place? Xiaohei was confused. This was the first time they saw other people from the abandoned immortal forest. They definitely didn't offend anyone. Master, this place doesn't seem to be the abandoned immortal forest. Xiaohei looked around. This was a water prison. The people from the abandoned immortal forest lived in simple places. They wouldn't have spent so much effort to create a water prison. Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought. I'm afraid this has something to do with Xiaojia. Xiaojia? Xiaohei was stunned. After thinking carefully, she realized who this person was. Didn't we already deal with it? There shouldn't be anyone who knows about it. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. This is also something I don't understand. Back then, when they told their master about this, their master clearly said that the other party had no way of knowing. How did they know? Could it be that Chu Huan and the others were captured? This chain is made of the same material as the one that controlled Xiaohua. I'm afraid we're in Xianxia sect. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes shone with wisdom. Her voice also became certain. This meant that she wasn't in the abandoned immortal forest. She was in the immortal region. Why didn't the other party kill her? Many thoughts appeared in her mind. No matter what, now that she was captured, the situation would become very difficult. Most importantly, no one knew that she was here. Even if Beichen and the others wanted to save her, they wouldn't be able to find her. Master, can you try and see if we can break these chains? Xiaohei looked hopefully at Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as Master entered the Chaos Ring and came out, the chains should be able to be removed. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. No, these chains have locked onto one's soul energy. It's impossible to enter the Chaos Ring. As soon as she woke up, she had already tried it. The chains were indeed strange, which meant that they were now in a very passive position. Xiaohei's face paled. This was the first time they had encountered such a chain. As such, the situation had become very troublesome. Be careful, someone is coming. Noticing the footsteps outside, Bailey Hongshuang reminded him. The elder is already up. Bring him to see the elder. Yes. Two cultivators wearing Xianxia sect robes slowly walked into the water prison. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang wake up, a hint of surprise quietly appeared in their eyes. Even their Xianxia sect's #1 beauty couldn't compare to such a peerless beauty. Why do you think the great elder captured this beauty? Could it be that Xianxia wants to harm innocent women again? You've been in seclusion for the past few days. The news is too slow. Xianxia is already dead. Now that they've captured this woman, she might have something to do with Xianxia's death. For a moment, the two of them looked at Bailey Hongshuang with eyes full of sympathy. A guy like Xianxia deserved to die. However, since this girl was captured, she must be dead. What a pity. Through the conversation between the two of them, Bailey Hongshuang had already confirmed the fact that she was really in the Xianxia sect. The journey from the location of the gathering to the Xianxia sect was not far. This also meant that she had been unconscious for a long time. She did not know if Beichen and the others knew where she was now. It would not be easy for her to leave this place. Under the escort of the two of them, Bailey Hongshuang finally arrived at the house on Changmei Peak. Even though she had never been to the Immortal Region, she had some understanding of the situation of the sects in the Immortal Region from her master's introduction. Usually, some elders with higher status would have their own mountain peaks to live alone. This elder Guo's status in the Xianxia sect was indeed not simple. Bang! Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaohei were directly pushed into the door, and then the door closed with a bang. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the closed door and then turned to look forward. A man over 50 years old was standing in front of her. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The air seemed to have frozen, and a terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. Bailey Hongshuang just stood there quietly, thinking about how she could leave this place. The most terrible thing was that the chains were still binding her hands. Without the key, she could not open the chains at all. It would be too obvious if she escaped with such an image. The cultivators in the Immortal Region were all at the Radiant Sun realm or higher. You were the one who killed Xiaojia? Guoxing looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a cold expression, and his voice was as gloomy as water. You are really audacious. His roar was filled with madness and anger. Guoxing's face was as ferocious as a demon's, gloomy and frightening. Pa! The long whip ruthlessly lashed Bailey Hongshuang's body, and the loud sound brought about a shocking bloody mark. Pa! Pa pa! The long whip ruthlessly lashed Bailey Hongshuang's body. Even if she tried her best to dodge, it was useless. Guoxing was much stronger than her, so there was no point in dodging. In addition, with the chains, her 5 senses were affected, and her strength was much weaker than before. In a short period of time, her white dress was covered with bloodstains. Wherever the whip passed, the flesh was torn open. Little Black felt a burning pain spread all over his body. Seeing this, he immediately grew bigger and threw himself at Bailey Hongshuang, blocking the whip. Xiaohei! Bailey Hongshuang looked at Xiaohei anxiously. This whip should be an immortal equipment, and its grade should not be low. Her body had been tempered by lightning, so normal weapons couldn't hurt her. However, this long whip was able to cut open her flesh with a single swing. It was clear how powerful this long whip was. Master, I'm fine. Xiaohei's lips curled into a smile. Her eyes were filled with willingness. Her white fur had been dyed red with blood, but Xiaohei insisted on standing in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Guoxing didn't care. He lashed the man and the beast with his whip again and again. His most beloved grandson had lost his life just like that. This was not enough for him to vent his anger. The sound of the long whip filled the air. Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaohei had fainted at some point in time. Splash! A basin of salt water was splashed onto the woman and the beast. The burning pain immediately woke them up. Every wound felt as if it was on fire and the pain seeped into their bones. I haven't taught you a lesson yet and you dare to faint? The long whip kept landing on Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaohei. Bailey Hongshuang kept looking around. It was obvious that there was no one else here other than Guixing and them. She was no match for Guixing. There was nothing she could do other than take the beating. Although the injury was serious, it was obviously not fatal. Therefore, the only thing she could do was to try her best to avoid hitting her vital parts. Guixing couldn't keep hitting her. If he wanted to vent his anger, he could just kill her. Now that he was torturing her and sparing her life, it was probably because he was unwilling and wanted to attract Beichin and the others. After a while, Guixing was tired. He grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's neck with one hand and his eyes were filled with a malicious light. Do you know why I didn't kill you? I want those arrogant fellows to be buried with Xianxia. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. This is the immortal region. People from the abandoned immortal forest can't come to the immortal region. So what? Guixing snorted. Isn't that Beichin your husband? Do you think he won't come to save you when something like this happened to you? I've already sent people to wait at the entrance. As soon as they appear, they will be caught. When they are all caught, it will be the time of your death. Despicable. Bailey Hongzhuang cursed. You dared to lay your hands on my grandson. This is not enough to vent the hatred in my heart. Guixing's right hand gradually closed. Bailey Hongzhuang could feel that his aura was much stronger than theirs. It seemed that this Guixing was a true immortal. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned slightly. She wasn't too worried about the safety of Beichin and the others. This time, they were with the four elders. When she disappeared, the four elders must have already known. In addition to what Guixing said, he should have guessed that Beichin and the others would know that she was in Xianxia sect. Although she didn't know what evidence Guixing left behind, as long as Beichin knew where she was, he would definitely think of a way. Only when Bailey Hongzhuang was on the verge of death did Guixing let go of his hand. Men, take her back to the water prison. The two men from before appeared again. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang covered in blood, they were secretly speechless. They had already guessed that this girl's end would be very miserable. But this kind of torture was too cruel. They might as well just end it. However, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Guo's orders, so they dragged Bailey Hongzhuang away. The severe pain caused Bailey's face was pale but her heart was unusually calm. Although these superficial wounds were serious, they did not harm his core. The most important thing now was to find a way to open the chains. As long as she could open the chains, she would be able to escape. It was obviously impossible when she was in the water prison, so the only chance was now. The two men beside her were obviously afraid of Guixing. It was basically impossible to get them to help her open it, so the only way was to steal the key. As Bailey Hongzhuang got closer and closer to the water prison, she could clearly see the appearance of the water prison. There were quite a few disciples guarding outside the water prison. At a glance, there were about 6 people. Including the 2 people beside her, there were 8 people. You've returned? One of the disciples looked at the two familiarly. When his gaze fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes filled with sorrow. Elder Guo really has the heart to lay his hands on such a beautiful young lady. She has been beaten to such a state. Elder Guo has always doted on Xianxia. Now that Xianxia has died at the hands of this woman, it would be strange if he had a good ending. The crowd shook their heads. Such a beauty, even if she was severely injured, was still breathtaking. Unfortunately, this was a person who was bound to die. That's right, Tianlei, are you lacking in points for this month? I've just heard the news from the resource hall. Your points for this month. Hearing this, the man on Bailey Hongzhuang's left had a change in expression. I've forgotten that it's time to calculate my points again. This won't do. I must make a trip there. As he spoke, the man's figure quickly disappeared without a trace. The disciples all laughed while Bailey Hongzhuang was sent into the water prison by another disciple. As the two of them drew closer to their prison cell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei looked at each other. And a look of mutual understanding flashed across their eyes. Xiaohei had been lying on Bailey Hongzhuang's body as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. However, her 2 claws nimbly pulled out a medicine bag from Bailey Hongzhuang's chest. The moment the door to the water prison was opened, the poisonous powder instantly floated into the air. The man did not expect this to happen so suddenly. When he finally regained his senses, he felt his vision darken. Bailey Hongzhuang dragged the man into her prison cell before removing the key from his waist. Once the chains were unlocked, Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that the feeling of being imprisoned had finally disappeared. Master, what do we do now? Xiaohei looked nervously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Their powers alone were not enough to break out of here. What's more, they were severely injured. Temporarily hiding in the chaos ring was fine, but where was the chaos ring? Bailey Hongzhuang took out the healing medicine and fed it to Xiaohei before handing the key to Xiaohei. Go and release the others from the water dungeon. The scale of this water prison was not small. Along the way, she noticed that there were many people imprisoned here. Although they didn't know what crime these people had committed, they could only gather everyone's strength in this situation. As long as she could break out of this water prison, she would find a way to sneak out of Xianxia sect. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohei immediately understood and stood up abruptly. The pain on its body made it grimace. Looking at the unconscious man beside her, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt a little apologetic. This person had no enmity with her and she did not want to implicate him, but there was no other way. All this time, just in case, she had sewed a very small poison bag into her clothes. Even if someone checked, they would not be able to find it. Bailey Hongzhuang gave the man the antidote and then knocked him out. His life was not in danger. Xiaohei's speed was also very fast. In a short period of time, he had opened several prison cells. In the end, he directly threw the key to one of the prisoners. Everyone in the water prison was overjoyed when they saw the door open. They had been locked up for a long time and thought that they would never have the chance to leave this dark place. Who would have thought that they would suddenly have a glimmer of hope? Although there were many of them, each of them was obviously seriously injured. It was obvious that they had been imprisoned in the water prison for a long time. Almost after everyone was released, they didn't say anything at all and immediately rushed out. Let's rush out. Let's leave this damn place. Looking at the people rushing forward quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. At this time, these people did not have the slightest idea of discussing a countermeasure. Even if they could break out of the water prison, they could not break out of the Xianxia sect. The restrictions of the sect were not a joke. In addition, the scale of the Xianxia sect was not small. They would probably be caught soon after they rushed out. Master, let's rush out too. Xiaohei said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. At this moment, she could only rush out. Once we rush out, the people of the Xianxia sect should soon receive the news and rush over. At that time I will hide in the chaos ring. You will shrink your body and hide in the soil with the chaos ring. Do you understand? Master, don't worry. I understand. Xiaohei replied seriously. Okay, let's rush out. Outside the water prison. Why do you think Ling Chuan hasn't come out after so long? Could it be that he's really taken a fancy to that girl? Don't joke. How could Ling Chuan have such courage? Just as the six of them were joking, they suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming out of the water prison. Then, they saw all the prisoners in the water prison rushing out. Someone is escaping. Someone is escaping. The six people's expressions changed and they immediately cried out in alarm. Quickly close the door. We must not let them escape. The six people looked flustered and quickly closed the door. However, how could the escaping people let them do as they wished? They all quickened their pace and stopped the door from closing. The strength of the six people naturally could not be compared with the strength of more than 20 people. In a short period of time, the door was directly rushed open, and the six people also took a few steps back. Ling Chuan is probably crazy, right? What on earth did he do in there? Now is not the time to think about this. Quickly stop them. Otherwise, once they escape, we will all suffer. Bailey Hongzhuang was in the middle of the group and ran out quickly. The disciples were shocked when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was clearly seriously injured but could still run so fast at this moment. As expected of the woman who could kill Xianxia. She was indeed different from ordinary women. Stop. If you don't stop, then don't blame us for being impolite. The man held a sword in his hand and shouted. However, no one paid any attention. Everyone ran forward as if they had gone crazy. Bang bang bang, the battle suddenly. A chaotic battle ensued. Some of the cultivators were subdued right away, while more of them were still trying to escape. Bailey Hongzhuang took advantage of the chaos to rush forward, gathering all her strength under her feet. The farther she was from this place, the safer she would be. Someone. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that there were auras rapidly approaching her from all directions. She immediately hid in the chaos ring. Xiaohei quickly shrunk her body and rolled around in the mud. Her white fur was completely covered in mud before she hugged the chaos ring and burrowed into the mud. Bang! 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 The sounds of battle quickly spread and terrifying waves of air swept out. After Xiaohei hid the chaos ring deep in the soil, she also hid in the chaos ring. These guys from the immortal region were not weak and their ability to detect auras was terrifying. Even if she hid here, who knew when her aura would be detected and she would be done for? Not only would their location be exposed, even the secret of the chaos ring would be discovered. Xiaohei, how's it going outside? I only know that they've already started fighting, but I don't know what's going on. I don't dare to release my aura. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I'm afraid that most of those people will be captured, but I don't know if any of them will be lucky enough to escape. She didn't know what kind of people were locked up in the water prison, but based on Elder Guo's appearance, there might be many wronged people inside. If they could escape, it would be a great blessing, but if they couldn't, then they could only accept their fate. Since we've already hidden here, then let's stay here for a while. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered, these 2 days, the entire Xianxia sect will be searching for us. Once we appear, it's very likely that we'll be discovered. After 2 days, when the intensity of the search lessens, we'll try to see if we can escape. Fortunately, Xi and Xiaohei were captured together. With Xiaohei's ability to change her size, as long as they were careful, they could take the opportunity to sneak back into the abandoned immortal forest. Yes, yes. Xiaohei nodded. Staying here was much better than facing that old man Wusheng. Come, I'll help you bandage your wounds first. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the herbs and waved at Xiaohei. In order to protect her, Xiaohei's white fur was almost dyed red with blood. Now that it was stained with mud, if it wasn't cleaned up quickly, it would be very troublesome if it got infected. After dealing with her injuries, Bailey Hongzhuang took off her blood-stained clothes and immediately sat down to meditate and heal her injuries. Given their strength, they weren't a match for the cultivators of the immortal realms. Since they still had time, they might as well conserve their combat strength as much as possible. When Wuxing found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had disappeared, he was furious. Today's incident was very strange. Almost at the first moment he heard the news, he felt that this matter was very likely related to Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, the water prison had been safe and sound. Bailey Hongzhuang had just arrived and something like this had happened. It would be strange if it had nothing to do with her. A bunch of trash. If you can't even keep an eye on one person, what's the use of having you? Ling Chuan and the others knelt on the ground nervously, their faces pale. This disciple has failed in his task. Elder, please punish me. You guys, hurry up and find Bailey Hongzhuang. Guoxing waved his hand, and the anger on his face couldn't be more obvious. As for Ling Chuan, you can go plant rice fields for the time being. Don't appear in front of me again. Ling Chuan's body shook, and his face instantly turned pale. Guarding the water prison was actually a very good job. He had spent a lot of effort to get this job with great difficulty. Now that he had been reprimanded by the elder, not only had he lost this good job, it would be difficult for him to stand out in the future. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with despair. With the help of the seniors, Bewitching and the others still found the stall owner who disappeared, even though the stall owner fled very quickly. Although the stall owner was unwilling to speak frankly, under the pressure of the seniors, he didn't dare to not tell the truth. He immediately told them everything that had happened before. After listening to all this, Bewitching and the others' hearts sank. They never thought that all of this was caused by the Xianxia sect. It seems that this Elder Guo is really a ruthless person. Meng Buchuan snorted coldly and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Shang Guanying was a little confused. Didn't you say that it's impossible for that elder to know that this matter has something to do with us? Guo Xiaojie must be dead. In order to find you, he even disregarded Guo Xiaojie's life. Zhongli Sharon's heart was as clear as a mirror. Although he knew this method, he always thought that his grandfather, who rarely doted on his grandson, would do such a thing. What's more, according to Xianxia's previous performance, this elder Gua should be extremely doting on him, but he didn't expect the situation to be completely different. Then what should we do now? Bailey Yunyan was anxious. If Hong Zhuang is caught in the immortal domain, how can we go to the immortal domain to save her? At this time, Bewitching looked at the 5 seniors and bowed deeply. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Seniors, I hope you can help. He must save Hong Zhuang. However, how to enter the immortal domain was indeed a big problem. Hearing this, Grandma Hua nodded and said, Hong Zhuang is my disciple, I naturally won't let anything happen to her. This elder of the Xianxia sect, I think he's tired of living. Yu Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. His face no longer had the usual joking expression. On the contrary, there was a terrible ruthlessness. This expression was very unfamiliar to everyone. It was the first time they saw Senior Yu show such an expression. Bailey Hongzhuang stayed in the chaos ring for 3 days in a row. Only then did she consider whether to go outside to take a look. 3 days was enough for the people of the Xianxia sect to search every place. Xiaohei quietly came out of the chaos ring. After the hair all over her body was stained with mud, she had completely turned into a ball of mud. No one would notice her lying on the grass. It's strange to say that the woman caught by Elder Gua seemed to have disappeared into thin air. We've searched every corner of the sect, but we couldn't find her figure. It's said that the reason why this happened this time is because of her. Is really not simple. Ling Chuan is miserable. Was. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Guixing gave us such a big gift, we have to return it to him no matter what. But master, we're much weaker than him. Once we're discovered, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. The disciples of Xianxia sect might not be able to notice their presence, but Guixing might be able to. Let's be careful. I'm afraid that Guixing is also looking for us. Maybe he's not at his residence. This is a good opportunity for us. Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a fierce light. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, had always been her style of doing things. She had cultivated for so many years, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. If she didn't return the favor with a big gift, she wouldn't be able to live with it. Then I'll go that way. Xiaohei actually couldn't swallow this anger. That old man was too despicable and shameless. Because they had already been there before, Xiaohei still remembered the route clearly. Along the way, it was very careful. Once someone passed by, it would immediately stop. During this process, they also learned about the current situation from the discussions of some cultivators. Master, that Elder Gua really doesn't seem to be at Changmei Peak. Xiaohei sighed in relief. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned slightly. He wanted to use us as bait. Now that we've run away, he must be very unwilling. Master, should we go now or wait? Xiaohei asked through voice transmission. Let's go into the chaos ring first. We'll come out later. Be careful not to expose our auras. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was grave. Guixing was not a kind person. After returning, the first thing he would do was to investigate the auras of the surroundings. Once they were discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Ever since she came into contact with the strange chains, she understood that there were many things in the immortal region that were beyond their knowledge. If she underestimated them, she would be the one consigned to eternal damnation. Xiaohei did not dare to delay. After hiding the chaos ring, she disappeared from the spot. Just as Xiaohei and Bailey Hongzhuang hid in the ring, several auras appeared on Changmei Peak. Elder Gua, it's strange. We rushed over at a much faster speed that day. Most of the fugitives have been caught. Only Bailey Hongzhuang seems to have disappeared into thin air. Medicine Master Ji's expression was complicated. Logically speaking, she doesn't know anyone in our Xianxia sect. It shouldn't be possible for a disciple to protect her. Hearing this, Guixing snorted coldly. The malicious light in his eyes was as dark as the night. I don't know what kind of seductive tricks that bitch used. Perhaps she has already bewitched a disciple. When have we ever heard of such a thing happening in the water prison? I don't know if Ling Chuan let her out on purpose. Medicine Master Ji and the 2 accompanying disciples were silent. They had seen Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance before. If such a beautiful woman used her skills, ordinary disciples would not be able to escape. Then what should we do now? Medicine Master Ji frowned. We've already searched everywhere. We even checked the disciples' residences. There's no trace of her at all. Continue to investigate. Guixing's expression was fierce. Even if a disciple is protecting her, she will be exposed sooner or later. You two go and send me a message. Before Bailey Hongzhuang is found, the search is not allowed to stop. Yes. The disciple received the order, and then quickly left Changmei Peak as if he had been granted amnesty. Ever since Xiaoxia had fallen, they had been on tenterhooks by the elder's side every day, deeply afraid that the slightest carelessness might cause them to be punished. After the two of them left, Guixing asked, "How's the situation at the Immortal Domain's entrance?" There's still no news at the moment. No matter how fast they investigate, it's impossible for them to arrive so quickly. Guixing's tone changed as a trace of doubt appeared between his brows. Elder Gua, why are you so sure that they will definitely come? For an abandoned person to forcefully barge into the Immortal Region's gates, only death awaits them. Guixing's eyes narrowed as a ruthless glint flashed across them. Who hasn't done that when they were young? These fellows clearly know that Xiaoxia is my grandson, yet they still dare to lay their hands on him. Could it be that they lack courage? Even if they don't dare to barge through the gates of the Celestial Region, they will definitely be loitering around nearby. This time, as long as they dare to come, I'll make sure they don't return. Hearing this, Medicine Master Ji nodded slightly. I'll keep an eye on this situation outside the Immortal Region's gates. The moment someone approaches, I'll inform you, Elder. You must be tired these past 2 days. Go in and have a cup of tea first. Guixing's expression eased a little, and then he smiled faintly. Chaos Ring. Master, if that detestable Elder Guo returns, will he fall into the trap? Master had spent so much effort to set up this trap. Even if Guixing was extremely powerful, he would still fall for it. After all, poison masters were not people that ordinary people were willing to offend. This was because this method was simply impossible to guard against. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix eyes. It might take a little while, but the situation should be very exciting. She did not place the poison in the easiest place to be discovered. Instead, she placed it in a place that was not easy to detect. This was based on the reverse thinking that Granny had taught her. Any cultivator who could ascend to the Immortal Domain would have gone through countless trials and tribulations. They were very experienced in dealing with people. Furthermore, with Guixing's annoying personality, there would be many people who would want to deal with him on a daily basis. They would definitely be on guard against him. Then will it be safe for us to stay here? Xiaohei was a little worried. Should we go somewhere else to hide? No need. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. Her deep and beautiful eyes were filled with wisdom. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Apart from Guixing and his disciples, there is no one else on Changmei Peak. He is extremely familiar with this place and will not place too much focus here. The aura of the Chaos Ring is negligible. Moreover, it is hidden in the soil. Guixing will not be able to find us. The only thing we need to take note of is that we cannot go out too early. Otherwise, if the timing is not right, we will be finished. As she spoke, a trace of helplessness appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. Ever since she started cultivating, she had spent most of her time fighting head-on. There were not many times where she had to hide like this. However, these people were so powerful. Apart from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, she had no other choice. Hearing this, Xiaohei nodded slightly. Then we will stay here with peace of mind. Bailey Hongzhuang rebandaged the external injuries and applied some medicine. The effects of the immortal herbs in the Immortal Domain are indeed extraordinary. Previously, the injuries were so serious. Now, they have recovered by more than half. If they were originally heavily injured, their efficiency would be greatly reduced. However, based on the current situation, their injuries should be more or less healed in just one more day. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei were calmly discussing countermeasures in the Chaos Ring, Changmei Peak of Xianxia sect was extremely lively. Because Changmei Peak had exploded, since Guixing began to search for Bailey Hongzhuang in Xianxia sect, even some disciples who were in seclusion were alarmed. Therefore, this period of time could be said to be the most lively days in Xianxia sect. In an instant, everyone felt that the earth was shaking. It was as if the entire Xianxia sect was shaking. Only then did everyone realize that Elder Gua's residence, Changmei Peak, had actually exploded without them noticing. In an instant, Changmei Peak, one of the 13 peaks, was directly shaved off by the explosion. The upper half of the peak was directly razed to the ground. Sand flew everywhere. The bare surface revealed the color of the soil. Where was its usual evergreen appearance? Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Changmei Peak was blown up? What the hell is going on? How did it suddenly become like this? Bailey Hongzhuang was famous. The entire Xianxia sect was alarmed by the explosion of Changmei Peak. When the elders arrived, they saw Guoxing in a sorry state. Where was the sage-like demeanor he usually had? Not only were his clothes tattered, even his beard had been burned off. Dirt and dust fell on his body, staining his clothes with blood. He was in a sorry state. Most importantly, his face was pale and he stood stiffly on the spot, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Elder Gua, what's going on? Why did your Changmei Peak explode all of a sudden? Could it be that your enemies are here to seek revenge? Faced with the elders' questions, Guoxing just stood there expressionlessly and didn't answer a single question. With such a big commotion, even the sect master, who was in seclusion, was shocked out of his seclusion. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but say, Elder Gua, you don't have to hide it anymore. Everyone is concerned about you with good intentions, why don't you answer? Originally, everyone thought that Guoxing didn't want to pay attention to the matter because it was too embarrassing. However, when the sect master took the initiative to ask, Elder Gua still ignored him. This was a little strange. The sect master was displeased and asked Medicine Master Ji, who was in a slightly better situation than the elders. Medicine Master Ji, speak. Medicine Master Ji looked at the sect master and used almost all his strength to squeeze out a word from his teeth. Poison, what did you say? The sect master frowned. Although the scale of the explosion wasn't small, with Elder Gua and Medicine Master Ji's strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. Now that these two fellows looked so strange, what exactly was the problem? The elders at the side were also puzzled. Could it be that there was some secret between Elder Gua and Medicine Master Ji that couldn't be said? Guoxing tried his best to make faces. He was about to go crazy with anger. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would have the guts to come to his Changmei Peak at a time like this. At this moment, when he recalled everything that had happened, he only felt that he had fallen into a dream. It was a complete disaster. With his cultivation, how could this ordinary explosion do anything to him? But right before the explosion, he was poisoned. This strange poison caused his body to gradually become numb, greatly reducing his reaction speed. If Apothecary Ji hadn't discovered the poison at the first moment and the two of them hadn't immediately consumed the antidote, they might have really lost their lives by now. However, this poison was no ordinary poison. Medicine Master Ji's antidote could only temporarily save her life, but the numbness was only getting worse. In this short period of time, he was only able to move his eyes. When the sect leader saw Guoxing and Medicine Master Ji's behavior, he was somewhat annoyed. These two fellows were truly audacious. They didn't even listen to his words. Elder Gua, what happened to your eyes? One of the elders looked at Elder Gua in confusion. He felt that Elder Gua was a little too funny. At such a serious moment, Elder Gua began to wink at him. Could it be that he had become as stupid as his grandson? Hearing this, Guoxing was simply about to vomit blood. You idiots, can't you see that I've been poisoned? After a long while, one of the elders finally realized that this matter was really strange and couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, could Elder Gua and the others have been poisoned? After an alchemist examined Guoxing and Alchemist Ji's condition, he said, reporting to the sect leader, Elder Gua and Alchemist Ji have indeed been poisoned. This poison has a paralyzing effect, so they can't speak at all. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and the displeasure in their hearts dissipated a little. Then quickly detoxify Elder Gua and the others. The sect leader sighed. He didn't expect this to be the reason. The dignified Xianxia sect's elders have been reduced to this state. How shameful. Sect leader, this poison is very strange. It's not an ordinary poison. The alchemist looked troubled. I'm afraid I'll need some time to study it. Once these words were spoken, the sect leader and the other elders were once again stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. This poison is actually so complicated? This poison is indeed not simple. It's definitely not the work of an ordinary alchemist. Otherwise, Alchemist G wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Everyone looked at each other. This was the truth. Alchemist G's medical skills were among the best in the entire sect. Now that he and Elder Gua have been reduced to this state, they can't be underestimated. Sect leader, it seems this matter is not simple. This person has such a method. If Alchemist G wasn't here, I'm afraid Elder Gua would have lost his life. What the hell is going on? The sect leader's face was ashen. Who was so arrogant that they dared to come to their sect and commit crimes? They even raised Elder Gua's long plum peak to the ground. This was a slap in the face. Seeing this, the other elders recounted the events that had happened earlier. After knowing that the root of all this was related to Gua Xiaojia, the sect leader frowned. Previously, when Gua Xiaojia was in the sect, he had already turned a blind eye. He didn't think that after Gua Xiaojia's death, something like this would happen. Sect leader, I'm afraid this woman is not simple. The first elder's expression was serious. All the cultivators who escaped from the prison have been captured. Only this woman is missing. We originally thought she had taken the opportunity to escape. We didn't think that not only did she not escape, she even dared to return to Long Plum Peak. If we don't capture her, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. The faces of the other elders also changed. They didn't put a young lady in their eyes at all. However, after today's incident, they realized that the girl's power was beyond their expectations. I give the order to immediately search the sect for this woman. The sect leader said sternly. If such a thing happened in the Xianxia sect, once it spread out, it would simply be a joke to the other sects. Yes. For a time, the entire Xianxia sect was on high alert. The patrolling disciples searched everywhere, and the elders competed with each other. As long as they could find Bailey Hongzhuang, they would be rewarded. In such an environment, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they searched everywhere. Once he found it, not only would he be able to obtain a generous reward, he would also be able to gain the recognition of the elders. Perhaps, he might even be able to achieve a meteoric rise in his career. At the same time, in private conversations, everyone was full of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. I heard that Elder Gua's poison hasn't been cured yet. He's really in trouble this time. As the search grew longer and longer, the discussions became more and more widespread. I heard that this girl came from the abandoned immortal forest and is an abandoned person, but I really admire her methods. The entire sect has been searched, but there is no news of her at all. Do you think she has already left? I heard that there are many cultivators guarding the gate. If she left, it's impossible that no one saw her. For a time, Bailey Hongzhuang had become a mystery in the eyes of the cultivators of the Xianxia sect. From the beginning to the end, they couldn't understand how she did all this. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei simply stayed in the chaos ring for a day. Early the next morning, Xiaohei ran out of the chaos ring. Where is this? Xiaohei was shocked to find that the place she was at now was not the place where she was hiding yesterday. Xiaohei, what's wrong? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't see the situation outside and could only communicate with Xiaohei through voice transmission. Master, we are no longer at the original location. Blackie looked around carefully, only to discover that the original Changmei Peak had been razed to the ground at some point, and the chaos ring was mixed in the soil. Bailey Hongzhuang also wanted to know the situation outside. Even though she had changed her appearance to Ling Chuan's, she didn't have the service of a disciple of the Xianxia sect. If she came out like this, she would immediately be suspected. Xiaohei hugged the chaos ring and rolled forward. When she saw a cultivator who was alone, she directly drugged him. After Bailey Hongzhuang came out, she directly took off the other party's outer clothes and put them on in the chaos ring. Only then did she walk out openly. Xiaohei directly went into Bailey Hongzhuang's arms and looked around vigilantly. Master, the entire Xianxia sect is looking for you now. There are also layers of guards in front of the gate. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get out. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She was also aware of this situation. If she wanted to escape, she would have to find an opportunity. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Who is it? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression suddenly changed. She slowly turned around and saw an unfamiliar Xianxia sect disciple. When the man saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he smiled and said, "Ling Chuan, why are you here?" Seeing that the other party did not recognize her, Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I just came here to take a look." "Do you know how Elder Gua is?" "You don't know?" The man was a little surprised, but then he smiled and said, "Although you've been punished to work in the spirit fields recently, you're still too out of touch with the news. The poison that Elder Gua was poisoned with this time is not simple. All the pharmacists in the sect are discussing countermeasures together. I don't know the final result." The man put one hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's body and had a mysterious smile on his face. "By the way, tell me honestly, did you deliberately let Bailey Hongzhuang leave that day? How could it be on purpose?" Bailey Hongzhuang quickly said, "I was poisoned." The man nodded in understanding. "So that's the case. I heard that the girl was extremely beautiful. I thought you were confused by her, so you deliberately let her go." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched slightly. These guys' imagination was really amazing. They even came up with such a reason. Speaking of which, it's strange. I really don't understand how that woman did all this. So many of us have been looking for her everywhere, but we haven't been able to find any trace of her. The man frowned. The rewards given by the elders are very generous. If we can find her, perhaps even the sect master will reward us. You're now being punished to plant in the spirit field. If you can find that woman, then you'll definitely be able to atone for your crimes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly with a serious expression on her face. "I've made up my mind to find her. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'll have to stay in the spirit field." The man smiled faintly. "Good luck." However, his expression clearly showed that he didn't think Ling Chuan would be able to find her. It wasn't until the man left that Bailey Hongzhuang understood the situation of the Xianxia sect. "I didn't expect Guixing's luck to be so good. He actually didn't die." Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Her previous plan was already very perfect, but she didn't expect Medicine Master Ji to appear. This Medicine Master Ji's ability was also very good. As a medicine master, he was almost instinctively aware of the existence of the poison, which was why he took the antidote pill immediately. "Master, no matter what, we've taken back the interest." Xiaohei's eyes revealed a trace of relief. Although she couldn't directly kill Guixing, she could still vent her anger by making him become like this. Guixing must be furious now. He's an elder of the main peak. Now that the main peak has been directly blown up, he can't even say a word. Haha. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. As an elder, face was also extremely important. This matter caused Guixing to lose all face, and he had already become a joke among the group of elders. Just from the man's description, it could be understood that because of this matter, everyone's trust in Guixing was greatly reduced. It seemed that even the sect master felt that this matter was extremely embarrassing. This Guixing is not a good person. Over the years, who knows how many people have been abused by him. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix eyes slightly. "I don't think this guy's popularity is very good. The others are probably waiting to be laughed at." "Master, can they cure the poison?" Xiaohei was a little curious. Initially, it did not know how strong its master's poison was. However, after such a long time, the poison on Guixing and the others had not been neutralized. It seemed that its master's poison was not that easy to neutralize. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and shook her head. "I'm not too sure, but from this point, I can see that Granny's medical skills are much better than theirs. Her mother-in-law was an expert in many kinds of poisons. The poison she used this time was only one of the poisons that her mother-in-law had taught her. There were many other poisons that she had yet to learn how to concoct. On one hand, it was because his current cultivation was not high enough. On the other hand, it was also because the place where they lived did not have the required poisonous herbs, so it was not equipped. If she had brought that poison with her when she came out this time, Guixing would probably have become a ghost by now. Now, the entire Xianxia sect is looking for us. Even the elders are alarmed. We should stay here for the time being. It won't be too late for us to leave after this storm has passed." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a serious light. Although this matter was mainly about Guixing's face, in fact, the entire Xianxia sect had lost face. After deciding not to leave for the time being, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao He slowly walked forward. With Ling Chuan's identity, no one would notice them. The effect of the illusory grass was still very good. They wouldn't be discovered for a while. Xiao He, let's just find a place where there are no people and stay for a while. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. The reason why she wandered around with Ling Chuan's face was to understand the situation here. This was the first time she had come into contact with the sects in the immortal region. After observing, she found that the sects in the immortal region were not much different from the upper realm or even the lower realm. However, many things here were of a higher level. It was obvious that they were of a higher level than the upper realm. Master, why don't we go to the spirit field to take a look? Xiao He's eyes lit up. Because of Ling Chuan, they had already heard of the spirit field several times. What exactly was planted in the spirit field? Master, do we still need to farm in this sect? Xiao He was in disbelief. Even in the lower realm, although cultivators had to take on some chores, no one would do this kind of farming. When it thought that cultivators who ascended to the immortal region actually had to farm, it felt a little unbelievable. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix-like eyes raised slightly. She was actually a little curious about this. She had never been to the immortal region before. Granny Hua and the others ate very casually. The rice they ate now was all bought from the upper realm. The rice planted by immortal cultivators should be different, right? Since you're interested, then let's go take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Xiao He nodded excitedly. Okay. Originally, the human and beast were still a little confused about the environment of the Xianxia sect. However, Ling Chuan's recent actions were too eye-catching. Therefore, whenever she appeared, there would always be people lamenting about her experience. Therefore, in a few words, Bailey Hongzhuang also clearly knew where the spirit field was. She even almost chatted with someone along the way. Fortunately, the people who traveled with her were not planting spirit fields. After a certain distance, they separated. Master, look. That's the spiritual field. Xiao He looked at the paddy fields in front of her, and her eyes were filled with shock. Large tracts of paddy fields were now showing signs of ripening. The golden ears of wheat were plump and full, looking very tempting. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the ears of wheat in front of her. She only needed to sense a little before she realized that there was something different about this ear of wheat. This was because the ears of wheat were filled with spiritual energy. No wonder it's called a spiritual field. These rice paddies are all irrigated with spiritual energy. Bailey Hongzhuang had a look of understanding on her face, and she was looking forward to it. The immortal region was indeed different. Even this rice was completely different. Xiao He swallowed her saliva greedily. Then the rice must taste really good. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. After eating this rice, it should be able to increase the strength of the cultivator. No wonder they are called immortals. This rice is no longer an ordinary item. If I have the chance, I really want to try it. Xiao He's face was filled with anticipation. This kind of rice, not only it, but its master and the others had also never tasted it. If we can bring this rice back, Granny Hua and the others will definitely be very happy. Noticing Xiao He's eager gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly and said, that won't do. Now that Ling Chuan was assigned to guard the spirit field, if the spirit rice was lost, it would be very difficult for Ling Chuan to gain a foothold in the Xianxia sect. Hearing this, Xiao He's face immediately collapsed and a strong sense of helplessness appeared on her face. It wasn't easy to see such a unique treasure, but she could only look at it and not eat it. It was too depressing. We can see if there's anything good in other places. If there's something you're interested in, we can also collect some interest. Since Guixing captured them here, they naturally couldn't leave so easily. No matter what, they had to leave Guixing an unforgettable gift. In any case, all the losses they caused now would fall on Guixing's head. It was rare for them to come to the immortal region, so they had to bring back something interesting. Guixing didn't expect that the bait he caught would be such a master who wanted to see the world in chaos. If he knew earlier, he would rather not take revenge than capture Bailey Hongzhuang. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how regretful he was, it was useless. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei walked forward and found that in addition to rice, there were also fruits and vegetables. Unsurprisingly, these fruits and vegetables were all irrigated with spirit qi and emitted a charming fragrance. At a glance, they only felt that it was completely different from the fruits and vegetables they usually came into contact with. The aura emitted by it was very similar to the heavenly treasures they usually saw. Although the aura of these fruits and vegetables was slightly weaker, they were just the most ordinary food. It was really surprising that there was such a change. If these weren't fruits and vegetables, but some real medicinal treasures, then the effect should be very amazing. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood why there were so many heavenly treasures in the immortal region. It was because the heavenly treasures here were not only naturally grown, but also artificially grown. Master, eating these things should be very beneficial, right? Xiaohei asked curiously. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. Although I don't know what effect it has, since it grew in this kind of spirit qi, there must be an effect. Master, then Xiaohei's eyes narrowed as he smiled. His eyes were filled with craftiness. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. The human and beast's expressions were surprisingly similar. Normally, we don't have many ingredients. Now that we've seen so many, how can we waste them? Now that almost all the cultivators were looking for Bailey Hongzhuang, no one thought that she would hide here. After observing for a while, she found that there was no one else here at all. This was obviously a great opportunity. The man and the beast immediately began to move. Bailey Hongzhuang was mainly in charge of plucking, while Xiaohei was in charge of keeping watch. However, when she was on the lookout, Xiaohei would also pick some of them. When she saw some fruits that she liked, she immediately stuffed them into her mouth. As soon as she ate them, Xiaohei's eyes lit up, and a blissful expression appeared on her face. Master, this taste is very delicious. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. You glutton, watch carefully. Don't let anyone discover you. Bailey Hongzhuang walked along this road and found that there were quite a lot of things planted by the Xianxia sect. Therefore, the human and beast directly put away the good things they saw. Master, these fellows are really interesting. They all ran outside to surround you like a swarm of bees. When they come back and see this scene, it will definitely be very interesting. Xiaohei looked at the bare tree trunks behind them and her eyes were full of smiles. However, they didn't pick all of them. They only picked some ripe ones. As for the unripe ones, they didn't waste them. This planting work must be the task of the outer sect disciples. These disciples usually receive the least cultivation resources. As long as they catch me, not only will they receive generous rewards, but they will also be rewarded by the elders. They might even be able to become inner sect disciples. If it were you, what would you do? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes had already explained everything. Xiaohei nodded. Indeed, it's rare to have such an opportunity to soar to the sky. No one will give it up. However, none of them would have thought that we would be here. Speaking of which, this Xianxia sect's resource room must have a lot of treasures. Bailey Hongzhuang fell into deep thought. The resource room of every sect must have a lot of precious treasures. Moreover, this was a sect in the immortal realm, although the Xianxia sect's level wasn't high among the many sects in the immortal realm and could only be said to be a small sect, it must have a lot of resources. Xiaohei was stunned and couldn't help but open her mouth wide. She said in disbelief, Master, you're not thinking of robbing the resource room, are you? Her master was too bold. It seemed that she still couldn't compare to her master. Indeed, I have this idea. Bailey Hongzhuang thought seriously. Right now, the entire Xianxia sect is in chaos. However, the guard of the resource room has always been the strictest. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to rob it. Even if these elders were alarmed, no one would expect them to have the idea of running to the resource room. However, the people in the resource room shouldn't have left. If we can really bring back all the things in the resource room, that would be great. Xiaohei's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Master, we have to think about this in the long run. Just based on what they were doing now, the entire Xianxia sect would definitely be angered to death by them. Once they were discovered, their fate would be worse than falling into Guixing's hands. I understand. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was calm. At least, we have to ensure that we won't appear in the same place as him. Otherwise, we will really be exposed. Thinking of this, the man and the beast picked all the fruits in the field and slowly returned to the spirit field. The area of the spirit field is not small, so Ling Chuan shouldn't be the only one looking after it. We can look around and see if he's there. Bailey Hongshuang looked around. With a glance, she found several residences. Little Black slipped into the house like a wisp of smoke. Originally, it thought that it would be very difficult to confirm the identity of the disciples, but it did not expect that the door plate actually had the name of each disciple and the spiritual field they belonged to. In this way, it became very easy to find Ling Chuan. Looking at the words Ling Chuan written on the door plate, Xiaohei found that there was no aura inside, so she simply sneaked into the house to take a look. Ling Chuan was really not inside. It seems that Ling Chuan should have gone out to look for opportunities, as Master said. After Bailey Hongshuang heard Xiaohei's answer, she couldn't help but frown. In this way, we can't determine the location of Ling Chuan. Master, why don't we just stay here and wait for Ling Chuan to come back? Xiaohei asked. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. We can only do this for now. I hope he can come back soon. Otherwise, once someone finds out that the spiritual field here is lost, the guard of the resource room will become much stricter, and we won't be able to do anything. Xiaohei's eyes dimmed a little. If she didn't have the chance to do such an interesting thing, it would indeed be a pity. However, Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaohei's luck was obviously good. It didn't take long for Ling Chuan to return. After noticing that Ling Chuan returned to the house and didn't come out for a while, Xiaohei informed Bailey Hongshuang. I think Ling Chuan looks quite disappointed. He probably won't go out again today. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of her lips raised a sly smile. In that case, let's go to the resource room to take a look. The location of the Xianxia sect's resource room was not difficult to find. Bailey Hongshuang spent a little time to find it. Even though many disciples were looking for her now, there were still a lot of people in the resource room, and they were shuttling back and forth. Master, there are so many people here, I'm afraid it's not easy for us to do it. Xiaohei looked around. Wanting to do something to the resource room under the eyes of so many people was simply courting death. Don't worry, let's look around now. Bailey Hongshuang was calm. No matter when, the resource room was always the most lively place in the sect. She had already expected this to happen, but she would have to think of a way to deal with it after she understood the situation. As there were many cultivators heading to the resource room, Bailey Hongshuang's appearance did not attract much attention. She wandered around inside. What she was interested in was not the resources of each disciple, but the natural treasures that could be exchanged with points. These things were often the most precious. Even if they couldn't take much, it would definitely be beneficial to everyone's strength. As she wandered around, many cultivators would come here to check the points required for the items they wanted to exchange. However, most of them could only sigh at their inadequacy. Apart from a few extremely outstanding disciples, it was not easy for others to gather enough points. After understanding the situation in the resource room, Bailey Hongshuang came up with a plan. The effect of the disguise pill changed. Bailey Hongshuang changed into the face of one of the cultivators he had seen before. Then, she quickly ran towards the front of the resource room. Everyone present could easily tell that he was in a state of extreme urgency. Noticing her actions, a cultivator who knew her couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do in such a hurry?" Bailey Hongshuang stopped. There was a trace of panic and nervousness on her face. She smiled and said, "Nothing, I just found that I left something behind, so I have to go back to get it." Bailey Hongshuang was slightly stunned. She scratched her head and said, "I was wrong. I left the things over there. I still have to look for it. I won't say more." As soon as her voice fell, Bailey Hongshuang didn't seem to want to delay for a second. She rushed forward in a hurry. On the one hand, she didn't want to be discovered by everyone. On the other hand, she couldn't wait to be perfectly presented by her. As Bailey Hongshuang left, the disciple couldn't help but follow. The surrounding cultivators who noticed this scene felt that this matter was a bit strange. They didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed forward, afraid that they would miss some good news. Do you think he heard some news? I won't believe such a lame reason like leaving something behind. Now everyone is looking for Bailey Hongzhuang. I heard that as long as you can find Bailey Hongzhuang, you can become an inner disciple. Could he be? No matter what it is, I'll follow and take a look first. Once the crowd effect was produced, many disciples hurriedly followed, afraid that they would miss it if they were late. Some cultivators who didn't understand what was going on also followed after seeing this scene. With such a big movement, something must have happened. Just as a group of cultivators rushed out, Xiaohei took the opportunity to stuff the resources in the resource room into her Qianquan bag. Master is really smart. She actually came up with this method to attract others away. Even the elder in the resource room couldn't help but go and take a look. Xiaohei was secretly delighted. Usually, no matter what happened, the elder in the resource room would not leave. It was just that the commotion caused by her master was too big, so even the elder couldn't help but go and take a look. Now, almost everyone in the Xianxia sect wanted to see the real face of Bailey Hongzhuang. They wanted to know how an abandoned person could cause such a big trouble in the Xianxia sect. Xiaohei's movements were very fast. Her master had already told her before she left. Although this method could attract a certain number of people away, it wouldn't attract them for too long. It wouldn't be long before these people came back. Therefore, he couldn't be greedy. He should pick up the good stuff and stop while he was ahead. Xiaohei also understood that this matter was not a joke. Therefore, she quickly put some precious heavenly treasures into her Qianquan bag and quickly left the resource room. Not long after Xiaohei left, the elder returned to the resource room. Xiaohei quietly heaved a sigh of relief when it sensed the terrifying aura. Fortunately, it had left in time. Otherwise, with this elder's ability, it was very likely that he would have discovered its existence. Bailey Hongzhuang tried her best to put some distance between herself and the person behind her. Only then did she find a corner and change back to Ling Chuan's face. While the other party wasn't paying attention, she slowly walked back to the spirit field. Previously, she and Xiaohei had already agreed to meet at the spirit field. Moreover, she was wearing Ling Chuan's face, so it was normal for her to appear here. However, as Bailey Hongzhuang waited longer and longer, she could not help but frown. Why isn't Xiaohei back yet? Could it be that she was too greedy and was discovered? When she thought of this possibility, her heart sank. Before she left, she had already reminded Xiaohei not to be greedy. She felt that Xiaohei had realized the seriousness of the matter and shouldn't be so greedy. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly rushed in the direction of the resource room. Her heart was getting more and more anxious. Once Xiaohei fell into the hands of the Xianxia sect, it would be really bad. Guoxing didn't kill them directly because he wanted to lure Beichen and the others here. However, the other elders and even the sect leader didn't have such scruples. Perhaps they would directly take Xiaohei's life. Master, let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang walked all the way and noticed that Xiaohei's aura was getting closer and closer to her. Suddenly, her heart was filled with joy. Then, she noticed Xiaohei's aura. However, behind Xiaohei, there was a terrifying aura that was rapidly approaching. He has locked onto my aura. He will be here soon. Xiaohei's voice was hurried as she said nervously. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand and immediately put Xiaohei into the Chaos Ring. As a divine artifact, the Chaos Ring's ability to hide one's aura could be said to be extremely terrifying. She believed that even the elders of the Xianxia sect wouldn't be able to distinguish it. She still remembered that she had asked her grandmother before. Her grandmother also praised the Chaos Ring. She said that the Chaos Ring was stronger than most immortal artifacts. As long as one hid inside, most people wouldn't be able to find their hidden aura. After Elder Duan returned to the resource room, the first thing he found was that some of the precious treasures inside had disappeared. When he discovered this, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He had been guarding the resource room for so many years, and such a thing had never happened. He had only left for a short while, and such a thing had happened. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that the previous situation was completely a diversion to the east and attack in the west. The reason why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to deceive so many people was because she could disguise herself. Elder Duan quickly understood the problem. It was absolutely impossible for such a big living person to disappear into thin air in the Xianxia sect. The reason why they hadn't found Bailey Hongzhuang for so long was that she was mixed in with so many disciples. If that was the case, things would be troublesome. There were countless disciples in the entire Xianxia sect. There were 13 peaks of the Xianxia sect, and there were many disciples under each peak. Bailey Hongzhuang could have changed into any one of them. Even if they checked in front, Bailey Hongzhuang could have changed into someone else later. This was really a big problem. Elder Duan quickly walked out of the resource room. And his aura spread out. And he had only left for a short period of time. And even if Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was fast, it was impossible for her to disappear into the surroundings. Therefore, Elder Duan quickly scanned the auras in the surroundings. Finally, his aura locked onto a demon beast. According to the water prison disciple, Bailey Hongzhuang was caught together with her contract beast. Although many disciples had their own contracted beasts, the fact that this contracted beast appeared near the resource room and its owner was not by its side was very suspicious. After Bailey Hongzhuang put Xiaohe into the chaos ring, she turned around and walked forward. She could feel the other party's aura approaching quickly. However, if she disappeared now, the other party would definitely dig 3 feet into the ground to check for any abnormalities in the vicinity. Once she did this, the chaos ring was very likely to be discovered. So even if it was extremely dangerous, she could only give it a try. Elder Duan had rushed over as soon as he had locked onto Xiaohe's aura. However, just as he was getting closer to Xiaohe, he realized that the aura had disappeared into thin air. Elder Duan could not help but feel shocked when he realized this. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. Regardless of whether it was a human or a contracted beast, their aura could not possibly disappear into thin air. However, no matter how hard he tried to sense it, he could not sense that the other party's aura had really disappeared. How could this be? Elder Duan carried his suspicions as he quickly made his way to the spot where Xiaohe's aura had disappeared. Everything around him looked normal and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be that there's some kind of treasure that can conceal one's aura perfectly? A thought flashed across his mind, but he did not have time to think about it in detail. He quickly began to survey his surroundings. If this little fellow was really Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast, it must be here to meet up with its master. The fact that the contracted beast's aura had disappeared here meant that its master was most likely nearby. Bailey Hongzhuang walked towards the spirit field at a normal speed. She was so nervous that she could hear her own heartbeat. She could sense the aura scanning her from behind. Even though her heart was extremely nervous, her expression remained very calm. She must appear calm at a time like this. She must not give herself away at all. Otherwise, once she is discovered, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Elder Duan scanned the auras around him. When he realized that the contracted beast's aura was nowhere to be found, he frowned. If he could use this opportunity to capture Bailey Hongzhuang, it would be a great achievement for him. However, if he could not capture the other party, he would have to bear the consequences of losing the item. This would cause him to lose face as well. This Guoxing really knows how to stir up trouble. Since we've captured him, we should have just dealt with him. Why did he have to stir up trouble like this? How troublesome. Elder Duan's face was full of misfortune and he could not help but feel gloomy. Just then, Elder Duan sensed an aura not too far away and a sense of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Ling Chuan. Bailey Hongzhuang froze when she heard the voice behind her. She didn't expect to be discovered. She slowly turned her head and pretended to be surprised. She respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Duan." Elder Duan nodded slightly and carefully looked at Ling Chuan, as if trying to find some clues from his expression. "Ling Chuan, why are you here?" Replying to Elder, "I made a huge mistake and was punished to plant the spiritual fields. Just now, I heard that someone had found traces of Bailey Hongzhuang. I rushed over, thinking that if I could catch her, then I would be able to atone for my crime. But when I went there, I didn't find any trace of Bailey Hongzhuang, so I came back." Hearing this, Elder Duan nodded slightly. This explanation was quite reasonable. Bailey Hongzhuang stood quietly on the spot. She could feel Elder Duan's aura constantly scanning her as if he was trying to see through her disguise. Sweat slowly seeped out of her palms as she prepared herself to run away at any time. She did not know if Elder Duan would discover her. If he did, she must seize the opportunity to escape as quickly as possible. Perhaps she would still have a chance of survival. Elder Duan could not see anything unusual about Ling Chuan's face. Ling Chuan was Guoxing's disciple to begin with, so he was not very familiar with him. If it had not been for the fact that this incident had blown up, he would not have even heard of Ling Chuan's name. Therefore, he could not determine whether this was the real Ling Chuan by observing his face. If this person was really Ling Chuan, would he not become a laughing stock if he were to capture him? He does not want to embarrass himself like Guoxing. Are you planning to go back? Elder Duan asked without batting an eyelid. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded. Yes, Elder Duan. Coincidentally, I was thinking of taking a look at the spirit farm. I'll go with you. Elder Duan smiled and followed beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Clearly, he had no intention of leaving. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that Elder Duan's suspicions had not disappeared and he still wanted to observe her properly. If she bumped into Ling Chuan along the way, it would be no different from being caught red-handed. By then, she would not be able to escape even if she wanted to. Furthermore, Elder Duan was right next to her. If she dared to run away, it would be no different from exposing her identity. Hence, the only thing she could do now was to pray that Ling Chuan would stay in the house and that they would not bump into each other. Even though countless thoughts flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's heart anxiously, she pretended as if nothing had happened. She wanted to pretend that she was the real Ling Chuan and she must not reveal any clues. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly followed Elder Duan but realized that the latter had slowed down on purpose as if he was following her. Instantly, she understood that Elder Duan was testing her to see if she knew the location of the spirit farm. After all, an outsider cultivator might not know the location. However, Bailey Hongzhuang happened to have been to the spirit farm before, so this was not a problem for her. Elder Duan watched as Bailey Hongzhuang walked towards the spirit farm with great familiarity, and the suspicion in his heart slowly disappeared. Even though he could not figure out why the aura had disappeared out of the blue, the person before him was undoubtedly Ling Chuan. Elder Duan, which spirit farm would you like to visit? Bailey Hongzhuang asked politely and humbly. Elder Duan casually looked around. I'm just taking a look around. You may go back first. Bailey Hongzhuang joined her fists and said, Elder Duan, I'll go back first. Go. Slowly turning around, Bailey Hongzhuang's face did not let down her guard. This was because she realized that Elder Duan had not left yet, and she was only 100 meters away from Ling Chuan's house. Based on the situation before her, it was obvious that Elder Duan did not leave even after she entered the room. She clearly knew that Ling Chuan had returned to the house earlier, so he should still be in the house now. Ling Chuan would definitely be noticed. Ling Chuan's Duan, if she made any noise, Elder Duan would notice her as well. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with even more complicated feelings when she sensed the unintentional gaze behind her. She stared at the house that was getting closer and closer, and her body slowly tensed up. She only had one chance left. Once she entered the house, she must not let Ling Chuan make any noise. Otherwise, it would be the beginning of a disaster. Creak. After the door opened, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed, quickly entering the room. Ling Chuan was resting in his room. When he heard the commotion outside the door, he rose to his feet to take a look. However, when he saw the face that was exactly the same as his expression immediately turned into one of horror. You are. Before Ling Chuan could finish his sentence, Bailey Hongzhuang stepped forward and covered his mouth with one hand. Ling Chuan reached out his hand in an attempt to resist. He could sense that the other party's powers were not any more powerful than his own. Most importantly, he could smell a familiar scent. He was certain that the person before him was Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't speak. Once we're discovered, both of us will suffer. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice and said. But Ling Chuan didn't care at all, directly punching Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly blocked the attack with one hand and released Ling Chuan's mouth with her right hand. You. In that short moment, Bailey Hongzhuang charged forward and covered Ling Chuan's mouth once again. At the same time, she stuffed a pill into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Ling Chuan never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would use this move. When he thought about how Elder Guo's poison had yet to be cured, his heart turned cold. This woman's methods of poisoning were extremely terrifying. Now that she has poisoned him as well, wouldn't it be difficult for him to escape this calamity? At that moment, Ling Chuan decided to fight it out with Bailey Hongzhuang. His life was already at risk anyway. Even if he were to die, he would drag Bailey Hongzhuang down with him. He could not allow Bailey Hongzhuang to escape. Most importantly, the face before him was exactly the same. Even he could not tell the difference. Perhaps after Bailey Hongzhuang kills him, she would use his identity to continue living. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of this. His heart had never felt so cold before. However, just as he was about to resist, he realized that his body had lost all its strength. His face instantly turned pale. Seeing that Ling Chuan had finally stopped, Bailey Hongzhuang let out a sigh of relief. She had finally restrained this guy. Otherwise, Ling Chuan was also at the Radiant Sun realm. If they really fought, even if she won, she would definitely cause a huge commotion and be discovered by Elder Duan. Are you stupid? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ling Chuan speechlessly. She couldn't tell that this guy was so loyal to the Xianxia sect. You were involved in my escape earlier. If I appear here again now, do you think they will believe that you are innocent or that you are with me? Her clear and cold voice was as gentle as water, but it contained a kind of power that made people feel at ease. I'll tell you the truth. I robbed the resource room today, and Elder Duan of the resource room is outside right now. If he finds out that we're together, you're dead. Ling Chuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in horror and felt like he was going crazy. This woman was simply too terrifying. First, she blew up Changmei Peak. Elder Gua and Medicine Master Ji had yet to cure their poison. Now, she actually went to the resource room. What kind of place was the resource room? No matter what they obtained, it would be an extremely precious cultivation resource. What he found most unbelievable was that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually able to take things out of the resource room. This was too terrifying. How many people had tried to rob the resource room? None of them had succeeded. Bailey Hongzhuang, an abandoned person, was actually able to do this. It was simply like a dream. If you don't tell me, I can still share some cultivation resources with you. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Didn't you join the sect for cultivation resources? You're just a disciple planting spiritual fields now. If you want to exchange them for precious cultivation resources, who knows how many acres of fields you'll have to plant. You should think carefully about this debt. Ling Chuan's expression changed slightly. In fact, after discovering that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't kill him immediately, he felt a little relieved. This proved that she didn't intend to kill him and replace him to stay in Xianxia sect. Just like when he was in the water prison, Bailey Hongzhuang only knocked him out and didn't take his life. Elder Duan originally turned around to leave after seeing Ling Chuan enter the house. However, not long after Ling Chuan entered the house, he suddenly heard a commotion from inside. Slowly frowning, Elder Duan slowly walked towards the house. Could it be that the problem was still with Ling Chuan? Bailey Hongzhuang was communicating with Ling Chuan when she suddenly heard light footsteps coming from outside. Her expression also changed. Creak. The door was pushed open and Elder Duan saw the room clearly. Elder Duan, is there a problem with the spiritual fields? Ling Chuan stood up and asked respectfully. Elder Duan looked at Ling Chuan and asked, what happened just now? When I came back just now, I found Xingyu in my house. I was a little curious about why he was here, but then I remembered that we had an appointment yesterday. There are 2 acres of spiritual fields that are about to mature. He brought the seeds to me today. Ling Chuan smiled. Xingyu stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Duan. I see. Elder Duan nodded. I have nothing else to do. I'll go back first. It wasn't until Elder Duan's footsteps were getting farther and farther away that Ling Chuan fell to the ground weakly. Bailey Hongzhuang also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, cold sweat had also seeped out of her back. If not for the fact that she had met another cultivator in the spiritual field, she would have been completely exposed. If you promise not to cause any trouble, I'll give you the antidote. How about that? Bailey Hongzhuang sized up Ling Chuan. The effect of this pill was to make a cultivator lose their cultivation for a short period of time. This was given to them by Granny Hua to save their lives at critical moments. However, this pill also needed to be detoxified. Otherwise, one's cultivation would be affected. She didn't have any bad intentions towards Ling Chuan. Although she didn't claim to be a good person, she didn't intend to drag someone she didn't have any enmity with her. Ling Chuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly and nodded dejectedly. He was now tied to the same boat as Bailey Hongzhuang. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Just as she had said, once he was discovered, his ending would not be any better than Bailey Hongzhuang. The sect would not allow such a dangerous possibility to exist. They would rather kill him than let him live. Rather than that, he might as well stay here peacefully. Although he had been punished, at least his life was not in danger. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the antidote to Ling Chuan and he immediately swallowed it. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down in an unrestrained manner. Her face had returned to its original appearance and a playful smile appeared on her elegant, lotus-like features. I don't want to do anything. If Guixing had not captured me and brought me here, I would have been happy and carefree in the abandoned immortal forest. Ling Chuan stared suspiciously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Did you really kill Xiaoxia? Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't kill him? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in return. Ling Chuan's face was filled with suspicion. Clearly, he did not believe her. Elder Guo's anger was not fake. If it had not been for Xiaoxia's incident, he would not have done such a thing. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged when she noticed Ling Chuan's expression. Anyway, I didn't kill him. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Ling Chuan began to believe her when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's calm expression. After all, based on Bailey Hongzhuang's current situation, it would not be a big deal even if she were to admit it. Besides, he and she were already in the same boat. He would never tell on her. Master, how are you? Xiao He had been worried ever since it had hidden itself in the chaos ring. It did not know if Elder Duan had discovered its master. However, it did not dare to rush out, so it could only wait for the result inside. Every minute and second was extremely unbearable for it. It was so worried that it was about to go crazy. Don't worry, everything's fine now. Just as Xiao He was at a loss for what to do, Bailey Hongzhuang's gentle voice chimed in. Xiao He heaved a sigh of relief when it heard this heavenly voice. It lay limply on the ground and felt completely at ease. Xiao He then tossed the chaos ring into the air. However, it was completely stunned when it saw Ling Chuan. Master, he. Ling Chuan looked at Xiao He when he heard that. He was a little surprised when he saw how soft and cute it was. Why are you so small? Xiao He's expression changed slightly. She looked at Ling Chuan in confusion, then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, Bailey Hongzhuang patted Xiao He's little head and smiled faintly. Don't worry, we're on the same side now. Xiao He looked at Ling Chuan in surprise. Although she didn't understand what was going on, it was obvious that the situation was no longer dangerous. What did you get from the resource room? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiao He with a smile. Although the previous scene was very dangerous, it was still worth it. Master, I listened to you and couldn't be greedy, so I didn't stay in there for long. I only took a few things and came out. Ling Chuan was also very curious. He knew very well how many treasures there were in the resource room. Every time he went to collect cultivation resources, he couldn't help but go and take a look. However, those precious cultivation resources were simply too expensive to exchange for points. Even when he was guarding the water prison, it was an astronomical figure. Now that he was being punished to plant the spirit farm, he had basically given up on this idea. However, these things that they thought were impossible to obtain had been taken back by Bailey Hongzhuang just like that. This was really infuriating. This. Xiao He mumbled to herself as she took out the item that she had retrieved from the resource room. 10,000-year-old ice ginseng. Although the 10,000-year-old ice ginseng was usually kept in the resource room, everyone knew that it was just there for show. It was impossible to exchange for it. The 10,000-year-old ice ginseng was extremely precious. Even if everyone wanted to exchange for it, they would only exchange for the 10,000-year-old ice ginseng's whiskers. Even if it was just a whisker, the number of points required was extremely shocking. However, this guy actually took out the entire 10,000-year-old ice ginseng. At that moment, Ling Chuan also understood why Elder Duan's expression was so terrifying. If it were him, he would also be anxious to death after losing such an important treasure. He probably wouldn't be able to explain it to the sect leader. He recalled that Xiaohei said that Bailey Hongzhuang reminded it not to be greedy. Was this not greedy? Putting everything else aside, just this 10,000-year-old ice ginseng alone was worth everything. Just as Ling Chuan was thinking, Xiaohei didn't stop moving. It took out the treasures one by one. In fact, it didn't know the uses of many heaven and earth treasures. It just looked at the ones that required the most points and took them back. I only took a total of 5 items. Xiaohei pursed its lips. There wasn't enough time and it affected its performance. When it left, it looked at the many items in the resource room and was reluctant to part with them. How great would it be if it could take all of these items away? Ling Chuan looked at the 5 items in front of him. Each of them was extremely precious. The other 4 items weren't much worse than the 10,000-year-old ice ginseng. These things were things that they had been dreaming about even in their dreams. Not only did Xiaohei bring back so many items, but it still felt that the items were too little. Isn't your appetite a little too big? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 5 items in front of her and her eyes lit up. She studied medicine with her mother-in-law all day long and had some understanding of these treasures. Therefore, when Xiaohei took them out, she knew the value of these items. Xiaohei, you have a good eye. These things are all very good, Bailey Hongzhuang praised with a smile. Xiaohei, who was feeling a little regretful at first, felt her gloominess disappear after hearing her master's praise. Her eyes lit up with anticipation as she asked, really? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Of course it's true. Even your mother-in-law would praise you if she saw these things, let alone me. Xiaohei giggled at the side. Being praised by his master was the happiest thing in his life. Ling Chuan, which one do you like? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ling Chuan. If it wasn't for Ling Chuan, she would have been exposed. Naturally, none of these things would belong to her. Since she said that she would give Ling Chuan a share, she naturally wouldn't go back on her words. As Bailey Hongzhuang spoke, Ling Chuan was stunned. Then, a look of disbelief surfaced in his eyes. His voice trembled with excitement as he asked, "You're saying that I can choose one item from here?" Of course. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled gently. Her eyes were as bright as stars, choose for yourself. Ling Chuan felt an indescribable sense of happiness spread through his heart. Usually, it would be an extravagant hope to be able to obtain even a small portion of these items. Now, he could actually obtain the entire set. I'll take this. Ling Chuan pointed to the purple lotus spirit leaf at the side. The most precious of all was the 10,000-year-old ice ginseng. He naturally couldn't take it away directly. However, the purple lotus spirit leaf was also an extremely precious treasure. Countless cultivators yearned to have it. All right, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and handed the purple lotus spirit leaf to Ling Chuan with a faint smile. Ling Chuan still felt like he was in a dream when he received the purple lotus spirit leaf. He only felt that everything in front of him was too unreal. Then what are you going to do next? After carefully putting away the purple lotus spirit leaf, Ling Chuan asked seriously. At this moment, he no longer had any hostility towards Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, it was Elder Gua who made the first move. Bailey Hongzhuang was just responding passively from the beginning to the end. Although he had only known Bailey Hongzhuang for a short time, in this short period of time, he already knew that the other party was a very generous and loyal person. If it was an ordinary person, even if they were good brothers, they would not care about feelings in the face of such a treasure. However, Bailey Hongzhuang gave such a precious treasure to him just because she felt guilty. How many people could do this? Bailey Hongzhuang's face revealed a thoughtful expression. At present, she had not thought of a way to leave. Now that the entire Xianxia sect is looking for me, it won't be easy for me to leave. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little helpless. She also knew that every day she stayed here, Beichen and the rest would be more worried. If her judgment was correct, Beichen and the rest should be near the immortal region soon. Guoxing was definitely not a good person. Even if he had not been cured, the plan must have been set up. Once Beichen and the rest came, there would be trouble. Do you know what danger it is for abandoned people to barge into the immortal region without an identity card? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly asked. Ling Chuan's expression turned cold. If they barge into the immortal region, it will be dangerous. The restriction on the entrance to the immortal domain was extremely powerful. As long as one was not a cultivator from the immortal domain, it would be impossible to break through. I heard that there was once an abandoned person who wanted to barge in directly, but he was destroyed by the restrictive spell. So scary? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. Although she had already guessed that it would be difficult to enter the immortal domain, the degree of difficulty seemed to be even more terrifying than she had imagined. Anyway, it's really scary to barge in. Could it be that your friend is planning to save you? Ling Chuan was also very smart. Just by looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, he had already guessed it. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, her pretty face filled with worry. It seems like I really have to think of a way to leave this place. Right now, everyone is looking for you. Even if you know how to disguise yourself, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to leave. Ling Chuan said with difficulty. That's right, can you take Xiaohei with you and leave? Bailey Hongzhuang pointed at the extremely small Xiaohei. Ling Chuan glanced at Xiaohei and nodded. Right now, many people are guarding outside the sect. Even if I go, it won't be strange. It won't be difficult to take it out, but what's the use of it? You won't be able to leave. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you can take Xiaohei with you, it'll be fine. Even though Ling Chuan's heart was full of doubts, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's confident appearance, he inexplicably felt at ease. This woman's ability was obviously stronger than all of them thought. In fact, there was no one else who could hide in Xianxia sect for so long without being discovered except for Bailey Hongzhuang. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Chuan were talking, Xianxia sect was in an uproar. When the disciples who planted the spirit fruits in the spirit fields returned, they found that all the fruits and vegetables they planted had been plucked. What should we do? How could these fruits and vegetables be plucked out of nowhere? How should I explain this? The fruits in your spirit fields are gone too. All the ripe fruits in my spirit fields are gone. This is really over. Ah. It's over, it's over. Wails continued to resound, but after everyone found out that it wasn't only their spirit fields that were stolen, they felt more at ease. In this way, even if they were punished, it wouldn't be just one person. In the meeting hall, Xianxia sect's sect master listened to the elder's report with a livid expression. In that case, Bailey Hongzhuang is still in our Xianxia sect and has taken away all the ripe fruits and vegetables in the spirit fields? Sect master, that's true. The great elder braced himself and replied. Even though he was so far away, he could clearly feel the sect master's low pressure. So, are you all a bunch of trash? The sect master flew into a rage. How many days has it been since the incident in the water prison? You can't even find an abandoned person. All the elders' hearts trembled. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. They just gave the order to a group of disciples. After all, she was just an abandoned person. They only felt that there was no need for them to do anything. However, they didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so cunning. So many disciples collectively searched for her, but they couldn't find her. She even dared to take away the fruits in the spirit fields. Sect master, we will definitely speed up and find Bailey Hongzhuang. Abandoned people are still abandoned people. Although the things in the spirit fields are a bit of a pity, they aren't very important things. Since she cares so much about these petty profits, we can also pay more attention in this regard. The matter of the spiritual field is indeed small, but she's slapping the face of our Xianxia sect. The sect leader was still angry. An abandoned person has already caused chaos in our Xianxia sect. What will others think of our Xianxia sect? What a joke. At that moment, Elder Duan arrived. Elder Duan, why are you only here now? One of the elders asked. Elder Duan's expression was a little ugly as he looked nervously at the sect leader. He was constantly thinking about how he should say this. Elder Duan, have you heard about the theft of the spirit fields? Fortunately, this woman's vision is rather low. She only knows how to steal the spiritual fields. The good stuff is all in the resource room. Another elder chuckled and said, how powerful are the guards of the resource room? How could she possibly break in? Elder Duan, who was already very conflicted, looked even uglier after hearing everyone's words. These guys seemed to have already expected something would happen and touched on the pot that didn't boil. The sect master didn't care too much at first, but when he noticed Elder Duan's expression, his eyes gradually changed. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, everyone present was stunned and turned to look at Elder Duan. Elder Duan felt an immense pressure when he was faced with the puzzled gazes. His back was soon drenched in cold sweat. 5 treasures had been stolen from the resource room this time, and they were the most precious top-grade treasures. He had already searched the surroundings as fast as he could, but he did not find anyone. Therefore, he could only take on this big trouble himself. Something has indeed happened in the resource room, Elder Duan lowered his head and said in shame. The entire meeting hall fell silent as soon as he said that. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Numerous astonished and shocked gazes landed on Elder Duan. The usually calm elders no longer cared about their image at this moment, and all of them widened their eyes. Elder Duan, is what you said true? The resource room has always been guarded very strictly. I heard that Bailey Hongzhuang has not even broken through to the glorious Sun State. How could she have possibly stolen something right under your nose? Elder Duan felt even more humiliated when he was faced with the crowd's questions. He could not understand why he had been so obsessed today that he had followed the group of disciples to check out the situation out of curiosity. Furthermore, he could not understand how Bailey Hongzhuang, an abandoned person who had never seen the world, could have managed to grasp the timing so well. She had not been greedy when faced with so many treasures and had escaped immediately after taking some. It sounded simple, but most cultivators would not be able to do that. Elder Duan, what's going on? The sect leader regained his rationality in his anger. It was useless to be angry now. Most importantly, he was curious about how Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to do that. Even the disciples in their sect could not have done something like that. Under the sect leader's pressurizing gaze, Elder Duan slowly explained everything that had happened. I never thought that something like this would happen after leaving for such a short while. Elder Duan felt ashamed and guilty. He had been guarding the resource room for so many years, and this was the first time something like this had happened. Just thinking about it made him feel gloomy. However, after everyone heard all this, their hearts became even more complicated. From the looks of it, this Bailey Hongzhuang is quite smart. The sect leader had a complicated look on his face. Initially, he had treated her as a small fry and did not take her to heart. However, after understanding everything that Bailey Hongzhuang had done, he began to feel that this woman had many shining points. If it was their sect's disciples who were captured, it would be impossible for them to do this. Not to mention breaking into the resource room, it was impossible not to be discovered. However, Bailey Hongzhuang acted as if it was nothing and was as carefree as a fish swimming in the water. All the elders nodded. In fact, they had been thinking about this for the past 2 days. If their disciples also had such strength, then they would definitely be able to obtain first place in the sect competition. Such an outstanding disciple was actually an abandoned person. It was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. This girl is indeed very powerful. If not, Elder Gua's grandson would not have fallen in her hands. The first elder said in a deep voice. In response to the head, Elder Gua's life has been saved, but his paralysis problem is very serious. I specifically went to inquire before coming, and it said that he's still in the process of detoxifying the poison. He already has a direction, and I believe that he should be able to detoxify the poison in a short period of time. Second elder spoke. The head nodded slightly, that's good. After a long while, the sect head finally spoke. No matter if that Bailey Hongzhuang has 3 heads and 6 arms or what, we must find her today. We absolutely can't let her continue to cause trouble like this. Everyone's hearts trembled as soon as these words were spoken, and they all nodded in agreement. A trace of complexity surfaced in his dark eyes as the head sighed faintly. He'd originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was a promising talent. Although he was very displeased by what he'd done, he'd always cherished geniuses. However, the enmity between Elder Gua and Bailey Hongzhuang ran so deep that if he left Bailey Hongzhuang behind, he'd be letting Elder Gua down. Between the two, Elder Gua was naturally more important. The various elders were all smart people. Not to mention the head, even they had thoughts of cherishing talent. If such an intelligent girl were to stay in the Xianxia sect, she'd likely quickly become the most outstanding disciple in the inner sect. If it wasn't for the first elder's words reminding the head, the elders would have already spoken these words. The Hall of Healing. The Hall of Healing was undoubtedly bustling with activity. Many alchemists were shuttling back and forth inside, all of them looking very distressed. They were all trying their best to think of how to detoxify this poison. This poison is truly strange. We've already tried many methods. Even though it's been alleviated somewhat, we're still unable to completely detoxify it. In my opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang's master must be an expert. This kind of poison isn't something that an ordinary alchemist can concoct. Perhaps it's a very powerful poison master. I also think so. Elder Gua is usually so arrogant, but this time he's really capsized in the gutter. When the head arrived at the Hall of Healing and saw this scene, his already irritated heart became even more irritated when he heard these words. Look at what you've done. The sect leader looked at Guoxing angrily. In fact, he had heard of Guoxing's actions over the years. If he didn't cause any big trouble, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he didn't expect that he would cause such a troublesome matter. Hasn't Xiaoxia caused enough trouble over the years? Now, you've caused even more trouble than him. Sensing the sect master's terrifying rage, Guoxing's face paled. He wanted to explain, but his body was paralyzed and he couldn't even say a word. He could only stare anxiously. You can think about how to apologize after you recover. The sect master flicked his sleeve and said, since Changmei Peak has already disappeared, you don't have to be the main elder anymore. Hearing this, Guoxing's heart also panicked. He had been a main elder for so many years and had long since gotten used to all of this. Now that he was stripped of his status as the main elder, how could he still have the face to see others? Woo-woo, however, no matter how hard Guoxing tried to speak, he could only produce a blurry silhouette. He could not utter a single word. It's really blown up now. Ling Chuan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. Even though he already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had robbed the resource room, he also knew that it would be very scary if this matter were to blow up. However, he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would also rob the spirit fields as well. Why did you rob so many spirit fields, but you didn't do anything to mine? I didn't even do anything to this area. I've already tricked you previously, so I can't keep tricking you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Previously, Ling Chuan had already caught the attention of the elders because of the water prison incident. If the spirit fields were to be robbed, it would be the second time he had caught everyone's attention. This way, Ling Chuan would most likely be the center of attention. Hence, it wasn't just Ling Chuan's spirit fields that she didn't do anything to this area. If all the other spirit fields were to be robbed and only Ling Chuan's spirit fields remained unscathed, wouldn't that be akin to revealing 300 taels of silver here? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ling Chuan chuckled softly. I didn't think that you would be so thoughtful. It's all right. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was casual. Can you take Xiaohei and leave now? Ling Chuan thought for a moment before nodding. The entire sect is in a mess now. The sect master has ordered us to find you today, so I think that we really have to hurry up. I'll try to see if I can take this opportunity to send Xiaohei out. Otherwise, once the elders and the sect master come to investigate, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape no matter how good your disguise is. Our sect master is very powerful, so we definitely can't take this risk. Looking at Ling Chuan's dignified appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. Alright, let's give it a try now. But if I take Xiaohei out, what about you? Ling Chuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. It's not safe for you to stay here. Don't worry about me. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. As long as I can bring Xiaohei back, I can return. Alright then. As Ling Chuan walked out of the house, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately entered the chaos ring. Xiaohei hid the chaos ring in her hair and slowly walked out of the house. Ling Chuan stretched out his hand and said, "Come on up." Xiaohei leaped up Ling Chuan's arm and ran into his arms. Her white fur and white clothes blended together, and no one noticed her. After looking around, Ling Chuan quickly rushed towards the main gate of the sect. Normally, there would always be restrictions placed on the main gate of the sect. If he wanted to leave, he would need the permission of the elders. However, because the recent commotion was too big, many disciples were already waiting outside the gate. As long as he took the opportunity to blend in with these disciples, he would be able to take the opportunity to release Xiaohe. As for the rest, he could not do it for the time being. Along the way, Ling Chuan found that almost everyone was talking about the theft of the resource room. It was clearly an extremely daring thing to do, but now everyone only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was really too powerful. Her ability was even stronger than that of the inner disciples. She could be said to be the role model of the inner disciples. Seeing that the elders had not appeared, Ling Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. At least he still had a chance. As he got closer and closer to the main gate, he gradually relaxed. As long as he could release Xiaohe, that would be enough. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Sect Master." Ling Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He was so unlucky to meet the Sect Master as soon as he arrived. As soon as he turned around, sure enough, the Sect Master's figure appeared in his line of sight. However, compared to his usual indifference, the Sect Master had a hint of anger. The serious aura exuding from his body made people not dare to approach him at all. "Greetings, Sect Master." Ling Chuan bowed. The Sect Master's gaze swept across the group of disciples in front of him. Elder Daxiang said beside him, "Sect Master, these disciples are guarding outside the gate to prevent Bailey Hongzhuang from leaving. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang may have disguised herself as anyone from our Xianxia sect. Before I came, did any disciples leave here?" Hearing this, all the disciples were shocked. They finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang had not been discovered. Everyone couldn't help but look around. They didn't know if Bailey Hongzhuang would be standing beside them. "Now, the Great Elder and I will confirm the aura of each disciple one by one. All the disciples will gather to one side. The disciples who have been confirmed will stand on the other side to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation." Ling Chuan's heart trembled. He never thought that the Sect Master would make such a decision. It was a huge project to screen all the disciples one by one. It could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions had really angered the Sect Master. Usually, the Sect Master would rarely appear, let alone check the aura of the disciples one by one. Bailey Hongzhuang was not here, but under such a check, the existence of Bailey Hongzhuang would be discovered sooner or later. Not only that, Xiaohe was still in his arms. If the Sect Master found out, what should he do? This place was clearly only a few steps away from the door, but he was stopped here. At the moment, he couldn't let Xiaohe leave. His every move was under the attention of the people around him. The slightest movement would be noticed. The Sect Master's expression was deep. According to his judgment, the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't been recognized for so long was most likely because she had taken the appearance-changing pill. This pill was expensive, but it was also very useful. Even the ordinary elders in the sect might not be able to judge it. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an abandoned person to have this kind of pill. However, thinking about how Bailey Hongzhuang poisoned Elder Gua, it could be seen that she must know a very strong pharmacist, so it was not surprising that she had this kind of pill. The Sect Master and the Great Elder didn't delay. How many disciples in the entire Xianxia sect? Relying on their judgment, this was definitely a huge task. By the Sect Masters of disciples. One by one, the disciples were locked on by the head of the sect. Only after they were allowed to pass to the other side did they feel relieved. They curiously looked at the disciples waiting to be checked on the other side, wanting to know if Bailey Hongzhuang would be in the crowd. Ling Chuan's palms were already sweating and his body was tense. Even if he tried his best to not be nervous, he couldn't do it at all. The Sect Master must know about Xiaohe's existence. Once he was discovered, he would be finished. While waiting nervously, the Sect Master's footsteps also stopped in front of Ling Chuan. "Are you nervous?" The Sect Master's voice slowly sounded. Ling Chuan was shocked. Everyone's eyes focused on him at this moment. When the Great Elder saw Ling Chuan's face clearly, he finally understood. "Sect Master, this person is the disciple who was drugged in the water prison. You must be nervous because of this." Hearing this, the Sect Master's gaze softened a little. "So it's you." Ling Chuan quickly knelt down and said, "Sect Master, this disciple was negligent. I will never do it again in the future." The sect master looked at the nervous Ling Chuan indifferently and carefully scanned his aura. After confirming that he was indeed not Bailey Hongzhuang in disguise, he said, "Since you've already received your punishment, there's no need to be nervous. Ling Chuan, why are you still standing here?" The great elder saw Ling Chuan standing there in a daze, not knowing how to move at all. "Ah?" Ling Chuan raised his head blankly. He was already prepared to be discovered. "If you've been checked, go over there. Why are you still here?" Ling Chuan was stunned. After confirming that he did not hear wrongly, he quickly walked to the side as if he had been pardoned. He did not know why Xiaohei was not checked, but this result was too surprising for him. Everyone looked at Ling Chuan's appearance and could not help but laugh. This guy's recent encounter was indeed quite unlucky. This reaction was not strange. It was not until the sect master and great elder checked everyone and found that there was no one that they turned around and left. Ling Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had never been so nervous in his life. Outside the immortal region. It said that this Xianxia sect is not far from the entrance of the immortal region. Bewitching looked ahead, then turned to look at Granny Hua. "Granny, how should we go in?" After knowing the whole story, Granny Hua was the only senior who came this time. According to Senior Yu and the others, it was enough for Granny Hua to come to this place alone. Although everyone was a little surprised, they also understood Granny Hua's ability even more. Ling and the others also looked at Granny Hua. Even though they had rushed over, it still took them a few days to get here. Fortunately, she could feel that Hong Zhuang was alive and well. However, she had been captured by Guosheng, so her life must be very difficult. In the past few days, they could clearly feel Bewitching's worry. That kind of extremely low pressure made them not dare to speak casually, for fear that it would make Bewitching even more uncomfortable. "Leave it to me." Granny Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. In any case, he came from the immortal domain. Naturally, he has a few good friends. They will still give him some face. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this. They knew how difficult it was to enter the celestial realm, and it was even more dangerous to enter the celestial realm from the chaotic celestial realm. However, Granny Hua was actually so calm, and was prepared to directly bring them in. "It's just that there are too many of you. In my opinion, Beichin should follow me in. The others should wait outside." Granny Hua looked at everyone. She knew that these little guys were very worried about Hong Zhuang. She could feel it along the way. However, the immortal region was not a place that could be entered and exited at will. It would only take a little effort for her to bring Bewitching in. However, with so many of them, it was too eye-catching. It was impossible for them to enter. Seeing that everyone was very sensible, Granny Hua turned her gaze towards Bewitching and said, "Let's go." Bewitching immediately followed closely behind Granny Hua. His handsome face could not hide his anxiety. Now, he only hoped that he could find Bailey Hongzhuang as soon as possible. As long as he did not see her, he would feel at ease. After Ling Chuan saw that the sect master had left, he looked behind him. Since he was already here, he naturally had to think of a way to send Xiaohei out. Otherwise, if he wanted to leave the sect at will after today, he would have to inform the sect master. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang had said that as long as Xiaohei could leave, she would be able to leave as well. Even though they had only known each other for a short period of time, he had already regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as a friend. Naturally, he did not wish for her to be in danger. Ling Chuan slowly moved towards the outside at the thought of this. "Xiaohei, hurry and leave." Ling Chuan bowed slightly and let Xiaohei leave. "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Xiaohei did not delay and quickly moved towards the outside while no one was paying attention to her. "Ling Chuan, what are you doing over there?" A disciple could not help but call out when he saw that Ling Chuan had run out of the restrictive spell at the main door. Ling Chuan smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to relieve myself. Since so many of you are standing here, I have no choice but to go outside." Hearing this, the crowd chuckled. The great elder said that those who have been checked should stay where they are in case they have to be checked again when we return. "I'm afraid that we'll have to stay here for a long time." Now that the sect master has personally made a move, Bailey Hongzhuang will definitely not be able to escape. What a pity. Why wasn't I the one who caught her? I missed out on a chance to become an inner disciple for no reason. Ling Chuan smiled and chatted cheerfully with the crowd. In his mind, he was thinking about how Bailey Hongzhuang was going to leave this place. Now that he could no longer return, he had no way of informing Bailey Hongzhuang of this news. He could only hope that she would be able to leave this place safely as she had said. Ling Chuan reached out and touched the spot where Xiaohei was just now. He suddenly realized that there was a Qianquan pouch on his chest. A trace of doubt appeared on Ling Chuan's face. He took out his cosmos sack in shock. This was not his cosmos sack. Could it be that Xiaohei had left it there? Opening the Qianquan bag, Ling Chuan found some bottles and jars. Taking a closer look, he realized that these bottles and jars were all extremely precious medicines and pills. In addition, he also found a note in the Qianquan bag. So she left it for me. A trace of a smile appeared in Ling Chuan's eyes. You actually gave me such a precious thing just like that. Now, he only felt that he deserved to be punished to guard the spirit fields. Even though he had more points when he was guarding the water prison, it was definitely not enough to exchange for so many cultivation resources. He was very grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang, but he didn't know if he would have a chance to thank her in the future. So the abandoned people are actually so wealthy. In the future, I definitely can't underestimate the cultivators of the abandoned immortal forest. Xiaohei hugged the chaos ring and ran all the way outside. It was not until she had left the Xianxia sect's territory that she heaved a sigh of relief. Master, we're out. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang emerged from the chaos ring. Looking at the unfamiliar scene in front of her, a smile appeared on her face. We're finally out. We can only say that the sect leader is unlucky. Originally, we would have left today and nothing would have happened. However, he wanted to search today. We lost the chance to establish our prestige and lost our face. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands. In fact, she was also a little unwilling. Guosheng was so hateful. She originally wanted to kill Guosheng, but she didn't expect that guy to save her life. However, other than that one opportunity, she didn't have any other opportunities. Therefore, no matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. Revenge was a dish best served cold. As long as Guosheng was still alive, she would be able to get her revenge sooner or later. Bewitching followed Granny Hua all the way to the Xianxia sect. The two of them used their speed to the extreme, unwilling to delay for even a second. This was because no one knew what would happen to Hongzhuang in the next second. Master, I can sense Xiaohei. At this moment, Xiao Bai's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Bewitching's face immediately showed a trace of excitement. Really? Where is she? Just ahead. Xiao Bai pointed ahead with an excited expression. In the next moment, Bewitching and Granny Hua both sped up and quickly rushed forward. We're out, but we still have to think about how to leave the immortal region. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the road ahead and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. The inspection of the immortal region was definitely not simple. Moreover, she didn't have an identity card, so naturally, she couldn't openly appear in the sight of the cultivators of the immortal region. Otherwise, once she appeared, she would inevitably cause some trouble. When she first came, she was knocked out and captured. She had no impression of this route at all. Xiaohei's ability to distinguish directions wasn't very strong, so naturally, she could only follow Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, a voice full of surprise sounded. Hongzhuang. Hearing this familiar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment. She even suspected that she had misheard. However, when she turned around and saw that familiar figure, her lotus-like face immediately bloomed with a pleasantly surprised smile. Beichen, master. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly stepped forward, her voice as light as an oriole's. You were a step too slow to save me. Granny Hua and Beichen were originally very worried about Bailey Hongzhuang. They were afraid that she would suffer in Xianxia sect. However, they didn't expect to see Bailey Hongzhuang walk out as soon as they arrived. How did he do it? Not only Beichen, but even Granny Hua was very surprised. Logically speaking, this was simply impossible. Hongzhuang, are you hurt? Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang nervously. He didn't have the heart to ask what was going on. He just wanted to know if Hong Zhuang had been bullied these days. Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Don't you see that I'm fine now? Looking at the smiling face in front of them, Bewitching and Granny Hua were relieved. Hong Zhuang's ability was indeed extraordinary. If this kind of thing happened to others, they would have already lost their lives. However, not only was Hong Zhuang alive, she also ran out safe and sound. This huge Xianxia sect was simply a decoration. It was useless to her. At the same time, Granny Hua was also a little proud. She had always known that Bailey Hong Zhuang was very outstanding, but she had never thought that she would be able to escape in such a situation. This kind of ability was not something an ordinary person could have. Hong Zhuang was able to do this, which proved her strength. Even if she went to the chaotic immortal realm in the future, she would not have to worry too much. Just as Bailey Hong Zhuang was chatting with Granny Hua with a smile, she suddenly felt the pressure around her drop. As soon as she looked up, she saw Bewitching's angry face. He hit you? Bewitching held Bailey Hong Zhuang's white and slender hand. From the slightly slipping sleeve, he saw a red scar. Although the scar had begun to heal, he could still see that it must have been bloody before. Granny Hua's face turned cold when she heard that. She saw Bewitching roll up Bailey Hong Zhuang's sleeve, and the bright red whip scar was shocking. If her arm was like this, then there was no need to mention the scars on her body. In fact, this was what he was most worried about on the way here. Although Hong Zhuang had escaped, it was obvious that she had been tortured by Guoxing before. Bailey Hong Zhuang rolled down her sleeve and said softly, "Actually, it's nothing. It's almost healed now." At that time, the injury was indeed very serious. However, with her body's current recovery speed, it did not affect her at all. Moreover, she had been seriously injured many times during her daily training. This kind of situation was a common occurrence for her. Damn it! Bewitching cursed. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Ever since Hong Zhuang disappeared, he had been blaming himself so much that he was going crazy. He had been wondering why he did not accompany Hong Zhuang. Why did he let her go by the spiritual herbs alone? If he had been with her, perhaps this would not have happened. Granny Hua's face also darkened. An elder of the Xianxia sect dares to treat my disciple like this. I haven't left the abandoned immortal forest for so many years, but these guys' hands are getting longer and longer. In the next moment, a faint light flashed in Granny Hua's eyes. Let's go to the Xianxia sect. Hearing this, Bailey Hong Zhuang was slightly stunned. Go back? Since Guoxing dared to attack you, I naturally have to let him know the price of attacking my disciple. Bewitching held Bailey Hong Zhuang's hand. Let's go together. Granny, the strength of the Xianxia sect. Bailey Hong Zhuang understood her mother-in-law and Bewitching's feelings for her. She was also very moved. However, Xianxia sect was also a sect. If they went there alone, in case of danger, she didn't want to involve her mother-in-law. Granny must have her reasons for living in the abandoned immortal forest all these years. If it wasn't for him, Granny probably wouldn't have come to the immortal domain. Sometimes, she even wondered if Granny had enemies in the immortal domain, so she didn't come here. The corner of Granny Hua's lips curled up. It was different from her usual kindness. Instead, it was cold with a trace of killing intent. Even if it was only for a short moment, Bailey Hong Zhuang still noticed the difference in her mother-in-law's aura. This was the first time she saw her mother-in-law like this. It's just a small sect. It's nothing. Xianxia sect. As more and more disciples were checked by the sect leader and the great elder, their faces became more and more gloomy. Almost all the disciples had gathered here, and the two of them checked very quickly. As for the other elders, they went to other places to look for Bailey Hong Zhuang. As long as any cultivator did not come, they could almost be sure that this person must be Bailey Hong Zhuang. However, they had already checked most of the disciples, and only a small number of disciples had not been checked, and the elders had not sent any news. This was very strange. Bailey Hong Zhuang would never disappear into thin air. Could it be that she had other means to hide her aura in addition to changing her appearance? This kind of method was just a thought, and the possibility of it happening was too small. This Bailey Hong Zhuang is too good at hiding, isn't she? We haven't found her after so long. What do you think we should do if there is still no trace of Bailey Hongzhuang after checking everyone? It shouldn't be. Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. This kind of situation can't disappear. A group of disciples whispered to each other as they looked at the cultivators who had not been checked. Most of them were sure that Bailey Hongzhuang was among them. At this moment, a shocking sound came from outside the gate of the Xianxia sect. Bang! The deafening sound made everyone in the Xianxia sect hear it clearly. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the gate in shock. What was going on? What's going on at the gate? Why is there such a sound? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang wants to take advantage of this time to rush out directly, so she's trying to break through the restriction? Just as the disciples were at a loss, they realized that the sect leader and the great elder had disappeared from where they were standing. The disciples didn't know what was going on, but the sect leader and the great elder knew it too well. This was not the sound of someone breaking through the restriction, but the sound of the restriction being broken. This situation was like someone was breaking into the Xianxia sect. Since the sect leader took office, this was the first time such a thing had happened. The other elders who were searching for Bailey Hongzhuang's aura were aware of this situation and did not have the heart to find out the whereabouts of Bailey Hongzhuang. Their figures flashed and rushed towards the gate. However, when the sect leader and the elders arrived, they saw that the restriction had been completely destroyed. The other party had long disappeared. Where is she? The sect leader turned his gaze to the stunned disciple and said angrily. Ling Chuan and the other disciples were already in a daze. They had been waiting for the sect leader's news. After all, the sect leader had said that they could not leave without being checked, so they had been standing there without moving. However, while they were waiting in boredom, they saw 3 figures suddenly appear. The granny in the lead waved her hand casually, and the restriction on the door was directly opened. All along, they had felt that the sect's restrictions were extremely powerful, and that it was not something that anyone could easily shake. Now that they saw someone casually break the restriction, they even wondered if they had seen wrongly. Facing the sect leader's questioning, the disciples did not dare to delay and immediately pointed out the direction in which the 3 people had left. It just so happened that a disciple who was guarding the water prison was here. When the 3 people appeared, he recognized Bailey Hongzhuang at a glance. That face that could turn all living things upside down was really unforgettable. Hearing this, the sect leader and the elders looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly changed and they quickly rushed to the back. Ling Chuan looked at the scene in front of him and was also dumbfounded. He didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang had really gone out. Even more so, he didn't expect that not only did Bailey Hongzhuang go out, but she also came back. However, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that she must be back to get revenge. Originally, when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, he felt that she wasn't an ordinary abandoned person at all. Her methods were probably unparalleled in the entire Xianxia sect. Through the scene just now, he understood the reason. That senior's strength was really too strong. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang was so strong at such a young age. As Ling Chuan thought about it, he couldn't help but smile. This was the first time he felt admiration and appreciation for a cultivator of the same generation. Even the first-day disciples of the sect didn't make him admire them so much. Has Bailey Hongzhuang already left our sect? Could it be that she's back to get revenge? That senior's strength was really strong. The restriction was broken so easily. What do you think will happen later? Everyone looked at each other and their minds were filled with thoughts. If the other party really made a scene like this, then their sect's face would really be lost. The sect leader's strength is high. Naturally, he wouldn't allow that senior to mess around. When Bailey Hongzhuang asked Ling Chuan about Guoxing, Ling Chuan told her where Guoxing was. Therefore, after entering, she didn't hesitate to bring her mother-in-law and Beichen directly to Guoxing's location. The Hall of Healing. A group of pharmacists gathered here, their faces full of anticipation. The antidote pill we've concocted this time is extremely effective. It should be able to cure the poison in Elder Guo's body. If this is true, then that's great. This way, we'll have one more type of poison in our grasp. If we make use of it in the future, the effect. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Guoxing suddenly realized that his body, which had been stiff for several days, was gradually regaining its senses. This feeling made him extremely happy. These few short days felt like years to him. Every day, he watched so many apothecaries trying to research it, yet they were still unable to decipher it. He was even worried that his life was over. Fortunately, the poison had finally been neutralized. Because of Bailey Hongzhuang, he lost his status as the main elder and became the joke of the entire Xianxia sect. Only by capturing Bailey Hongzhuang with his own hands could he make up for his mistakes and vent the hatred in his heart. Elder Gua has recovered. Haha, it's really settled. A joyful smile appeared on Guixing's face, but a trace of viciousness quickly appeared in his eyes. He must capture Bailey Hongzhuang, whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Bewitching, he would not let any of them off. Bang! At this moment, the door to the Hall of Healing was smashed open with a bang. Immediately after, everyone sensed a tyrannical aura appear at the door. Everyone turned their heads one after another. Just as they were wondering who this person was, a voice full of energy suddenly rang out. The old voice was arrogant and domineering, filled with endless anger. A tyrannical aura erupted, intimidating everyone in the Hall of Healing. No one could react for a moment. Guixing had finally detoxified the poison. Before he could be proud of himself, he suddenly heard such an angry roar. He panicked for no reason, wondering if something had happened to Bailey Hongzhuang again. However, when he realized that the other party didn't know who he was and noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang was behind him, his confidence instantly rose. How dare you? How dare you trespass into the Hall of Healing? Guixing shouted angrily. His face was filled with righteous indignation, but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. He was worried about how to catch Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, this girl was as cunning as a loach. If so many elders couldn't find her, it wouldn't be easy for him to find her. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would deliver herself to his doorstep. Although he didn't know who the woman in front of him was, he knew Bewitching. Originally, he wanted to go to the Immortal Region and intercept Bewitching. After all, as long as he could catch one of the two, it wouldn't be difficult to catch the other one. Now, not only did he see these two, he even got one as a gift. Ever since the sect master reprimanded him, he had been thinking about how to make up for his mistakes. If he only caught Bailey Hongzhuang, it was obviously not enough. After all, there was no enmity between Bailey Hongzhuang and the sect. However, after realizing Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, he suddenly found a glimmer of hope. Bailey Hongzhuang was able to use such a rare poison, which meant that she must have the resources in this area. As long as he could unearth all of this, the strength of the Hall of Healing of the Xianxia sect would greatly increase. As a main elder, the sect master was most interested in the opportunity to improve the Xianxia sect. As long as he could increase his strength, it would be a great merit. The merit would offset the fault. Then, the possibility of him taking back his previous position was very high. He might even be able to rise to a higher level because of this. In this way, those elders would definitely not laugh at him anymore. Now that he saw the woman in front of him, he suddenly realized that the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to take out such a poison might have come from this woman. After all, it was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to have such superb medical skills at her age. Even the pharmacists of Xianxia sect couldn't compare with her. If he could capture this woman, wouldn't his contribution be even greater? You are Guixing? Granny Hua's gaze locked onto Guixing. The moment she locked onto him, Guixing felt as if his entire body was enveloped by a powerful aura. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. It was a feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. Who are you? Guixing looked at Grandma Hua nervously. He had realized that the woman in front of him was not simple. She was stronger than he had imagined. Master, that's him. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was as cold as ice. She clearly remembered everything that Guixing had done to her. This damned guy. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Granny Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a wave of her hand, a powerful chi swept across Guixing's face. A very loud slap sounded. Pa! When the slap landed on his body, Guixing wanted to run away immediately. Under the cover of that terrifying aura, he found that he didn't even have a chance to escape. The tyrannical air wave was like a mountain and the moon slapped his face fiercely. At that moment, his blood and chi surged. Pfft! Guixing spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. Who are you? Guixing's eyes widened as he stared at Granny Hua. With such strength, even in the immortal realm, she must be a famous figure. You don't deserve to know my name. Granny Hua looked at Guixing with contempt. How dare you bully my disciple, you're courting death. Pa. Not waiting for Guixing to react, another terrifying blast of air made him be sent flying out again. However, this slap was stronger than the previous one. It directly made him see stars and his consciousness blurred. He looked at the people around him angrily. Could it be that these guys just watched him get beaten up? What are you doing? Guixing's heart was filled with anger. However, he was seriously injured and even his words seemed weak, without the slightest deterrence. The group of alchemists was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Who would have thought that such a fiend would suddenly barge into the sect and start a fight without saying a word? Although Guixing's strength wasn't the best among the 13 elders, he was definitely not the worst. However, in front of this senior, he didn't even have the slightest ability to fight back. It could be seen how terrifying this senior's strength was. Who are you? How can you barge into our sect? Granny Hua didn't even have the slightest intention of answering the questions of the alchemists. These guys didn't deserve her answer. Bailey Hongzhuang was also secretly shocked. She realized that she still underestimated her master's strength. That was the sect's restriction that could be broken at any time. The heavily guarded Xianxia sect was fragile in front of her. The dignified elder was even less of a threat. Once she made a move, the other party didn't even have the strength to fight back. This feeling made Bailey Hongzhuang's heart boil. If he also had this kind of strength, then Guixing wouldn't treat her like this. Take it. Granny Hua suddenly spoke. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang found that there was a whip in front of her. How did he hit you? Hit him back twice as hard. Granny Hua said coldly. After saying that, Granny Hua was not in a hurry to kill Guixing. Instead, she stood quietly at the side with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Her expression had already revealed everything. I'm here to see who dares to move. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little surprised that Granny Hua would ask her to do this. After she reacted, a smile appeared on her face. In the next moment, she walked forward, picked up the long whip, and slowly walked in front of Guixing. Guixing watched as Bailey Hongzhuang approached him step by step. His face turned pale. You, what are you doing? What do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows slightly, and her clear eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness as she asked in reply. This is the Xianxia sect. You'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, once the other elders arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Guixing pretended to be fearless, but his voice had inadvertently revealed his guilty conscience and weakness. All he could do now was to stall for time. It was too difficult to resist. Smack! Bailey Hongzhuang did not show any mercy as she swung her whip down fiercely. She had always been a vengeful person. Furthermore, Xiaoxia and Guixing were the ones who had caused all this trouble. Because of them, Xiaohei had been severely injured. Guixing could not help but tremble as the whip swung down. A bloody gash appeared on his back and his clothes were quickly dyed red. The intense pain caused Guixing's face to turn ashen. His malicious gaze stared straight at Bailey Hongzhuang as if he could not wait to kill her. As an elder of the profound pure sect, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? An abandoned person who had not even reached the Radiant Sun realm had actually dared to humiliate him in front of everyone. The hatred in his eyes gradually grew. He immediately wanted to charge out and kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Based on how much Bewitching and this woman cared about Bailey Hongzhuang, as long as he could control Bailey Hongzhuang's life, the other party would definitely not dare to attack him. However, just as he charged out, a terrifying aura came crashing down on him once again, crushing his entire being. Granny Hua narrowed her eyes as a dim light appeared in her eyes. It seems that you're still not being honest. The terrifying aura was like a mountain crashing down on his body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Under this terrifying pressure, his internal organs felt like they were about to be crushed into a pulp. His body could not move at all. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally also noticed Guixing's previous actions. Originally, she wanted to dodge, but she didn't think that her mother-in-law's speed would be even faster. She directly crushed Guixing and made him unable to move. This kind of power was truly enviable. At the same time, she also felt very blessed to have such a protective master. Smack! the whip swung down again, smack, smack, with new and old grudges added together. Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to return everything that had happened. Xiaohei was naturally very narrow-minded. This damned old man had tortured them so much earlier. Now that there was a chance, it would not let it go. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaohei's body gradually grew from a small, squishy ball. She calmly ran to the side and fetched a basin of water. Then, she took out salt. When they saw Xiaohei pour the salt into the water without hesitation and slowly walk to Guoxing's side, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't go overboard. Guoxing gritted his teeth and said angrily, the sect leader will be here soon, and you'll be finished by then. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into an enchanting smile. I don't know if I'm finished, but you're definitely finished. Pa. The long whip fiercely fell on the already bloody back. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that the long whip in her hand was different. Even with Guoxing's physique, it was so easy for his skin to split open. His painful appearance was even more indescribable. Are you just watching a show? Guoxing's face was pale. Due to the intense pain, cold sweat was dripping down his face. Every time the whip landed, he would tremble uncontrollably. He had almost forgotten how many years it had been since he had last suffered such pain. The group of medicine masters looked at each other. It was not that they did not want to help Guoxing, but this granny's power was just too strong. Even Guoxing did not have the power to retaliate in half a year. If they were to intervene, they would definitely die. At a time like this, who would dare to rush forward? Wouldn't that be courting death? If we join forces, we will definitely be able to save Elder Gua. Medicine Master Ji's expression was solemn. He had taken his antidote a little later than Guoxing, so he could only watch the scene unfold before his eyes. Now that he had finally regained his mobility, he naturally couldn't just watch Guoxing get beaten to death. An elder of a sect had actually been beaten to death by an abandoned person. This was probably the first time this had happened in the immortal realm. The hesitant medicine masters seemed to have found their backbone when they saw Medicine Master Ji nod his head. They did not delay any longer and charged forward together. However, when faced with the group of medicine masters who had charged forward, a disdainful light appeared in Granny Hua's eyes. She calmly spat out, overconfident. Bang! With a wave of her hand, a terrifying wave of air swept outwards. The group of cultivators who had been charging forward were all sent flying by this terrifying wave of air. At this moment, they finally understood how terrifying the power that Guoxing had endured was. This level of power has definitely far surpassed theirs. Since when did the abandoned immortal forest have such a malefic star? Before the medicine masters at the back could charge forward, they saw the cultivators in front of them being sent flying. They paused in their steps and a thick sense of fear appeared on their faces. They hesitated and did not dare to charge forward. Attack her directly. Medicine Master Ji climbed to his feet. Even though he could not hide the fear on his face, his confidence in saving Guoxing was still firm. Hearing this, the medicine masters immediately used all their skills and charged towards Granny Hua. A sense of worry appeared in Bewitching's eyes when he saw this. However, Granny Hua gently shook her head, indicating that there was no need to worry. Then, Granny Hua waved her hand and a restrictive barrier appeared out of thin air. She then ignored the people who were attacking with all their might and turned towards Bailey Hongzhuang in an amiable manner. Don't worry, you can continue. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled upwards. Indeed, with Granny Hua here to hold the fort, there really was nothing to worry about. She thought about how these people had tried all sorts of ways to capture her and how they could not do anything to her now. The difference between them and her was too obvious. Bang! One attack after another landed on the barrier, but all it did was cause ripples, and there were no signs of it collapsing. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Just how strong was this woman? It was actually so terrifying. Xiaohei. Bailey Hongzhuang gave Xiaohei a look. Xiaohei immediately understood and poured the salt water on Guoxing. Voila! Under the impact of the salt water, Guoxing couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His body trembled, and the pain was magnified infinitely. He wished he could just faint. However, this terrifying pain stimulated his senses endlessly, preventing him from fainting. Does this feel good? Looking at the trembling Guoxing, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly squatted down, her eyes cold and calm. Bailey Hongzhuang, you, Guixing stared weakly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Under the pain, even speaking a single word required a great deal of effort. If my guess is correct, Xianxia had died at your hands, right? Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. When she had first heard Ling Chuan say that Xianxia had died at her hands, she felt that it was strange. Xianxia's madness was within their expectations, but his life had been preserved. Xianxia, who had fallen into madness, should be a disgrace to Guixing, so he ended Guixing's life with his own hands. This kind of thing was unbelievable to many people, but when it happened to Guixing, she didn't find it strange at all. This guy was definitely a vicious and merciless person. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Guixing and Medicine Master Ji's faces turned pale. The others were a little stunned. Xianxia had died at the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. This was the fact that they believed. And Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said such a thing under such circumstances, so the possibility of this was also increasing. Nonsense. Guixing cursed, Xiaojia clearly died at your hands, so I want to avenge him. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, in the end, who did this, you and I both know very well. Why are you still pretending? When the sect leader and the great elder arrived, they saw this scene. They saw Guixing lying on the ground, his clothes dyed red with blood, and the shocking wound was very shocking. The group of medicine masters was directly blocked outside the restriction, and they couldn't even get close to it. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang was holding a long whip. It was obvious that the injuries on Guixing's body were caused by her. Beside Bailey Hongzhuang was an unusually handsome man. At a glance, the two of them seemed to be a match made in heaven. However, the two of them were most concerned about the woman sitting leisurely at the side. It was obvious that she was the one who broke the restriction of the Xianxia sect and caused this situation. The sect leader and the great elder were secretly shocked. At this moment, they could only see the back of the woman, but they couldn't see her true appearance. However, to be able to do all this so casually, this kind of strength was definitely not something ordinary people could compare to. Even they had to be careful. Since this person dared to break in here, he must have enough confidence in his own strength. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Xianxia sect? The first elder shouted angrily. This person was too bold. He actually dared to come here directly. This was simply provoking the entire Xianxia sect. When Guixing saw the sect leader and great elder appear, he heaved a sigh of relief. This time, there was finally hope. The group of pharmacists also relaxed a little. This woman's strength was not something they could contend against, but the sect leader and great elder might have a way. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly turned around and looked at the two people behind her. This was the first time she met the head of the Xianxia sect. Originally, there was no conflict between the two of them, but because of Guixing, this grudge was completely formed. How dare you trespass into my Xianxia sect? Have you thought about the consequences? The sect leader's face was ashen. If he didn't take the other party's life, he wouldn't be the sect leader anymore. The next moment, the sect leader threw a punch at Granny Hua. As soon as the sect leader made his move, a terrifying wave of air also swept out. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching suddenly had a trace of nervousness in their eyes. Others might not care, but the sect leader of the Xianxia sect was extremely strong. Granny Hua waved her hand and blocked the sect leader's attack. Long time no see. Your strength has increased a lot. Granny Hua slowly turned around and her gaze fell on the sect leader. The sect leader immediately retracted his attack. The dignified look on his face had disappeared and was replaced with respect. I never thought that it would be Senior Hua. I have been disrespectful. The sect leader joined his fists and bowed respectfully. His eyes were filled with fear. You have a good memory, sect leader. You still remember me. The corners of Grandma Hua's lips curled into a small smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She was clearly smiling, but it inexplicably gave everyone present a terrifying pressure. I, Xia, will never forget Senior's kindness and will always remember it in my heart. I only hope that one day, I will be able to repay your kindness. It's just that I haven't seen any trace of my mother-in-law since then. I feel guilty. The sudden turn of events had exceeded everyone's expectations. The great elder was about to attack when he suddenly noticed the change in the sect leader's attitude. Fortunately, he immediately stopped. No one would have thought that the sect leader would recognize this person. Furthermore, based on this situation, it seems that the sect leader had received a favor from this senior, Guosheng, who had always regarded the sect leader as his savior, was completely dumbfounded. He had always hoped that the sect leader would save him from the abyss of suffering and kill Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. However, this senior had actually done the sect leader a favor. He had never seen the sect leader display such an attitude before. His heart sank. Even an idiot would know that based on the sect leader's attitude, he would definitely not clash with this senior. If that were to happen, his little life would be lost. Grandma Hua, on the other hand, was not too concerned about this. She elegantly sat down and smiled. This person had captured my disciple and tortured her in every possible way. What do you think I should do? The sect leader turned his gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang. When he had first found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had such abilities, he had felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's identity was not simple and that there must be a powerful person behind her. Now, it seems that his judgment was not wrong at all. However, he never would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be Senior Hua's disciple. What a great blessing this was. Senior Hua's reputation was shocking, but she had never accepted a disciple. Bailey Hongzhuang already had such ability at such a young age. In the future, she would definitely make a name for herself in the immortal realm. This person dared to hurt Senior's disciple. Naturally, he deserves to die. The sect leader said with a smile on his face. It was as if the person in front of him was not an elder of the Xianxia sect but an insignificant stranger. After knowing that this matter was related to Senior Hua, he had given up on Guosheng. If he offended Senior Hua. And calm Senior. The great elder and the group of elders who had just arrived were completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene. How terrifying was the senior's ability to actually make the sect leader's attitude change so drastically. It's good that you know. Grandma Hua nodded indifferently and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Do what you want. Don't worry. In that moment, everyone in the Hall of Healing fell silent. The situation in front of them couldn't be any more obvious. Everyone understood that Guosheng was going to die today. It was fine if he'd wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang, but he'd wanted to kidnap her and bring her here. He was seeking his own death. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Guosheng indifferently. She and Xiao He had pretty much finished venting their anger. There was really no need to waste any more time on this kind of guy. However, it would be too easy for this guy to die just like that. She'd originally thought that someone like Xianxia deserved to die, but now she felt that Guosheng was even more detestable than Xianxia. If it wasn't for her backing, any other person would have died at her hands. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked forward. Guosheng looked at the approaching Bailey Hongzhuang and felt as if the god of death was approaching him. He hurriedly called out, "Don't come here, don't come here." That anxious and pale voice seemed to have no meaning. Bailey Hongzhuang walked in front of him and reached out to feed him a pill. Gulp. Bailey Hongzhuang pinched Guosheng's chin and forced the pill into his stomach, not allowing him to refuse. Ugh, cough cough. No matter how hard Guosheng tried to spit it out, it was useless. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. There was no way to reverse the situation. Medicine Master Ji also quietly retreated from the crowd of medicine masters when he saw the scene. Guosheng was going to die without a doubt. If he continued to stay here, he might not be able to keep his own life. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Medicine Master Ji's departure, but didn't take it to heart. This guy didn't have any deep grudges with them. He wasn't involved in the previous incident either, so there was no need to kill him. Bewitching naturally noticed as well, but he respected Hongzhuang's decision. Granny, I've taken care of it. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Granny Hua. Her peerless face rippled with an elegant and refined smile. At first, the crowd had only thought of Bailey Hongzhuang as a star of misfortune. Now that they took a closer look, they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang was truly a lotus that had emerged from clear water. She was a natural sculpture. Such a beauty was truly breathtaking. Granny Hua nodded gently, then stood up. Since it's settled, let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching immediately walked behind Grandma Hua. The purpose of their trip was to solve Guosheng. Now that everything had been solved, it was time to leave. However, when the sect leader saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave, he quickly said, "Senior Hua, this matter is due to my incompetence. If you leave like this, I really feel guilty. Why don't I give this small token of my apology to Lady Bailey? I hope you'll accept it." The sect master smiled and handed a Qianquan bag to Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang instinctively looked at Granny Hua. She didn't know what kind of relationship Granny Hua and the sect master had in the past. The sect master had only taken out this item for Granny Hua's sake. Granny Hua glanced at it calmly and said, "Since it's a token of the sect master's goodwill, Hongzhuang, you should accept it." "Yes, master." Bailey Hongzhuang took the Qianquan bag. Anything that the sect master had taken out would definitely not be simple. This time, she had already obtained a few treasures from the resource room. If she were to include this, it would be a bountiful harvest. At some unknown time, the area around the Hall of Healing was filled with cultivators. Everyone wanted to know what the final outcome would be. These three were simply too arrogant. The head and elders have already rushed over. They should have already subdued them? But I've been here for quite a while. Why haven't I heard anything? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so peaceful. The crowd of disciples couldn't help but be curious. Such calmness really didn't look like a big fight. However, the next scene completely destroyed their worldview. This was because everyone saw the three figures walk out of the Hall of Healing unscathed. They walked out, everyone stared with wide eyes, their hearts filled with disbelief. Could it be that the head and elders weren't a match for this old lady? When the crowd saw the head and first elder send off Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with smiles on their faces, they didn't know what to say anymore. "Is there something wrong with my eyes?" "You didn't see wrong. My God, how strong is Bailey Hongzhuang's backer?" Under the flabbergasted gazes of countless disciples, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked out of the Xianxia sect unhurriedly and leisurely. Ling Chuan's heart thumped. When no one was paying attention, he quietly gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. Amazing. This was really a cheat. The head and first elder only returned to the Hall of Healing after Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had left. Guosheng, who'd been beaten until he was covered in wounds, howled with a savage expression. It was obvious that the effects of the pill had been quite frightening. "Head, what do we do with Guosheng now?" the first elder inquired. The head waved his hand in disgust, "Drag him away and bury him." Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard these words. The first elder waved his hand and someone dragged Guosheng away. "Bury him further away." The head's voice sounded again. The two disciples dragging Guosheng also nodded. Bright red blood stained the ground, contrasting with the sect leader's expressionless face. The atmosphere became gloomy and oppressive for no reason. No one dared to breathe loudly. They felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing their hearts, as if it could crush them at any time. "Sect leader, what is the background of that granny? You actually need to treat me with such an attitude?" The first elder was the sect master's trusted aide. Even if no one dared to speak up, he still dared to ask. "You haven't seen her before, but you must have heard of her name." The sect leader slowly looked up. His eyes were dark and unfathomable, as if he was recalling memories from many years ago. "She is the holy poison doctor, Grandma Hua." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone could not help but gasp. Everyone who had their heads lowered could not help but raise their heads. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Most of the people present were medicine masters. Perhaps they had not heard of some of the peerless experts, but the great name of the holy poison doctor, Grandma Hua, was deeply engraved in their hearts. It said that the holy poison doctor's skills in medicine and poison have reached the pinnacle of perfection. She can even raise bones and revive the dead. Many have wanted to become her disciple but were rejected. However, after that incident, Grandma Hua disappeared without a trace. No one has been able to find her. "That's right, it's her." The sect master's dull voice was filled with certainty. "Back then, I was plotted against and painstakingly searched for Granny Hua. It was because she saved me that I was able to survive." Hearing this, everyone understood everything. Before they knew Granny Hua's identity, they thought the sect master's actions were a little too cowardly. Now that they understood everything, they only felt that the sect master's decision was too wise. How famous was Granny Hua? Even though she had been missing all these years, no one in the entire immortal realm would forget her name. The group of pharmacists even regarded Granny Hua as a role model. It wasn't until they saw Granny Hua's strength that they realized that not only was Granny Hua's medical and poison skills powerful, but her strength was also extremely powerful. So, Guixing will undoubtedly die. The sect master's voice was calm, and there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. If he had known that Guixing had offended Granny Hua, then there was no need for Granny Hua to appear. He would have already dealt with Guixing himself. No one doubted that with Granny Hua's means, not to mention Guixing, even if she wanted to kill the entire Xianxia sect's cultivators, it would be a simple matter. Sect Master, Granny Hua should have calmed down by now, right? Second Elder couldn't help but show worry on his face. Although the Sect Master had tried his best to make up for it, no one knew if such a great fiend would still hold a grudge in her heart. If that was the case, then, almost everyone's hearts began to waver. They couldn't bear to part with the Xianxia sect, but they couldn't bear to part with their lives even more. The sect master's gaze swept across everyone before he said, "Don't worry, Granny Hua has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Since she said that this debt has been settled, then there should be no problem." He was actually very worried about this matter, but fortunately, the situation shouldn't be too bad. Facing the sect master's calm and composed gaze, the originally anxious people calmed down and stopped their panicked thoughts. This matter didn't happen. Don't casually spread the news of Granny Hua's appearance. Otherwise, once it spreads, if you lose your life, don't blame me for not saving you. Everyone's heart trembled, and they lowered their heads again. They felt the scene of Granny Hua's attack very clearly. In the face of such a peerless powerhouse, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. They were all smart people and naturally knew what could be said and what could not be said. They would definitely not make such a mistake. However, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful that their idol had left in front of them just like that. If he had the opportunity to consult Granny Hua, it would be a great blessing in his life. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had become the target of envy for all the pharmacists. It was no wonder that she could give them such a huge problem the moment she made a move. If he were to meet Bailey Hongzhuang again in the future, her methods would definitely become even more terrifying. After leaving Xianxia sect, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching followed Granny Hua all the way to the gate of the immortal realm. "Everyone is worried about you, but there are too many of us. Granny only brought me in, the others are waiting outside." Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Bewitching's eyes revealed a trace of pity. "Granny, are we leaving now?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the kind figure in front of her. Unlike the cold and ruthless attitude she had towards the cultivators of Xianxia sect, Granny Hua had returned to her usual kind appearance. That appearance clearly didn't have the slightest lethality. She was as kind as an ordinary old woman. However, anyone who had heard of Granny Hua's reputation would know how ruthless and heartless this kind granny in front of them could be once she made a move. "If you want to stay here and take a look, that's fine." Granny Hua smiled faintly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "Let's go back first. There will be plenty of opportunities to see the immortal region in the future. However, I heard Guixing say that he seems to have arranged for people near the gate of the immortal region. I wonder if Xiren and the others will be in danger? We already found those people when we came here. They've already been dealt with." Bewitching's clear voice cut through Bailey Hongzhuang's heart and took away her worries. "That's good." Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she held Bewitching's hand. "Let's go back quickly." Outside the immortal region, Xiren and the others paced back and forth outside the gate. They couldn't hide the worry on their faces. How do you think Granny Hua and the others will save Hongzhuang? They won't just barge in, right? When Xiren looked worried. Although they also knew that it would take a long time to reach the Xianxia sect, waiting here was really like waiting for a year. No, it was like waiting for a minute, and a second was like a year. Granny Hua's strength is high. It shouldn't be a problem. Mo Yunjua's eyes were as deep as ink. His ice-cold face didn't have the slightest breath of the mortal world. However, just by observing his eyes, one could still see a trace of extreme worry. As early as the moment he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was taken away, his heart had never been at ease. However, he firmly believed that Hong Zhuang would come back safe and sound. I hope they can come back soon. Waiting like this is too torturous. Shang Guanying's face was bitter. When she thought that Hong Zhuang might be abused, she was so anxious that she wanted to cry. Just as everyone was panicking, a lazy voice that sounded like the sound of nature slowly rang out not far away. I'm back. A stunningly beautiful woman wearing a simple and elegant moon-colored dress slowly appeared in front of everyone. Under the bright sunlight, that almost flawless and stunning face exuded an enchanting luster, instantly lighting up everyone's eyes. Mo Yunjue and the others were all pleasantly surprised. In the next moment, everyone rushed forward like a swarm of bees, surrounding Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, you're finally back. Shang Guanying held Bailey Hongzhuang's soft hand, and the tension in her heart finally dissipated at this moment. You've worried us to death. At this moment, that flawless and beautiful face revealed an apologetic expression. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was as pleasant as a stream. I've made everyone worry about me. As long as you can come back safely, that Guixing is really too hateful. Bai Lian Che breathed a sigh of relief. His originally dim eyes regained their usual luster. Mo Yunjue, who had been silent all this time, faintly said, that guy, is he dead? The cold voice was like a 10,000-year-old ice that couldn't be melted. Everyone around could feel the strong killing intent in this calm voice. Abandoned immortal forest. When everyone returned to their residence, they found that other than the three seniors they were familiar with, Meng Buchuan was also here. You're back. Hearing the commotion outside, Hu Xiukong and the others walked out of the house and looked at everyone with a smile. That calm look. It was as if they had already expected this result. Hong Zhuang, you have to be more careful in the future. Hu Xiukong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a faint smile. You, Granny Hua, haven't been to the immortal region for many years. This time, she made an exception for you. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced sideways and thought of the Xianxia sect master's frightened expression. She understood that Granny Hua must be a famous figure in the immortal region. Even if the Xianxia sect wasn't a big sect, the sect master naturally had some strength. She could clearly see that Granny Hua showed such an expression. It was fear from the bottom of her heart. Zhong Limu and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously. They also wanted to know what Granny Hua did in the Xianxia sect. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Master is very strong. Once she attacked, she suppressed the others until they couldn't move. Those guys from the Xianxia sect can be dealt with easily. What's there to say? Granny Hua obviously didn't care about this at all. Instead, she looked at everyone seriously. This incident can be considered a lesson for you. You have to be more careful in the future. You can't let these things happen again. Fortunately, Hong Zhuang's ability to escape is very strong. Otherwise, if she was controlled, she might not be so lucky. Meng Buchuan's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. Granny Hua, from what you said, could it be that this girl escaped by herself? Of course. Granny Hua's face revealed a trace of a smile. It was a relief from the bottom of her heart. When Beichen and I arrived, Hong Zhuang had already escaped by herself. Not only that, she also blew up Guixing's residence and poisoned him. If that guy wasn't lucky, I didn't have to do anything. He would have been poisoned to death by Hong Zhuang. As soon as he said that, Shang Guanying and the others sighed with emotion. This guy is really not human. Apart from her, there was probably no one else who could cause such a huge commotion after being captured. Zhongli Xiaoran and the others immediately thought highly of Bailey Hongzhuang. To be able to do this at such a young age, it was indeed not something an ordinary young person could do. Since you're back, we have good news for you. Yu Hong smiled. He wasn't too worried about Bailey Hongzhuang. Just by looking at the girl's complexion, he could tell that she was recovering well and that her injuries weren't serious. Moreover, with Granny Hua around, even if she was injured, she would be able to recover very quickly. What good news? Everyone looked up, their faces filled with curiosity. Old Man Zhongli and Old Man Meng are preparing to take Beichen and Yunju as disciples respectively to see whose disciple is better. Yu Hong smiled as he looked at Zhongli Xiaoran and Meng Buchuan behind him. These two old men's abilities aren't weak. Back then, who knows how many little fellows wanted to learn from them. Such a good opportunity, the two of you can't miss it. It's best if you learn their skills so that when you walk the Jianghu in the future, you'll be able to take charge. When Di Xiaofeng and the others heard this news, they secretly sighed. Could this be considered a predestined fate? Di Beichen and Yunju were good friends, but that didn't change the fact that they were rivals in love. Senior Zhongli had always been the strongest among the four seniors. Since Senior Meng's strength had always been on par with him, it meant that Senior Meng's strength was also astonishing. Now that he had chosen two people as his disciples, it could be said that their fate was deep. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the two of them in surprise, then revealed a bright smile. Why aren't you two greeting your masters? After such a long time, the conflict between the two had already been opened. This was just a bet between the two seniors. As long as their strength could be improved, this was already the best result. Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue looked at each other, and a faint smile appeared on their incomparably handsome faces. In an instant, a smile like a glacier, like the spring of March. In the next moment, the two turned to their masters and respectfully bowed. Greetings, masters. Zhongli Xiaoran and Meng Buchuan also stopped their previous quarrel at this moment, and a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. Although accepting these two little guys as disciples was also part of a competition, they definitely wouldn't accept them as disciples just because of this. It was more because they felt that these two little guys were moldable talents. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with joy. Granny Hua's strength was enough to enter and leave a sect unimpeded. Senior Zhongli was even stronger than Granny Hua, so there was no need to mention his strength. Although Senior Zhongli would occasionally give a few pointers, it was only pointers. Once he became a master, it would be a true teaching. The two were completely different situations. After Meng Buchuan accepted Mo Yunjue as his disciple, he originally wanted to bring Mo Yunjue back to his residence. Back then, Yu Hong and the others had also invited Meng Buchuan to stay with them. However, because Meng Buchuan and Zhongli Xiaoran's temperaments were not compatible, they would inevitably have some conflicts every time. That was why they did not stay together. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been training together for so long. Naturally, they didn't want Mo Yunjue to go to such a faraway place. Even though they were all in the abandoned immortal forest, it would still take a few days to get there. Since these little fellows have been cultivating together, in my opinion, Old Man Meng, you might as well stay here, Granny Hua slowly said. Hearing this, Meng Buchuan frowned. Originally, he really did not have such a plan. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other, and then turned to look at Zhongli Xiaoran. The biggest reason why Senior Meng didn't want to stay here was probably because of Senior Zhongli. If Senior Zhongli didn't agree, then Senior Meng definitely wouldn't stay. Feeling everyone's gaze, Zhongli Xiaoran said, yes, we're full here. If you want to stay, then build your own house. Although he was still a bit unwilling, it was obvious that he had agreed. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this. As long as Senior Meng stayed here, even if they didn't become his disciples, they might be able to learn a few moves. Following such a senior, as long as they could learn a few trump cards, it would be enough. As Zhongli Xiaoran left, Meng Buchuan's gaze also fell on Mo Yunjue. Granny Hua, Yu Hong, Hu Shukong, he had long guessed that this guy was so lazy that it was absolutely impossible for him to do it himself, but wasn't this too natural? Master, leave it to me. Mo Yunjue nodded. Meng Buchuan showed a satisfied smile. Master, let me tell you, although I was neck and neck with old man Zhongli, in fact, everyone knew that I was stronger than him. It was only because this old man's personality was weird that everyone didn't want to offend him, so they said that we were neck and neck. Granny Hua and the others held their foreheads. This guy's shameless look was really painful to the eyes. So, my disciple, you definitely don't want me to live in a place worse than old man Zhongli, right? Meng Buchuan looked at Mo Yunjue with a smile. The little stars shining in his eyes very well expressed his inner expectations. Sure enough, what he said before was nonsense. This was Meng Buchuan's real purpose. Master, rest assured, disciple will do his best. Mo Yunjue didn't feel that there was any problem with this request. It was his blessing that his master was willing to teach him. Now he only needed to build a house. It was really not difficult. After leaving the house, Mo Yunjue quickly began to build Meng Buchuan's house near Granny Hua and the others. When Ziren and the others saw this, they naturally couldn't let Mo Yunjue build it alone. Although it wasn't a magnificent house, it would still take a lot of time for one person to build it. However, with their help, the speed would inevitably be greatly accelerated. Meng Buchuan looked at Mo Yunjue and the others who were sweating like rain not far away, comfortably leaning on the recliner while waving a fan, very satisfied. It's good to be young. Look at these little guys, no matter what they do, they are full of enthusiasm. Looking at Meng Buchuan's proud look, Granny Hua and the others were speechless. This guy's character really didn't change at all after so many years. While the men were busy building the house, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bailey Yunyan and the others began to prepare today's lunch. Fortunately, this time, in order to please Senior Meng, we have bought almost all the household utensils we might need. After the house is built, we only need to put the things in. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. She had originally thought that there were still so many things in the chaos ring, but she didn't know where to put them. Now, they all had a use. I don't know what Senior Meng used to do, but just from his appearance, I feel that he's not simple. Ling Er revealed a rare look of curiosity. Once Senior Zhongli and Senior Meng began to seriously instruct them, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Zhongli Mu looked at the model of the house and couldn't help but look at Zhongli Xiaoran. Grandpa, Senior Meng's house seems to be bigger than the one we live in now. Zhongli Mu then looked at the place where they were staying. It was obvious that he could see the size of the place from the frame. Hearing this, Zhongli Xiaoran couldn't help but frown, then he heard Meng Buchuan's proud voice not far away. I'm a person, I don't care about other things, but this place must be bigger than old man Zhongli's place, only this is worthy of my status, don't you think so? Yu Hong, Hui Shukong, Granny Hua looked at the two speechless people and could not help but say, did we make a mistake in letting old man Meng live here? Yu Hong and Hui Shukong turned to look at her with a look of certainty. If they had known this would happen, they would have let old man Meng bring Mo Yunjue to his place. Although there was some distance, it would only take some time. However, with old man Meng here, there would be sparks between him and old man Zhongli every day. I have a feeling that old man Zhongli will not sit still and wait for his death. Yu Hong raised his eyebrows with a complicated expression. However, just as Yu Hong finished speaking, Zhongli Xiaoran's voice was heard. I have lived in this house for some years and it has not been maintained for many years. It is rather inconvenient. Since you are building a house now, why don't you rebuild mine too? With that, Zhongli Xiaoran gave Zhongli Mu a look. Zhongli Mu immediately understood and shouted, Brother Di, my grandfather wants to rebuild his house. Di Baichen was helping Mo Yunjue build his house. When he heard Zhongli Mu's words, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He slowly walked in front of Zhongli Xiaoran and cupped his hands. Master, you want to build a house? Zhongli Xiaoran nodded slightly and looked at Meng Buchuan from the corner of his eyes. I am not comfortable living in this house now. I want to build a bigger house. Yes, master. How could Di Baichen not understand that his master was competing with Senior Meng? In fact, when he heard Senior Meng deliberately say those words to his master, he already had this premonition in his heart. At this moment, he did not find it strange at all. Since his master needed it, as his disciple, he would build it. Meng Buchuan saw that Zhongli Xiaoran wanted to build a house for no reason and was immediately displeased. Old man Zhongli, you have lived in this house for so many years. Isn't it fine? I want to build a new one. Is there a problem? Zhongli Xiaoran's face was calm. Obviously, he would not admit that he was competing with Meng Buchuan. Meng Buchuan narrowed his eyes at Zhongli Xiaoran. You are still the same old fox. Not as good as you. I knew it. Yu Hong spread out his hands. He was no stranger to such a lively scene. Back then, they had also spent their days in such an environment. Granny Hua face-bombed. If it weren't for the two old men in front of me, I would really think that they were a couple. You hit the nail on the head. Hui Shukong nodded. After all these years, your foresight is still as accurate as ever. Granny Hua was speechless. During the construction of the house, Zhongli Xiaoran and Meng Bukun had become supervisors. No matter what the matter was, the two of them would compete. This made the younger generation suffer. When Xiren and the others complained incessantly, saying that it was impossible to live like this. Bewitching and Yunjue had a tacit understanding. The two of them decided to build the two houses exactly the same. This way, the two seniors wouldn't have anything to argue about. However, when they carried out this plan, the two seniors strongly opposed it. Even so, under the two's insistence, the two identical buildings were completed. In the end, Zhongli Xiaoran and Meng Buchuan accepted it. When Xiren and the others cried out in relief. They could finally be at ease now. This was just building a house, they felt more tired than going out to train. At the same time, they saw how scary the two seniors could be when they were serious. Di Xiaofeng patted Di Beichen's shoulder. "Second brother, I'm afraid it'll be hard on you in the future." Di Beichen, Yu Hong and the other two had been in seclusion for the past few days with the intention of out of sight, out of mind. They didn't show their faces until they heard that the house had been completed. Only then did they come out of the house. Hu Shukong could not help but nod when he saw the identical layout and furnishings in the two houses. "The two of you are quite capable." Hearing this, Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue couldn't help but sigh. They had no choice. Thankfully, after the house was finished, Zhongli Xiaoran and Meng Buchuan split up to teach Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue. This reduced the conflict. During the day, everyone cultivated together. During the night, Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue learned from their masters. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue all broke through to the Radiant Sun stage. Xiren and the rest were only a step away. Don't look down on the first level. It took a lot of effort to break through. Now, everyone understood that the speed of cultivation couldn't be compared to before. It took a lot of time to break through to the next level. Now, they didn't have anyone to compare themselves to. So, they didn't know if their cultivation speed was slow in the immortal domain. The only thing they knew was that Zhongli Mu was younger than them but his cultivation was higher than theirs. On this day, the 5 seniors called everyone together. "I'll give you 1 month. Those who haven't broken through to the Radiant Sun stage have to use this 1 month to break through." Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. They didn't understand why the seniors would suddenly give them such a mission. "Senior, is something the matter?" Xiren couldn't help but ask. Meng Buchuan continued, "You've been learning from us for a long time. Cultivating in seclusion all day will only increase your strength. Since you're young, you should go out and take a look. Otherwise, if you stay here for too long, I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt to the law of the jungle." The moment these words were spoken, everyone's hearts could not help but tremble. During this period of time, they had been living too comfortably. Although there were cultivators in the forsaken immortal forest, as they gradually reached the Radiant Sun stage, no one came to find trouble with them. What's more, they didn't dress like people from the abandoned immortal forest, so most cultivators thought they were from the immortal region. Even if they didn't slack off on their cultivation, they had to admit that they were much more comfortable than before. If this continued, they wouldn't be much different from those people who cultivated in a greenhouse. "So, I'll give you 1 month. If you break through to the Radiant Sun stage in 1 month, you can leave together. If you can't, then the others will leave together." Once the others left, the ones who were left behind were the ones who were truly depressed. Looking at the serious expressions of the seniors, they knew that they were serious and not joking. Bailey Yunyan's face was pale. Out of everyone, she was the weakest, so she was under the most pressure. If Di Xiaofeng and the others left, then she would be the only one left behind. That was something she didn't want to see. The 5 seniors clearly didn't plan to discuss this with them. After making their decision, they only said that they didn't need to cultivate with them for a month. Everyone was free to do whatever they wanted. Then they left. "Yunyan, we have to do our best." Shang Guaniying looked at Bailey Yunyan. In fact, she had the same feeling as Yunyan. Beichen and Hong Zhuang had already broken through. For them, this wasn't a problem. Bailey Yunyan looked nervous. "I've already sensed that I'm about to break through the barrier. No matter what, I have to break through this month." "I've sensed it too. Speaking of which, I've sensed it for a while now. But even though I sensed it, I still haven't broken through." Shang Guaniying sighed. This barrier had been holding her back for a few months. She had always wanted to break through as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this barrier was extremely difficult to break through. There hadn't been any movement. We've been too comfortable these past few years. Back then, we said we were going to the immortal realm of chaos. Unknowingly, so much time has passed. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were deep and her charming face was filled with helplessness. As a cultivator, once they settled down, their cultivation speed would drop. Just like many elders of sects, after making a name for themselves, they would stay in a certain power. Over time, they would get used to living a leisurely life. Even if this didn't mean they didn't work hard, they would still be affected. Isn't it good to go to the immortal realm of chaos? The magnetic voice was filled with coldness and interest. The man's thin lips looked fickle and ascetic. His pair of cold eyes were untainted by a speck of dust. Faintly, they revealed an innate nobility and arrogance. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Even though they had been looking at this face all day long, they still couldn't help but admit that this fellow's appearance was truly monstrous. After the 5 seniors made their decision, Shang Guanying and the others were busy cultivating. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who had already broken through were still cultivating step by step. It was just that they put more effort into learning from their master. Not only were the cultivators in the realm of chaos powerful, but their abilities were also outstanding. If he didn't have any self-defense skills, he wouldn't feel at ease. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully listened to Grandma Hua's teachings. Now, her medical and poison skills had greatly improved. She already knew all the spiritual herbs in the immortal domain, and with Granny Hua's guidance, even if there was no one to compare with, she believed that her art of medicine and poison should be pretty good. Back then, she had always thought that her medical skills were already very good. However, after learning from Grandma Hua, she realized that there were still many things that she had missed out on. Once these brain circuits were figured out, they could often achieve astonishing results. 1 month later, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others gathered together again. However, this time, there was one person missing. Yun Yan hasn't come out yet? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, a trace of worry in her glass-like eyes. Today was the day of the 1-month deadline. Shang Guanying had successfully broken through a few days ago. Even Xiao Xuanzi had seized the opportunity to break through. Although they didn't think that the seniors would stop them from taking their contracted beasts, Yun Yan is still in seclusion. Di Xiaofeng was worried. Yun Yan has been under a lot of pressure recently. I don't dare to disturb her. This 1-month deadline is indeed too difficult for Yun Yan. Ling Er's voice was as cold as ever. I wonder if she can break through today. If Yun Yan could break through today, they could leave together. However, if she didn't, everyone could imagine how sad Yun Yan's expression would be. Granny Hua and the others also walked out. After noticing the situation in front of them, they understood. You guys did well. At least someone managed to break through. Granny Hua smiled kindly. Are you guys ready to go to the immortal realm of chaos? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look in Bailey Yunyan's direction. Only then did they say, we're ready. In this 1 month, whether it was pills, poisons, or talismans, everyone had done their best to prepare a lot. After all, once they left, no one knew what would happen. It was better to be prepared. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang even prepared a lot of explosives. When she was at the Xianxia sect, she felt that these explosives were very effective. Who knew when they would be useful? Moreover, ever since Nangong Wu started researching explosives in the D family, the power of these explosives had increased by leaps and bounds. There were many talents in the D family. Naturally, there were many people who were interested in this field. As a result, Nangong Yu was like a tiger that had grown wings. Every day, he would discuss with everyone how to improve the power of these explosives. Today, these explosives had become the symbol of the D family. Even the entire upper realm was in a frenzy. Many forces had started researching how to make these explosives. The fact that these explosives could be so effective with such a small cost was already very impressive. Most importantly, when the enemy was unknowingly using these explosives, they could achieve unexpected results. Since Yun Yan hasn't broken through to the Radiant Sun realm, you guys should leave tomorrow. Yu Hong sighed. Originally, according to their judgment, Bailey Yunyan's strength was indeed slightly weaker. This was because her foundation was relatively weak when she first arrived. After such a long period of cultivation, Yunyan's strength was much stronger than before. This month's deadline was set, but in the end, there was still a gap. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng's face turned pale. He could not help but ask, Yunyan is only a step away from breaking through to the Radiant Sun realm. Can we take her with us? No. Meng Buchuan shook his head. You have never been to the chaotic immortal domain. There are absolutely no cultivators below the Radiant Sun realm there. Of the immortal S if a cultivator from the abandoned immortal forest has not reached the Radiant Sun stage, it means that they are abandoned people. Abandoned people will be targeted in the chaotic immortal domain. When the time comes, any one of them will attack you. Do you think you can protect her? Zhongli Xiaoran's face was extremely cold. His eyes were as cold as ice, without a trace of humanity. When it came to matters like this, he never cared about feelings. Because if he backed down on this matter, it would not be for their own good. Instead, it would be harming them. Everyone immediately understood the severity of the situation. This situation was also out of their expectations. If this was really the case, then it would be too dangerous for Yunyan to follow them. This meant that she could only stay in the Chaos Ring and could not travel with them. This was also a form of harm. Di Xiaofeng's face showed a trace of loneliness. When he brought Yunyan here, he never thought of parting ways. But now, don't think too much about it. Pack up and leave tomorrow. Granny Hua said. Just as everyone was feeling dejected, suddenly, an aura came from not far away. Feeling this aura, the originally regretful people all raised their heads. Di Xiaofeng's dim eyes suddenly lit up and released a dazzling light. This is, Yunyan broke through? Sensing the aura of a breakthrough, everyone who was originally worried felt completely relieved. Now, they could finally set off with peace of mind. The 5 seniors were also surprised. They did not expect this girl to be able to break through at the last moment. She must have done her best. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest bade farewell to the 5 seniors and left for the chaotic immortal domain. After being together for so long, they were all reluctant to leave. However, Zhongli Mu was the one who was the most reluctant to leave. Zhongli Mu grew up in the abandoned immortal forest and had never left alone. The only time he spent a long time was at the devouring spirit mine. Now that he was going to the chaotic immortal domain, it was obvious that he would not be able to return anytime soon. Zhongli Xiaoran was as calm as ever, as if he did not have any emotional fluctuations. He did not feel the slightest bit of reluctance. However, from his deep and unfathomable eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang could still see a trace of worry. Not to mention that Zhongli Xiaoran had directly turned around after he bid farewell. Presumably, he was worried that he would be unable to restrain himself from revealing his emotions. Do you think we will be able to see Fang Qing in the chaotic immortal domain? Xiren's face was full of curiosity. If it was not for Fang Qing, they would not have been able to leave and obtain so many devouring spirit stones. So much time had passed and they did not know of Fang Qing immortal domain. If we are fated, we will meet. Mo Yunjue said. The plan that the seniors have made for us is really strange. They actually want us to train separately. Ling Er had a puzzled look on her face. Originally, they had planned to set off together. After all, everyone was used to being together. They never thought that the seniors would give them such a mission before they set off. I can understand that. Emperor Xiaofeng understood, we have so many people. Even if we aren't strong, we have the advantage in numbers. Upon hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, everyone couldn't help but look at their team. Indeed, there were quite a few of them. It was said that most of the cultivators in the realm of chaotic immortals went there alone. Of course, many of them had joined forces in the realm of chaotic immortals. It was rare to see a group of people go there together. It just so happens that our team is even. 2 people in a team. It's quite suitable. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Only by obtaining an identity token in the realm of chaotic immortal could they truly enter the realm of chaotic immortal. She was looking forward to entering the realm of chaotic immortal. Looking at the majestic gate of the realm of chaotic immortal, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. When they first saw the gate of the realm of chaotic immortal, they had the same feeling. However, the gate of the realm of chaotic immortal was not smaller than the gate of the realm of chaotic immortal. However, the gate of the realm of chaotic immortal was more formal, while the gate of the realm of chaotic immortal was more casual. This was the difference between the two places. Bewitching's peerless face had a hint of seriousness. Once we enter the realm of chaotic immortal, we have to be careful. The cultivators here are not weak, and their attacks are even more ruthless. Don't let your guard down. Everyone nodded. They didn't underestimate the realm of chaotic immortal at all. This place was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was not an easy task to gain a foothold here. We've been traveling for so many days, and we're travel-worn. Why don't we go in and have a parting meal first? When Xiran suddenly suggested. We won't be able to be together every day if we're temporarily separated. Seeing him pretending to be sad, Xianxia slowly said, "You're just hungry, aren't you?" "Nonsense," Xiran said seriously. "I'm doing this for our friendship. We have to follow Grandpa's rules." Zhonglimu's face was serious. It seemed like he was going to follow Grandpa's instructions to the end. "Zhongli, you're too serious." Xiran waved his hand. "It's just a meal. It's not a big deal." "No." Zhonglimu refused. "Xiran, Zhonglimu, I'll tell Grandpa when I get back." "I didn't say anything. How could I, a person who listens to the teachings of my elders, not listen to their arrangements? Actually, I just wanted to test you." "You passed." Everyone, Zhonglimu had an innocent look on his face. "So that's how it is. I knew Brother Wen wasn't that kind of person." Hee. Everyone, wasn't this guy a little too gullible? Bewitching patted Moyunjua's shoulder. "Keep an eye on him. Your mission is more important than ours." Although Zhonglimu's cultivation was stronger, this was the first time this little fellow had gone out to train. There were many things that he did not understand. He needed someone to guide him from the side, otherwise, Moyunjua's expression was calm. At least his fighting strength is not bad. He should be able to protect himself. Everyone couldn't help but look at Moyunjua. Actually, it would have been fine if Zhonglimu followed anyone else, but he had to follow Moyunjua. One had to know that Moyunjua was a man of few words. Zhonglimu was so gullible. If Moyunjua didn't tell him, the scene would be unbearable just thinking about it. "Yunjua, it's fine if you say a few more words to this guy," Di Xiaofeng said. "Okay. Di Xiaofeng." As everyone entered the realm of chaotic immortals, Bailey Hongzhuang looked up at the man beside her. Di Baichen also turned his head to the side. His eyes were filled with gentleness. "Let's go." He skillfully held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand with his big hand. Her smooth skin and soft touch made the corners of his lips curl up. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked at their intertwined hands. Every time Di Baichen held her hand, she felt at ease. As the two of them walked into the realm of chaotic immortals, they felt that many people were looking at them. They were sizing them up. They were not unfamiliar with such a situation. When they went to the bloody ground abyss, the people around them looked at them the same way. According to their judgment, the situation in the realm of chaotic immortals should be similar to the bloody ground abyss. It was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The weak were destined to have no place to live. The newcomers were the prey in everyone's eyes. Unless you displayed great strength, no one would dare to touch you. Otherwise, you could become the prey of others at any time. At this moment, these people were sizing them up to see if they would be the next prey. Even though they could feel these gazes clearly, the two of them ignored them and walked in leisurely. The city of the realm of chaotic immortals was very spacious. Even the road was unexpectedly wide. At this moment, many people were walking on this road. They looked very ordinary, but they could vaguely see a trace of hostility in their subtle expressions. To be able to survive here, these fellows must have killed a lot of people. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up at Di Baichen with a bright smile on her face. "Baichen, where are we going now?" Grumble, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at her stomach. She ate with her mother-in-law and the others every day. She had become used to it. Di Baichen chuckled. Layers of laughter fell from his deep eyes like petals. "Let's go and eat." Looking at the man's doting and handsome smile, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. N. After finding a random restaurant, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen sat down in the main hall of the restaurant. However, when they sat down, they realized that Zhongli Mu and Mo Yunjue were not far from them. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. I didn't expect Yunju and Zhongli to be here too. What should we do? Di Beichen's eyes were calm. We didn't come here on purpose. We just happened to run into each other. Let's just pretend we don't know each other. We won't go against master's instructions. That makes sense. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Since it was mealtime, everyone naturally came to eat. A chance encounter naturally didn't count. Braised eggplant, sweet and sour pork, Di Beichen skillfully ordered a few dishes that Bailey Hongzhuang liked to eat. He then poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of the woman. Drink some tea first. The food will be here soon. Hearing those caring and gentle words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes curved into crescent moons. Her eyes were filled with little stars. It had been a long time since she was alone with Di Beichen. The feeling of not having a group of burdens was pretty good. Just at this moment, two more figures appeared in the restaurant. Xiren and Shang Wanning noticed Mo Yunjue and Zhongli Mu the moment they entered. The two of them subconsciously prepared to leave. However, when they saw Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang not far away, they immediately stopped in their tracks. Xiren, aren't we leaving? What's there to leave for? Aren't Beichen and the rest here too? At most, we'll just sit separately. Xiren pulled Shang Wanning to a table and sat down. He didn't look at Mo Yunjue and the rest, pretending not to know them. However, just as the two of them sat down, two more purple figures appeared. Could it be so coincidental? Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her head. This was really, Bai Liyan Che and Ling obviously didn't expect this, and their expressions changed. Originally, they thought that they couldn't bump into the others, so they walked forward a little and found a restaurant. However, there were already 6 people here. However, Bai Liyan Che and Shang Wanning had the same idea. Since they were already here, they naturally didn't have to avoid arousing suspicion. Xiren couldn't help but look at the surrounding tables. They were almost full now. Di Xiaofeng and the rest wouldn't be here too, right? Luckily, they didn't see any trace of Di Xiaofeng and the rest until the dishes were all served. Otherwise, it would be really interesting if they were all gathered here. On the second floor of the restaurant, many interested gazes fell on the bottom of the main hall. Look, isn't that white-robed man very handsome? I've never seen such a handsome man before. I think that man in black over there is also very handsome and cool. Master might like this type. Hee, I think that man in purple is simply too beautiful. The women looked at each other, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. Wasn't their luck too good today? Usually, it was harder to see one such handsome man than to climb the heavens. However, there were 3 of them today. This was simply a shocking gift. Go, we must bring them back today. There will be rewards then. D. Beichen looked at the cute girl eating and couldn't help but put some food in her bowl. Bailey Hongzhuang ate happily and found that Di Beichen had put more food in her bowl. She couldn't help but look up, her delicate face filled with intimacy. Beichen, don't just put food in my bowl. You eat more too. Di Beichen smiled faintly. Okay. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Di Beichen. Feeling the sudden appearance of the aura, Di Beichen's face instantly turned cold. His dark blue eyes emitted a coldness like 10,000 years old ice. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop in an instant. After feeling the bone-chilling aura, the girl's expression couldn't help but change. Initially, she didn't think too much of this man's power. After all, as long as he wasn't at the elementary celestial stage, cultivators at the radiant sun stage were no threat to them. However, after getting closer, she sensed the terrifying aura from the other party. It was completely different from the gentle and refreshing aura he had used to treat this girl. This feeling was like a spring day in March suddenly turning into an oppressive and bloody azura. That violent and overflowing feeling made one involuntarily take a step back. Looking at Di Beichen, the girl couldn't even complete a sentence. Where in the world did this terrifying fellow come from? She was wrong, she felt that she shouldn't have laid her hands on this man. An awkward and guilty smile floated on the woman's face. She waved her hands in front of her chest, completely forgetting the solemn vow she had made when she arrived. Bewitching's gaze shifted down and landed on his chair. His aura was still cold and threatening. Seeing this, the woman stood up like lightning, as if the chair was a hot potato and she didn't dare to approach it. Sure enough, a handsome man was hard to capture, especially a handsome man who was already taken. The woman couldn't help but look at the smiling woman beside her. Only then did she realize that the previously naive and cute woman no longer had a smile on her face. Her peerless face was emitting a frightening coldness and her glass-like eyes had become deep and serene. Her sharp gaze was like a sharp blade filled with murderous intent. How was this still that ordinary-looking woman? Her aura had completely changed to that of a female Azura. All right, Bailey Hongshuang narrowed her eyes and a frightening murderous aura exploded. The temperature that had already dropped because of Bewitching dropped once again. The endless cold air was like the dead of winter. The slightest carelessness could hurt the heart and lungs. This woman, could it be that she wanted to seduce her man in front of her, seeking death? I've sat in the wrong seat. Don't blame me. The woman was drenched in cold sweat and her back was instantly soaked. Why did the aura of the two people in front of her change so much? What she had just seen was definitely an illusion. The woman beside her saw that she had failed and a trace of disdain appeared in her eyes. She had failed without even saying anything. She was simply too weak. In the next moment, the woman raised her eyebrows at her, indicating that she should take a good look at how she had seduced a man. This young master, I see that you look unfamiliar. You must be new here. Let me tell your fortune. The woman smiled as she sat down next to Xianxia. Her face was filled with a gentle and charming smile and her eyes were shining with a breathtaking brilliance. She had originally thought that the man was extremely handsome when she was upstairs. Now that she was closer to him, he was simply too handsome. The man's nose was high and his lips were clear. His thin lips looked fickle and ascetic. His pair of cold eyes were as deep as a black hole and she couldn't see the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. His originally flawless face, coupled with this unapproachable aura, made one imagine what he would be like once he removed this layer of coldness. She had been wandering around here for quite some time. Although most people at their level of cultivation were good-looking, the man in front of her was completely beyond the scope of good-looking. Okay, this was simply shocking. Bailey Hongshuang and the others, who were familiar with Xianxia, could not help but sigh in their hearts when they saw this woman trying to seduce Xianxia. The consequences could almost be guessed. This kind of gaze was as if he was looking at his prey. It wasn't the gaze of a hunter, it was the gaze of a killer. Hua! The woman seemed to have sensed the aura of death in an instant and her face turned pale. This man's aura was so scary. It was as if he had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with a deadly and bloodthirsty aura. I feel that my fortune-telling skills are not good enough. If fate allows it in the future, I'll tell young master's fortune again. Xianxia shot her a cold look and the woman hurriedly changed her words. No. No more, I won't do it again. The woman, who originally thought that it was very embarrassing to be forced to retreat without even saying a word, suddenly felt a lot better after seeing her like this, at least. The other party didn't ask her to leave. Although the meaning of that gaze was more or less the same. It wasn't until the woman left that Xianxia turned his head and continued to eat by himself. Zhongli Mu's gaze kept on sizing up Bewitching and Xianxia. So this was the situation when a handsome man went out. What an eye-opener. After the third woman saw that the two women in front of her had failed, her heart was beating like a drum. Usually, their actions would not be rejected, but today. Perhaps it was because they were too good-looking. Just as the woman was at a loss, the other two women kept giving her encouraging looks. They had already lost so much and naturally wanted to drag another one down with them. Only then would their hearts be at peace. Under the urging gazes of the two, the woman slowly stepped forward and walked to Bai Li Yanchei's side. Young master, my ancestors' fortune-telling skills have been passed down. Why don't I tell your fortune? Bai Li Yanchei slowly turned around. His eyebrows were free and clear, and the corners of his crimson lips were curled into a smile that wasn't a smile. His sparkling eyes were slightly raised, and his gentle and bright temperament was a perfect blend, making it unforgettable. Looking at the man's smile, the woman felt as if fireworks had bloomed in her heart. So handsome, every frown and smile of his had hooked her soul. Thump thump. Her heart was beating wildly, and her cheeks were flushed red. Sir, I've read your fortune. Your life is lacking me. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The corners of Xiren's lips twitched as he said, are all the women in the chaotic celestial realm so proactive? Bailey Hongzhuang facebombed. These three women really had the same trick. Out of the three of them, only Xianxia had the best temper. He actually let her finish her sentence. Linger stared at the woman in a daze. Clearly, she was also shocked by the scene. This was the first time she had seen such a scene in her life. Her gaze then turned to Bailey Xianxia. What would he do? Bailey Xianxia's face was as calm as a spring breeze as he stared at the smiling woman in front of him. His thin lips parted slightly as he uttered a few simple words that froze the smile on the woman's face. I don't like old women. Pooh. Xiren, who was about to drink a mouthful of water to calm his nerves, couldn't help but spit it out when he heard this. Xianxia, even though I think what you said makes a lot of sense, isn't it a little too heart-wrenching for you to say it so bluntly? The woman stared at Bailey Xianxia in disbelief. It was as if she couldn't believe that such cruel words had come from the mouth of this man who was as beautiful as a cherry blossom. Old woman? The woman pointed at herself, her eyes wide. You said I'm old? Isn't that so? The smile on Bailey Xianxia's lips widened, and his clean face became even more refreshing and perfect. Such an enchanting appearance like a spring breeze was completely impossible to connect with what he had just said. Most importantly, that matter-of-fact tone, that gentle smile in his eyes, actually made it hard for people to get angry. The woman patted her own chest. She was about to vomit to death, she was clearly very angry. But facing that face, she couldn't bring herself to scold him. What kind of situation was this? After hearing Bailey Xianxia's words, Linger retracted her gaze. Her restrained beautiful eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile, which disappeared in an instant. The two women who had originally felt very embarrassed were now in a much better mood. At least, they weren't called old women. For women, such words were simply too heart-wrenching. Following the defeat of the three women, Xiren's mind was already thinking about what he should say to reject the other party, to show that he was different from the rest. After all, there had already been 3 demonstrations before. If he couldn't show a bit of sincerity, wouldn't he be a level weaker? However, just as Xiren tidied his clothes, waiting to properly display his charm and sincerity in front of Shangguaning, he discovered that the women had left. Why did they leave just like that? Xiren's face stiffened as he looked in the direction the 3 women had left. Was there a need for that? He wasn't bad looking, okay? What the hell was with being ignored just like that? The atmosphere in the entire hall returned to normal. Everyone looked at Bewitching and the others with strange gazes. Originally, the sudden appearance of such a group of handsome men was already very surprising. In the end, the way they rejected women was really endless. However, the only similarity was that it hurt their hearts. These guys from the Demon Immortal sect are indeed unreliable. Didn't they think about how beautiful the women beside them are? Are they comparable to them? That's true. If I were them, I'd definitely look down on the women from the Demon Immortal sect. Actually, I quite like the women from the Demon Immortal sect. They really have good luck with women. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching, who was as handsome as a god, and then looked at Mo Yunjue, who was untainted by the common populace. Coupled with Bailey Xianxia's dazzling smile, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. You guys, you're all too handsome. No wonder you get into trouble when you go out. They had just arrived at the chaotic immortal realm, and such a thing had already happened. The 3 ladies had left immediately. Otherwise, a huge battle would have been unavoidable. Indeed. Men with devilishly handsome men are not easy to deal with. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's face, Mo's face, Bailey Hongzheng. Zhongli Mu slowly raised his head and said, Sister Hongzhuang, do you not know yourself well enough? Bailey Hongzhuang, I know myself very well. Are you sure? I can't take it anymore. Why isn't anyone flirting with me? We clearly came in together, didn't we? Xiren couldn't control his emotions. My heart is hurt. When Xiren's face stiffens, F***ck. you actually want to stab me in the heart. Beichin, I can't take it anymore, I want to cut ties with Yunjue. He's discriminating against me. When Xiren looks at Beichin with tears streaming down his face, as if Mo Yunjue has snatched away his beloved woman. However, Shangguan face is numb. This guy has been with Beichin for so long, yet he still doesn't have enough recognition of his own face. Beichin raises his eyebrows like smoke, his eyes as calm as water. He might also want to cut ties with you. You. I can't live like this anymore. After I finish this meal, I'll part ways with you guys. Master's decision was indeed correct. A clear stream like me can't wallow in the mire with you guys, lest I'm polluted by you. Bailey Hongzhuang shakes her head and sighs. As expected, looks are Xiren's life's pain. Actually, Xiren also has sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and a dignified appearance. Unfortunately, he has 3 evildoers by his side. She doesn't know if this should be considered fortunate or unfortunate. Bailey Hongzhuang beckons the waiter over and asks, "Do you know who those 3 girls are?" Although the incident just now was a bit sudden, and those 3 girls didn't make a move, they still offended them. Before the other party comes knocking on their door, they have to figure out the other party's identity. They're from the Demon Immortal sect. Demon Immortal sect? Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes faintly raise, her flower-like face carries a trace of contemplation. That's a sect. The Demon Immortal sect is a power in our Cloud Division city. They, cough cough, the waiter scratches his head a bit embarrassedly. It's really too embarrassing to talk about this in front of a girl, especially in front of a beauty that can topple cities. What's wrong? Bailey Hongzhuang's brows reveal a trace of worry. Could it be that this Demon Immortal sect is very difficult to deal with? Beichin's gaze also falls on the waiter. There's no harm in saying it. They're walking the path of dual cultivation. As soon as he said this, Beichin, Mo Yunjue, Bai Li Yanche, and when Xiren's expressions all became very interesting. So, the purpose of those 3 women flirting with them just now was for this? The boss of the Demon Immortal sect only likes good-looking men. Therefore, when they saw that you young masters had extraordinary looks, they must have had this thought. The waiter was a little embarrassed and added, "Actually, many men are very happy to contact them." Zhongli was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that the world outside the abandoned immortal forest would be like this. Mo Yunjue looked at the dazed Zhongli and reminded him, "Children should listen to healthy content." Zhongli, big brother, you were almost caught for dual cultivation. Shangguan put her hands on her hips, her eyes flashing with a cold light. You seem to want to leave with them? Xiren shuddered and instinctively felt threatened. He quickly waved his hands and said seriously, "No, no, no. You must have seen wrongly, my feelings for you can be seen by the sun and moon. In this world, apart from you, I don't like anyone else." How could I like that old woman? The surrounding people looked at Xiren speechlessly. You can even say such things that go against your conscience. It can be said that your desire to live is very strong. Bailey Hongzhuang sped up her eating speed and picked up all the food in Beichin's bowl. "Beichin, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll leave." "That won't do." Bailey Hongzhuang refused in all seriousness. "Why?" A trace of puzzlement flitted across his deep, deep eyes. Seeing the anxiety on the woman's delicate face, Beichin's magnetic voice also carried a trace of concern. Bailey Hongzhuang's glass-like eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. "Beichin, they want to capture you and take you back to be their mistress." Beichin. Mistress of the fort? You're so good-looking, I think they definitely won't give up. Who knows, they might even bring someone back right away. Since the boss of the Demon Immortal sect is searching everywhere for handsome men, you can imagine their temperament. I can't let them snatch you away. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice. If it were any other day, losing wouldn't be a big deal. But right now, she couldn't. Once she lost, wouldn't it be terrible if Beichin was captured and taken away to be their mistress? She wasn't willing to take this kind of risk that obviously wasn't worth it. Hee hee. Beichin suddenly chuckled. His eyes were filled with laughter, and it was as if there were thousands of flowers blooming in the depths of his eyes. The indulgence in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. The normally fearless Hongzhuang actually had a time when she was worried. And what she was worried about was this kind of problem. Don't worry. Unless you become the fort's chief, I can't possibly be your mistress. The man's chuckle was filled with endless charm. Set off by his perfect face, it was truly dazzling and mesmerizing, making people forget to breathe. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes to look at the man in front of her who was laughing so casually and ostentatiously. She noticed that the entire hall was dumbstruck, and the women's eyes were filled with love. She immediately ate even faster. Such a good-looking man, if the women of the demon immortal sect took a fancy to him, wouldn't they pester him to death? Someone like her who was carrying such a great treasure had to hurry and take him away. After putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Bailey Hongzhuang pulled Bewitching's hand and prepared to leave. This place was too dangerous. It was better to go further away. Before she left, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in her tracks and looked at the people who were still eating. Linger, look after Xianxia. Zhongli, look after Yunju. Don't let them be taken away by the demon immortal sect. Pooh. When Xiren couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of rice. So, just how perverted was the boss of the demon immortal sect? Wasn't it a little too exaggerated to let her subordinates come out to snatch a man in broad daylight? However, that was not the main point. When Xiren stood up and said, "Why don't you let Yingying look after me?" Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Wen Xiren. "You're safer. Don't worry for now." Xiren. How could he live like this? Completely ignoring Xiren's shattered heart, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching turned and left the restaurant. Walking on the streets of the realm of chaos, many people curiously sized up Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. Such a good-looking couple was really too rare. Just looking at them was pleasing to the eye. "Beichen, where are we going next?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked up at Bewitching with a faint smile on her charming face. They were quite a distance away from the restaurant. They shouldn't be here for a while. Since they were here to train, they had to find a place to stay. Besides, they didn't know enough about the situation in the realm of chaos. Sure. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a faint smile. They had just arrived in the realm of chaotic immortal, so they didn't know much about the situation here. However, since they had chosen to come here, they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. It wasn't convenient for them to stay in a restaurant all day. Moreover, the prices of the restaurants here were sky-high. In the long run, it was naturally more appropriate to rent a room. Although the two of them were unfamiliar faces in the realm of chaotic immortal, because of their extraordinary auras, no one came to cause trouble for them. Almost everyone who lived here was a shrewd person. They could tell who could and couldn't attack based on their auras and other aspects. Don't look at how the atmosphere between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang was like a spring breeze, but from their casual glances, it was clear that they were murderous like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This kind of person. It was best not to act rashly before they knew more about him. After paying the rent, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with pain. In fact, they didn't have many blood spirit stones on them. Moreover, they needed them for their daily cultivation. Now that they had paid the rent, their wallets were basically empty. Although they still had a lot of devouring spirit stones, they were treasures even in the realm of chaotic immortal, let alone in the realm of chaotic immortal. Even if they only had 1 or 2 devouring spirit stones, it would attract a lot of attention. If they took out more than 10 devouring spirit stones, they would definitely be targeted. They had just arrived, so they didn't want to be the center of attention. "Beichen, I think we should go to the elixir store and sell some blood spirit stones. That way, we'll have more money on hand." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at him. No matter the time and place, elixirs were extremely tempting to cultivators. She had refined these elixirs when she was practicing in the abandoned immortal forest. There were quite a lot of them, and most of them weren't useful to them at the moment. Thinking about it, if they sold these elixirs, they should be able to get a lot of blood spirit stones. Also, I want to buy an immortal pill furnace. Her previous pill furnace was no longer suitable in the realm of chaotic immortals. This was because the fire required to refine immortal spirit herbs was much stronger, and the pill furnaces in the upper realm couldn't handle it. When she was in the abandoned immortal forest, she had always used her mother-in-law's immortal pill furnace to refine pills. Originally, Granny had planned to give her the celestial pill furnace, but she had rejected it. Granny rarely went to the celestial realm, and it would be inconvenient if she didn't have this celestial pill furnace. Now that she was in the realm of chaotic immortal, she only needed to buy one. Alright, I'll listen to you. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up and saw Debachen's doting smile. Her heart immediately warmed. Perhaps it was because the two of them had not been alone for a long time. Although the two of them were together in the abandoned immortal forest, they were busy studying every night. By the time they were done, they were already exhausted. Now that they were out like this, they actually regained the feeling of a newlywed couple traveling outside. Let's go then. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and was about to leave when Debachen pulled her back. Debachen's slender, almost translucent fingers lifted her chin. The faint smell of bamboo refreshed her mind, and a shadow shrouded her. The next second, a lingering kiss covered her lips. Ugh. Debachen only let go of Bailey Hongzhuang when the air in his chest was running out. The man's deep eyes were filled with desire. The woman's faint scent wafted into his nostrils like an aphrodisiac, exuding a deadly charm. Even though they were separated by clothes, he could feel her warmth. It was as if a flame had ignited his body and he could not help but feel hot. His gaze landed on her fair and translucent neck. Her fair skin was like a piece of jade surrounded by an alluring luster. His fingers could not help but caress her smooth and tender neck. The soft and warm touch ignited a flame in his heart. The man's hands seemed to have magical powers. Just by touching her skin, her body could not help but tremble. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly raised her eyes. Because of the lingering kiss, her black and white eyes had a trace of confusion. It was like a wisp of mist lingering around her, but it exuded a seductive aura. It was just a look, but it instantly tore the thread in the man's heart. In the next moment, Debachen lifted Bailey Hongzhuang up by the waist and walked towards the back. Bailey Hongzhuang gasped. Her mind was blank. Aren't we going out? We'll go later. The woman's ravishing face was reflected in the mirror. Her exquisite features were like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. It was as if she was born to be favored by the heavens and all the beauty was given to her. However, the woman was panting with anger and furrowing her brows. She looked at the marks on her neck with dissatisfaction. It's all your fault. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Debachen. It was summer now and she was wearing thin clothes. There was nothing to cover her neck. How was she going to leave the house with these marks? Debachen's gaze landed on the red spots on the woman's fair neck. They were exuding an ambiguous aura. His gaze turned passionate again. Why not? Why not? Of course not. Look at me now. How am I supposed to go out? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Debachen angrily. The kiss mark was on her neck, so of course he didn't care. It's normal for a married woman. Debachen's expression was calm, and there was not the slightest bit of guilt on his handsome face. It was as if this was extremely normal, but in the depths of his unfathomable handsome eyes, he could not help but smile a little. This is not fair. Bailey Hongzhuang crossed her arms and looked at Debachen angrily. Does this guy even understand what I'm angry about? In the next moment, Debachen suddenly pulled open the shirt on his chest, revealing his lustrous skin and sexy and enchanting collarbone. Gulp. Bailey Hongzhuang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She had to say, with such a perfect body and that enchanting face, the temptation was simply impeccable. Ah. You. What are you doing? Isn't it unfair? Debachen raised his eyebrows, and his thin lips curved into a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. Thinking back to what they had just said, because she said it was unfair, so in order to be fair, he also let her leave a mark, that was true. But why did she feel that if she did that, she would be the one losing face? If she went out like this, what would others think of her? Her pretty face was filled with embarrassment. Bailey Hongzhuang closed Debachen's shirt, but before she closed it, she couldn't help but touch it. It felt so good. Bailey Hongzhuang fiddled with it for a long time before she managed to cover up the mark on her neck with a disguise technique. Ever since she'd learned that ordinary disguises were useless in the immortal region, she hadn't prepared anything like this. Who would have thought that she'd end up using it to cover up this mark? Walking on the streets of Xian City, the city at night was less scorching than it was during the day. Instead, it was a little cooler. The dim yellow light emitted a bit of warmth in the pitch-black night, as if the entire city had become quiet and peaceful. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze scanned the two sides of the street. Xian City was very large. Even though they'd already wandered around during the day, they'd only walked a short distance. No matter where they were, pill shops were bound to exist. It was just that they didn't know their exact location. Wanbao Pavilion. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up as she looked at the dazzling shop in front of her. This shop was several times the size of the other shops. Even at night, the lights illuminated the entire shop. At a glance, one could tell that the items here were definitely expensive. Bewitching, let's go in and take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes widened. Although she didn't know whether this place accepted pills or not, there was definitely an immortal pill furnace here. Now that they were outside, what she needed most was an immortal pill furnace. After all, without enough blood spirit stones, her cultivation speed would slow down. Bewitching nodded slightly, then walked in while holding Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. As soon as the two of them appeared, the Wanbao Pavilion's attendant welcomed them with a wide smile. What would the two of you like to see? I'd like to see an immortal pill furnace. Bailey Hongzhuang went straight to the point. Thinking back to when she'd first seen Granny Hua's immortal pill furnace, she'd really liked it. If she could find one to her liking, that would be great. When he heard that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to see an immortal pill furnace, a trace of surprise appeared in the attendant's eyes. However, he quickly suppressed this trace of emotion. The immortal pill furnace is over here. Please follow me. The attendant bent over and pointed to the front. Then, he led the way inside. Bailey Hongzhuang followed closely behind. She looked around the Wanbao Pavilion. There were pills, weapons, armors, runes. Almost everything a cultivator needed was here. It was worthy of the name Wanbao Pavilion. Even if it was just a casual glance, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that the level of the things here was not bad. Soon, the attendant brought Bailey Hongzhuang to a shelf full of elixir furnaces. Miss, take a look at the things here. Are you satisfied with them? The attendant smiled with a hint of pride on his face. Our Myriad Treasure Pavilion's products have always been outstanding. The materials and workmanship of these immortal pill furnaces are all top-notch. They will be handy when used to refine pills. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the immortal pill furnace in front of her. The immortal pill furnace was different from the one she usually used. The immortal pill furnace could change its size. Although the immortal pill furnace in front of her looked like it was only the size of a palm, as long as she injected her elemental energy into it, the immortal pill furnace would become normal. The quality of these pill furnaces looked very good. Although there was still a big gap between them and Granny Hua's immortal pill furnace, the immortal pill furnace in the hands of a powerhouse like Granny Hua must be extremely valuable. In her current situation, an ordinary immortal pill furnace was enough. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes rested on an exquisite white immortal pill furnace. This immortal pill furnace could be said to be the best one on the shelf. Disregarding everything else, just the price alone was enough to show that. 100,000 blood spirit stones, this was not a price that ordinary people could afford. This unit of measurement was blood spirit stones, not ordinary spirit stones. However, most immortal medicine masters were very rich. Moreover, it was not easy to forge an elixir furnace. Naturally, it was much more expensive than weapons. Other than this elixir furnace, there were other elixir furnaces that cost 30,000, 50,000, and 70,000. There were all kinds of elixir furnaces. However, she had her eyes on this white elixir furnace. If I want to buy this elixir furnace, can it be cheaper? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the attendant. 100,000 blood spirit stones. Even if they were selling elixirs, they would have to sell a lot of them. Now, not only did they want to buy an elixir furnace, but they also needed to change their weapons to immortal weapons. This was the time when they needed money. Naturally, they would save as much as possible. An apologetic look appeared on the attendant's face. Miss, I'm really sorry. Our Wanbao Pavilion never gives discounts. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. In fact, she was just trying to ask, and the result was not beyond her expectations. If you like it, then buy it. Bewitching patted Bailey Hongzhuang's head. His smile was full of affection. He knew that Hongzhuang did not care about worldly things. However, elixir furnaces had always been her favorite. Naturally, she wanted to buy something like this. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and looked at Bewitching. After seeing the approval in his eyes, her eyes also burst into a smile. May I ask if I can exchange elixirs for this elixir furnace? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the attendant. In fact, this kind of thing was not a problem in any shop. As expected, the attendant nodded. That's not a problem. Only a small number of immortal medicine masters needed elixir furnaces. No one knew how long it would take to sell one. However, elixirs were different. Among all the varieties in the Wanbao Pavilion, elixirs sold the fastest. However, what kind of elixirs are you willing to exchange for? 100,000 blood spirit stones? A trace of hesitation appeared on the attendant's face. Elixirs were expensive, but compared to an elixir furnace, the difference was not small. Why buy an elixir furnace if you don't have the money? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to answer, a contemptuous and arrogant voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang's brows unconsciously wrinkled, a trace of displeasure flashing through her glass-like eyes. A yellow figure appeared next to Bailey Hongzhuang. The gorgeous yellow color was very eye-catching. The woman was tall and had a pretty face. However, there was a trace of arrogance in her eyes. At this moment, she was looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with disdain with her chin raised. That kind of disdain was not directed at a specific person. Instead, it was the disdain of a snob. It was as if she was superior to others and looked down on all living things. I want this elixir furnace. Buy it for me. Miss Yun. The attendant immediately recognized the person when he saw him. His calm face was filled with respect and humility. 100,000 blood spirit stones, right? Yun Xiaoman's lips curled into a casual smile. This is what I want first. Unlike Yun Xiaoman's arrogance, her clear and cold voice was neither servile nor overbearing, but it contained a kind of unyielding spirit that couldn't be trampled on. Yun Xiaoman clearly didn't expect that this woman who couldn't even take out 100,000 blood spirit stones would actually dare to compete with her, and her face immediately darkened. You want to steal my things? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent, and the woman's gloomy face didn't affect her in the slightest. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the words my things? If I say it's my things, then it's my things. Do you know how many pills it takes to exchange for 100,000 blood spirit stones? With your poor appearance, do you think you can afford it? Yun Xiaoman disdainfully sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. Originally, she had only seen the woman's back and didn't take her seriously, but after seeing the woman raise her head, her expression unconsciously changed a bit. The woman in front of her was really too beautiful, her white skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind, and her small face without any makeup was elegant and refined. Under her gentle and elegant willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of glass-like eyes, releasing a restrained light. Even though she was expressionless at this moment, she still exuded a soul-stirring beauty. People couldn't help but think that if she smiled, she would truly be a peerless beauty that could topple a city. You don't need to worry. Facing the woman's casual and neither servile nor overbearing appearance, a trace of jealousy appeared in Yun Xiaoman's eyes. If I say I want it, then what? Yun Xiaoman's voice was as cold as ice, and a strong sense of threat spread out. At this time, Bewitching, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Is this how 10,000 Treasures Pavilion does business? His voice was like 10,000-year-old ice that couldn't be melted, exuding a bone-chilling coldness and a terrifying pressure. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze in an instant. Bewitching's gaze fell lightly on the attendant. It was clearly a calm and indifferent gaze, but the attendant felt as if he had been stared at by something terrifying. A terrifying chill ran from the soles of his feet to his heart, causing him to shiver. The attendant immediately recovered from his previous confusion and hurriedly said, Miss Yun, I'm really sorry. Our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has always done business on a first-come, first-served basis. This immortal pill furnace was requested by this lady first. Unless this lady gives up, I can't sell it to you. Only then did Yun Xiaoman notice the man beside her. Facing that astonishing face, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of amazement. A godlike man, she had never known that a man could be so handsome, almost satisfying all the beautiful fantasies of a woman. His white brocade robe perfectly outlined his broad shoulders and slender waist. The golden outer garment added a trace of nobility and innate elegance. The man's immortal-like cold and incomparably beautiful face was perfect and impeccable. His entire body exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Almost at the first moment, Xianxia Man's face flushed red. Her heart thumped, and she even regretted her actions just now. That arrogant appearance, she was afraid that it directly left a very bad impression in the man's heart. Young master, I am Xianxia Man, may I know young master's name? Bailey Hongshuang's eyebrows slightly raised. She didn't expect that the originally arrogant and insufferably arrogant woman would suddenly turn into a little sheep. That flirtatious look in her eyes. What was she trying to do, even if she was captivated by the beauty, to change her face so quickly? Didn't she think about the other party's feelings? Facing the woman's expectant gaze, Bewitching's cold and indifferent face didn't have the slightest change in expression. His gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang's body, as if from beginning to end, he only had eyes for Bailey Hongshuang. You can ask my wife. The indifferent voice was as cold as water, without any ripples, but also revealed a kind of alienation in the bones. Xianxia Man was startled. Her face changed from the initial astonishment to disbelief. With difficulty and obscurity, she said, Madam? That's right. These two simple words seemed to freeze Xianxia Man's palpitating heart. Immediately after, with a gotcha sound, cracks appeared on her heart. Her gaze flickered between the man and woman in front of her. Especially after noticing the evil playfulness in the woman's eyes, she only felt a burst of shame. The feeling of shame and anger quickly swept through her heart. She, Xianxia Man, had always had extremely high standards. To be able to catch her eye, a man should burn incense. However, the man in front of her completely ignored her existence. That rejection without the slightest hesitation was like a sharp knife piercing her heart. Xiao Man, have you bought your immortal pill furnace? At this time an arrogant voice came from outside. Then, a dark red figure appeared beside Xianxia Man. After noticing the ugly face of the woman, his gaze also shifted to the white immortal pill furnace in Bailey Hongshuang's hand. He remembered that Xiao Man had previously mentioned to him that she had taken a fancy to a white immortal pill furnace in the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. The pill furnaces on the shelves in front of him were quite colorful, but white. Only the one in the woman's hand. Almost immediately, he had already understood what had happened. His gaze slowly moved up the pill furnace, and when he saw the beautiful yet pure face, a strange light appeared in his eyes. Xianxia Man was already feeling very embarrassed and didn't know how to get out of this situation. After seeing the man appear, she instantly seemed to have found someone to rely on. Brother Yi, they stole my immortal pill furnace. Hearing this, Guanyi frowned. He had already guessed this point, but when Xianxia Man said it herself, his eyes became cold. Although the woman in front of him was beautiful, Xianxia Man was an immortal medicine master. Even in the entire Xi'an city, she was very famous. There were very few immortal pharmacists in the first place. Most of the outstanding immortal pharmacists had gone to the immortal realms. Therefore, the immortal pharmacists in the realm of chaos were very popular. Between beauty and value, value was naturally more important. He slowly turned his gaze to Bewitching. I'll pay double the price, and you'll give me my immortal pill furnace. How? About that? Brother Yi, isn't double the price a bit too high? Xianxia Man exclaimed. Although she was impressed by Guanyi's generous methods, double the price was equivalent to 200,000 blood spirit stones. It was really too wasteful. Guanyi flaunted himself with a smile. As long as you like it, it's not a problem. Xianxia Man was slightly stunned. Then, her eyes lit up. Brother Yi, you're so good. Xianxia Man's eyes blossomed with starry light, and the complacent expression on her face became even stronger. In the blink of an eye, she had already restored her previous arrogant and haughty appearance. For poor people like them, there's no need to double the price. As long as you give them a little bit, they'll immediately relent. Xianxia Man's gaze casually swept over Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's face. Today you're lucky, why aren't you thanking my brother Yi? After hearing these words, Guanyi's gaze fell on the clean and flawless face of the woman in front of him, and his mind suddenly became lively again. It turned out to be two poor bastards. Then, as long as he promised some conditions, would this beauty also become one of his people? As long as Xianxia Man doesn't know, enjoying this kind of beauty is every man's dream. Looking at the extremely arrogant face in front of her, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed a trace of a sneer. This woman's face-changing speed really makes people gasp in admiration, perfectly interpreting the word power incisively and vividly. At this time, the voice from the side came from above. Won't let. As always, words are like gold. The two indifferent words emitted an irresistible pressure. Bewitching's deep eyes were as dark as the night. The things that Hong Zhuang likes, absolutely cannot be given to others. You. What did you say? Guanyi stared blankly, as if he couldn't believe that his proposal would actually be rejected. Could it be that you're still not satisfied with this price, and still want to open your lion's mouth? Yun Xiaoman's voice also raised, becoming sharp and unkind. Aren't you a bit too shameless? You've already taken such a big advantage, and you're still not satisfied? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yun Xiaoman and Guanyi as if looking at an idiot. How rich is their inner drama, ah? Wrap it up. Bewitching turned his line of sight to look at the waiter, and the posture of looking straight ahead clearly says that I don't want to pay attention to these two idiots. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips raised a trace of a smile, and holding the man's wide hand, she slowly walked in the direction of the counter. Seeing the two of them ignoring them like this, Yun Xiaoman and Guanyi's faces turned ashen. Big brother they are just deliberately mystifying things. I clearly heard them saying that they wanted to use elixirs to exchange for this immortal pill furnace. Don't tell me they aren't two paupers? Yun Xiaoman's face was filled with unwillingness. She simply did not believe that these two people would face so much money without batting an eyelid. In the end, it was just to extort a little more from them. Guanyi was originally a little uncertain. After all, these two people seemed to have extraordinary bearings. Perhaps Xiaoman had made a mistake. If they were really poor, how could they ignore 100,000 blood spirit stones, using pills to exchange for an immortal pill furnace? They were really poor. Come to think of it, this guy just wants to put on a strong front in front of a woman. Let's see how he's going to crush all of this. Brother let's go. Yun Xiaoman raised her head high like a proud peacock. I want to see what kind of pills they are going to use to exchange for it. Standing in front of the counter, Bailey Hongzhuang prepared to take out the pills she had refined. The pills she had refined earlier were not of high grade, but the quantity was not small. However, she was not too sure about the price of these pills in the chaotic immortal realm, so she took out a few bottles of pills, wanting to inquire about the price of these pills. How bad is the grade of these pills? Don't tell me you took out the pills from the next realm. Those kinds of pills in the chaotic immortal realm are all trash. The sharp voice was full of merciless ridicule and sneer. Yun Xiaoman leaned against the counter, and her pretty face looked like she was waiting to watch a good show. Want to pretend to have no money here? What a joke. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang take out so many pills, the attendant's face turned ugly. Just as Yun Xiaoman said, although the price of the pills was not as good as the immortal pill furnace, how bad is the grade of these pills to exchange for a few bottles? Miss, we only accept immortal spirit pills here. The attendant couldn't help but remind her. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care, the pills she took out were immortal spirit pills. Ordinary pills were what the cultivators in the lower realm needed. In the immortal realm, they naturally had no use. I know. You know, and you still do this? Yun Xiaoman laughed, and the ridicule in her eyes became stronger. This woman is simply an idiot. Bailey Hongzhuang gradually frowned. She didn't want to argue with this idiot, because arguing with this kind of idiot would only lower her IQ. However, this guy was really annoying when he didn't give up. What I do is my business, you don't need to worry about it. His ink-black phoenix eyes whistled through the wind and snow, like the extreme north, emitting boundless coldness. Just a glance was enough to make the coldness penetrate into the bone marrow. Yun Xiaoman's expression changed, and even the complacent expression on her face unconsciously froze. Under that kind of gaze, she unconsciously panicked for a moment. When she reacted again, her face became even uglier. Just as she was about to flare up again, Guanyi's casual words directly targeted Bewitching. As a man, you actually want a woman to pay the bill, isn't it too shameful? It's better than using money to exchange. Bewitching's eyes, which were as deep as the sea, did not have the slightest ripple, and his distant voice did not have the slightest hint of hostility. However, when Guanyi heard this, his expression suddenly turned ugly. What he meant was that the woman beside him had real feelings for him, and he was only using money to exchange for feelings. Obviously, there was nothing wrong with what he said, but Bewitching's words made it seem like he was at a disadvantage. You can't give your woman what she wants, yet you're still acting so shamelessly here. Isn't that too laughable? Guanyi was obviously competing with Bewitching, but he was looking at Bailey Hongzhuang from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to know if this beauty's mood had changed after hearing his words. She will leave you sooner or later. Hearing this, Bewitching slowly lowered his eyes and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Madam, will you leave me? Looking at that pair of dazzling eyes filled with stars, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth almost immediately opened into a bright and beautiful smile. I won't. The next second, Bewitching lowered his head, and his thin lips covered that cherry-colored tender lips. Guanyi and Yun Xiaoman stared at the scene in front of them, simply could not believe that this was real. Their hearts received a critical hit. Bewitching raised his eyes, his handsome face was as indifferent as ever. Just casually looking at Guanyi, he already won. You simply have no sense of shame. Yun Xiaoman is simply going crazy. Looking at Bewitching's gentle manner towards Bailey Hongzhuang, it stimulates her heart even more. This man is completely unmoved when facing her, but when he lowers his head to look at the woman beside him, the gentleness in his eyes is so thick that it can't be dispersed. Jealous, dense jealousy burns in her heart. Even if the other party is a poor ghost, but she has to admit that she is indeed somewhat jealous of this woman. Just now I don't know who was the one who wanted to throw herself at him, wanted to be the second wife but was rejected. Now you're blaming me, the first wife? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckles, her phoenix eyes full of disdain. Yun Xiaoman's face turns pale, her gaze unconsciously looks towards Guanyi. She doesn't want Guanyi to know this. But looking at Guanyi's gloomy face, she knows that Guanyi must have believed her. Brother Yi, don't listen to her nonsense. Yun Xiaoman quickly says. The man in front of her is already impossible. She can't lose Guanyi, otherwise wouldn't she be drawing water with a bamboo basket? Just as Guanyi unwillingly prepares to open his mouth again, he sees Bewitching wave his hand and dozens of immortal talismans appear on the counter. Exchange for this immortal pill furnace. What do you need? You choose. Looking at the pile of immortal talismans in front of him, the attendant is completely dumbfounded. Immortal talismans have always been very useful for cultivators. But immortal talisman masters have always been extremely rare, much rarer than alchemists. Because in the lower planes, the inheritance of talisman techniques is often broken, and the people who master talisman techniques are only a minority. Adding on the fact that talisman techniques are obscure and difficult to understand, many people who have cultivated to this realm are not willing to spend time and effort to study it. Therefore, the price of immortal talismans is higher than pills. Their Thousand Treasures Pavilion also sells immortal talismans, but compared to pills, the number and types of immortal talismans are much less. However, the man in front of them casually took out dozens of immortal talismans. Who knows how many he didn't take out? How extravagant is this? Yun Xiaoman and Guanyi are also completely dumbfounded. Didn't he say he has no money? Why does he have so many immortal talismans have no money? Was he purposely teasing them? Even though the price of an immortal talisman was not as high as an immortal pill furnace, the price of any immortal talisman was in the tens of thousands. Most importantly, these immortal talismans seemed to be of decent quality. The attendant had stayed in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion for a long time. Even if he didn't know anything about runes, he could identify them very quickly. Soon, he picked out 2 immortal talismans and placed the rest in front of Bewitching. He no longer looked down on Bewitching and said flatteringly, "Young master, these 2 are enough." 2. Guanyi's expression turned even uglier. 100,000 blood spirit stones for only 2 celestial talismans was enough to show how high the grade of these celestial talismans was. This Xiao Bai face, whom he had mocked for being poor for half a day, was actually so rich. For a moment, he only felt a burning pain on his face. Bewitching casually put away the remaining immortal talismans. He had been studying the art of runes all this time. With the guidance of his master, his attainments in the art of runes had improved rapidly. Yun Xiaoman looks at Bailey Hongzhuang with an increasingly angry gaze. These 2 guys are doing this on purpose. They clearly have so many immortal talismans, yet they deliberately took out those kind of pills. Isn't it just to make them lose face? You really know how to act. You actually took out those ordinary pills. This is the first time I've seen a woman who can act like you. Yun Xiaoman fiercely looks at Bailey Hongzhuang. Anger surges in her heart and a thick sense of humiliation surges in her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang looks at Yun Xiaoman like she's looking at an idiot. In front of this kind of guy, does she even need to act? What does it have to do with you? Her cold voice is as cold as ever. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly takes back the pills. Although she doesn't know the price of these pills, but just these immortal talismans are enough for their daily cultivation needs of blood spirit stones. After being humiliated time and time again, Yun Xiaoman is already unable to restrain her anger. Now that she's being despised by Bailey Hongzhuang, the anger in her heart bursts out even more. I actually want to see what kind of trash pills you have. Xiaoman. Guanyi also didn't expect Yun Xiaoman to suddenly make such an outrageous move. Just as he opens his mouth, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have time to put away one of the pill bottles is directly waved over by Yun Xiaoman's hand. Round pills roll out from the white porcelain bottle, emitting a tempting fragrance. Whether it's Yun Xiaoman, Guanyi, or that attendant, none of them put Bailey Hongzhuang's pills in their heart. In their view, these pills must be useless trash. Only, when they clearly see the appearance of the pills, everyone's expression can't help but change. Third grade immortal spirit pills? Yun Xiaoman stares blankly at the pills rolling out. The grade of immortal spirit pills is very easy to judge. Even if one isn't an immortal alchemist, one only needs to clearly see the patterns on the immortal spirit pills to know the grade of the pills. She doesn't know what kind of pills these are, but each pill has 3 patterns on it. Guanyi is also stunned. Just now there were dozens of immortal talismans, now there are dozens of immortal spirit pills. This is going against the heavens. Was this the poor guy that Yun Xiaoman spoke of? If they could be called poor, then they were probably poor to death, right? After all, this was only one bottle of pills in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Judging from the situation she took out just now, there were many bottles. The waiter's expression was petrified. He didn't know what to say, nor did he know what expression he should use to face all of this. Recalling the scene of Bailey Hongzhuang haggling with him, the corners of his lips couldn't help but twitch. Was he deliberately teasing him? The most important thing was, he had really believed it before. Miss, you knocked down so many of my immortal pills. Are you going to compensate me? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and her ink-black phoenix eyes revealed a trace of coldness. This woman was simply too troublesome. Yun Xiaoman's expression stiffened. With just a glance, she could tell that there were more than a dozen pills. More than a dozen third-grade immortal pills. This value. I was just careless and accidentally touched it. Yun Xiaoman raised her head. Although it was a matter of coarse tone, it inexplicably revealed a bit of guilt. More than a dozen third-grade immortal spirit pills. If she were to compensate, then she would become a pauper. Bailey Hongzhuang lazily glanced at Yun Xiaoman, too lazy to bicker with her. This kind of person, she had seen too many. Yun Xiaoman was originally on guard against Bailey Hongzhuang asking for too much. Seeing that the other party didn't say much, she was relieved. But looking at the other party's appearance of being too lazy to pay attention to her, as if she was a clown from the beginning to the end, her heart felt even more uncomfortable. If the other party directly jumped up to compete with her, she would feel better. However, the other party's casual and indifferent appearance made her even more beautiful and elegant like a lotus. Brother Yi, Yun Xiaoman turned her head to look at Guanyi. She didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to buy the alchemy furnace like this, but she couldn't think of any other way. Isn't the shopkeeper of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion your uncle? He's so good to you, you just need to tell him that you don't want to sell this alchemy furnace. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation appeared in Guanyi's eyes. My uncle is really good to me, but he's not here at all. It's too late for us to go invite him now. He also didn't want Bewitching to leave like this, and he also understood that if he asked his uncle to do so, his uncle would definitely agree. However, as a nephew, he didn't want to affect his uncle's business. However, Yun Xiaoman was very dissatisfied, so what? As long as you give the order directly, do you think they would dare to disobey your orders? Xiaoman, Guanyi frowned slightly. He also came to Xi'an City not long ago. Ever since he came, his uncle has been taking care of him in every way possible, So he has always made up his mind to not cause trouble for his uncle. If he did this today, he didn't know how to explain it. At this moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked in from outside. After seeing Guan Yi, the man's face suddenly revealed a smile. Why are you here today? Xiaoman is also here. Uncle. Guan Yi's face revealed a trace of a smile. After seeing the middle-aged man come, Yun Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and a thick excitement appeared on her face. Just as she was thinking, the shopkeeper came. Didn't this mean that even the heavens were helping her? Thinking of this, Yun Xiaoman quickly restrained her original excitement and turned it into a kind of sadness and loss. Noticing Yun Xiaoman's expression, the man couldn't help but frown and asked with concern, Xiaoman, could it be that something happened? Did he bully you? It's not like that. Yun Xiaoman hurriedly shook her head. Brother Yi has always been very good to me. It's just that I recently managed to save enough money to buy this immortal pill furnace. I never thought that someone else would take a step ahead of me. I'm just a little disappointed. As she spoke, Yun Xiaoman lowered her head again. Her expression was filled with loneliness and desolation. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching turned around and prepared to leave after the waiter finished settling the bill. Although they also noticed that there was another person behind them who also knew Yun Xiaoman, they didn't have the intention to understand. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, the middle-aged man who appeared later blocked their path. Please wait. Hearing this, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned cold almost at the same time. Could it be that they didn't have enough trouble just now? Yun Xiaoman still didn't give up and changed to another person to persuade them? Seeing Guan Hongtian venting his anger for her without saying a word, Yun Xiaoman's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She knew that this would be the result. Originally, her relationship with Guan Yi had not been confirmed, so there was a certain distance between them. However, after what had happened just now, she felt that Guan Yi was not bad. As long as she could take back the elixir furnace today and let her vent her anger in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, she did not mind giving Guan Yi a chance. Guan Yi did not expect that his uncle would stand up for him without any hesitation. When he came to his senses, he was very happy. Indeed, his uncle was the shopkeeper of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not an ordinary shop, but a shop in the immortal realm. Many years ago, because they knew that there were many cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion gradually built some shops in the cities of the chaotic immortal realm. As time passed, more and more shops appeared, but there was only one shop in each city. Many of the treasures in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion came from the immortal realm. Coupled with the power behind the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, no one dared to be disrespectful to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The fact that his uncle could become the shopkeeper of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in Xiyan City had proved his ability. In fact, this identity alone was enough for him to stand firm in Xiyan City, and no one could easily shake him. As long as his uncle said the word, this elixir furnace could be taken away. Previously, he had been slapped in the face repeatedly by Bewitching, so he was very unhappy in his heart. However, when he thought of Bewitching's expression after the elixir furnace was taken back, he felt very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She did not expect that the shopkeeper of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would be Guan Yi's uncle. No wonder Guan Yi was so generous. She had only wanted to buy a convenient immortal pill furnace, but she had actually caused so much trouble. It really made people unhappy. What if I say no? Bewitching raised his eyes. His deep eyes were as dark as the night, and there was not the slightest emotion in them. Guan Hongtian's face also turned cold. Thinking back to Yun Xiaoman's aggrieved look, he immediately understood that Xiaoman and Guan Yi must have already discussed with them and were rejected, perhaps even humiliated. Thinking of this, Guan Hongtian's gaze turned even colder. There was actually someone who dared to bully his nephew in his shop? I'm the shopkeeper of the Wanbao Pavilion. If I say I'm not selling this, then you can't take it away. Going back on their word. So this is how Wanbao Pavilion does business? Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly. His unparalleled face seemed to be covered with a layer of 10,000-year-old ice. It's not up to you to question how I do business. Guan Hongtian's expression was also very ugly. Now, give me the immortal elixir furnace. Behind Guan Hongtian, Yun Xiaoman was looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smug expression. She wanted to see what this woman could do. Beichin, let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang was as cold as ice. After all, this was the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. If the other party was not willing to sell, then there was nothing they could do. Just buying an elixir furnace had already caused so much trouble. She also felt that it was a pity that the elixir furnace fell into Yun Xiaoman's hands. Okay. Di Beichin nodded and held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Coward. Upon hearing these two words, Bailey Hongzhuang's cold gaze shot directly towards Guanyi. This guy who bullies others because of his master's position actually dared to insult her man. Her cold gaze was as sharp as a knife, revealing a vigorous murderous aura. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop in an instant, and the terrifying aura made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. At that moment, Guanyi saw the color of blood in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Her dark pupils seemed to turn red for a moment, and an endless sea of corpses erupted, engulfing his soul. Thump thump. Guanyi couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and his face turned deathly pale for a moment. This woman is so scary. He originally thought she was just a flower vase, but after seeing her eyes, he understood, this woman was definitely not simple. Clang. The immortal elixir furnace fell heavily to the ground. Guan Hongtian's hand was still in the air, and his face was stiff. When he looked at Di Beichin again, his eyes were filled with anger. Sorry, my hand shook. Di Beichin said indifferently. Looking at Di Beichin's calm and unperturbed face, without the slightest bit of surprise, even the slightest bit of apology, who wouldn't know that he was doing it on purpose, Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other, and they were completely speechless. Even if you want to pretend, you should at least put in some effort. What is he trying to do with such a normal expression? Well, they also knew that their male master didn't have any intention of returning the immortal elixir furnace. Since this immortal elixir furnace couldn't fall into the hands of their female master, it naturally couldn't fall into the hands of others. Brat, you did it on purpose. Guan Hongtian's face turned gloomy in an instant. Unlike his previous idle threat, his malicious gaze was like a poisonous snake, and his tyrannical aura instantly lingered. The atmosphere of the entire Wanbao pavilion froze in an instant, revealing a cold and terrifying aura. Yun Xiaoman didn't expect Di Beichin to pull himself together, and the smile on her face suddenly became very comical. Uncle Guan, this guy is too hateful. Do you know the price of damaging my Wanbao pavilion's things? Guan Hongtian said darkly. There was no longer any light in his eyes, only coldness. We were the ones who bought this immortal pill furnace, but the shopkeeper said he needed it, so we returned it to you. Logically speaking, if you didn't manage to catch it, it shouldn't have anything to do with us. However, I have always been a kind person, so I won't take back the 100,000 immortal spirit stones. With just 2 simple sentences, Di Beichin had completely cleared himself of all responsibility. Guanyi and the others were dumbfounded. It was Di Beichin who had broken it, however, they were now pushing all the blame onto Guan Hongtian. The most important thing was that Guan Hongtian's expression of "I'm not going to argue with you" directly ignited their anger. Damn it, she had never seen such a despicable man. Brat, I think you still don't know the status of my myriad treasure pavilion in Xiyin City. If you dare to play with me like this, you'll have to pay with your life. There was no trace of a smile on Guan Hongtian's face, and his cold voice was like a ghastly wind blowing past everyone's ears. However, just as the atmosphere of the Wanbao pavilion was about to reach the freezing point, Di Beichin's lips slowly curled into a smile. Heh, a burst of clear laughter seemed to have broken through the enchantment, breaking the chilling atmosphere. The sinister laughter was especially eerie in this tense atmosphere. Even Guanyi and Yun Xiaoman, who were waiting to see a joke, had a change of expression. Previously, this man had been extremely cold, but the moment he smiled, they felt that he had become even more dangerous. It was like the cold gleam of a sword being unsheathed. It was dazzling and could not be looked at directly. I really admire the business methods of the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion. Di Beichin slowly looked up. His long and narrow eyes were covered with ice. Shopkeeper, how are you going to make me pay? Both Di Beichin and Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent on the surface, but they had already sized up their surroundings. To be able to open such a big shop in the chaotic immortal realm's Cloud City, and to be able to sell such high-quality items, this person must be quite powerful in Cloud City. From the moment Guan Hongtian appeared, they had already noticed his cultivation level. At least, he had not broken through to the elementary immortal realm. As their master had said, it was too difficult to break through from the radiant sun stage to the elementary immortal realm. If a cultivator broke through to the elementary immortal realm, it would not be difficult to enter the chaotic immortal realm. In the chaotic immortal realm, most cultivators were at the radiant sun stage, but there was no lack of elementary immortal realm cultivators. As long as they were careful not to offend such an opponent, with their strength, they could still travel freely in this place. Originally, the two of them did not want to cause any trouble, but trouble just had to come to them. Blindly enduring and giving in had never been their principle in life. Moreover, they had stayed in the abandoned immortal forest for so long, and it had been a long time since they had a proper exercise. If the other party wanted to fight, they would at most accompany them. They just needed to withdraw before the other party's helpers arrived. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Guan Hongtian could be considered a big shot in Xian City. Most people would give him some face when they saw him, but these two reckless youngsters actually dared to make him lose face in front of his juniors. If he didn't teach them a lesson, how would he be able to show his face in Xian City in the future? Bang! A violent punch mixed with a terrifying force fiercely attacked Bewitching's face. The distance between the two of them was already very close to begin with, so this punch arrived in the blink of an eye. The air seemed to explode in an instant. Even Bailey Hongzhuang, Guan Yi, and the others could feel the dense qi energy clearly. A trace of ridicule appeared in Yun Xiaoman's eyes. This guy really thought he was so great that he dared to fight Uncle Guan head-on. Wasn't this just courting death? Bang! Bewitching took a step back and threw out a punch. Before their fists even touched, the force behind their fists had already whistled through the air. The shelves on both sides began to tremble in an instant. After seeing this scene, the waiters hurriedly protected the shelves on the side. This fight wasn't a big deal, but if the things on the shelves were destroyed, then their loss would be huge. Yun Xiaoman and Guan Yi didn't pay attention to this. Their attention was completely focused on Bewitching and Guan Hongtian. Don't look at this as the most ordinary punch. Often, through the collision of the two fists, one could determine who had the upper hand. However, until the two of them retracted their fists, they actually did not notice that Bewitching had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Guan Hongtian was already very unhappy that his punch did not injure Bewitching. Now that he was mercilessly mocked, his face turned even more ashen. However, Bewitching's words were not without reason. Everything in his 1,000 treasures pavilion was very valuable. It was indeed not suitable to fight here. Alright, let's go out and fight. Guan Hongtian's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Before he left, he gave Guan Yi a look. Guan Yi could not help but be shocked when he saw his uncle's look. His uncle actually wanted him to go out and find someone, so. Does this mean that even with his uncle's strength, he would not be able to easily defeat Bewitching? This guy clearly does not look very old. How is that possible? Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bewitching out of the 1,000 treasures pavilion. As she walked out, she noticed Guan Yi whispering into her ear. Her eyes flashed sharply. Bewitching, finish this quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice. A cold look appeared in her eyes. From Guan Hongtian's business attitude, it was clear that he was not a kind person. Moreover, he did not have any principles. Although he said that he wanted to fight one-on-one, he had already made up his mind to fight as a group. Hearing this, Bewitching's eyes flashed sharply. He understood what was going on. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other. They felt helpless. This was only their first day in Xian City. Perhaps they would have to move soon. Stinking brat, I'll teach you how to behave today. Guan Hongtian attacked Bewitching again. When they exchanged blows, he realized that although this brat looked very young, his strength was very stable. His cultivation had stagnated at the radiant sun stage for many years. Although he had not broken through to the elementary celestial stage, it did not mean that his strength had not improved. Even if he had cultivated to this level, where time would not easily show on his face, he was still certain that this fellow in front of him was really very young. Bewitching's handsome eyes were slightly cold, and his calm and serene eyes were suffused with a trace of cold light. His killing intent unconsciously erupted. This time, he didn't just stand there and wait for Guan Hongtian to attack. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. He wanted to know the difference between him and the cultivators from the realm of chaotic immortal during the few years he spent cultivating in the abandoned immortal forest. A destructive aura swept out. Bewitching's figure was like a ghost. Under the guidance of his master, he had improved greatly in all aspects compared to before. Boom boom boom. Every move looked ordinary, but when the two of them collided, every move was fatal. Bailey Hongzhuang stood quietly at the side. Senior Zhongli had never accepted disciples. If Senior Meng had not provoked him, Beichen would not have been able to become his disciple. However, after Beichen learned from Senior Zhongli, she completely understood why her grandmother and the others were so afraid of him. It was because Senior Zhongli's strength was really terrifying. Even with Beichen's hardworking personality, he almost couldn't persevere. His requirements were just too strict. Zhongli Mu originally thought that his grandfather was already strict enough with him, but after seeing the intensity of Di Beichen's cultivation, he understood how kind his grandfather was to him. After Di Beichen and Guan Hongtian unleashed their full power, each of their moves carried an earth-shattering aura. Both of them were like a whirlwind. Every move of Guan Hongtian's was so powerful that it could make a deep hole in the ground at any time. Di Beichen was different. His figure was more graceful. Although his strength was not small, it was more like he was floating in the wind. The angle of his attacks was tricky. Under such circumstances, Guan Hongtian had to be careful. The angle of this guy's attack was too tricky. If he was careless and was hit in the vital part, he would be severely injured. He had stayed in the Cloud City for so many years and had fought many times. However, this guy in front of him was too evil. He was clearly stronger than him, but he couldn't land a single hit on him. This feeling of punching cotton made him very unhappy. The Wanbao Pavilion had always been quite influential in the Cloud City. At this moment, when they saw the shopkeeper fighting in front of the shop, it immediately attracted a lot of people. However, these people were just here to watch the fun. In the realm of chaotic celestial chaos, fighting was a common thing. People would start a fight if they didn't agree with each other. Many people died here every day. The shopkeeper of the Wanbao Pavilion is fighting with someone. This guy is really brave. You know Guan Hongtian's temper. Usually, there are a lot of people who fight with him. But, this guy is so handsome. Who is this guy? I have never seen him before. Originally, the crowd just wanted to watch the fun. No matter who won or lost, it was just a topic for them to talk about. However, when the group of women saw the man's face, they were instantly stunned. Guan Yi and Yun Xiaoman didn't expect Di Beichen to be able to fight with Guan Hongtian for such a long time. In their hearts, they knew that this man was also very powerful. No wonder he didn't feel guilty when he saw them. It was because he was very confident. Yun Xiaoman's eyes changed slightly. She thought that Di Beichen was a poor guy, so she felt a little better after being rejected. However, when she saw Di Beichen take out the celestial talisman, his strength, and the doting smile on Di Beichen's face when he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, she was even more jealous. If such a man could show her such a gentle smile, even if he was a poor guy, she wouldn't care. When she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, the jealousy in her heart became stronger. As long as this woman was killed, everything was possible. This woman was destined to be a stumbling block. Brother Yi, the helpers won't be here for a while. Uncle Guan can't fight with this man in a short time. Why don't we kill this woman? As long as this woman is taken hostage, he will lose his mind. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation appeared in Guan Yi's eyes. This woman's strength might not be simple. Just now, with just a glance, he had already found out how terrifying she was. So what? Yun Xiaoman didn't take it seriously. Can't you and I defeat her together? If she is really powerful, she would have already done it. Why would she just stand aside? In my opinion, it must be this man who protects her. She is nothing. Brother Yi, don't tell me you're having tender feelings for her? Seeing Guan Yi hesitating for a long time without agreeing, Yun Xiaoman frowned with a trace of anger in her eyes. Guan Yi quickly shook his head. That's not it. I just feel that we should wait for the helper to come. Anyway, he can't win against my uncle. The other party is now sweeping the face of Wanbao Pavilion. If we don't do anything, won't we be seen as a joke? Yun Xiaoman snorted, if you don't want to help, then I'll do it myself. Seeing Yun Xiaoman's resolute attitude, Guanyi helplessly said, I promise you. But when he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt that this woman who looked calm and collected wasn't simple. Because if it was an ordinary person in this situation, they would be somewhat flustered. But the woman in front of him was so calm that it was unbelievable. Bailey Hongzhuang was watching the confrontation between Bewitching and Guan Hongtian. Looking at the current situation, Guan Hongtian was completely powerless. His attack couldn't really land on Bewitching's body, which meant that he couldn't do anything to him. At this time, a strong wind suddenly came. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even look and blocked it with a palm. Pung! Yun Xiaoman was actually pushed back 2 steps by Bailey Hongzhuang's careless palm. Obviously she had been storing up her strength for a long time, but Bailey Hongzhuang just casually responded in a hurry. This kind of gap. The winner was obvious. Miss, you really like to do these things that can't see the light of day. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yun Xiaoman with ridicule, but a trace of cold light flashed through the depths of her eyes. This woman is really troublesome. If it wasn't for this woman's arrogance, there wouldn't be so many twists and turns today. However, she actually wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack her. Her vicious thoughts were without a doubt. Originally she didn't intend to make things too big, but the other party had already bullied her. If she still didn't do anything, then she wouldn't be her. After her attack was blocked, Yun Xiaoman's face was also very ugly. She gave Guanyi a look, and the two of them immediately attacked together. Yun Xiaoman and Guanyi actually joined hands to deal with this woman I've never seen before. It seems like this woman's strength is not simple. I don't know what happened, but it's too embarrassing for 2 people to fight one. There's something you don't know. Isn't the Myriad Treasure Pavilion best at bullying others? Ganging up is their habit. Everyone shook their heads, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with a trace of regret. Facing the 2 of them working together, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly chuckled. Do you think you're the only ones with helpers? As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Yun Xiaoman and Guanyi's complexion slightly changed. They had already gone to look for people at the first moment, but now their people still hadn't arrived. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang's people had already arrived? If so, wouldn't it be more troublesome for them? The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's white hand flicked. Xiaohei, go! Yun Xiaoman saw a white stone smashing towards her, and heard Bailey Hongzhuang's order. She couldn't help but be on guard against her surroundings, not knowing who was going to make a move on her. In her view, Bailey Hongzhuang's casual swing of the stone was just to deliberately distract her. A stone. What kind of power could it have? Playing this kind of trick now was simply a joke. Not only Yun Xiaoman, even the other people were also searching in the crowd, not knowing where the helper that this woman was talking about was. Yun Xiaoman continued to search, but did not notice that the stone that she had overlooked was actually gradually becoming bigger in the air, and at the same time, a fist fiercely struck her abdomen. It was not that she did not split her attention to deal with this stone, but she was just casually dealing with it. Because at their cultivation level, a stone could not even break through their body's defense. All of a sudden, a terrifying power attacked her, completely beyond her guard. Pung! Under this attack, Yun Xiaoman's figure flew out, sliding on the ground for tens of meters before coming to a stop. At the same time, everyone discovered that at the place where Yun Xiaoman was originally standing, unknowingly, a white fur ball had appeared there. Its soft white fur felt great to the touch, and its round figure coupled with its round eyes made it look exceptionally cute. It was like a harmless pillow that made people want to hug it. What is this? Everyone stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the furball. A fist directly sent Yun Xiaoman flying, although there was an element of luck, but it was enough to prove that its strength was extremely terrifying. Oh my, could this be a demonic beast? Is there such a unique demonic beast in this world? This is too cute, hugging it while sleeping is simply too comfortable. A group of women's eyes flashed with sparkling light, their expressions were impressively written with cuteness. Too cute, although everyone was very clear that the more terrifying a contract beast looked, the more powerful it was, but this kind of contract beast. Women really could not resist awe, compared to those contract beasts that looked terrifying. This kind of contract beast was simply too cute. Xiaohei saw that everyone liked it so much, a trace of pride appeared in its eyes. Its charm was not small. Yun Xiaoman climbed up, only then did she notice that she was actually sent flying by such a furball. Her face immediately became even more ugly. This kind of fellow. Where did it come from? Damn it, it was really too hateful. After a short moment of surprise, Guanyi quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. This woman's contracted beast was really independent. He did know of some good-looking contract beasts, but they were usually useless in the lower planes. Some were only used for ornamental purposes. In the immortal realm, almost every cultivator had a contract beast. However, because everyone had ascended from the lower planes, the level of their contracted beasts was naturally not too high. It would be best if he could encounter a growth-type demonic beast. However, most demonic beasts had limited room for growth. Furthermore, with their current cultivation level, many contracted demonic beasts could already transform into human form. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast looked very cute, it still hadn't transformed into a human form. It was obvious that it didn't have any strength at all. Apart from occasionally being used as an opportunistic tactic, it didn't have any other effects. She actually didn't find it embarrassing to have such a contracted beast. Take his own contracted beast for example. He rarely let it appear in front of others because it was too weak. Xiao Bai, get ready. After all, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were the contracted beasts created by the Dark Holy Sun and Holy Maiden of Light respectively. They were different from other contracted beasts from the lower realms. They originally belonged to this realm. Therefore, when they were cultivating, the cultivation of the two little fellows did not fall behind. Since they were all in the Radiant Sun realm, when these two little fellows unleashed their strength, the situation changed from 1 against 2 to 3 against 2. After seeing Xiao He steal the limelight, Xiao Bai couldn't wait to show off. Now that he heard his mistress' order, he naturally rushed out immediately. When Guanyi saw that Bailey Hongzhuang actually planned to use the same trick on him, he naturally wouldn't be fooled again. When he saw the black stone bouncing towards him, he quickly dodged it. Although Yin Xiaoman stood up, from her performance, it could be seen that the strength of that move was extremely shocking. Seeing that Guanyi dodged, Bailey Hongzhuang obviously expected it. Under Guanyi's astonished gaze, black stones flew towards him. Seeing this scene, Guanyi was also dumbfounded. So many. After dodging more than 10 stones in a row, Guanyi was a little dazed when he saw the stones land on the ground in an ordinary manner. They were actually just ordinary stones? Is this Guanyi stupid? Every cultivator only has one contracted beast, and that contracted beast has already appeared. Does he still think that there are others? Haha, look at his nervous expression. I'm afraid he really thinks so. Guanyi, who originally didn't understand, immediately understood after hearing everyone's mocking words. How could he forget this point? In an instant, Guanyi's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Thinking back to how he dodged in every possible way, it was simply a joke. However, this also aroused the anger in his heart. This woman actually dared to trick him. I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Guanyi's footsteps flew, and he quickly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. However, facing Guanyi who was closing the distance, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't seem to feel it at all. Stones continued to shoot out. Ridiculous. Guanyi casually waved his hand, completely ignoring these stones. He was about to die from anger. At this moment, the corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up into an almost invisible smile, with a hint of enchanting and playfulness. Xiao Bai, go. Bang. Just as Guanyi was getting closer and closer to Bailey Hongzhuang, ignoring the pebbles, a terrifying wave of air suddenly swept over. The sudden wave of air completely exceeded Guanyi's understanding. His attack was clearly only one step away from Bailey Hongzhuang, but he was sent flying by a terrifying wave of air. At that moment, everyone clearly noticed that Guanyi's expression changed from ferocious to shocked, and then to red. Smoke and dust rose as Guanyi's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit. Looking at the deep pit, everyone understood that the force he endured was much heavier than Yin Xiaoman. Cough, cough, cough. Guanyi clutched his chest and coughed non-stop until he fell to the ground. He was still in a daze. Just now at that moment, what actually happened? When he raised his eyes to look, he clearly noticed that in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, there was a similar size but completely different color, black furball. Seeing this black furball appear, not only Guanyi, everyone present was also dumbfounded. No one would have two contracted beasts at the same time, So what was going on with this contracted beast in front of them? The most important thing was that one punch almost made Guani spit out blood. This strength was not just a little shocking. How could it be like this? Yun Xiaoman was a little confused. Until this moment she finally understood the meaning of Bailey Hongzhuang's words before. The opponent's numbers were indeed greater than theirs. Xiao Bai proudly raised its eyebrows at Xiao He, indicating that its attack caused more damage. Wait and see. Xiao Hei's face was unresigned, its gaze became unfathomable. Just now it also used an extremely strong strength, but Yun Xiaoman and Guani were in a different environment. Guani was too close, so it was able to explode with the strongest effect. Guani quickly climbed up from the deep pit, patted the smoke and dust off his body, but in the end he was still a little embarrassed. I understand, this black contracted beast is most likely this man's contracted beast, right? That's right, these two people are really interesting, even their contracted beasts are of the same species. These two contracted beasts look so cute, their battle strength shouldn't be strong. Guani was actually sent flying by this contracted beast, it's really a little embarrassing. Everyone clicked their tongue and sighed, reaching the brilliant sun realm. The distance from becoming a true immortal is only one step. With this kind of strength, it's impossible for him to be injured by a normal contracted beast, although Guani was caught off guard, but this kind of performance is indeed a little embarrassing. As if feeling everyone's ridiculing gaze, Guani was a little angry. You're courting death. So what? If you have the ability, hit me. Xiao Bai didn't care and twisted its body. That appearance was really asking for a beating. Seeing this, Guan Yi's face became more and more ashen. This damned guy. In the next moment, Guan Yi directly rushed towards Xiao He. This kind of contract beast that could only be somewhat useful through trickery actually dared to be so cocky in front of him. He must kill this contract beast today. Yin Xiaoman also had the same idea as Guan Yi. They had just made a move and they were already slapped in the face by two contract beasts. If they didn't kill these two contract beasts, they wouldn't even be able to raise their heads. As long as she and Guan Yi attacked at the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang could only protect one of them even if she wanted to. If he wanted to protect the two of them, he simply couldn't do it in two places. As Guan Yi and Yun Xiaoman moved at the same time, everyone discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang, who they thought would fall into a panic, still had a relaxed and casual appearance, as if she was not worried at all. Could it be that this woman doesn't care about these two contract beasts at all? In the world of cultivation, as the strength of the cultivator increased, the cultivation of the contracted beasts would often not be able to keep up. In addition, each cultivator could only contract with one demonic beast. Thus, this situation was created. As long as the contracted beast died, they would have the opportunity to contract a new one. Of course, the majority of cultivators wouldn't do this, because so many years of companionship were very affectionate. That kind of feeling was like a family member. Ordinary people simply couldn't make a move on their own family members. Even if the contracted beast's strength couldn't help them much, at least it was a kind of connection and comfort. Although Yun Xiaoman and Guan Yi were a little surprised, they didn't take it to heart. No matter how vicious and merciless Bailey Hongzhuang was, it had nothing to do with them. Anyway, it would only affect her own image. Letting everyone see the ugliness in this woman's heart was actually a good thing for them. Against a normal contracted beast, the two of them naturally wouldn't spend too much effort. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. If they used a Herculean effort to kill these two contracted beasts, wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out? Bang! Just as they were thinking, Yun Xiaoman and Guan Yi's attacks were already very close to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. However, just as the two of them had completely locked onto the contracted beasts and their attacks were about to land on Xiao He and Xiao Bai, they suddenly realized that the two contracted beasts had disappeared into thin air. The sudden situation was out of their expectations. Their fists were already out and couldn't be retracted. The feeling of punching into thin air was unbearable. Everyone present was also attracted by this scene. The two furballs had appeared out of thin air and now they had disappeared into thin air. It was indeed very strange. Just as Yin Xiaoman and Guan Yi were charging forward due to inertia, the two furballs appeared again and used their bodies as weapons to fiercely smash into the two's backs. Bang! Ouch! Yun Xiaoman and Guan Yi's bodies fiercely crashed into each other before falling to the ground. However, through Xiao He and Xiao Bai's attacks, everyone finally understood what was going on. It turned out that these two contracted beasts that didn't seem to have any attack power actually had a very powerful ability. That was, change size. This ability might not seem very useful at first glance, but as long as it was used properly, the effect was very shocking. At least, when it was used for a sneak attack, this was simply an awesome assist. Waves of pain came from her body. Yun Xiaoman only felt a burning sensation on her back, as if her skin was about to split open. That powerful strength wasn't inferior to a Radiant Sun stage cultivator's full strength attack. Damn it! Yun Xiaoman cursed. If she had been defeated fair and square, then it would have been fine, but this feeling of humiliation was simply infuriating. Xiaoman, are you okay? Guani endured the pain in his back and looked at Yun Xiaoman with concern. Yun Xiaoman's complexion was ashen. Being humiliated in front of so many people, she was about to explode from anger. I'm fine. This woman is so arrogant. How can I be fine? Her furious voice was mixed with hysterical anger. At this moment, Yun Xiaoman no longer had the slightest bit of her previous bearing. Her pretty face was filled with a ferocious expression, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not seem to notice the murderous aura that engulfed her. She continued to stand in the same spot like a painting. And this kind of Bailey Hongzhuang even more provoked Yun Xiaoman's anger. She immediately stood up and angrily said, if you have the ability, then fight with me fair and square. Don't play these little tricks. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly turned her gaze and looked at Yun Xiaoman with a smile that wasn't a smile. Her phoenix eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. You can't even defeat my contracted beasts, and you actually want to fight with me? This casual sentence ruthlessly pierced into Yun Xiaoman's heart. Her mood that had calmed down a second ago was immediately ignited again. I'm going to kill you. One side was shouting hysterically while the other side was casually replying. The crowd's eyes were filled with disdain. Not to mention the exchange just now, Yun Xiaoman and Guani had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Just based on the white-clothed woman's calm and composed attitude, it could be seen that her strength was not weak because this kind of arrogance that came from her bones was not something that others could give. You, try. Hearing these provocative words, Yun Xiaoman could not hold back the killing intent in her heart and once again rushed forward. However, before she could even get close, Xiao He had already appeared in front of her once again. Want to touch my master? You'll have to pass through me first. Xiao He coldly looked at Yun Xiaoman originally. Everything was going very smoothly today. If it wasn't for this woman looking for trouble again and again, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. However, since things had already gotten out of hand, then she might as well let it continue. Just based on this fellow, he might not even be her opponent. Why would she need her master to make a move? Yun Xiaoman's entire body was emitting a cold killing intent. Her face was already red from anger. She was simply about to die from anger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she was actually humiliated by a contract beast time and time again. If you have the ability, then don't change your size. If you don't dare, then get out of the way. With a trace of craftiness in her dark eyes, Yun Xiaoman's gaze locked onto Xiao He. This furball's ability to suddenly change its size was really too annoying. Just now it happened twice in a row was already embarrassing enough. If it happened again, then it would really become a joke. The strangest thing was that for a contract beast with a weaker cultivation, it should be very easy to lock onto its aura. Once it was locked onto, even if it changed its size, it could still be caught. However, just when this contract beast changed its size, she discovered that she was unable to lock onto this demonic beast's aura. This was what made her most speechless. Where did this strange demonic beast that she had never heard of before come from? Not only was its appearance strange, its moves were also strange. Following Yun Xiaoman's words, the crowd could not help but sigh. The contract beast's strength was originally not strong enough. If it did not have this small advantage, then wouldn't it be easily defeated? Such a statement was simply too shameless. However, just as everyone thought that Xiao He would never agree, the white furball nodded. Alright, I promise you. Agreed. Everyone was stunned, and even Yun Xiaoman was a little surprised. She only wanted to chase this hateful furball to the side, but it actually agreed to her request without a second thought. After a brief moment of shock, she met Xiaohei's mocking gaze. She was certain that she did not see wrongly. She saw mockery and disdain in the furball's eyes. A contracted beast actually dared to look at her with such a gaze. It was a great humiliation, compared to being ridiculed by Bailey Hongshuang. Being looked down upon by a demon beast, especially a demon beast from a lower plane, was far more humiliating. Good. I'll roast you today. Yun Xiaoman's face flashed with a hint of madness, and she attacked Xiaohei directly. She wanted to turn this furball into dregs with a punch. Seeing Yun Xiaoman's crazy attitude, everyone unconsciously looked towards Bailey Hongshuang. At this point, could it be that she still did not make a move? Xiaohei and Xiaobai were her earliest contracted beasts. From the time she transmigrated until now, they had been cultivating for quite some time. It was just that the two little fellows' appearances were too deceiving, so she always treated them as cute pets. In fact, Xiaohei and Xiaobai's battle strength was not weak at all. Their strength was even stronger than Xiao Xuanzi's. Now that Xiao Xuanzi was training by himself, Xiaohei and Xiaobai could also stand on their own. Since there was a chance for the two little fellows to perform well, she couldn't let them cultivate peacefully all the time. Actual combat was still very helpful to the improvement of battle strength. Yun Xiaoman saw that Bailey Hongshuang didn't have any plans to make a move, and a trace of ridicule appeared in her eyes. She would kill this contracted beast and let her have a good look. Bang! This time, Xiaohei didn't dodge at all. Its fist also met it. Just when everyone thought that Xiaohei would be killed by this fist, their expression stiffened for a moment. Then, they stared dumbfoundedly at Yun Xiaoman, who flew out again. Yun Xiaoman originally didn't put Xiaohei in her heart, so she naturally wouldn't use all her strength in the fight. However, when the terrifying strength of that fist came, it was too late for her to regret. This was because she could clearly feel the aura of this seemingly harmless demonic beast. Radiant Sun Realm. It was actually Radiant Sun Realm. The sharp pain coming from her body couldn't compare to the shock in her heart. She couldn't believe that this contracted beast's strength was actually this strong. This was simply impossible. Everyone present was stunned. When they looked at Xiaohei again, everyone put away their previous casualness. If the previous two times were opportunistic, then this time should be a direct confrontation, right? A Radiant Sun Realm cultivator facing a direct confrontation and not defeating a contracted beast, this kind of scene, was really rare. Oh my god, we've never seen this kind of contracted beast before. Could it be an immortal beast? Are immortal beasts so cute? Previously, when I thought it was just for show, I was already very fond of it. Coupled with such strong strength, it's simply the contract beast of my dreams. I'm suddenly so envious of them. They actually have such great demon beasts. If I could have one too, I would be so happy. Xiaohei and Xiaobai's adorable looks had already captured the hearts of many female cultivators. One could only imagine how much influence these cute contracted beasts would have when they were also extremely powerful. Now, not only female cultivators, even male cultivators felt that if they had such a contracted beast, it would be much easier to pursue female cultivators. After all, from the reactions of these women, it could be seen that none of them could resist this temptation. It was rare for Xiaohei and Xiaobai to be praised by so many people, and they felt proud of themselves. It looked like their hard work during this period of time had not been in vain. Being strong was indeed beneficial. Guani quickly subdued Yun Xiaoman, and Yun Xiaoman had an expression as if she had seen a ghost. How could it be Radiant Sun Realm? The moment these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was shocked. Their faces were full of shock. This contracted beast is actually Radiant Sun Realm? What kind of contracted beast is this? Even if it's not an immortal beast, if it breaks through to the elementary celestial realm, then it's a real immortal beast. If the white furball was at the Radiant Sun stage, then the black furball's strength was probably on par with it. Two Radiant Sun stage contracted beasts. Their strength was simply exploding. Bang! At the same time, Bewitching sent Guan Hongtian flying with a single palm strike. He looked to the side and saw Xiaohei and Xiaobai, who were in the limelight. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. His elegant and charming face suddenly had a trace of mischief and charm. The crowd was already attracted by Bewitching's appearance. When they saw this graceful smile, their hearts skipped a beat. They were completely immersed in that charming smile. Seeing Bewitching defeat Guan Hongtian, Bailey Hongzhuang also smiled like a spring breeze. She knew that with Beicheng's strength, defeating Guan Hongtian wouldn't be a problem. The strength of the cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm had a lot to do with the city. Just as the abandoned immortal forest was more dangerous in the center, the chaotic immortal realm was also the same. The closer the city was to the chaotic immortal realm, the stronger the cultivators were. Xian City was undoubtedly the outermost city. They didn't feel much pressure here. Even though Guan Hongtian was older, after opening the Million Treasures Pavilion, his cultivation had probably slackened a bit. After all, it was easy for people to relax in a good environment. Guan Hongtian didn't think that he would be at a disadvantage in the hands of Bewitching. Immediately, his expression became very ugly. This young man who had never appeared before was actually so powerful, the woman at the side hadn't even made a move. Just the two contracted beasts were enough to make Guan Yi and Yin Xiaoman fall into such a predicament. This threat wasn't small at all. He had stayed in Xian City for so many years. He knew all too well that these people were real threats. The more powerful a person was, the more they needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the other party's strength exceeded his own, it would be really troublesome. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps arrived. "Master." Seeing the sudden appearance of several figures, Guan Hongtian's expression became better. He revealed a proud smile. His helpers had finally arrived. Yin Xiaoman and Guan Yi also let out a sigh of relief. Although the strength of these two fellows had indeed exceeded their expectations, as long as the outcome did not change, it did not matter. In short, these two fellows would definitely die today. TSK, the Wanbao Pavilion's helpers are here. There's no show to watch. What a pity. I actually hoped that they would win. At the very least, I would want to know what kind of contract beast it is. Don't even think about it. Although the shopkeeper of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion isn't very strong, it's still the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Everyone clicked their tongues and shook their heads. At this point, the outcome had already been decided. Yin Xiaoman put her hands on her hips and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang proudly. Now that things have come to this, let's see how you can still pretend to be calm. Teach them a good lesson. Guan Hongtian waved his hand, and a dozen cultivators surrounded Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. They were all cultivators of the Radiant Sun realm. Just the aura they released was already full of deterrence. Just as everyone was sighing and preparing to leave, Bailey Hongzhuang's clear voice slowly sounded. As usual, it was languid and casual. "If you want to die, then you can try." Hearing this, Yin Xiaoman frowned. This woman was about to die and still had this kind of expression. It was really strange. "Stop pretending. Do you think I'll fall for your trick?" Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's confident appearance, everyone couldn't help but stop. They wanted to know what made Bailey Hongzhuang so confident. Guan Hongtian also frowned. Ever since they started fighting, he realized that these two guys who he thought he could easily crush to death weren't simple. They had an indescribable evil nature. Not to mention the two contracted beasts, even this man was very strange. According to his judgment, the opponent's aura wasn't as good as his. At least, the strength of the Radiant Sun stage was definitely not as long as his. However, when they fought, he felt very uncomfortable. On one hand, this kid was too agile. On the other hand, he felt that he didn't force out this kid's full strength. When this thought appeared, he himself felt that it was inconceivable. However, this feeling just kept deepening in his mind. "Let's try then." Yin Xiaoman also didn't believe this and directly rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang. This time, Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't block in front of the woman. Even Bewitching didn't make a move. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed. Everyone only saw a white light flash by. Yin Xiaoman's fist didn't land on her body. On the contrary, she was sent flying again by a kick. How did it feel to be sent flying 3 or 4 times in a row? Yin Xiaoman only wanted to kill now. "Uncle Guan, you must help me kill this woman." Yin Xiaoman looked at Guan Hongtian with shame and anger. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that Bailey Hongzhuang was stronger than her. If this woman suddenly appeared, she wouldn't have come from the city inside, right? Otherwise, with the same cultivation, how could her battle strength be so strong? Guani helped Yun Xiaoman up again. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, his gaze was complicated. So this woman wasn't just beautiful, her strength was also amazing. Don't worry, the two of them definitely won't be able to leave. Guan Hongtian's eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. Not to mention that Yun Xiaoman wasn't willing, he also wouldn't agree. They made him lose face in front of everyone. If he didn't kill them, then how would others look at him in the future? Capture them. Guan Hongtian ordered with a ruthless look in his eyes. Since you dared to cause trouble in the Wanbao Pavilion, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be dead. Looking at the crowd getting closer and closer, Bailey Hongzhuang said casually, if you want the two of them to die, then do it. Hearing this, Guan Hongtian sneered. Do you think this kind of groundless threat can make me stop? Do you think I'm a fool? Aren't you? The sarcastic question was like a flame that instantly ignited a candle. Guan Hongtian's anger flared up even more. However, before he could say anything, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice rang out again. The two of them have already been poisoned by me. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that they will die before me. As soon as these words came out, Yun Xiaoman and Guani couldn't help but be stunned. Both of their faces were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Previously, they had indeed exchanged blows, but poisoning. They had never thought of that. Look at your palms, isn't there a black line? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips hooked up in an enchanting arc. Her elegant and refined smiling face suddenly filled with grace, becoming more and more alluring. What kind of joke is this? How could we be poisoned? Whether it was Yun Xiaoman or Guani, they both thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was just deliberately mystifying things. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang did not touch them at all, and in the process, they did not feel that she had poisoned them at all. At this level of cultivation, ordinary poison techniques were useless against them, unless it was a poison master who was extremely proficient in poison techniques. Because the poison from the lower realm had very little effect here, even if the poison was not simple, as long as they bought a detoxification pill, the poison could be easily neutralized. Since Bailey Hongzhuang appeared in this cloud-gathering city, her methods must not be too good, because the inner city usually has more abundant cultivation resources. Staying here is a waste of time. Just when the two of them thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was just stalling for time, they suddenly discovered that a black line had appeared on their palms. This black line appeared without anyone noticing. If it was not for her reminder, they did not even know when they would have discovered it. How could this be? Guan Yi's pupils shrank, becoming incomparably ugly. Even if he was not proficient in the art of medicine and poison, but as long as he felt it carefully, he could discover that this was indeed poison. They were poisoned, in a situation where they were completely unaware. They were poisoned, even if the others could not see the palms of the two, but just by looking at the expression of the two, they could tell that Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. For a moment, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a trace of fear in their eyes. No wonder this woman had a calm and composed appearance from beginning to end. It turns out that she was a poison master. Poison masters were originally able to kill people without leaving a trace, unless they were extremely strong or someone who could neutralize the poison. Once other people were poisoned, it would be extremely troublesome. I really could not tell that this delicate and pure girl was actually a poison master. Just based on her performance just now, her poison methods are very strong. I have been watching the fight just now. There was no chance to use poison at all. Could it be that it was done by those two contracted beasts? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai with a trace of amazement. When a poison master had a contract beast that could be said to be a hidden weapon, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Anyone who didn't know her well would easily fall into her trap. What's more, this contracted beast is so strong, it's the best combination. You dare to poison us? Yun Xiaoman's complexion paled a little. She had always been on guard against Bailey Hongzhuang, but she didn't think that this woman was really good at this aspect. Why wouldn't I dare? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows playfully. If I want you to die, you'll die within 3 seconds. Do you believe me? Yun Xiaoman and Guani looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in bewilderment. The two of them subconsciously did not believe it, because they did not believe that the poison was so powerful. However, when they recalled the many strange situations that Bailey Hongzhuang had shown, they were not confident. If what this woman said was true, once they treated her with this kind of attitude, even if they really had to die. Guan Hongtian pulled Guan Yi's hand. After seeing the deep and dark poison line, his face became extremely ugly. You women are actually so despicable. In terms of being despicable, I admit defeat. Her cold voice was as fresh and natural as spring water. Her calm face did not have the slightest trace of mockery. However, it was these kind of words coupled with that kind of face that had the most destructive power. You. Guan Hongtian was so angry at Bailey Hongzhuang that he did not know what to say. Don't be too proud. This kind of poison is definitely not difficult to detoxify. Heh. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. You can try. Uncle, Guan Yi looked at Guan Hongtian for help. He did not know why, but he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was too confident. This made him very uneasy. Someone, bring 2 antidote pills. With a wave of Guan Yi's hand, the attendant of Wanbao Pavilion immediately brought 2 antidote pills. Quickly take it. Seeing this, Guan Yi and Yin Xiaoman did not dare to delay and immediately took the antidote pills. As long as the antidote pills could detoxify the poison, then they would be able to teach these 2 hateful fellows a lesson without any scruples. Everyone looked at this scene with interest, not knowing what the outcome would be. Bewitching stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang calmly. There was no need to say more about his wife's poison skills. When she was in the upper realm, her poison skills were already at the peak. Now, with Granny Hua's guidance, even in the immortal realm, her poison skills were definitely outstanding. In fact, in these days in the abandoned immortal forest, Bailey Hongzhuang's poison skills had improved more than her cultivation. After Yin Xiaoman took the antidote pill, she quickly looked at the black line in her hand. As long as the black line disappeared, they would be able to kill Bailey Hongzhuang at the first moment. At that time, the treasures on these 2 people would all be theirs. With so many pills and talismans, how many cultivation resources could they exchange for? Perhaps, they could even use these cultivation resources to reach the elementary immortal realm. How is it? Guan Hongtian looked at Guan Yi with concern. He had always been very concerned about this nephew of his. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to Guan Yi. Guan Yi stared blankly at the black line that was still visible on his palm. His expression turned ugly. Uncle, it doesn't seem to work. Useless? Guan Hongtian grabbed Guan Yi's hand in disbelief. This detoxification pill was quite effective. It could detoxify all common poisons, even some of the more complicated ones. Guan Hongtian's heart sank when he saw the clear line of poison with his own eyes. No wonder these 2 fellows were so calm. It seemed like they were extremely confident in their methods. As long as we catch them, we'll be able to find the poison on her body. One of his subordinates couldn't help but say. Once they attacked, the 2 of them would definitely be unable to escape calamity. However, everyone knew this, but Guan Hongtian didn't dare to act rashly. Because according to Bailey Hongzhuang, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill Guan Yi and Jun Emosia first. He couldn't gamble and didn't dare to gamble. Once Guan Yi died, how would he face it? Not only Guan Hongtian, but Guan Yi and Yin Xiaoman's faces also turned red. Didn't this mean that the initiative had fallen into the hands of the other party? What do you want? Yin Xiaoman looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with an ashen face. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent and unwillingness. Yin Xiaoman almost subconsciously wanted to retort, but thinking that her life was still in the other party's hands, she could only forcibly swallow her unwillingness. Guan Yi and Yin Xiaoman looked at each other. The other party's conditions made them feel very humiliated. Even if it was just an apology, it was very shameful. Why don't you apologize first? As long as we get the antidote, we'll kill them. Guan Hongtian's eyes flashed with a scheming luster. The older the ginger, the spicier the ginger. At worst, he would admit defeat now. The other party only had 2 people, after all, they were weak. When the time comes to deal with them, wouldn't it be a simple matter? Guan Yi naturally understood that at present, besides this method, there was no other way. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only say, I'm sorry. Seeing that Guan Yi had already apologized, Yin Xiaoman quickly followed up, I'm sorry. Louder, my master can't hear. Xiao He heard the mosquito-like voice and couldn't help but say. Seeing that a contract beast actually dared to bully her, Yin Xiaoman's heart was even more unhappy. Her face was as red as a pig's liver, the surging anger in her eyes was about to erupt at any time. But, thinking of the poison line in her hands, her momentum weakened and she helplessly raised her voice, "I'm sorry." Only then did everyone hear it clearly. Seeing the two people apologizing like this, everyone sighed and shook their heads. This situation. Until the very last moment, no one knew what would happen. The speed of this turn of events was really surprising. Wanbao Pavilion has never suffered such a loss, this time they really lost face. They also didn't expect this to happen, but to be honest, this Guanhong Tian is really too arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that Wanbao Pavilion's things are really first class, I wouldn't be willing to buy it all. Then what can we do? Who told him to be the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion? Seeing him suffer a loss today, I actually feel very happy. Is this okay? Guanhong Tian looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, even if he knew that he should soften his tone, but when he spoke, there was still a bit of anger. At this time, Bewitching's deep eyes fell on him. What about you? What about you? Hearing this, Guanhong Tian couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, only then did he realize that Bewitching was saying that he hadn't apologized yet. You want me to apologize? Guanhong Tian raised his voice. Disbelief was written all over his face. He was the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion, as well as the elders of these two people. They actually want him to apologize to them? Is there a problem? Bewitching furrowed his brows and asked. It was a simple rhetorical question, but there was a hint of irrefutability in it. Don't go too far. Guanhong Tian emphasized. It wasn't a big deal for the two juniors to apologize, but if he also apologized, then it would be a great loss of face. Is up. Bewitching didn't care. Instead, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang gently. Wife, let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. Xiao He and Xiao Bai jumped onto their shoulders, intending to leave. Guan Hongtian's subordinates looked up, unsure if they should stop them or not. Shopkeeper. Guan Hongtian's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If he had enough time, he would like to find a physician to examine the situation. Perhaps a physician would be able to detoxify the poison. Unfortunately, he did not have time at all. Wait. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were about to walk out of the encirclement, Guan Hongtian's voice rang out. However, the two of them did not stop because of this and continued to walk forward. Guan Hongtian's expression darkened when he saw that the two of them did not seem to care at all. He immediately quickened his pace and walked in front of the two of them. Wait. I apologize. Guan Hongtian's face was filled with embarrassment, and indignation. However, he still blurted it out. I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Guan Hongtian indifferently and said, I only bought an elixir furnace from the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, but you still acted all high and mighty in front of me after I paid for it. As the shopkeeper, you should apologize properly. As the woman's clear and melodious voice fell, the crowd finally understood what was going on. I guessed that Guan Hongtian was being unreasonable first. His way of doing business is really admirable. I think the Thousand Treasures Pavilion is really blind. If someone else was the shopkeeper, their business would definitely be much better. It's no use even if you think it's a pity. Who asked Guan Hongtian to be the shopkeeper? The crowd sighed and shook their heads. Everyone wanted to be the shopkeeper of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. On one hand, it was a lucrative job. On the other hand, the shopkeeper was more powerful than others. If anything happened, he could even use the Thousand Treasures Pavilion's power. At the very least, with this identity, his status in Xian City could be said to be very stable. Guan Hongtian's expression darkened when he heard Bailey Hongzhuang's lecturing words. However, the initiative was now in the other party's hands. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only suppress his anger. This is indeed my fault. Miss, you're a magnanimous person. Can you give me the antidote? Guan Hongtian hid the viciousness in his eyes, and a pleading look appeared in his eyes. As long as he got the antidote, he would kill these two bastards. Do I have to forgive you just because you apologize? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked. Guan Hongtian raised his head abruptly. He clearly noticed the mockery in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. His voice became low and suppressed. Are you playing with me? You owe us an apology. Isn't that what you should do? Bailey Hongzhuang said seriously. Her innocent look made it seem as if she was talking about the cycle of karma. It was a very normal thing. Looking at that extremely beautiful face, Guanhong Tian felt all of his anger being aroused. Don't go too far. Yun Xiaoman couldn't bear it anymore. She angrily pointed at Bailey Hongzhuang, her chest heaving up and down because of her anger. The immortal pill furnace has already been destroyed by you, and we've already apologized. What else do you want? As far as I know, we've already paid for this immortal pill furnace. Beichen's calm voice sounded. His eyes as deep as the night fell on Yun Xiaoman's body, revealing a kind of disdainful aura. Speaking of which, from the beginning to the end, you've been looking for trouble. If we weren't poisoned, would you let us go so easily? Under the starry sunshine, Bailey Hongzhuang's jade-like face glowed with a dazzling luster. A mocking smile bloomed on her lips, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. On the contrary, it added an indescribable charm, like a demon crystal in the forest, exuding a fatal charm. You have 3 days. If I see your sincerity in 3 days, I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. After saying that, Bailey Hongzhuang held Beichen's hand and disappeared into the crowd. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Guan Tianyi leaving, Yun Xiaoman and the other two could only stand there in a daze. No matter how unwilling they were, their lives were in the hands of the other party. Don't worry. We'll find a doctor to check on you first. Maybe the antidote will be easy. Guanhong Tian looked at Guanyi with concern. He felt that this woman was the real idiot. Once the antidote was cured, he would make her die without a burial place. Guanyi nodded slightly. Uncle, I believe it can be cured. Uncle Guan, what if they take advantage of this opportunity to run away? The chaotic immortal domain is so big. If we can't find them, then this time. Yun Xiaoman's face was gloomy. Feeling the ridicule of the surrounding people, she only felt that she was going to die of anger. She had stayed in Shiyun City for so long, but she had never been so embarrassed. Guanhong Tian waved his hand indifferently. Xiaoman, don't worry. In this Shiyun City, Uncle Guan still has a certain amount of power. I've already sent people to watch them. They can't escape. Seeing this, Yun Xiaoman was a little relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen went back. They felt that someone was following them, but they didn't have the slightest intention to point it out. After 3 days, Guanhong Tian and the other two would definitely come to find them. They had to let them know the address. Beichen, did you really break that immortal pill furnace? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Beichen with some confusion in her eyes. The quality of the immortal pill furnace was very good. Previously, when the immortal pill furnace was in Beichen's hands, she didn't pay too much attention to it. However, based on Guanhong Tian and the other two's reactions, she wasn't sure if they were being framed. It's broken. How did you break it? They used a formation to destroy the internal structure. Beichen looked casual. This was what Hongzhuang liked. Since he couldn't get it, he couldn't let it fall into the hands of that annoying woman. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly admired him. If Senior Zhongli knew about this matter, she didn't know whether he would be happy or helpless. After all, Beichen's array skills were truly at the point of perfection. To be able to do this in such a short period of time was indeed very impressive. When the time comes, do you really plan to give the antidote to them? Beichen raised his smoky eyebrows. A faint smile appeared on his lips, like layers of pear blossoms. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. When the time comes, we'll see how it goes. With their personalities, it's impossible for them to obediently submit. It's unavoidable to spend some effort. Master, I think they must be blind, Xiao He said. And they're not just blind, Xiao Bai added. Guanhong Tian immediately sent for a doctor to examine the poison in Yin Xiaoman and Xiao He. Dr. Su, is this poison easy to detoxify? Guanhong Tian asked with concern. With your medical skills, it should be easy to detoxify it, right? Dr. Su's face was full of confidence, as if he didn't care at all. Shopkeeper Guan, according to what you said, that woman is so young. Even if her medical skills are good, how good can they be? In my opinion, she should only be good at medicine in the lower realms. However, since the detoxification pill can't directly detoxify the poison, it can only be said that she has some ability. But in the chaotic immortal realm, that may not be the case. Guan Hongtian felt relieved when he heard the indifference in Dr. Su's voice. Dr. Su's medical skills were extremely outstanding in Xian City. Since he said it so casually, it should be easy to detoxify it. Yun Xiaoman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After she was completely relieved, her words returned to their original arrogance. I knew it. That woman must be deliberately mystifying us, thinking that this kind of poison can completely frighten us. She said she would give us 3 days. I don't think we need 3 days at all. After a while, we'll have to kill her. Although Guani didn't say anything, his face was a little more relaxed. Previously, he felt that his life was in the hands of others, so he was a little worried. Now, he could finally rest assured. Dr. Su, why don't you take a look at my nephew first? Only when this poison is detoxified can we be completely at ease, Guan Hongtian said with a smile. Dr. Su nodded slightly. No problem. Let me take a look. Guani immediately stretched out his hand. During this time, he had been paying attention to the black line in the center of his hand. He vaguely felt that the black line was gradually spreading. Although the spreading speed wasn't fast and it didn't look obvious, he still felt that there were some changes. Just as Guan Hongtian and the others were casually waiting for the detoxification result, they found that Dr. Su's originally calm face was gradually becoming serious. For a long time, Dr. Su's hand was still on Guan Yi's hand. He frowned and his face was full of contemplation. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh, as if he had encountered something incredible. Most importantly, his face was getting darker and darker. Dr. Su, is there something wrong with this situation? Guan Hongtian was a shrewd person. Just by observing Dr. Su's expression, he could tell that something was amiss. Moreover, the fact that he hadn't spoken for so long meant that the situation might be more complicated than they thought. Hearing this, Dr. Su withdrew his hand. He looked at Guan Hongtian with a complicated expression. There was a hint of awkwardness and uneasiness in his expression. At this moment, his heart was also extremely tormented. He incomparably regretted the boast he had made earlier. Manager Guan, this poison is indeed strange. I've never seen such a strange pulse before. As soon as he said that, Guani and the other two's expressions changed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. For a moment, Yun Xiaoman even thought that she must have misheard. Dr. Su, what did you say? What does that mean? So that's how it is. Then it should only take some effort. Guan Hongtian quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they can still find a way, it means that there is a possibility of a solution. It's better than not having any ideas at all. Dr. Su, I wonder if this poison can be detoxified within 3 days? Guani asked tentatively. Bailey Hongzhuang only gave them 3 days. If they can't detoxify it within these 3 days, then it means that they can only go to the door and beg for mercy. This is obviously something they are unwilling to do. Hearing this, Dr. Su's complexion changed a bit. He then said, Shopkeeper Guan, this poison is indeed a bit strange. I'm afraid the composition is not simple. Although I don't understand this poison, but I observed the poison thread in young Master Guan's hand. The other side also proposed 3 days. If I didn't guess wrong, this poison thread should be unspeakable. It should slowly go from the palm to the arm. After 3 days, that will be the time of death. So, I think it's best that you find a few more doctors. Maybe there are people who have come in contact with this poison before. It will be easier to deal with it. Even if he is unwilling to admit that the other side's poison skills are already very shocking, this matter is related to Guan Yi's life, so Dr. Su can only tell the truth. Even if he feels that it is possible to judge from this poison blood, but in fact he himself doesn't have much confidence. He himself has already lost so much face. If he finds 2 more people to take the fall, it won't be too embarrassing. However, when Dr. Su's words fell into the ears of Guan Hongtian and the other 2, it brought them too much shock. They don't dare to believe that everything Bailey Hongzhuang said is actually true. That woman. No wonder she was so confident in giving us 3 days. It turns out that she has already calculated everything. Guan Hongtian's mood at this moment is also very complicated. These two young people who don't seem to have any strength, he didn't expect their methods to completely exceed his expectations. Yun Xiaoman's face is ashen. Her hands gradually exert strength, the bones of her fingers are also somewhat white. She can't believe. That woman's methods are actually so superb. In fact, she is also an alchemist. This time, she went to buy an immortal pill furnace in order to learn how to refine immortal pills. The alchemy skills she has currently mastered are only from the lower planes. But facing this poison, she doesn't have the slightest method to detoxify it. Long before Dr. Su came, she had already examined herself. She only felt that this poison was extremely strange, beyond the scope of her usual understanding. He originally thought that it would be easy with the help of the celestial doctor. However, he did not expect that even the celestial doctor would be stumped. Guan Hongtian didn't waste any time and immediately went to invite other doctors. Even if it would cost a lot to hire these doctors, it would still be better than begging Bailey Hongzhuang for mercy. Because not only would he lose face, the other party would also take the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. That night, the Guan family was very lively. At the same time, the news that the Guan family had invited many doctors quickly spread throughout Shiyun City. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang said those words, everyone was extremely curious. They didn't know if the poison was really that powerful. Because of that, many people were paying close attention to what would happen next. The next day, everyone's expression changed when they heard that the Guan family was still looking for a doctor. At first, I thought the woman was just joking. Maybe she would take this opportunity to run away. Now, it seems that's not the case. So many doctors have gathered in the Guan residence, but they haven't left yet. This means that the poison hasn't been cured yet. That woman is so young, but her poison skills are so powerful. If all the doctors can't cure the poison, then this is going to be a good show. Most of the cultivators in Shiyun City were just watching the show. If the other party wasn't Guan Hongtian, perhaps they wouldn't have paid so much attention. However, everyone was very interested in this eye-catching person. When Xiran and the others found out about this, their faces were filled with astonishment. Hong Zhuang and the others are really unusual. They've just arrived in the realm of chaotic immortals, and they've already caused such a big commotion. Xiran sighed and shook his head. It was a pity that they didn't participate in such a big event. Actually, I think that Hong Zhuang and Beichen have the ability to attract hatred. Even if they don't cause trouble, someone will. Shang Guanying shrugged. Perhaps this was the trouble of geniuses. She had been training with Hong Zhuang and the others for a long time. Most of the time, they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. It was as if the other party had eyes in the back of their heads and would always cause trouble for them. Haha, you're right, Xiran chuckled. Just wait and see. Yunjue and the others will be very helpless when they find out. In fact, whether it was Mo Yunjue's group or Bai Li Yanchei's group, they couldn't help but sigh when they heard the news. When Hong Zhuang left the restaurant, she reminded them to be careful and not get into trouble. In the blink of an eye, they got into trouble first. Moreover, the other party was the famous Wanbao Pavilion. While the outside world was spreading the news, the people involved, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, were quietly staying in the room. If they went out now, they would definitely attract a lot of attention. Rather than that, they might as well cultivate here first. I originally wanted to exchange for some blood spirit stones, but now I don't need them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the blood spirit stone in her hand, and a smile appeared on her lips. Back in the abandoned immortal forest, blood spirit stones were a very rare resource. However, the elders had a lot of them, so it didn't affect their cultivation. Now that they were out, they would have to deal with the issue of cultivation resources themselves. My wife has always been resourceful. Di Beichen smiled faintly and handed the dessert to Bailey Hongzhuang. Try it. Bailey Hongzhuang took a piece of sparkling and translucent pastry, the sweet taste filling her mouth. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her lips hooked up in a happy arc. Not bad. Master, will they really send cultivation resources over when the time comes? Xiao Hei jumped on the table and quietly reached out her paw to take a piece of dessert. Isn't that obvious? Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. Mistress is so confident. Does it even need to be said? The doctors in Xian City definitely can't compare. That's not necessarily true. There will always be someone better than you. Bailey Hongzhuang looked thoughtful. In fact, the poison she used this time wasn't taught to her by Granny Hua. Although Bailey Hongzhuang did not know if anyone could cure the poison, at least this poison had never appeared before. Therefore, even if the other party's medical skills were extraordinary, it would take a long time to cure the poison. Therefore, the situation was obvious. Just as everyone was talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching heard the knock, they could not help but look at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Logically speaking, when she had stayed for 3 days, Guanhong Tian and the others should have stubbornly refused to turn back. It was impossible for them to come looking for them so soon. Could it be that something went wrong? Could it be that the other doctors caused the poison to act up? Xiao He looked confused. They had just arrived, so other than Guanhong Tian and the others, no one should have come to look for them. Could it be that something happened to the others? Xiao Bai said worriedly. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching heard this, their faces darkened slightly. Comparing the two situations, the second situation was more likely to happen. However, today was only their second day in Xian City. It was strange that they had gotten into trouble so quickly. If the others were the same, it would be a group of people. When Bewitching opened the door, he heard an unfamiliar voice. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the unfamiliar fat man in front of her. Not only did the suspicion in her heart not disappear, but it also increased. However, as long as no one else was in trouble, they could be at ease. Who are you? Bewitching asked in a deep voice. Now that they were the center of everyone's discussion, it was very unlikely that the other party had come to look for the wrong people. The fat man's face was full of smiles. His originally round face became even more joyful, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. Sorry to disturb you, but can I come in and talk? When Bailey Hongzhuang heard this, they looked at the man with a suspicious look on their faces. They did not intend to let him in. In the realm of chaos, no one knew when a peerless powerhouse would appear. Although they still had some confidence in their own strength in Xian City, it didn't mean that they could be completely unscrupulous. Who knew what the other party was planning to do by coming over at such a sensitive time? The fatty clearly understood that the two of them didn't trust him at all. He couldn't help but say, "Look at my face. Does it look like I have any killing power?" Smiling tiger. Bewitching coldly spat out these 3 words. Fatty's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, "All right, I know you guys don't believe me, but I really don't have any bad intentions. To tell you the truth, Guanhong Tian and I are sworn enemies. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't we work together?" However, no matter how much Fatty said, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching remained unmoved. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone in Xian City. The conflict between me and Guanhong Tian has existed for a long time. Many people know about it. I'm really not lying to you. Just believe me. Then how do you want me to prove it? Facing the 2 icy faces in front of him, Fatty felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold wind was blowing past him. What a sin. So? Bewitching looked indifferently at the anxious man in front of him. After the other party had said so much, he believed that what the other party said was not false. Because that sincere and anxious look was not an act. Moreover, just like what he said, as long as they casually asked around, they would be able to find out the truth. If it was a lie, it would be easily exposed. But what did this have to do with them? Fatty was trying his best to explain, trying to convince Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang that everything he said was true. Suddenly hearing Bewitching's words, he was momentarily stunned. So? Looking at Fatty's confused look, Bewitching asked again, "What does everything you said have to do with us?" "That's why we have a chance to completely destroy Guanhong Tian if we work together." Fatty's face was serious. "They bullied you so much, how can you just take it lying down? Even if they really come to apologize 3 days later, that's absolutely not allowed. Don't you think so?" Bailey Hongzhuang kept looking at the fat man in front of her. Looking at his righteous indignation, she slowly asked, "Why not?" Offending Wanbao Pavilion was not a wise move for them at the moment. Although Guan Hongtian was only a shopkeeper in Shiyin City, the Wanbao Pavilion would definitely not care about his life or death. However, if he died, it would mean that they were looking down on Wanbao Pavilion's strength. Because of this, Wanbao Pavilion would definitely not sit idly by. Yesterday's incident was indeed an accident. She did not intend to really offend such a huge figure. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, Fatty was once again stunned. He stared blankly at her for a long while before he understood what she meant. For a moment, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping 3 feet high. He said agitatedly, "How can that be? They bullied you so much. If we let them get away with it, wouldn't it be a waste? They were the ones who suffered losses yesterday." Bailey Hongshuang shrugged nonchalantly. She didn't know why, but looking at this fatty's anxious appearance, it was indeed quite funny. That may be the case, but once you give them the antidote, they will definitely kill you. If you don't give them the antidote, they will kill you. If you want to change this outcome, the method is right in front of you, as long as you cooperate with me. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Bailey Hongshuang crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the door with a faint smile on her face. I can poison it again. Fatty didn't know what to say. Why was the situation in front of him completely different from what he had imagined? Why were these two fellows speaking so casually, as if what they were talking about had nothing to do with them? Under his provocation, shouldn't they be as indignant as he was? Most importantly, the answers of these two people were more speechless than the other. How was he supposed to continue speaking? Are you done? Bewitching asked as he looked at the fatty who was at his wit's end. Ah? Just as Fatty was thinking about what to say, he suddenly found the door in front of him closed. Bang! Crisp and efficient, without the slightest bit of mercy. Hey! Hey! I'm not done yet. Listen to me first. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching returned to the house, but their gazes were still fixed on the courtyard's wall. Bang! The fatty flipped over the wall and entered the courtyard. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed 2 pairs of eyes staring straight at him. Hee hee, the fatty laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. Can the 2 of you listen to what I have to say? Actually, I'm very sincere. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows slightly. She could feel his sincerity, but it was meaningless to them. After talking for so long, what do you want? I want to open a shop. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. If you want to open one, then open one. To tell you the truth, Guan Hongtian and I have long had a grudge. Back then, I should have been the shopkeeper of this Wanbao Pavilion, but that despicable Guan Hongtian spent a lot of money to bribe others. I always thought that this matter was set in stone, but who would have thought that something like this would happen in the end? After it happened, I was very dissatisfied and wanted to settle the score with Guan Hongtian, but that guy was a typical example of a dead pig not being afraid of boiling water. Not only did he not admit his mistake, he was very arrogant. I couldn't take this lying down. Over the years, I've thought of some ways to change this, but in the end, it didn't work. When the fatty spoke of this, his expression became even more serious than before, as if he had thought of something very sad. His originally happy face had unknowingly become lonely and desolate. His hands gradually clenched, his knuckles turning white. Vaguely, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching felt that there might be something more to this, but the fatty's words stopped here. Wanbao Pavilion is a big business. A shopkeeper in Cloud City is already a very important position in our eyes, but to Wanbao Pavilion, even if there is a mistake, they will let it continue. No matter how unwilling I am, I understand that there is nothing I can do. The fatty's gaze gradually became firm. His eyes were clearly a pair of squinting eyes, but at this moment, they bloomed with infinite vigor. So, if I want to open a shop, at least in Cloud City, I have to defeat Wanbao Pavilion. Otherwise, I will not be able to breathe freely. Looking at the man's ambition, Bailey Hongshuang was slightly moved. She had to admit that this idea sounded very good, but Wanbao Pavilion was a big business, and many of its products came from the immortal realm. It was too difficult for him to defeat Wanbao Pavilion. In fact, as long as you are strong enough, you can defeat Guan Hongtian. That should be easier than defeating Wanbao Pavilion, right? That won't do. The fatty, he shook his head. Where he's from. Where he's. where I lost. If I win it back using other means, what's the point? Actually, what I like the most is doing business. Back when I was in the lower plains, I had always taken the route of doing business. Really? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Usually, you spend your energy on business. How did you cultivate step by step to come to the immortal realm? This is also something I didn't expect. I have been aiming to do business since I was young. When I was 5 years old, I showed a business mind. Then, it got out of hand. Actually, I don't have many hobbies. My biggest hobby is doing business. I think it's the most interesting thing. However, as my business gets better and better, the food I eat also gets better and better. In the past, I used to be a handsome man. Gradually, I became like this. It's not difficult for me to get some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Gradually, my cultivation base also became stronger and stronger. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiaohe, Xiaobai, and even Bewitching had a hint of emotion on their faces. As expected, there were all kinds of strange things in this world. Even the methods of ascension were different. Compared to their hard work in cultivation, the fatty's method of ascension was too easy. However, they did not doubt the authenticity of his words. For most cultivators, money was not the most important thing in the end. However, if a person's wealth was unimaginable, he could improve his strength quickly by relying on heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After all, a person who cultivated diligently without any cultivation resources could not compare to someone who ate pills like candy. Ever since I came to the realm of chaotic immortals, I felt that I could start all over again. In the past, I had already made it to this level. There was nothing I wanted to do. The situation in the realm of chaotic immortals is quite different from the lower realms. I could definitely achieve great things here, therefore, I went to fight for the position of shopkeeper in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. However, who would have thought that something like that would happen and ruin my plan? Everything became meaningless now. The fatty sighed. The dejected look on his face was not an act. This really made him depressed. So, what does this have to do with us? Bewitching asked slowly. Now, they understood the fatty's dream. However, the fatty wanted to open a shop. What did it have to do with them? It has to do with us. Of course, it has to do with us. Seeing that Bewitching seemed to be moved by his words, the fatty's voice became a little more excited. He quickly walked to Bewitching's side and said with a smile, "I've heard about what happened yesterday. I heard that you have a lot of medicinal pills and immortal talismans on you. To tell you the truth, I've already opened a shop right across from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, so I clearly saw the situation at that time. Although I wholeheartedly want to defeat him, I have to admit that the things in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion are not something I can compare to. Usually, the things sold in my shop are consigned by some cultivators, and the level of these things is not high, so they can't compete with the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. But, if you cooperate with me, then everything might be different." The fatty's eyes shone brightly. "If I'm not wrong, you should be an immortal talisman master and an immortal apothecary, right?" He had been in business for so many years, and he was already very experienced. He still had a good eye for things. Seeing that the fatty had already guessed this point, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other person did not deny it. "You've said so much, and we already understand. However, although we are now in Xian City, we don't know when we will leave. Maybe we will leave in 2 days. Don't. You two are the most suitable candidates." How could Fatty give up? He had been searching for a long time but had not found a suitable partner. Now that he had found these two, if he let them leave, it would be difficult to find them again in the future. There's no need to say more. We are indeed not interested in this. Bewitching's voice was cold. They had never been interested in doing business. Just as Hongzhuang had said, although they were temporarily staying in Xian City, no one knew how long they would stay. Based on their past experiences, they would usually leave after a short period of time. Despite Fatty's constant struggle, Bewitching still refused to let him in. Hearing the wailing outside the door, Xiaohe could not help but tremble. She had goosebumps. This guy is really persistent. But after being rejected like this, he probably won't come again, right? Not to mention Master, just watching from the side was unbearable. This guy was simply, I don't think so. Master rejected it so decisively. Little White replied. However, the situation was completely different from what they had expected. The next day, Fatty appeared again with the same flattering smile on his face. He first knocked on the door. When he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao He had no intention of opening the door for him, he climbed over the wall and entered. Both of you, I am very sincere. If you don't believe me, you can see that I have already formulated an excellent plan. As long as you are willing, we can achieve this goal very quickly. I promise that as long as you give me the immortal pills and immortal talismans, I will definitely help you earn enough blood spirit stones. As for the money earned, how about we split it 50-50? How about 30-70? 20-80? This ratio is really too high. After all, I have to put in a lot of effort to run the shop. Alright. If it really doesn't work, you can split it 90% and I'll split it 10%. How about that? I say, you can't go overboard. You can't expect me to work for free, right? You should leave. Bang. The door to the courtyard closed, and the courtyard became quiet. Who said that one woman is equal to 3 ducks? I think Fatty alone is worth 100 ducks. Bailey Hongzhuang had a helpless look on her face. She felt that ever since Fatty appeared, she had never been able to enjoy the tranquil fruit. For the first time, she felt that silence was so wonderful. On the third day, Fatty appeared on time once again. With the lesson from the day before, he no longer knocked on the door. Instead, he directly climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, a pure smile appeared on his face. However, the two of them were very clear that this guy was absolutely not pure and kind at all. Tell me, isn't this considered 3 visits to the thatched cottage? It's time for you to promise me. Cultivation resources are very important in the realm of chaotic immortal. Only when you have enough cultivation resources can you enter the realm of chaotic immortal. With me helping you take care of these things, everything will be much more convenient. I'm not boasting, but I'm still very strong. Fatty, can you go out by yourself today? While Bailey Hongzhuang and Yun Ruoyan were listening to Fatty's sales pitch, Guan Hongtian and the others were feeling extremely heavy. Today was the 3rd day. They had spent so much time and invited so many immortal pharmacists, but the result was still the same, they were helpless. Even though everyone had tried their best to research and develop several antidotes, they were still unable to detoxify the poison. What a bunch of trash. Guan Hongtian couldn't help but curse. In these 3 days, his mood had been getting heavier and heavier. He couldn't believe that with so many people working together, they couldn't even detoxify a little girl's poison. If word got out, it would be a joke. In fact, they had already become a laughingstock. Guani and Yin Xiaoman looked at the poison in their hands and recalled the immortal pharmacist's warning. Once the poison spread to their arms, they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. There was only a short time left, but according to the immortal pharmacist's performance, the possibility of detoxifying the poison was close to 0. Uncle Guan, what do we do now? Yun Xiaoman's face was pale. If we can't satisfy that woman, won't Brother Yi and I have to die? Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Guan Hongtian's face was solemn. What happened this time made him feel deeply ashamed. However, he was now a fish on the chopping block. Since he couldn't detoxify the poison, he could only think of a way to get the antidote. Uncle, what do you plan to do? Guani looked at Guan Hongtian worriedly. No matter if it's that man or woman, they don't seem to be easy to deal with. After what happened last time, they are very jealous of us. This time, they might ask for an exorbitant price. Noticing Guan Yi's worried expression, Guan Hongtian's heart warmed. He patted him on the shoulder and said in an affirmative tone. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Hearing this, Guan Yi's heart also warmed. How could he not understand? Things had already come to this point. If his uncle wanted to show his sincerity, he would have to take out a lot of precious things. Only then would Bailey Hongzhuang give them the antidote. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have invited these immortal medicine masters over, wasting resources for nothing. Guan Hongtian sighed. He had spent a lot of money just to invite these immortal pharmacists. Yet, none of the problems were solved. Xianxia Man's face is also gloomy. The medical skills of these immortal medicine masters are really too poor. They can't even detoxify a little girl's poison, really unlucky. Guan Hongtian faintly glanced at Xianxia Man, his heart also somewhat complaining. If it wasn't for Xianxia Man, such a thing wouldn't have happened this time. An immortal pill furnace was definitely not something that Ear needed. Now that things had come to this point, she was still criticizing others. Seriously, as if noticing Guan Hongtian's gaze, Yun Xiaoman's face also showed a trace of unnaturalness. She then lowered her head and pretended to be well-behaved and said, "Uncle Guan, I've troubled you." It didn't take long for Guan Hongtian to finish preparing everything. Then he led Guan Yi and the other two to Bailey Hongzhuang's residence. Inside the house, Fatty was still eloquent. In order to increase his persuasiveness, he even brought up some examples of his past business experiences. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and Gu Nianji felt that this fellow was too long-winded, they had to admit that his business acumen was indeed impressive. However, this also proved that the fatty was a shrewd fellow. All businessmen were unscrupulous. It was easy to imagine that he was able to achieve such great success in the business world. Suddenly, a series of footsteps were heard outside the door. Then, there was a knock on the door. Hearing this, the corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. "It seems that the person we've been waiting for is here." Bewitching looked at the sky. Indeed, these fellows would not believe it until the very last moment. Fatty originally had some doubts, but he quickly reacted to the identity of the person who had just arrived. He immediately rushed in front of Bewitching and ran into the courtyard like a dog's leg. "Boss, just leave the small matter of opening the door to me." I'll do it. Fatty's face was full of smiles. The way he followed Bewitching wholeheartedly showed that he already regarded Bewitching as his own boss. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. Fatty was indeed a first-class businessman. His personality was incomparable to others. As the fatty approached the courtyard gate, his expression turned gloomy. "Guan Hongtian." After waiting for so long, they finally saw this fellow suffer. Creak. The courtyard door slowly opened. Guan Hongtian and the other two had smiles on their faces when they heard the footsteps. Since they were here to ask for medicine, they naturally had to welcome them with smiles. However, as soon as the door was opened, Guan Hongtian saw a face he did not expect. "Gong Jun? What are you doing here?" Guan Hongtian's face immediately turned cold. For a moment, he even suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Almost everyone knew about the dispute between him and Gong Jun. What he did at that time was indeed disgraceful, but as the saying goes, all is fair in war. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. However, this Gong Jun just couldn't be serious about this matter. Originally, he thought that it would be fine after a while. Who would have thought that this guy was so stubborn in this aspect? Not only did he make this matter known to everyone, he even opened another shop opposite the Wanbao Pavilion. Fortunately, this guy's foundation couldn't be compared to the Wanbao Pavilion, but this guy still slapped him in the face. For a moment, the eyes of the enemies blazed with hatred when they met. Guan Yi was also a little surprised. Although he hadn't been in Shiyun City for long, the person in front of him was no stranger at all. "Why can't I be here?" Gong Jun's face was filled with pride as he looked at Guan Hongtian with disdain. "You dare to offend my boss? You're really an idiot." "Who's your boss?" Guan Hongtian frowned. Gong Jun's inexplicable appearance here was already very strange, and now he said something like this. Usually, he was very concerned about this sworn enemy of his, but he had never heard of this guy acknowledging someone as his boss. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching slowly walked over. Gong Jun immediately walked to Bewitching's side and said, "This is my boss." Bewitching turned to look at Gong Jun, only to see that this guy's face was filled with pride, without the slightest bit of guilt. That look. It was as if he had really accepted him as a little brother. However, in the blink of an eye, Gong Jun had become Bewitching's follower. Wasn't this too fast? Most importantly, even though Bewitching did not say anything, he could tell from the look in his eyes that the two of them were quite familiar with each other. Guan Hongtian's heart sank. It was already troublesome to come here today to ask for the antidote. Now that Gong Jun was here, things would become even more troublesome. You're here today to ask for the antidote from my sister-in-law, right? The fat man looked at Guan Hongtian with his sharp eyes. It was as if he had seen through everything. Guan Hongtian's expression was a little awkward. He had never taken Gong Jun seriously. Now that he was being manipulated by him, it was a terrible feeling. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Gong Jun quietly. She was thinking about this guy. His name is Gong Jun. With his appearance, he doesn't seem to be related to this name at all. That's right. Guan Hongtian suppressed the gloominess in his heart. After all, they were here to ask for help today. Miss, we came here today with sincerity. We hope that you can give us the antidote. Guan Hongtian's face was full of smiles. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile and handed a Qianquan bag to her. It was impossible to associate him with the arrogant look he had earlier. Bailey Hongzhuang took the Qianquan bag and glanced at it. It was indeed very rich. This guy must have known that she would not give in easily, so he brought a lot of things with him. However, she did not know enough about the situation in the realm of chaotic immortals. She did not know if Guan Hongtian would feel the pinch for these things. He couldn't help but look at Gong Jun. Among them, Gong Jun was probably the one who knew Guan Hongtian the best. With that thought in mind, Bailey Hongzhuang handed the Qianquan bag to Gong Jun and said, "Take a look." Gong Jun didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would hand over the Qianquan bag to him. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly took it. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Leave this matter to me." Gong Jun naturally understood that today was an opportunity to show his loyalty. If his performance could satisfy the other party, there might be a chance for cooperation. Guan Hongtian's face turned ashen when he saw this scene. He was originally very confident in his preparations. After all, these cultivation resources were already extremely abundant for the cultivators of Xian City. However, he never thought that Gong Jun would be here. He knew this guy too well. If it wasn't for the fact that Gong Jun couldn't compare with the things in the Wanbao Pavilion, he might have really been defeated by this guy. Most importantly, with this guy's profiteering nature, he definitely wouldn't give up easily. After Gong Jun saw the contents of the Qianquan bag, his expression became unfathomable. "Shopkeeper Guan, this is 2 lives. Don't you think it's a little insincere for you to only bring these things here?" Guan Hongtian's face turned cold. "What's wrong with me? These things are already a lot. Take them out and ask other people. Isn't it enough?" Haha. Gong Jun smiled faintly. His narrowed eyes flashed with shrewdness. "These things are indeed a lot for other people, but who are you? You're the shopkeeper of the Wanbao Pavilion. With your wealth, these things are just a drop in the ocean." Hearing Gong Jun's words, Guan Yi and Yin Xiaoman couldn't help but look at him. Although they knew that Gong Jun and Guan Hongtian had a grudge against each other, but from what he said, it seemed that their uncle didn't bring many things. These things were prepared by their uncle alone, and he knew that these things were related to their lives. Under such circumstances, if their uncle still did this, what was the meaning of this? Guan Hongtian also felt Guan Yi's gaze, and his face immediately flushed red. He roared, "Gong Jun, don't bully me, these things are enough to show my sincerity. Aren't you deliberately targeting me because of our daily grudges?" As he spoke, Guan Hongtian looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Miss, these cultivation resources are enough to last you for a long time. Don't listen to this villain's slanderous words." However, Bailey Hongzhuang ignored him, and only gave Gong Jun a look. Guan Hongtian's family must be very rich, and he might even have some very precious treasures. If these things could be taken out, it would be no doubt for the best. Gong Jun immediately became more confident. "Shopkeeper Guan, don't say these useless things. Anyway, you don't have enough things, so I can't give you the antidote. Then what do you want?" Guan Hongtian saw this and understood that with Gong Jun here, this matter would not be easily resolved. "I heard that you have a 10,000-year-old purple blood vine?" Gong Jun's face was filled with a complacent smile, and his narrow eyes shone brightly. As soon as these words came out, Guan Hongtian's pupils shrank, and his face instantly turned ashen. He never thought that Gong Jun would covet his 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. He had spent a tremendous amount of effort to obtain this treasure. Just this 10,000-year-old purple blood vine was already more precious than all of the cultivation resources here. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes also brightened. She never thought that Guanhongtian would have such a treasure. This 10,000-year purple blood vine could help Radiant Sun Realm cultivators increase their chances of breaking through to the elementary immortal realm. Because it was simply too difficult to break through to the elementary immortal stage, anything that could be of some use was extremely precious. Normally, a 1,000-year-old purple blood vine was already extremely valuable, so the value of this 10,000-year-old purple blood vine was obvious. Gong Jun's expression also changed. He naturally knew about this matter, but if he were to hand over the purple blood vine because of the poison, then they would really suffer a great loss this time. No. Absolutely not. Guanhongtian objected without hesitation. Although he usually lived a leisurely life, it was because no matter how hard he cultivated, he could not touch the barrier of breaking through the elementary celestial stage. He had no choice but to pay a huge price to obtain the 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. He wanted to take the opportunity to increase his strength. If he had to hand this thing over, he would definitely vomit blood. Gong Jun wasn't surprised by Guanhongtian's objection. Guanhongtian, so, you're going to give up the lives of your nephew and this young lady? Gong Jun raised his eyebrows and said casually, that's true. The other party is only your nephew. Why do you have to sacrifice so much? As a cultivator, the most practical thing is to increase your cultivation. His mocking words were like sharp blades that provoked Guanhongtian. If he could, he wished that he could slap this despicable guy to death. Since you don't want to, then please see them out. Bailey Hongshuang said indifferently. Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang turned around at the same time, clearly not willing to listen to anything else. Seeing Gong Jun about to close the door, Guanhongtian hurriedly said, don't go too far. If we give up, then you won't have any cultivation resources left. Are you kidding? Does my boss look like someone who lacks these things? Gong Jun looked at Guanhongtian with disdain. Don't look down on people like a dog. The courtyard door gradually closed. Bailey Hongshuang and Yun Ruoyan didn't have the slightest intention of relenting. Guani and Yin Xiaoman's hearts had already sunk. If they missed today, they would really only have a dead end. Just as the door was about to close, Guanhongtian seemed to have made a shocking decision and said, okay. I promise you. After saying that, Guanhongtian seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. His whole person became dispirited. The door creaked open, and what came into view was Gong Jun's joyful smile. Just that. Don't mention how dazzling that smile was. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other. They didn't think that Guanhongtian would go to this extent for Guani. After all, many people don't care about the life and death of others for their own benefit, not to mention. Guani wasn't even his son. Hee, wouldn't it have been better if Guanhongtian had agreed earlier? Why bother doing this? Gong Jun said with a smile, come, please come in. Looking at the man's flattering appearance, Guanhongtian felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Guanhongtian, such an important thing, I think you should have it with you, right? Guanhongtian's face was ashen, but since he had already made a decision, he slowly took out the 10,000-year-old purple blood vine. It's all here, now can you give us the antidote? Of course, we always keep our promises. Gong Jun turned his head to look at Bailey Hongshuang, only to see her throw a porcelain bottle directly at him. After receiving the bottle, Gong Jun handed it over to Guanhongtian. Seeing this, Guanhongtian didn't delay and immediately gave the antidote to Guani and Yun Xiaoman. Until the poison in their hands began to dissipate, he finally let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. It's not that easy to take my things. Guani stood beside Guanhongtian. You've gone too far. Not only poison but also take the 10,000-year-old purple blood vine, give it back. At the same time, there's SSSS, STSS, SS facing T SSSSA TES, SSS boss. I told you, this guy is definitely not that honest. Gong Jun clicked his tongue. It's been so long, but your temperament hasn't changed at all. It seems that you haven't suffered enough this time. Guanhongtian was originally full of confidence, but after seeing Bailey Hongshuang and the other two's calm expressions, he inexplicably felt a little guilty. Our boss already guessed that you would do this, so, Gong Jun stretched his tone, indicating for Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen to continue. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's nonchalant words, Guan Hongtian and the other two were petrified. Wasn't this like the mantis stalking the cicada? Unaware of the aureole behind, they were scheming against each other, and each other was scheming against them. Most importantly, they had already handed over the antidote, so why was it returned to its original position? How could you do this? Guan Hongtian cursed. This was driving him crazy. In the end, it's all because of shopkeeper Guan's character. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes were slightly raised, but there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth in them. Originally, I planned to give you the antidote if shopkeeper Guan left obediently. But now it seems that I was prepared. Guan Hongtian's face was ashen. His eyes fell on Gong Jun. He believed that this had something to do with Gong Jun. Young master, young lady, I only did this out of anger. Why don't you let me go? I promise that something like this will never happen again. Guan Hongtian had no choice but to speak softly. He had already been squeezed dry of everything he could offer. If this happened again, he would be driven crazy. Shopkeeper Guan, don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She also felt that this matter was troublesome. If the other party wasn't the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion, it would be fine to kill him. However, he had such a powerful force behind him. Killing him would be troublesome. At this moment, Gong Jun suddenly came to Di Beichen's side and said with a smile, "Boss, madam, I have a plan, can it work?" "Go ahead," Di Beichen said indifferently. Originally, he didn't take Gong Jun seriously. However, after what happened just now, he realized that this guy was quite capable. If he could come up with a good idea, then it would be good. It's like this, as Gong Jun explained his plan, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's eyes lit up. They had to admit that this was a good idea. Guan Hongtian's face darkened. He knew that Gong Jun was up to no good when he saw the look on his face. A moment later, Gong Jun said, "Shopkeeper Guan, although you were in the wrong first, my boss is magnanimous and doesn't intend to hold it against you." Hearing this, Guan Hongtian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect such a surprise. "If anyone dares to attack my boss and madam, then they will be against you. If anything happens to them, even if you have to give up your position as the shopkeeper, you must kill them." Gong Jun smiled and said, "How is it? You don't need to do anything. You just need to say a few words. Isn't it simple?" Looking at the other party's expression, Guan Hongtian wanted to vomit blood. Indeed, it was only a few words. After saying this, it was equivalent to completely eliminating the possibility of him attacking. Because, if he attacked again, it would be equivalent to slapping his own face. Most importantly, based on the commotion caused by the past few days, even a fool would know that he was being coerced. This was equivalent to openly telling everyone that he had lost. "What? You've thought about it for so long. Are you unwilling?" "I agree." Guan Hongtian gnashed his teeth as he glared at Gong Jun. What he hated the most right now was that he hadn't killed this guy earlier, which had led to this situation. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen didn't have to worry about what happened next. This was because Gong Jun had already taken all the responsibility for this matter. He even patted his chest and promised that he would handle this matter properly. Early the next morning, that round figure had already appeared in the courtyard. After the events of the past few days, they had already gotten used to Gong Jun's daily appearance and didn't find it strange to see him climbing over the wall. "Boss, madam, Guan Hongtian has already spread the news, we can rest assured now." Gong Jun smiled. "Based on that fellow's character, he won't cause any more trouble this time, but he asked me to ask you when you'll give him the antidote." "I didn't poison him at all." Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. "WH. What?" Gong Jun was stunned. "If I wanted to poison him, I could have done it right in front of him. Why would I go through so much trouble?" Ryu's pretty face was full of carelessness. "I planned to poison him yesterday. I didn't expect them to agree without any suspicion, so why waste my poison powder?" Gong Jun stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang for a long while. It was precisely because her methods had completely shocked Guan Hongtian that they didn't even let the immortal medicine masters take a look when they returned. Even if they said that he wasn't poisoned, he probably wouldn't believe them. Because, the previous poisoning incident had already proved that Bailey Hongzhuang's poison skills were much stronger than those people's. Madam, you're too smart. Gong Jun's face was full of surprise. I thought I was already a profiteer. I didn't expect you to be even more profiteer than me, haha. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched. Profiteer. This shouldn't be a good word, right? Then I'll go tell Guan Hongtian this news. I'll make sure he dies from anger. Seeing Gong Jun run out again, Bailey Hongzhuang looked worried. She turned to look at the man beside her. Beichen, will he be okay if he goes alone? Yesterday, Guan Hongtian had been caught red-handed. Naturally, there was nothing he could do. Now that he knew there was no such evidence, no one knew what he would do in a fit of anger. Don't worry. Since he's been fighting with Guan Hongtian for so long and is still safe and sound, it proves that he has some tricks up his sleeve. Di Beichen smiled and placed his hands on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders, massaging them. You haven't had a good rest because this guy comes here every day. Do you want to take a rest? The man's hands seemed to have magical powers. His gentle and light touch made her entire body relax. No need. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. I'm not that weak. By the way, Gong Jun, what do you plan to do? Bailey Hongzhuang leaned on Di Beichen's legs and looked at him curiously. Gong Jun had put in a lot of effort this time. If they didn't agree to his request, it would indeed be unreasonable. He's already called me that so smoothly. Smoothly? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She immediately understood that Di Beichen was referring to Gong Jun calling him boss every day. At first, she thought it was a little strange, but as she listened, she gradually got used to it. Actually, Gong Jun is quite smart. With him handling these matters, we don't have to worry too much. End of chapter 65:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.